Jiang Ziliu traverses into a parallel world, embarking on his path as a beast tamer. This universe is replete with countless intelligent races, where a grand era of conflict reigns, and all beings engage in a fierce struggle for survival. Gifted with talent, striving against adversity, facing disasters and destruction, seizing opportunities, rising to power, waging wars, and navigating conspiracies and oppression, all of these experiences accompany the ascendance of every beast tamer. The journey of a beast tamer is akin to a cosmic pyramid, forged from the bones and blood of innumerable lives. Only the strong, the survivors, can stand atop this pinnacle and gaze upon the myriad wonders of the universe. Jiang Ziliu, with his cautious and meticulous development, conceals many trump cards as he navigates the myriad difficulties and complexities on this extraordinary path to rise. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Contract Mark. Students, today is a momentous occasion. Today marks the day you are destined to awaken your contract marks. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the esteemed Beast Tamers. You will become the cornerstone of strength and tranquility for our human race. For countless years, our ancestors shed their blood to pave the way for us as Beast Tamers, assisting us in resisting the invasions of alien beasts and races, ensuring the survival of humanity. In the future, you too shall be part of the protective Great Wall of our human race. No matter how your path unfolds, I hope you never forget that you are human. On the elevated platform, a middle-aged man delivered an impassioned speech to the neatly arranged ranks of students below. His voice, though not loud, resonated with powerful conviction throughout the hall. He was an educational officer dispatched from the upper echelon of the 12th level base at Chang'an, Daxia, overseeing the awakening of the contract marks. His oration was imbued with the essence of motivational rhetoric. The moment he concluded, the majority of the young audience was profoundly moved, brimming with fervor and zeal for their aspirations. Please, everyone, relax and enter the public energy chamber in an orderly fashion, awaiting the moment your contract marks are awakened. During this process, it is strictly forbidden to leave your awakening chamber or to disturb others. Violators will face severe punishment. At the foot of the platform stood a throng of 16-year-old students from the western section of the 12th level base. Together, they were about to enter the dark energy chamber prepared for them to experience the awakening of their contract marks for the very first time. Among the crowd, Jiang Ziliu stood resolutely, his eyes filled with anticipation, illuminated by the sun's radiant beams. He, 16 years of age, today coincided with the solar term of Lixia in the lunar calendar, a day of remarkable significance. Every year on this day, all humans who reach the age of 16 on the planet Blue Water spontaneously awaken their contract marks. There is no possibility of failure, only variations in the quality of the marks awakened. This power is a gift from the universe itself to all intelligent beings, including humanity. Upon awakening their contract marks, they will gain an innate space for beast tamers, allowing all mark bearers to form pacts with various extraordinary life forms known as alien beasts, thereby becoming true beast tamers. This cosmic expanse is a realm for beast tamers, and this particular planet, known as Blue Water, is akin to a parallel Earth. The history of beast tamers stretches back eons. Jiang Ziliu, a traveler from another realm, awakened memories of his past life shortly after his birth, understanding that he had entered an extraordinary world. Since then, he has consistently ranked among the top in cultural knowledge within his class. Yet, he remains discreet and reserved, that he is acutely aware of the adage that a tree that stands out will be felled by the wind. Excelling academically is one thing, but being the foremost is another, as it invariably draws undue attention. Particularly in such an extraordinary world, dangers often lurk in the most unexpected places. Jiang Ziliu has diligently sought knowledge related to beast tamers, endeavoring to uncover the hidden intricacies through various means that he has been meticulously preparing for his journey to become a beast tamer. All humans who have not yet reached the age of 16 are under the full protection of a human alliance, as they are considered ordinary individuals. However, upon reaching 16 on this Lixia day, regardless of their location, they will awaken their contract marks. From that moment onward, they will be recognized as beast tamers, stepping beyond the comprehensive protection of the human alliance to truly commence their own lives. This signifies freedom, yet it also marks the onset of peril. Jiang Ziliu's parents, both beast tamers, fell into a deep slumber after sustaining grievous injuries, unable to recover, thus relegated to the status of ordinary civilians. They were fortunate to still be alive after the calamity that befell their beasts. Many others, however, perished alongside their beasts during the latter's growth. While humans awakening their contract marks poses no issue, the quality of the contract marks themselves varies significantly. The earlier one awakens, the better the quality of the contract marks. The higher the concentration of energy in the awakening environment, and the more advanced the resources utilized, the greater the potential for enhancing the quality of the contract marks. Notably, powerful Beast Tamer families often facilitate awakenings for their children shortly after birth. This early awakening necessitates the use of soul crystals, a highly prized treasure. The lowest quality soul crystals command prices exceeding 100 million, and even then, they are scarce commodities. Moreover, early awakenings require numerous other high-level resources to assist. The more abundant the resources prepared for the awakening ritual, the higher the probability of producing high-quality contract marks. Of course, there are instances where, despite the extensive use of resources, offspring of noble families awaken low-grade contract marks. It is ultimately a matter of probability. Soul crystals are a prerequisite for awakening before the age of 16. The younger the age for early awakening, the greater the quantity of soul crystals required, with stringent quality demands. Achieving awakening at birth without a minimum expenditure of 1 billion is unfeasible. While it is impossible to awaken before birth, affluent families can still arrange for early awakenings prior to the age of 16. However, Jiang Ziliu and his contemporaries lack such financial means and can only await the fortuitous awakening of their contract marks on this fateful day, bestowed by the universe. The public energy chamber serves as a fundamental benefit provided by the human alliance to all humanity. It slightly enhances the concentration of energy, thereby increasing the likelihood of high-quality contract marks manifesting. Here, there are no signs of the powerful and influential, only common folk. Since his arrival in this world, Jiang Ziliu has awaited this day with bated breath. After his parents fell into their slumber, they could only engage in modest endeavors to sustain their family, rendering it impossible to procure soul crystals for an early awakening. Jiang Ziliu understands this predicament well. He has long anticipated this day. The public dark energy chamber comprises several layers, each containing numerous small metallic compartments, each barely accommodating a single standing individual. Judging by the rust on the partitions, this public energy chamber has been in use for no less than 20 years. Suddenly, the energy density within the compartments surged dramatically. Jiang Ziliu sensed an anomaly. His soul appeared to have elevated slightly, rendering him more ethereal. The quality of the contract marks is intrinsically linked to the strength of one's soul, hence the necessity for soul crystals to facilitate early awakening. Before the age of 16, the strength of an ordinary human soul remains feeble. Within the public dark energy chamber resides a unique array one of the fruits of humanity's research into the contract sigils. This intricate pattern enhances the concentration of dark energy in the environment. Throughout the era of beast tamers, the growth of the beasts and the power of their tamers have all fundamentally relied on dark energy. In areas where dark energy is abundant, the strength of the soul can be temporarily augmented, bestowing a rich nurturing effect upon it. This dark energy forms the very foundation of all extraordinary aspects of beast taming civilization. Dark energy permeates the cosmos, vast and boundless, akin to an ocean. Hence, it is often referred to as the sea of dark energy. This moment. In the public energy chamber, the elevation of dark energy has fortified the souls of all the young individuals present, nourishing them profoundly. As the awakening commenced, Jiang Ziliu felt as though his soul had taken flight, as if it were connecting with the entire universe. The sensation was vague, yet exhilarating, ineffable in its nature. Subsequently, he seemed to grasp something, yet soon fell into a state of bewilderment. When he regained his composure, the ethereal state had vanished, leaving behind a small black at the center of his brow. This dot, no larger than a mole, encompassed an intricate web of minute patterns within. It was the contract sigil. Jiang Ziliu sensed that this sigil connected him to a minuscule space solely within his command. This space, known as the Beast Tamer's realm, spanned an impressive 100 cubic meters. One of the metrics for assessing the quality of a contract sigil is the size of its Beast Tamer's realm. The larger the realm, the greater the size of beasts it can accommodate, or alternatively, the higher the tier of smaller, yet high-quality beasts it can harbor. Should an extraordinary beast be too powerful, a fragile, small beast tamer's realm would be unable to contain it, as a mere exertion from such a creature could shatter the realm entirely. This is one of the reasons why innate talent holds such significance. The Human Alliance categorizes contract sigils into 7 grades, from lowest to highest: D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. A Beast Tamer's realm of 100 cubic meters would correspond to AB grade. More precisely, it qualifies as B, slightly beneath the standard B grade, which encompasses approximately 180 cubic meters. B grade realms are around 300 cubic meters in size. The A grade realms range from 400 to 1,000 cubic meters. The S grade demands a minimum of 1,000 cubic meters to even be considered. Jiang Ziliu's awakening of A, B grade Beast Tamer's realm places him within the upper echelons among ordinary individuals. This marks a commendable beginning. Generally, the size of the Beast Tamer's realm is commensurate with the quality of the contract sigil. Thus, Jiang Ziliu's contract sigil should indeed be classified at the B level. Indeed, upon completion of the awakening, the base conducted assessments of their awakening conditions, confirming his sigil as B grade. The contract sigil possesses an innate allure that attracts extraordinary beasts, facilitating the establishment of contracts. After all, Beast Tamers compel these creatures to relinquish their freedom. It is only natural for them to resist. This unique attraction is pivotal in diminishing the will to resist among extraordinary beasts. The level of the contract sigil determines the bloodline and life tier of the beast that can be contracted. Jiang Ziliu's upper limit for contracts is a beast with a bloodline quality of B. The higher the quality of the contract sigil, the more likely one can forge contracts with higher bloodline or potential beasts, as these creatures assess the suitability of their tamers. They may also resist during the contracting process, rendering an incompatible pairing impossible. The population of the 4th level base nears 500,000. Among the 1356 young commoners undergoing awakening this time, there are 3 with SS grade contract sigils, 12 with S grade, 58 at grade, and 157 at B grade, while the rest fall below B grade. Jiang Ziliu finds himself in a mid-to-upper tier position. However, within the context of the 9th high school at base 12, this level of awakening is quite remarkable. Observing his peers, only 35 individuals at the 9th high school possess contract sigils of B grade or higher. This is largely due to their background as commoners, which limits their access to resources. Those with superior awakening results often have consumed soul-enhancing elixirs over the years, yielding commendable outcomes. After the awakening, they were escorted back by the teachers of the 9th high school. The school intends to consolidate all B grade and above awakeners into a specialized class for focused training. The growth potential for others is minimal. Their future fortunes depend solely on their circumstances, and the chances of ascending to greater heights are considerably diminished. Competition among schools for resource allocation is fierce. Society operates on such ruthless principles, with some individuals destined to tread the path of mediocrity from the outset. Yet, irrespective of the reactions of others, Jiang Ziliu reveled in the sensation of his Beast Tamer's realm, his heart swelling with ambition. He was on the cusp of becoming a Beast Tamer. Regarding his aspirations for greater heights, Jiang Ziliu felt a profound confidence. After all, how could a transmigrator lack a golden finger? He, too, possessed his own unique advantages. Chapter 2. The Chosen Contract Beast. Upon awakening, students from various schools returned to campus in batches via coach. Jiang Ziliu occupied a seat on the bus back to school, opening his personal interface. Unlike other beast masters, who after their awakening possessed no such interface, this was an exclusive feature of Jiang Ziliu, an anomaly born from his unique advantage. However, his golden finger was not a system per se, but rather a straightforward probability assessment function, akin to a success rate indicator. Jiang Ziliu's profile read: Profession, Greystone level Beastmaster. Lifespan, 16.86. Life status, Healthy, Soul strength, 18. Life tier, Mortal, Dark energy level. None personal skills. Probability assessment, Signature skill: the ability to determine the probability of a specified outcome at any moment. Beasts, none beast skills. None beast level. None beast status. None the known classifications of extraordinary beasts and beast masters, ranked from lowest to highest, are as follows: Greystone, Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, and Supreme. Having initially awakened the contract mark, Jiang Ziliu could be regarded as a Greystone level Beastmaster. His golden finger function, represented as a signature skill on his interface, allowed him to gauge the probability of events occurring, which could also be described as a success rate indicator. However, the success rate remained confined within the limits of the probability assessment. Its application was broader. It could determine not only the likelihood of success, but also the probability of failure and potential alternative outcomes. This was a skill he had possessed since the moment of his birth. Yet, this skill required the consumption of dark energy for activation. And in the absence of such energy, it necessitated the expenditure of soul power or life force. Consequently, over the past 16 years, Jiang Ziliu had seldom employed this signature skill, as the cost was exorbitant. Without dark energy, even predicting a minor event would drain considerable life force, leading to physical depletion and emaciation. As a transmigrator, coupled with his personality traits, Jiang Ziliu found it challenging to integrate with the young ones around him. His adult mindset rendered it difficult for him to indulge in the carefree playfulness typical of children. Moreover, he understood that with his advantage in probability assessment, his future interactions with classmates were destined to be limited. Thus, he did not prioritize forging friendships during his academic journey, maintaining a rather indifferent rapport with his peers. Living as a solitary shadow, as he sat on the bus, his fellow students engaged in animated discussions, exchanging thoughts on their newfound beast space, sharing insights about the levels of their contract marks, some brimming with joy for the future, while others lamented their prospects. Among them were the astute ones who had already begun to seek alliances with the more fortunate. Yet, all of this was of no concern to him. He gazed out at the passing scenery, disinterested in any form of interaction. Jiang Ziliu recognized himself as akin to the character Han Lama. Despite possessing above-average talent and commendable academic performance, he remained overlooked by others. In the world of beast masters, resources were the paramount factor influencing growth. The availability of resources determined over 80% of an individual's potential for development. Furthermore, a B-level talent was hardly remarkable, rendering him devoid of anyone eager to ally with him. This afforded Jiang Ziliu a peaceful personal space. Around him, his classmates occasionally cast glances at a strikingly beautiful girl seated a few rows back, Li Wanxiu. Although her family background was modest, she belonged to the upper echelons of Base 12, being a distant relative of the prominent Li family of Chang'an Base. Originally, her lineage had fallen to a commoner status. Yet during this awakening of the contract mark, Li Wanxiu had manifested an SS-level contract mark. This indicated that she could potentially bond with SS-level bloodlines or extraordinary beasts of significant growth potential. Upon contracting an extraordinary beast, a beast master would receive feedback in terms of life force, strength, skills, and other aspects from the beast, thereby enhancing their own capabilities. The higher the contract mark, the more advanced the feedback received. This implied that even if Li Wanxiu were to contract a B-level beast, the life and strength she would gain in return would far surpass that of Jiang Ziliu. The advantages of possessing an SS-level talent were profound, and the implications extended beyond mere numbers. In short, the higher the contract mark, the greater the benefits the beast master would reap in the future. At that moment, Li Wanxiu radiated beauty, and with her life elevated post-contracting, she was destined to be a goddess of ethereal grace. It was inevitable that she would draw the attention of her classmates, some of whom harbored hopes of winning her affection, plotting their schemes. With such potential, the Li family would undoubtedly invest in her development, for enhancing the foundation of a family was paramount. The strength of a family hinged upon the prowess of its top beast masters, and Li Wanxiu was a promising candidate among them. Her future gleamed with promise. Her classmates, filled with admiration, coveted her talent and the resources at her disposal, all yearning to ally with Li Wanxiu. In contrast, Li Wanxiu maintained a composed demeanor, exhibiting a commendable temperament. Yet, all of this bore no relevance to Jiang Ziliu, who preferred to remain an invisible presence within the class. Upon returning to school, the time had come to engage with extraordinary beasts. Generally, these newly initiated beast masters had three options for contracting extraordinary beasts. Human beast masters were compatible with nearly all types, yet the quality ceiling of the beasts posed significant limitations, making it challenging to successfully bond with formidable creatures. New beast masters typically chose to contract with juvenile extraordinary beasts exhibiting weaker intelligence and minimal resistance. Those with financial means could procure high-quality juvenile beasts for contract. Meanwhile, those lacking resources but possessing connections could enlist their parents or mentors to venture into the wilderness or specific dungeon spaces to capture suitable juvenile beasts for contracting. The final option involved selecting extraordinary beast eggs from the school, which could be directly contracted. However, the school only provided the eggs, not the successfully hatched young beasts, as the cost of nurturing them was considerably higher. Furthermore, high-quality eggs were reserved for those with exceptional talents. Ordinary talents could only select standard extraordinary beast eggs for contracting, subsequently responsible for hatching them. Each of the three pathways had its merits and drawbacks, depending on individual circumstances. The extraordinary beast eggs offered by the school were priced at 10,000 yuan each. available through a low-interest loan that students were required to repay within 10 years after graduation. Jiang Ziliu had long since determined the extraordinary beast he wished to contract. Rather than opting for a creature with formidable attack power and agility, he chose a unique, crystalline, extraordinary beast egg from the school's repository. This was information he had gleaned from the warehouse supervisor with a modest expenditure. As the contracting light enveloped the stone egg, it was seamlessly transported into Jiang Ziliu's beast space, where it began to incubate autonomously. This extraordinary beast egg, being of low rank, posed no resistance to his B-level contract mark's allure, ensuring a remarkably smooth process. This extraordinary beast was named the Qinyan Stone Man. The Sky Blue Stone Golem is an anthropomorphic, non-corporeal creature capable of traversing subterranean realms and possessing a modicum of spatial abilities. This extraordinary being exhibits a formidable capacity for concealing its presence, burrowing through the earth, and even executing certain spatial displacements. It can be asserted that this creature represents a commendable choice among the myriad of options available. However, few opt for this particular beast, as it is characterized by a notably low potential for growth, with its bloodline classified merely as C-grade. The primary concern lies in its considerable challenges regarding growth and evolution. For a typical beastmaster, selecting the C-grade bloodline Sky Blue Stone Golem would be deemed an imprudent venture. Yet, this choice was meticulously contemplated by Jiang Ziliu, who, armed with the ability to assess the probability of his innate skill, understood that certain secrets must remain concealed in his future endeavors. He required the special stealth abilities inherent to the Sky Blue Stone Golem. Jiang Ziliu, profession, Gray Rock level Beastmaster, lifespan, 16.86, life status, healthy, soul strength, 18, life tier, mortal, dark energy level, none, personal skills, probability assessment, innate skill capable of determining the likelihood of a specified outcome at any given moment. Beast, Sky Blue Stone Golem, unhatched. Beast skills, life aura convergence, SSS grade, earth burrowing, D grade, earth cloaking, D grade, spatial earth burrowing, unawakened. Beast level, Gray Rock level, beast status, incubation level 2, capable of acceleration and quality enhancement through the infusion of resources containing dark energy. This encapsulates Jiang Ziliu's current information. However, due to the Sky Blue Stone Golem's unhatched state and its lack of true life, he has yet to receive feedback. Thus his status remains that of a mere mortal. The SSS grade life aura convergence skill possessed by the Sky Blue Stone Golem is precisely why Jiang Ziliu holds it in high regard, having chosen it as his first beast even before its awakening. Upon the establishment of a contract, due to his B-grade contract aptitude, he can select one of the 40 skills of his beast for feedback. The Sky Blue Stone Golem possesses 4 skills, among which he aims to acquire the SSS grade life aura convergence skill. When this skill is conferred upon him, it enables him to obscure his life tier and even conceal the auras and life tiers of other beasts. Normally, a B-grade bloodline beast, when subjected to the concealment of the SSS grade life aura convergence skill, can be reduced to various tiers such as B, C, 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 D, 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 etc., while maintaining this convergent effect indefinitely. Without an SSS grade detection skill, it would be utterly impossible to unveil Jiang Ziliu's hidden status. As a beastmaster, once Jiang Ziliu acquires this skill, he can apply it not only to himself, but also to any of his other beasts. He can disguise his own level and obscure the true information of his beasts, which underlines the significance of this skill and the rationale behind his choice of the Sky Blue Stone Golem, a creature not typically favored by others. Although the skill of the Sky Blue Stone Golem is powerful, its other abilities are merely of the lowest D grade, coupled with a severely limited growth potential, and it occupies a precious slot among Jiang Ziliu's beasts. Given that a beastmaster's number of beasts is finite, each slot is exceedingly valuable. Otherwise, it would not have languished in the school's repository, gathering dust, with no one opting for it. After all, it is a C-grade bloodline beast. Those beastmasters with the aptitude to appreciate it often lack the necessary talent to form a contract. Beastmasters of C-grade aptitude tend to prioritize creatures with formidable combat capabilities or those that enhance their living conditions, naturally overlooking the Sky Blue Stone Golem. Thus, it stands as a rather lackluster choice. Yet, for Jiang Ziliu, it is the most cherished of his beasts and his first selection. As for its low level and limited growth potential, these issues can be addressed. Every beastmaster is also a potion maker, whether skilled or novice. Upon forming a contract with a low-tier beast, specific resources can be consumed to enhance its bloodline, skills, or growth potential, effectively facilitating its evolution. However, this endeavor is fraught with difficulty, as each beast possesses unique characteristics. Even within the same species, significant variations exist between individuals. This variability renders the evolution of beasts a high-risk endeavor. Should it fail, the beast may regress or suffer grievous injuries, rendering it incapable of fulfilling its intended role. The repercussions of a beast's injuries will partially reflect upon the beastmaster. The consequences of a beast's death are even more severe, potentially shattering the contract's mark. Thus, few ordinary beastmasters dare to pursue beast evolution due to the substantial risks involved, with the potential rewards often minimal or non-existent, making losses more likely. Nevertheless, Jiang Ziliu possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to evolve beasts. With his probability assessment, he can ascertain the likelihood of successful evolution under specific circumstances, allowing him to select the most advantageous method. Consequently, Jiang Ziliu is less concerned with his beast's level and more focused on whether its skills align with his needs. After successfully concluding the first contract with a beast, Jiang Ziliu entered into a loan agreement with the school. The egg of the sky bluestone golem still holds some value, resulting in him incurring a low-interest debt of nearly 40,000 yuan, thus becoming a debtor. Upon leaving the school, Jiang Ziliu did not return home. Instead, he resolved to visit a nearby beast trading market to procure resources beneficial for the sky bluestone golem, hastening its hatching process. Chapter 3. Hatching the beast. The trading market is the most rudimentary beastmaster transaction venue within Base 12. Here, a diverse array of creatures and items related to dungeon spaces can be found, serving as a primary hub for various solitary individuals and small groups of beastmasters to engage in trade, reminiscent of the bustling street markets of Jiang Ziliu's previous life. Upon arriving at the trading market, Jiang Ziliu began his search for the necessary items. He had diligently studied various aspects of beasts and, utilizing his probability assessment, formulated a resource ratio aimed at enhancing the sky bluestone golem: 21 petrified lantern fruits, 35 slime gel, 17 black marsh salt mud, 24 carapaces of the 10-foot earthwalker, 3 drops of beastmaster blood, and, most crucially, 100 grams of earth attribute elemental crystal. Elemental crystals are solidified manifestations of dark energy with specific attributes. Earth attribute elemental crystals are crystallizations of dark energy that embody earth attributes. They serve as a high-grade universal currency and consumable resource, graded from D to SSS based on their impurity and energy density. This particular formulation represents nearly a year of Jiang Ziliu's scholarly pursuits and the application of his probability assessment capabilities, culminating in the crafting of this enhancement potion. To achieve this, he sacrificed a significant portion of his health. This potion can also expedite and optimize the hatching process of the sky bluestone golem, with a remarkable 96% probability of yielding substantial enhancements during incubation. Upon designating the sky bluestone golem as his first beast, he undertook extensive preparations in advance. He had already procured the petrified lantern fruits, black marsh salt mud, carapaces of the 10-foot earthwalker, and earth attribute elemental crystals. What he currently lacked was slime gel. Due to the short shelf life of slime gel, which lasts less than 10 days, it is fortunate that slimes are incredibly common magical beasts, known for their extensive applications. Albeit with a high yield, Jiang Ziliu treaded carefully through the bustling market, meticulously observing the various slime gels at different stalls, employing his acquired knowledge for careful comparison. The market was rife with counterfeits. Once a purchase was made, the seller bore no responsibility. Ultimately, Jiang Ziliu opted for the stall of a young man clad in dark attire, whose demeanor was rather intimidating, yet his goods were of the highest quality. "How much for a kilogram of slime gel?" Jiang Ziliu inquired. 500 yuan, the young man replied tersely. After a discreet evaluation, Jiang Ziliu noted that while this price was somewhat elevated, the quality was indeed superior, consisting of gel harvested from a C-grade slime. Although the young man seemed unapproachable, individuals with such an aura typically refrained from deceiving others. "I'll take a kilogram," Jiang Ziliu said, promptly paying for his purchase. A kilogram was ample, but he preferred to be overprepared. After acquiring his goods, Jiang Ziliu's gaze was suddenly drawn to a horn-like object resembling a black ram's horn at the same stall. Perhaps the young man was unaware, but Jiang Ziliu recognized it as a horn from a demonic creature relatively rare in the Chang'an base area. Demons are classified as unique beings, existing in a state between spirit and energy. The horn appeared to have been severed abruptly, still encrusted with mud, suggesting that a demon had escaped after losing its horn, which was fortuitously found by the young man. The horn had the potential to enhance a beastmaster's spiritual strength, albeit with terrifying side effects, including madness and bloodlust. He instinctively conducted a probability assessment regarding this item. What is the success rate of significantly enhancing my spiritual strength with this item? The assessment activated immediately, revealing a statistic before his eyes: 99. What is the probability of this item having spiritual side effects? 70. What is the likelihood of eliminating its side effects using D-grade materials? 87. The consecutive evaluations rendered Jiang Ziliu's complexion somewhat pale, and he instinctively clutched his chest, feigning discomfort as if he were a heart patient. Subsequently, he hastily retrieved a pill and swallowed it. In truth, it was a vitality-boosting pill, not a remedy for heart ailments. However, to outsiders, he appeared to be a young man with congenital heart issues. After a brief respite, he feigned curiosity over other items before picking up the demonic horn and asking, "How much for this?" The cold stall owner hesitated, clearly unsure of the horn's nature or its utility. 500, he finally stated. Jiang Ziliu countered, "I'll take it for 100. I don't even know what it is. It's a gamble. The lowest I can go is 400. Then I'll add a bit more, 200. Any higher, and I won't take it." Jiang Ziliu feigned a gambling spirit. Ultimately, the stoic stall owner's expression grew even colder, yet he acquiesced. He was not particularly adept at business. Otherwise, Jiang Ziliu would not have purchased from him. His chilling demeanor alone deterred many potential buyers, as the market was a mix of individuals, and no one knew if formidable beastmasters were present, causing everyone to tread cautiously. The strength of a beastmaster's aura was not the key. Their abilities lay in controlling beasts, which were hidden within their respective spaces, leaving others unaware of what lay within. The stall owner, not wishing to miss this rare opportunity, reluctantly agreed. Once Jiang Ziliu obtained the demonic horn, he quickly departed from the market. This haul was substantial. If used wisely, the horn could significantly augment his spiritual strength. With that, Jiang Ziliu found himself entirely out of pocket. Although his parents' beasts lay in an irretrievable slumber due to irreversible injuries, their feedback skills remained intact. His father had once pursued a path of strength enhancement. Despite being a commoner, his legacy persisted, endowing him with considerable power. Presently, he operated a weapon forging shop in Base 12, with his mother serving as his assistant. The family's income ranked in the middle tier among the civilians whose beasts lay dormant. All beastmasters, once their beasts fell into a state of unrecoverable slumber, would inevitably descend into the civilian ranks of the base. Outside the base, the wilderness belonged to magical beasts, and the numerous dungeon spaces were fraught with both opportunities and perils. The rise of human beastmasters is inextricably linked to the struggle against magical beasts. Dungeon spaces present both chance and the root of calamity. All wild magical beasts stem from those that burst forth from dungeon spaces, and other intelligent races also inhabit these realms. Conflict is unavoidable. Thus, at least 30 of beasts suffer injuries leading to slumber each year. Among these beastmasters, nearly 20 ultimately become civilians. Over the years, the accumulation of those who cannot continue on the beastmaster path has resulted in a significant portion of the human population in various bases being comprised of former beastmasters. The path of a beastmaster is fraught with challenges, paved with blood and bone, yet it remains the inevitable road for humanity's struggle for survival. Upon returning home, Jiang Ziliu found himself alone. The modest two-bedroom apartment was a testament to his parents' efforts before tragedy struck. He had an elder brother who was currently enrolled in a Beastmaster Academy, a beacon of hope for the family. As soon as he arrived home, Jiang Ziliu began his preparations. He poured the slime gel into a mortar and heated it, carefully adding petrified lantern fruit, black marsh salt mud, and the bones of a fully grown earth-walking insect, concluding with the addition of an earth attribute crystal. The energy from the earth attribute crystal was absorbed by the slime gel, creating a unique high-energy environment that began to fuse these materials autonomously. Slimes are voracious eaters, and thus their gel possesses excellent adsorption and neutralizing properties, allowing the energy of the crystal to be released gently, making it an ideal auxiliary material for various evolution, enhancement, and nutrition-based beast potions. Jiang Ziliu meticulously regulated the small flame below. This lamp utilized the core of a fire-spitting mouse, capable of producing a stable flame. A single core could last approximately a year. It is one of the myriad versatile products manufactured from Beastmaster materials. In contrast, electric lights are a luxury only available to black iron level Beastmasters. Those at the entry level of Beastmaster status, classified as Greystone level, are often referred to as Beastmaster apprentices. While only black iron level practitioners are considered true initiates, enjoying resources akin to those of formal Beastmasters. After 67 minutes of processing, all materials in the mortar transformed into a transparent gel, bearing a faint greystone hue and a delicate fragrance of life. The emergence of this color signified the successful creation of the potion. At this point, Jiang Ziliu added his blood to the mixture. This step imbued the potion with the aura of a Beastmaster, deepening the bond between the Beastmaster and their beast, and enhancing the beast's affinity towards its master. Jiang Ziliu promptly summoned the egg of his sky blue stone golem, carefully applying a viscous potion evenly across its surface. Remarkably, The eggs swiftly absorb the substance, completing this process in under 20 minutes. In the ensuing hours, the life force within the egg grew increasingly potent. 3 hours later, the shell shattered quietly. Before Jiang Ziliu stood a golem, standing at 1.5 meters tall, entirely composed of sky blue stone. The hatching of the sky blue stone golem was a resounding success. Unlike ordinary sky blue stone golems, which typically resemble crude, pockmarked stone figures akin to rough sculptures, Jiang Ziliu's creation was remarkably refined, akin to a charming porcelain doll. Its large, expressive eyes sparkled with an ethereal vitality, exuding an irresistible charm. At that moment, Jiang Ziliu's expression shifted, and he swiftly withdrew the little creature into his beast taming space. The response from his beast was immediate. A surge of power emanated from the contract markings, flooding into Jiang Ziliu's body. This power was none other than dark energy. It coursed through his meridians, continually fortifying his physique, ultimately converging at his brow, where it entered his sea of consciousness, igniting the first star in the first ring of stars within. His sea of consciousness was adorned with countless obscure star rings, each accompanied by lifeless stars. Subsequently, the second, third, and fourth stars were activated in succession by the dark energy, radiating a gentle celestial glow. However, by the time he reached the fifth star, his strength waned, and he could not illuminate it. These stars represented soul stars. They were the essence of a beast tamer's soul and indicative of their strength level. Each illuminated soul star contained a measure of dark energy. These soul stars were also the source of power for the beast tamer. Their potency was closely intertwined with that of their beasts. When a beast perished, it was often the soul stars that initiated the backlash against the tamer. A rock-level beast tamer needed to illuminate at least 9 stars to ascend to the higher rank of black iron-level beast tamer. Jiang Ziliu had successfully illuminated 4 soul stars, elevating him to a 4-star rock-level beast tamer. Such an achievement would undoubtedly astonish his peers if it reached their ears. His significant enhancement indicated that his newly hatched sky bluestone golem was exceptionally formidable, thereby yielding such substantial feedback. Concurrently, Jiang Ziliu opted for the skill of life aura convergence as his feedback ability as a beast tamer. He activated this skill, swiftly condensing his aura until it aligned with the level of a 1-star rock-level tamer. With this SSS-grade skill at his disposal, it would be exceedingly difficult for others to discern his true strength and capabilities. Jiang Ziliu exerted so much effort for the purpose of concealing his prowess, allowing him to develop in obscurity. He then accessed his interface to review the fruits of his labor. Jiang Ziliu, occupation, 4-star rock-level beast tamer. Lifespan, 16,125. Health status, healthy. Soul strength, 52. Life level, rock-level organism. Dark energy level, 46. Personal skills, probability determination. Signature skill can ascertain the probability of a specified outcome at any time. Feedback skill, life aura convergence, SSS grade. Beast, black iron level sky blue stone golem. Beast skills, life aura convergence, SSS grade. Earth and soil burrowing, C grade. Earth and soil invisibility, D grade. Earth space burrowing, unawakened. Beast level, black iron level. Beast status, extremely healthy, having benefited from the effective enhancement of the beast tamer's potion, with a favorability rating of 80. Jiang Ziliu, amused to himself, indeed. The feedback from being a beast tamer not only augmented his life level, but also extended his lifespan. His potion successfully accelerated the hatching process of the sky blue stone golem, elevating its life level to black iron level. According to his B-grade feedback of 40, he was indeed propelled to the status of a 4-star rock-level tamer. Moreover, not only was the initial life level of the sky blue stone golem enhanced, but its skill levels also received fortification. The earth and soil burrowing skill improved by 2 sublevels, ascending from D grade to C grade. The earth and soil invisibility skill also rose by 2 sublevels, though it regrettably did not reach C grade. The golem's most critical skill, earth space burrowing, remained unawakened due to the absence of spatial attribute resources. This skill would enable the sky blue stone golem to evade danger within a space infused with the earth's power, serving as one of its vital survival techniques. However, the probability of awakening this skill was minuscule, likely less than 1 in 10,000. This also contributed to why the sky blue stone golem, despite its formidable skills, was not particularly popular. The life feedback transformed him into a rock-level life form. Presently, his strength, agility, and soul strength experienced remarkable enhancements. It could be said that he could now single-handedly defeat 10 ordinary humans. The dark energy value of 46 represented his physical capacity to ascend to 5-star rock level. His dark energy must reach 50 to illuminate the 5th soul star and achieve a minor breakthrough in rank. Feeling the external remnants of his current 1-star rock level status, Jiang Ziliu was immensely satisfied. Additionally, due to his assistance in the golem's evolution, its favorability toward him rose to 80. This favorable disposition would ensure that the golem would obediently adhere to his reasonable commands. The synergy between him and his beast would reach an excellent level. With everything in place, the path of the Beast Tamer officially opened before Jiang Ziliu today. Chapter 4. Soul Enhancement. Your beast is a sky bluestone golem? Late at night, after a long day, Jiang Yuan returned home. Upon learning the news, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. He had saved a sizable sum, intending to purchase a magnificent exotic beast for Jiang Ziliu to form a contract with. But alas, this was the outcome. His eldest son, Jiang Ziliu, had awakened an S-grade contract mark, enabling him to pursue further education at a higher-level Beast Tamer Academy. However, his second son possessed only a B-grade talent, which was not remarkable, but still above average. After all, talents exceeding S-grade were exceedingly rare among humans, with occurrences of less than 1 in 1,000. SS-grade talents were even less common, at less than 1 in 10,000, while SSS-grade talents numbered fewer than 100 across humanity. At this moment, Jiang Yuan lamented his son's unilateral decision to proceed with the exotic beast contract without notifying his parents, rendering all his preparations in vain. My dear son, we do not seek grand ambitions. As long as you can remain safe, that is sufficient. The Sky Bluestone Golem is not without merit. Although its offensive capabilities may be lacking, its defensive potential is commendable. Your choice is not misguided. In contrast, the mother's perspective was entirely different. She prioritized her son's safety over aspirations for his grand achievements. Jiang Ziliu chose not to elaborate, maintaining a compliant demeanor, as this was ultimately his own decision. Summon your beast, so I may see it. Jiang Yuan understood that his second son was not one to form friendships easily, preferring solitude and study from a young age. He had always been a person of strong opinions, with wisdom deeply ingrained and thoughts far from simple. No one understands a child better than their father. Jiang Ziliu summoned his own empty azure rock golem, allowing it to manifest only at the 4-star limestone level, a feedback that conveniently elevated him to the 1-star limestone tier. As he gazed upon this exquisite golem, resembling a finely crafted doll, a flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Yuan's eyes. He was well versed in the world, having once reached the pinnacle of the bronze level himself. Typical empty azure rock golems bore a rough, unappealing exterior, their overall appearance quite unsightly. Furthermore, ordinary golems were often dim-witted, their gazes vacant. Yet, this one seemed to embody the form of a living, breathing being, lively and charming, akin to a sprightly elfin child. The quality of this golem was undoubtedly remarkable. In fact, Jiang Ziliu discerned that this golem might have undergone a profound transformation during its incubation, though this anomaly was not reflected in its skill level. To Jiang Yuan's astonishment, this golem was merely rated at 4-star limestone. He cast a deep, knowing glance at his son, well aware that the boy harbored many secrets. This golem's mastery was certainly shrouded in mystery. A sense of both pride and melancholy washed over him. His child had grown, no longer requiring his guidance to thrive. As a father, the inability to assist one's offspring could indeed be a source of profound disappointment. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan's emotions quickly subsided, and he found some solace in the idea that his son was adept at concealment. Those skilled in subterfuge had a greater chance of survival in this tumultuous world. Thus, he resolutely produced a bank card, stating, "This is the 350,000 yuan your mother and I have saved for you, originally intended for the purchase of a superior beast. However, since you no longer require it, use this wisely to prepare your resources. Your intentions are commendable, so follow your own path. But remember to exercise caution in all matters. The greatest peril for a beastmaster is not the adversaries they face, but the other beastmasters that surround them." Encouraged by the approving gaze of his parents, Jiang Ziliu accepted the card. This sum of 350,000 yuan was undoubtedly the result of his father's arduous labor. Yet he could not dismiss their goodwill. His elder brother had already achieved self-sufficiency, while he, just embarking on the path of a beastmaster, required this financial support for his growth. With this money, he could acquire sufficient resources to neutralize the adverse effects of the mysterious demon horn and enhance his soul. His current soul strength stood at 52, while the average person's soul strength was merely 1. A beastmaster could form a new contract with a beast upon increasing their soul strength by a factor of 10. Once Jiang Ziliu's soul strength surpassed 100, he could swiftly contract a second beast, thereby significantly bolstering his currently inadequate offensive capabilities. This timely financial assistance was invaluable. Thankfully, after awakening the contract mark, all beastmasters below S rank enjoyed a week's respite. Meanwhile, those with S rank or higher received special accommodations during this period, though, unfortunately, Jiang Ziliu did not qualify. Nevertheless, this provided him with ample time for further development. That evening, he commenced his preparations in his room. He meticulously calculated, inscribing a plethora of resources and their applications on paper to counteract the adverse effects of the demon horn. The river marsh cleansing shell had the effect of purifying spiritual impurities, usable. The hoof bones of the black-skinned blue-horned donkey could restrain malevolent energies, usable. The feathers of the holy light lark could purify dark mental forces, usable. The coagulated blood of the dog-headed man could stabilize soul power, usable. Within his room, Jiang Ziliu continuously perused a compendium titled Comprehensive Guide to Beast Materials, supplementing his potion formula. Since the age of 8, he had delved into the study of beast potion materials, memorizing the properties and effects of 30,000 common beast-enhancing materials, enabling him to concoct specialized enhancement and nutritional potions independently. His understanding of beast potions and cultivation evolution was among the most sophisticated for his age group. Having traversed to this world, his memory was remarkably acute, almost photographic in nature. It was precisely this ability that empowered him to confidently choose and enhance his beasts. After listing numerous available medicinal materials, Jiang Ziliu began probability assessments. He now possessed dark energy, enabling him to conduct a probability assessment for each 1 point of dark energy expended. What was the maximum probability of neutralizing the demon horn side effects using all these materials? The probability assessment yielded a result of 64. He swiftly received the outcome, indicating that some materials were unnecessary. After careful contemplation, he conducted another assessment. What if he were to exclude the purple morning fruit? This fruit, a D-grade specimen from a specific dungeon, possessed properties that calmed the mind and suppressed mental agitation. The probability assessment result was 75. He meticulously filtered through the options, ultimately determining that 3 materials would yield the most effective results: the feathers of the holy light lark, the coagulated blood of the dog-headed man, and a material known as the Demon Si. When combined, these 3 could achieve a maximum probability of 100 for eliminating the side effects, exactly the outcome Jiang Ziliu sought. Throughout this process, as he employed probability assessments, his dark energy dwindled to 23. Achieving a complete removal of the side effects was his ultimate objective. The repercussions of demon-related materials were perilous, and he had no desire for his soul to falter. Although reaching this 100 result necessitated persistent probability assessments, which consumed dark energy, absolute stability was his goal. With the means to ascertain the highest success rate, he naturally pursued the most flawless outcome. Subsequently, he outlined countless potential ratios, selecting a combination that ensured a 100 elimination of side effects: 36 feathers of the holy light lark, 35 units of dog-headed man blood, and 39 units of Demon Si. These 3 materials were relatively common, yet their prices were not inexpensive. Fortunately, the 3 C-grade components were sufficient for his needs, and Jiang Ziliu had the funds to procure them. The following day, he returned to another market at base 12, successfully gathering these 3 materials at a reasonable price. The stalls offered goods of dubious authenticity, yet most were genuinely affordable. Those seeking bargains flocked to this venue. However, genuine quality was primarily found in stores affiliated with powerful beastmasters, where items were guaranteed authentic, albeit at a significantly higher price. With his probability assessment capabilities, Jiang Ziliu could directly ascertain the authenticity of products, alleviating fears of counterfeit goods. He spent less than 60,000 yuan to acquire the 3 items. In contrast, he would have needed at least 120,000 yuan in a quality assurance store. The scattered market primarily featured C and D-grade resources, with B-grade and higher being exceedingly rare. After securing the 3 materials, Jiang Ziliu commenced the potion preparation. The 3 components were mixed without heat. Instead, they were combined and treated with 1 milliliter of rock python gastric fluid, left under sunlight for 3 hours, resulting in a cohesive gel due to the gastric fluid's effects. He then smeared the substance onto the demon's horn to soften it. Afterward, he applied this softened material to his brow before sleep, allowing it to be absorbed naturally during the night, which was said to enhance his soul. Jiang Ziliu followed this ritual that very night. However, he was tormented by nightmares throughout the entire night. In these dreams, he repeatedly found himself in dire straits, perilously trapped within the confines of his subconscious. Yet, each time he faced such despair, a mysterious glimmer would pull him from the clutches of danger, sparing him from catastrophic fate. When dawn broke, Jiang Ziliu awoke drenched in sweat, his sheets thoroughly soaked. It was then he comprehended the side effects of the demon's horn. It turned out to manifest within his dreams. Knowledge regarding demon-like creatures informed him that such dreams were perilous. After all, in the extraordinary realm, dreams are far from the innocuous illusions of the ordinary world. Should genuine extraordinary forces emerge within those dreams, the resulting harm could translate into real damage. If he were to truly perish in a dream, the adverse effects of the demon's horn would indeed materialize, likely impacting his soul. After all, some demons are half energy, half soul entities, and their residual materials could feasibly conjure dream assaults. Fortunately, the extraordinary properties fused within the feathers of the holy light lark, the eye of the demon, and the coagulated blood from the dog-headed man aided him in warding off these side effects. Thus, he repeatedly escaped the life-threatening dangers of his nightmares. Jiang Ziliu understood that once these side effects took root, they would cling to the soul like a poison, creating a shadow that would be challenging to eradicate. Thankfully, he had opted for a solution that was 100 safe. Jiang Ziliu, profession, 4-star Greystone Beastmaster. Lifespan, 16, 125. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 113. Life level, Greystone life form. Dark energy level, 49. Personal skills, probability determination, signature skill, the ability to ascertain the likelihood of a specified outcome at any time. Feedback skill, life aura convergence, SSS level. Beast, black iron level, sky blue stone golem. Beast skills, life aura convergence, SSS level. Earth and soil burrowing, C level. Earth and soil concealment, D level. Spatial burrowing, unawakened. Beast level, black iron level. Beast status, extremely healthy, having received effective enhancement from the Beastmaster's potion, with a rapport level of 81. This demon horn proved to be a valuable resource. If only its adverse effects could be mitigated, its capacity to fortify the soul was truly remarkable. The materials derived from such demonic creatures are indeed treasures, despite their daunting side effects. This enhancement resulted in Jiang Ziliu's soul strength nearly doubling, reaching 113. This indicated that he was now capable of contracting a second beast. At the tender age of 16, few of his peers could boast such profound fortification of their souls. With the increase in soul strength, his connection with his beast grew more intimate, even elevating its affection level by 1 point. It was now time for him to seek a second extraordinary beast to contract. Jiang Ziliu resolved to visit the scattered markets, and if he did not find a satisfactory beast there, he would venture into the wilderness or more treacherous dungeon spaces in search of one. Chapter 5. The Mutated Electric Snake. After reinforcing his soul, Jiang Ziliu felt invigorated, his cognitive abilities and memory significantly enhanced beyond their previous state. Even some long-forgotten memories and knowledge resurfaced from the depths of his mind. This is one of the benefits of heightened soul strength. Early the next morning, Jiang Ziliu set out, refraining from immediately seeking his second beast in the wilderness or dungeon spaces, as both represented danger and uncertainty. While the circumstances within dungeons tend to be more predictable, the wilderness was rife with unpredictability. One could stumble upon incredible fortuitous encounters that could secure a lifetime of comfort, or they might inadvertently meet their demise. Comparatively, the potential gains from the scattered markets within the base were minimal, yet they offered immeasurable safety. Riding his bicycle, Jiang Ziliu meandered through the scattered markets of Base 12, hoping to find an affordable beast cub that met his requirements. He harbored a hope of uncovering a hidden gem. Moreover, serendipitous finds were not uncommon in the beast markets. Beastmasters who ventured into the wilderness or dungeon spaces were not always well-versed in their knowledge and often misjudged valuable items. As he pedaled along the main road, Jiang Ziliu couldn't help but lament the small stature of his sky blue stone golem. If only it were larger, it could carry him, as beasts move with remarkable speed. After all, many individuals traverse the streets atop their four-legged beasts. It was exceedingly convenient to place a seat upon a beast for travel, making young beastmasters feel impressive and entertained, all while maintaining a swift pace. However, the base enforced regulations, prohibiting any beast exceeding 3 meters in height or 1 meter in length from traveling on public roads. They must remain within the confines of the beastmaster's space. In the base, only small beasts were permitted. After all, some extraordinary creatures could be gigantic or even colossal. One misstep could damage the base's road infrastructure. He arrived at the first scattered market only to leave in disappointment. There were hardly any beast cubs available, nor many beast eggs. What were the odds of encountering a beast cub or egg with skills above S rank in this market today? After browsing, he conducted a probability determination. 0. Well, it was clear that this market held no treasures, and disappointment was inevitable. What about the subsequent 3 days? Jiang Ziliu reluctantly inquired. 0. Beast cubs or eggs undergo rigorous inspections upon entering the base to prevent the emergence of terrifying creatures within its confines. Thus, many beast cubs are promptly taken by specialized beast shops as they enter the base. Jiang Ziliu had visited nearly 3 scattered markets without any success. He decided to check the beast cub specialty store, where the offerings were commendable, all at least B-rank quality, with the potential to evolve into bronze-level beasts. However, the prices were exorbitant, starting at a minimum of 100,000 for each. The beast eggs were slightly cheaper, beginning at 50,000. But upon inspection, he found that the quality was assured, lacking any cubs with S-rank skills that could offer him a chance to uncover a hidden gem. Special low-level extraordinary beasts like the Sky Blue Stone Golem, endowed with SSS-level skills, were indeed rare. Unable to find what he desired, Jiang Ziliu redirected his focus back to the beast markets. With nearly 500,000 inhabitants in Base 12 and over 100 scattered markets of various sizes, he was determined to uncover an opportunity for a fortunate find. What were the odds of encountering a beast with skills above S rank in the beast markets of Base 12? 100. Upon witnessing the judgment's outcome, Jiang Ziliu comprehended that within the Beastmaster Bazaar, there still existed extraordinary juvenile beasts that aligned with his expectations. Thus, he continued to peruse other markets, resolutely determined to discover his coveted target. However, at the next Beastmaster Bazaar, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, his renowned classmate, Li Wanqiu. Blessed with an SS-level talent, judging from the dark energy emanating from her, it was evident that she was at least a 4-star Greystone-level Beastmaster. This indicated that Li Wanqiu had successfully contracted with a beast, and it was likely a commendable juvenile creature. As a fellow 4-star Greystone-level Beastmaster, and with his soul strength reaching 113, 2 to 5 times that of his peers, he could deduce such a conclusion. If her rank were superior to his, discerning such details would prove challenging. What left Jiang Ziliu utterly perplexed was that Li Wanqiu was not engaged in purchasing goods, but rather in selling them. Beside her stood a middle-aged man bearing a scar across his face, his countenance marred by what seemed to be a wound inflicted by some beast's claw. This fearsome-looking man was likely Li Wanqiu's father, and together they were vending slime gel and slime skin. Observing this scenario, Jiang Ziliu pondered for a moment and arrived at a conclusion. There had likely been a shift in the negotiations between Li Wanqiu and her esteemed family. If the family had indeed supported them, the father and daughter would not be found in the bazaar selling such lowly commodities. Just a small allocation of resources from the family could propel an ordinary beastmaster's growth at an astonishing rate. Jiang Ziliu understood that resources from noble families were not easily obtained. Li Wanqiu must be facing exceedingly harsh conditions. The nature of the privileged class was universally acknowledged. At that moment, he caught sight of Li Wanqiu, and she, in turn, noticed him. Being classmates, Jiang Ziliu approached to extend a greeting. "Hello, uncle. I am Li Wanqiu's classmate. I never expected to encounter you here. Li Wanqiu is quite the celebrity at our school, with a promising future ahead. You're indeed fortunate." "Oh, this young lad seems quite impressive. He will surely have a bright future," Li's father remarked politely, yet his gaze toward Jiang Ziliu brimmed with wariness. This boy displayed considerable acumen, deftly avoiding mention of their dire circumstances while instead highlighting Li Wanqiu's virtues, an astute little fellow indeed. Was he harboring intentions towards Li Wanqiu? Li's father was keenly aware of just how beautiful his daughter was. Li Wanqiu cast a curious glance at Jiang Ziliu. Their interactions had been minimal, and she perceived him as the most reticent and least sociable individual in their class. Yet she now realized that while he might be disinclined to converse, he possessed remarkable intelligence. If an ordinary person were in his position, they would likely refrain from embarrassing her father and herself. Many classmates envied her exceptional talent and beauty, often harboring jealousy and resentment. She understood well the tendency of peers to elevate themselves by magnifying the flaws of those who shone brightly. The darkness of human nature was something Li Wanqiu had experienced countless times since childhood. However, Jiang Ziliu had not uttered a single cutting remark, leading her to recognize that this seemingly mundane classmate was likely more complex than he appeared. Jiang Ziliu also noticed the curious gaze from Li Wanqiu and realized that her intellect was not to be underestimated. "I have matters to attend to. Please, do carry on." "Uncle," he said, taking his leave. He may not have sought friendships or cultivated close ties with his classmates, preferring a distant demeanor, yet he did not entirely sever connections. Each individual had their own path to tread, and he felt no inclination to pity a prodigy endowed with SS-level talent. The family would not neglect her without assistance from the school. After Jiang Ziliu departed, Li's father regarded the boy's retreating figure and finally grasped that this young man likely harbored no ulterior motives toward his daughter. He had merely come to greet a classmate. "That classmate of yours is rather intriguing. You might consider fostering a closer relationship," he remarked to his daughter. This surprised Li Wanqiu, for her father had always been wary of her male classmates. However, he refrained from disclosing that his intuition, honed through the prowess of a particular beast, signaled that Jiang Ziliu was not ordinary, yet appeared to possess a benevolent spirit. It was this instinct that led him to decline a support contract from their clan's main lineage, as he sensed that such assistance would not bode well for his daughter. Perhaps Li Wanxiu brought good fortune. Shortly after Jiang Ziliu's departure, he noticed a particularly listless creature, a white snake shimmering with faint electrical sparks. This wild beast, captured and brought to the human market, remained ensnared in a primal fear, thus maintaining its instinctual defense through electrical discharges, despite its poor condition. He immediately recognized it as a B-grade lightning snake, capable of evolving into a silver-tier beast. Typically, lightning snakes possess a bluish-white hue. Yet this one exhibited a pure white skin, a variant of the species. The potential for mutation among beasts is not insignificant, yet 97 of such mutations do not trend favorably, often leading to detrimental outcomes. This mirrors the mutations seen in natural environments, where most adaptations render organisms ill-suited for survival, ultimately leading them to extinction. The same holds true for beasts. Most mutations are adverse and can even be deemed regressive. However, the presence of dark energy in this world has allowed some mutations to become advantageous. Otherwise, the prevalence of unfavorable mutations would be even greater. For instance, while a two-headed snake might appear peculiar in the ordinary world, it is often deemed a failure. Yet in this world, under the influence of dark energy, a two-headed snake represents a positive mutation, possessing greater growth potential and enhanced strength. The vendor selling this white lightning snake likely harbored similar aspirations. Unfortunately, this 2-meter-long lightning snake was not a true juvenile, but had likely entered the early stages of growth. At this phase, contracting with such a beast becomes exceedingly challenging. Having endured the harsh trials of natural survival, a beast in this stage exhibits a more mature and stable resolve. Unlike newborn juvenile beasts, whose minds are untainted and easily swayed by the power of a contract, these creatures resist with formidable strength. Moreover, their wariness towards humans complicates the prospect of forming a bond, further exacerbating the difficulty of contracting. This is precisely why contracts are typically sought with juvenile beasts, as their minds are weaker and more susceptible to the allure of contract power. A single individual can only attempt to contract with the same beast once. Failure results in irrevocable loss, with no chance of retry. Though this injured variant of the lightning snake presents a slim possibility for successful contracting, the likelihood of failure is considerably higher. Furthermore, the deep wound it bears means that even if a contract were to succeed, the costs of healing would be substantial. Most importantly, the nature of its mutation, whether beneficial or detrimental, remains shrouded in uncertainty. Only someone with exceptional detection skills could ascertain such intricacies. The myriad disadvantages surrounding this electric snake's presence in the bustling market, where it received no attention, are numerous. However, upon encountering this mutated electric snake, Jiang Ziliu's instincts conveyed that it was extraordinary, seemingly destined to align with him. What is the probability of this electric snake possessing an attack skill above S level? With an intuitive sense, Jiang Ziliu immediately conducted a probability assessment. 100%. And what about the likelihood of it having an attack skill above SS level? 100%. What of the probability for skills exceeding SSS level? The more he assessed, the more fervently his heart raced. A treasure was at hand. 100%. Indeed, he was correct. Astonishingly, this electric snake possessed attack skills of SSS level or even stronger. Jiang Ziliu forcefully reined in his emotions and approached directly, inquiring about the price, given its condition. How much do you want for it? The stall owner, a middle-aged man resembling a wandering beast master, exuded a shrewdness amidst his apparent decline. 3 million. Jiang Ziliu countered immediately, 5,000. He had slashed the price to a mere pittance, drawing the incredulous stares of surrounding stall owners who regarded him as a fool. Normally, the base price for a regular electric snake's materials starts at 5,000. That won't do. It has to be at least 300,000. Recognizing Jiang Ziliu's intent to purchase and fearing he might lose the sale, the stall owner drastically reduced the price by tenfold. 5,500. Everyone knows its condition. It's clear to all that if I do not buy it, your loss could be even greater. This price is fair. After all, one must prioritize securing a profit. Jiang Ziliu's intent was unmistakable. This electric snake was on the verge of death, and if he didn't take it off the stall owner's hands, it would become a complete loss. All right, I'll drop it a bit more, 30,000. Jiang Ziliu turned to leave. As he was about to step out of sight, the shrewd vendor swiftly intercepted him, fearing that Jiang Ziliu's departure was merely a ruse. However, seeing his exhaustion, he realized the young man was indeed set on leaving. Fine, consider it my bad luck, 10,000. Take it or leave it, otherwise, I might as well destroy it. The stall owner relented, ultimately choosing to compromise. Just as Jiang Ziliu had stated, he was eager for a secure transaction. This snake had languished in the stall for nearly 3 days, nearing death, with no other inquiries besides Jiang Ziliu's. With a potential unwitting buyer at hand, he could not afford to let it slip away. Jiang Ziliu, equally forthright, replied, "All right, but I need to find a way to treat its wounds, which carries significant risk. However, 10,000 is impossible. The maximum I can offer is 8,000. After a moment of hesitation, the stall owner once again conceded, and the two parties reached an agreement. Jiang Ziliu then spent 300 on an insulated cage to house the electric snake, proceeding calmly amidst the onlookers' bemused gazes as he departed. Once outside the market, he could hardly contain his laughter but restrained his expression, promptly bringing the electric snake home. He then rushed to the nearest market, spending 20,000 on various materials, including the heart's coagulated blood of a dog-headed creature, slime gel, bloodlines from a swamp octopus, and demonic plantain, among others. Notably, the bloodline from the swamp octopus boasted remarkable wound-healing properties, while the coagulated blood from the demonic plantain was equally potent. After utilizing a plant-based beast core and heating the mixture for an hour, he successfully concocted a specialized healing potion. "I'm going to treat your wounds now, so please don't electrocute me." Jiang Ziliu carefully donned insulated gloves to apply the medicine to the white mutated electric snake. This creature was indeed remarkable. Sensing Jiang Ziliu's goodwill, it restrained its electrical currents and refrained from attacking, allowing him to successfully administer the treatment. Following the application, the electric snake rapidly began to recover under the influence of the specially formulated healing potion. As its injuries healed, Jiang Ziliu prepared to invoke the contract markings. After the treatment, the mutated electric snake developed a strong affinity for Jiang Ziliu, and its level was compatible, enabling him to smoothly complete the contract process. The snake's quality fell within the B-grade category. Had it been A-grade, the risk of failure would have been significantly higher. The successful contract signified that Jiang Ziliu had acquired his second beast. Chapter 6. The Trouble of Dual Beasts. The feedback from the beast was swift. Jiang Ziliu's dark energy surged, illuminating the fifth soul star, followed by the sixth and seventh. Through the contract feedback from the electric snake, his dark energy level rose rapidly, elevating his life tier to the 7-star slate level. The feedback from different beasts could indeed be cumulative. Jiang Ziliu's details were as follows. Occupation, 7-star slate beast master. Lifespan, 16, 131. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 113. Life tier, slate level life form. Dark energy level, 75. Personal skills, probability assessment, signature skill, the ability to ascertain the likelihood of a specified outcome at any time. Feedback skills, life aura convergence, SSS level. Electromagnetic manipulation, SSS level. Beasts, black iron level air blue rock golem, black iron level mutated electric snake. Beast skills, air blue rock golem, life aura convergence, SSS level. Earth shifting, C level, earth cloaking, D level, earth space shifting, unawakened. Mutated electric snake, electromagnetic manipulation, SSS level, current attack, D level, electric speed, D level, mutated spirituality, D level. Beast levels, air blue rock golem, 1-star black iron. Mutated electric snake, 2-star black iron. Beast status, air blue rock golem, healthy, affinity with Beastmaster, 81. Mutated electric snake, lightly injured, recovering, affinity with Beastmaster, 67. Upon receiving skill feedback, Jiang Ziliu examined the panel information of the mutated electric snake and promptly selected the SSS level electromagnetic manipulation. Following the successful feedback, he mastered this formidable skill. After acquiring the skill, he meticulously reviewed the relevant information. Indeed, the mutated electric snake was formidable, boasting an array of D-level skills. Had it not undergone mutation, it would not have awakened the SSS level electromagnetic manipulation ability. Nevertheless, this skill could be categorized as an offensive capability. A mere ordinary beast would not possess the aptitude to employ such a skill. Thus, despite its SSS level prowess, the mutated electric snake's inability to utilize it rendered the skill somewhat ineffective. This reality explained why it had fallen prey to a lower-tier beastmaster. After all, even for ordinary individuals, lacking sufficient advanced knowledge of electromagnetism made it challenging to wield this skill effectively. Upon witnessing this skill, Jiang Ziliu recalled a unique power, the super electromagnetic cannon. The SSS-level electromagnetic manipulation could undoubtedly be harnessed to unleash the might of this force. Armed with this skill, as long as he carried a coin, Jiang Ziliu's offensive capabilities would become terrifyingly formidable. Jiang Ziliu dared not experiment with this skill at home. Yet he had resolved that it would become one of his trump cards, to be deployed only in dire circumstances where his life was at stake. This mutated electric snake was no ordinary creature. The typical electric lightning snake possesses merely two abilities, electric current attacks and lightning speed, both of which are generally classified at the sea level. However, The mutated electric lightning snake he had contracted exhibited a significant regression in both skill levels. Remarkably, it had also acquired an SSS-level skill and an additional D-level mutation of sentience. Jiang Ziliu placed great importance on this D-level mutation of sentience. The emergence of sentience indicated a substantial enhancement in the intelligence of this mutated beast. It was precisely due to this sentience that it was aware of Jiang Ziliu, attending to its injuries and refrained from attacking at that moment. Likewise, it was this very trait that fostered a bond between them, facilitating a successful contract. It is widely acknowledged that sentient beings possess a tremendous advantage over other forms of life. The D-level mutation of sentience could indeed be enhanced. Although it required corresponding soul-related resources, the potential for enhancement signified that the intelligence of this mutated electric lightning snake could be further augmented. With increased intelligence, the efficacy of its abilities would reach new heights. Jiang Ziliu eagerly anticipated the moment this little creature unleashed its electromagnetic cannon. Both of his contracted beasts were extraordinary, and he felt confident in his ability to continually evolve them, elevating their levels. However, he now faced another pressing issue: the sustenance for his two beasts. This was no trivial expense. While his beasts possessed a certain capacity to absorb dark energy autonomously, they were still corporeal beings, incapable of sustaining their lives solely through material means. Therefore, the exotic beasts required a daily intake of specific foods. The sustenance for these creatures consisted of specialized materials or specific minerals, plants, and other resources sourced from the dungeon spaces. Among these, the beast cores were relatively inexpensive. One could acquire a basic slime beast core for merely 10 yuan. Yet, these cores were indispensable for their diet. Jiang Ziliu's stone golem required, at minimum, a D-level earth attribute slime beast core every 3 days, complemented by a piece of D-level black heartstone. This expenditure amounted to approximately 80 yuan every 3 days. After all, being a rock-type life form, its consumption was minimal when stationary in the beast space. Conversely, the mutated electric lightning snake had different requirements. It could manage with sustenance every 7 days or even once a month. However, each feeding necessitated a minimum of 10 kilograms of exotic beast flesh or a D-level lightning attribute beast core. The availability of lightning attribute beasts was relatively scarce. As a result, Jiang Ziliu found himself spending at least 500 yuan every 7 days to keep it from starving. This feeding regimen was merely the most basic level. It sufficed to meet the daily consumption needs of the two beasts but offered no enhancement in their capabilities. To evolve as beasts, their food would also require meticulous preparation, necessitating regular consumption of specific high-level resources. After careful calculation, Jiang Ziliu realized that to facilitate the growth of both of his beasts, he would need at least 10,000 yuan monthly for basic sustenance. To accelerate their evolution, this expenditure would need to rise to at least 20,000 yuan each month. Furthermore, specialized potions for their evolution could exceed 30,000 yuan. Being a beast master inherently involved substantial costs. Having contracted two beasts meant Jiang Ziliu would inevitably bear an even greater financial burden. He now had to devise a strategy to augment his income. There were two avenues for increasing income: venturing into the wilderness beyond the base's influence or exploring various dungeon spaces. Through this journey, he could collect a variety of exotic beast resources for sale to enhance his revenue. With a stroke of luck, he might even gather food resources for his beasts or special resources to strengthen their evolution. Resources he personally collected would merely require effort, as opposed to those purchased at the base, which came at exorbitant prices. After much contemplation, he resolved to explore the dungeon spaces, gathering resources to enhance his beasts or directly earning money to exchange for the necessities. Chapter 7. The Dungeon Space. In the central district of Base 12, there exists a specialized military zone. Heavily guarded by the base's forces, it is overseen by formidable high-ranking bronze and even silver-level beast masters. Under such stringent protection, this area is a pivotal location for Base 12, comprising a total of 36 low-level dungeon spaces. Unlike the dungeons found in the wilderness, the spaces here are specifically opened by human beast masters for the benefit of Base 12. Dungeon spaces are not naturally occurring phenomena. They serve as transit points within the invasion pathways of exotic beasts and alien races seeking to breach the realm of Water Blue Star. The origins of these beasts remain classified, while the alien races are intelligent life forms from other planets in the universe. However, the invasion of Water Blue Star by these exotic beasts and extraterrestrial life forms, which resulted in a cataclysmic event, is an undeniable fact. Dungeon spaces are a product of the universe's inherent suppression, whether through the pathways of invading exotic beasts or other planetary incursions. The formation of a permanent passage inevitably results in the emergence of these transitional spaces. They can serve as routes for invaders or as channels for counter-invasion. The distinction between invaders and the invaded hinges on the comparative strength of both parties, determined by the might of their fists. Typically, dungeon spaces are permanent fixtures, imposing strict limitations on the life levels of the exotic beasts, alien races, and beast masters that may enter. Should any life form exceed these limitations, they will either face cosmic retribution or shatter the entire dungeon space, casting all within into the chaotic maelstrom of time and space, leading to certain death. There also exists a type of temporary dungeon space, often initiated by top-tier beings among the exotic beasts and alien races. These spaces are short-lived and impose no restrictions on the life levels of those who may pass through. However, the cost to open such spaces is proportional to the strength of the life forms involved, typically requiring tenfold the energy and resources of the highest-level beings allowed entry. Following humanity's rise with the base city as its core, powerful individuals among humans have also learned to open dungeon spaces, enabling them to launch counter-invasions against the exotic beasts and alien races. Currently, some humans possess time-space attribute beasts specifically for the purpose of opening low-level dungeon spaces and conducting invasions. Base 12 has invested substantial resources and wealth to establish these 36 low-level dungeon spaces, with the main base and the Human Alliance providing partial support. Nevertheless, even with this investment, Base 12 faced a prolonged period of hardship thereafter. Given that dungeon spaces might invite invasions, why would humanity still choose to open them? The answer lies in the fact that the concentration of dark energy within these dungeon spaces is 5 to 10 times that of Water Blue Star. This infusion can significantly elevate the dark energy levels of the entire base. This is but one aspect. Another aspect lies in the abundant resources generated within the replica spaces, which can enable a human base to stabilize, develop, and flourish, providing countless enduring benefits. This is precisely why the upper echelons of Base 12 resolutely decided to open 36 replica spaces, even if it meant enduring hardships. Indeed, in the subsequent decade, despite facing considerable challenges, the development of Beast Masters progressed at a remarkable pace. The entire base has now fully recovered and is preparing to open even more human-controlled replica spaces, gearing up to challenge the status of a Level 3 base. All of this was shared with Jiang Ziliu by his father, Jiang Yuan, during casual conversations. The passage, the replica space area of the base, is guarded by countless soldiers, meticulously conducting identity checks. Jiang Ziliu presented his Beast Master emblem for inspection. This is a special certificate issued by the School for Beast Masters. With this, one can prove their affiliation with the base, allowing for entry and exit upon payment of 500 yuan each time. However, one can also enter without this emblem, albeit being treated as an outsider from another base, requiring the surrender of 1/10 of any replica space gains, or at least a 3,000 yuan toll. Subsequently, a soldier scanned the contract mark on his forehead with a device. Once awakened, the contract mark remains immutable, as it is a celestial gift from the universe. Its uniqueness varies among different beast masters, making it the most reliable form of identification. Any criminal beast masters attempting to infiltrate can be easily identified by this scan. Electricity is in short supply across the entire Base 12, yet here, the power supply is ample. The primary reason for the electricity shortage is the skewed focus of human technology, which has largely been directed towards enhancing control over the replica spaces and research related to beast masters. Issues in the replica space cannot be tolerated, as incursions from the opposing side are always a possibility. After paying 500 yuan, Jiang Ziliu successfully entered this area. Here, a multitude of beast masters congregated, and Jiang Ziliu even spotted several young beast masters around the age of 10, accompanied by adult guardians. Despite their tender age, these youngsters commonly achieved the Black Iron rank. They evidently belong to the affluent class of the base city, having undergone beast awakening at an early age, making exploration within replica spaces a routine affair for them. In this advanced world, the chasm between ordinary individuals and the elite continues to widen. They linger here to engage in exchange and expand their networks. Jiang Ziliu did not tarry. He made his way towards the entrance of Replica Space 1. The entrance to Replica Space 1 resembles a black curtain-like portal, framed by the skeletal remains of numerous high-level exotic beasts. The bones are adorned with glowing symbols of dark energy and embedded with precious elemental crystals and a plethora of high-grade beast cores. The beast cores serve as solid-state energy cores of the exotic beasts, containing stable dark energy, thus acting as substitutes for elemental crystals. Such portals are found on both sides of the replica space. Those originating from the exotic beasts are designated by humanity as the End of Days Gate, named for its role in unleashing humanity's initial cataclysm and heralding the era of great destruction. The current human populace consists of the descendants of those who gradually rose from the ashes of that era. Conversely, another type of portal leading to other life planets in the universe is referred to as the Apocalypse Gate. Replica Space 1 is the earliest to be opened and is the lowest in rank, accommodating beings of only the black iron level at most. The majority of the exotic beasts within are of the gray rock level. This power level makes the replica space particularly suitable for Jiang Ziliu's safe exploration and training. It also serves as a designated training ground for countless young people from various bases. Upon entering the portal, Jiang Ziliu experienced a brief spell of dizziness, having traversed through the spatial rift. Within the replica space, a human army of about 100 beast masters is stationed to guard against unforeseen events, establishing a small fortress. Jiang Ziliu purchased a map and detailed instructions of Replica Space 1 from the fortress's shop, and after scrutinizing the materials, he departed the fortress and ventured deeper into the space. Not long after following the rocky path constructed by humans, he noticed a creature wriggling in a mud pit. It was a slime, about the size of a human head and a basic type of exotic beast in this replica space. Typically, slimes range from 1 to 5 stars on the gray rock level. With preparation, a human could easily dispatch one with a single strike. However, underestimating it due to its weakness could lead to dire consequences. Sure enough, sensing the presence of life, the slime immediately launched an attack against Jiang Ziliu, swiftly ejecting a glob of soft mud toward him. The speed of this attack was astonishing. Had Jiang Ziliu not been on guard, he would have surely been hit. Slimes are unique soft-bodied creatures that consume anything. The soft mud they expel contains their gastric juices, imbued with a naturally paralyzing toxin and numerous pathogenic microorganisms. Being struck by this mud would result in immediate poisoning through skin contact, rendering Jiang Ziliu immobile shortly thereafter. After the attack, the slime would submerge itself in the muck to conceal its presence, waiting for the opportune moment to strike again. It can keenly detect the scent of toxins from poisoned prey, allowing it to track its quarry. Once the prey is incapacitated, it swiftly injects more gastric fluid to thoroughly corrupt and kill it, feasting on the soft, decayed flesh. These creatures are fearless hunters, only deterred by overwhelming life pressure from their opponents. Jiang Ziliu has now become the target of this slime's hunt. Lacking experience, he realized that the correct course of action would have been to summon his beast immediately for protection. At last, after evading, he reacted and summoned the mutated electric snake. Upon receiving the command to attack, the white electric snake unleashed its speed skill, ensnaring the sinking slime in a flash, followed by a surge of electrical energy that ultimately dispatched the creature. "I'm hungry, may I consume it?" the mutated electric snake inquired. Jiang Ziliu naturally consented. Soon, the electric snake bit into the deceased slime and began to swallow it whole, finishing the meal in no time. Slimes serve as a fundamental food source for all exotic beasts, and the electric snake is no exception. In truth, Jiang Ziliu had been quite anxious, as he had never experienced a life-or-death struggle before. After this initial skirmish, he finally remembered his objective for entering the replica space, to gather resources and train the combat abilities of his 2 exotic beasts. Chapter 8. The Rational Use of Tools. There are countless survival principles for beast masters. One of these dictates that a beast master must prioritize their own safety. Upon entering a perilous area, the first action should be to release their beasts for protection. As a beast master, the cornerstone of combat prowess lies in the extraordinary creatures they command, while the essence of defense resides within the beast master themselves. However, Jiang Ziliu, despite his vast theoretical knowledge, found himself overwhelmed by anxiety and curiosity upon entering the unfamiliar realm of the dungeon space, leading him to neglect this crucial aspect. Possessing knowledge does not equate to the ability to apply it effectively when the time arises. During his inaugural experience in the dungeon, a certain degree of nervousness was inevitable, resulting in such a blunder. After all, he had eagerly anticipated the opportunity to explore the dungeon space using his own strength for over a decade. Upon reflecting on his actions, Jiang Ziliu swiftly summoned his earthbound stone golem. Both of his summoned beasts concealed their auras, perfectly aligning with his novice status as a beast master. However, he slightly elevated his own aura to the level of a 2-star limestone creature. Subsequently, Jiang Ziliu retrieved 2 short blades and a small shield from his backpack. He wielded one short blade and the small shield himself, while entrusting the other short blade to the earthbound stone golem. Although the golem could navigate through the earth and conceal its presence, it lacked formidable offensive capability. By equipping it with a blade, Jiang Ziliu enabled this semi-humanoid creature to wield a weapon effectively. Coupled with its skill of earth manipulation, it could launch surprise attacks from beneath the surface. This assassin-style tactic, conceived by Jiang Ziliu, was ideally suited to the golem's current combat strategy. Ordinary beast masters would not contemplate arming their creatures for battle. instinctively believing that their beast's innate skills were the optimal means of combat. Yet, Jiang Ziliu's innovative thinking led him to equip the earthbound stone golem with a short blade, thereby endowing it with offensive capabilities. In this dungeon space, the use of long weapons was ill-advised. The dense aquatic vegetation and rampant vines made maneuverability challenging. Unlike the flora on Blue Water Star, these plants were remarkably resilient. Utilizing a long blade in such an environment, unless one possessed a high-quality weapon, would likely result in entanglement by the aquatic flora and vines. The potential peril of a weapon becoming ineffective at a critical moment is easily imagined. Conversely, the nimble short blade served as an excellent auxiliary weapon for the Beastmaster. Jiang Ziliu instructed the earthbound stone golem to burrow underground, concealing itself in front of him to scout for any potential enemies. With its skill in earth manipulation, it was ideally suited for this task. Furthermore, its SSS-level aura concealment skill rendered it nearly undetectable by any creatures or beastmasters nearby. The earthbound stone golem proved to be an exceptional scout. Meanwhile, the mutated electric snake remained vigilant behind him, prepared to fend off any potential assaults from the rear and to provide support to the golem when necessary. Before long, he and his two summoned beasts traversed the rocky path, venturing deeper into the marshland to the right. The marshy areas flanking the rocky trail had been frequently cleared by military forces, yielding little in terms of rewards. The entire dungeon space was replete with marshy wetlands, clusters of hills, and low-lying forests. The primary creatures inhabiting this dungeon included slimes, goblins, and a few fish-headed monsters, swamp crocodiles, and water pythons. For a beastmaster like Jiang Ziliu, the most perilous adversaries were not the more formidable fish-headed monsters or swamp crocodiles, but rather the cowardly yet cunning goblins. A single goblin stood only as tall as an adult's thigh and possessed limited strength. However, in groups, they displayed remarkable audacity and were notoriously treacherous, targeting the vulnerable areas of humans, especially the groin and Achilles tendons. When encountering a beastmaster, they would often divide their ranks, sending part of their number to distract the summoned beasts while the others ambushed the beastmaster directly. Some goblins would even conceal themselves in the filthy muck, launching surprise attacks from beneath. During battles, certain goblins would deliberately lure or force the beastmaster onto seemingly harmless dry ground, unaware that it concealed treacherous marshy depths beneath. Such scenarios frequently unfolded in the conflicts between humans and goblins, with the latter often exploiting their familiarity with the terrain to eliminate careless beastmasters. Many young beastmasters, underestimating the goblins' treachery, would find themselves becoming prey. This knowledge is common among experienced individuals, yet there are always those who fall victim to the same ruse. Jiang Ziliu was well aware of these dangers and took precautions early on. With the earthbound stone golem scouting ahead, he was able to identify suitable pathways through the marsh, ensuring he would not inadvertently stumble into perilous mire. Many areas of the marsh appeared solid on the surface but concealed treacherous muck beneath. Numerous young beastmasters had suffered grievously for failing to heed their footing. After a short while, he encountered a second slime, lurking beneath a patch of marshy muck, poised to ambush the approaching Jiang Ziliu. However, in the next instant, a blade thrust upward, piercing it instantly and striking its heart. Despite its tenacious vitality, the slime struggled for a moment before succumbing completely. Employing the underground assault tactic with the earthbound stone golem for the first time yielded results, granting him his first spoils of victory. Jiang Ziliu instructed the golem and electric snake to maintain vigilance around them, while he carefully donned his antitoxic gloves and utilized his knife to separate the slime's skin and its gelatinous internal tissue. These were the two most valuable components of the slime. He discarded the rest of its innards, while the slime's earth attribute beast core, no larger than a soybean, was fed directly to the earthbound stone golem. This level of beast core did not even qualify as D-grade and held no monetary value, serving merely as a snack for the golem. The slime skin boasted a degree of physical defense and resistance to toxins and corrosion, suitable for crafting rudimentary protective gear. He meticulously stored these materials in his backpack, and then the trio continued onward. This expanse of marshland was vast, rivaling the size of a county from his previous life, teeming with nearly 1 million slimes. The reproductive capabilities of slimes were formidable. Despite the relentless efforts of beastmasters to capture them, their numbers never dwindled. They were omnivorous creatures, consuming decaying plant matter, and their population remained robust. The production of slime skin and gelatin constituted one of the most fundamental resources for the entire base, playing a crucial role in sustaining the economy of the beastmasters. As Jiang Ziliu advanced, he continually encouraged the earthbound stone golem to refine its underground thrusting technique, gradually mastering this ability. Indeed, the personal information panel soon reflected this skill. Earthbound stone golem, aura concealment, SSS level, Earth manipulation, sea level. Earth cloaking, D-level. Earth subterranean strike, D-level. Spatial Earth manipulation, unawakened. The information panel designated this ability as Earth subterranean strike. Jiang Ziliu realized, for the first time, that summoned beasts could indeed learn and master new skills through practice, a point not covered in his previous textbooks. Perhaps the higher echelons of humanity are aware of this, yet they choose not to disclose it. Jiang Ziliu pondered deeply and came to a realization. Most beast tamers struggle to fully utilize the skills of their own beasts. Learning to master an unfamiliar skill may prove less beneficial than honing the inherent abilities of their existing beasts. Revealing such information might ultimately result in more harm than good for the collective of human beast tamers. The successful manifestation of the Earth Spike skill by the empty Bluestone Man also granted Jiang Ziliu nearly 20 units of slime gel and slime skin. The remaining Earth-type beast cores were fed to the empty Bluestone Man, a beast of a higher black iron level, which could effortlessly consume a dozen or so gray rock-level slime cores without risk of overindulgence. Furthermore, the empty Bluestone Man could store these cores within its body, absorbing and digesting them gradually. Subsequently, Jiang Ziliu returned to sell these items at the Resource Acquisition Center near the entrance of the subspace. Although the prices were slightly lower than those in the open market, the convenience was undeniable. This venture netted him 6,000 yuan, particularly since the price of slime skin surpasses that of slime gel. At this moment, with nearly half a day until dusk, he recognized that a beast tamer, despite their hefty expenditures, seemingly reaps even greater rewards. However, such a lifestyle carries the peril of potentially sacrificing one's life with a single misstep. After enjoying lunch at the public dining hall outside the subspace entrance, he re-entered the realm to continue his endeavors. Now, Jiang Ziliu yearned for spatial equipment. The beast taming space, though expansive, could only accommodate beasts and not any other items. Even the most rudimentary spatial equipment demanded an expenditure exceeding 1 million yuan, requiring an equivalent amount of essence crystals for purchase. Should fortune smile upon him, he might contract a special aberrant beast endowed with its own spatial capabilities, thereby resolving his dilemma. Henceforth, Jiang Ziliu refrained from provoking the slimes. He remained steadfast in his primary objective, to enhance the combat prowess of his beasts. He set his sights on the larger forests nestled within the swamps, where he could encounter goblins of similarly modest combat strength. These creatures, comparable in size to his empty Bluestone Man, served as ideal training partners for honing its combat abilities. Prior to embarking on his adventure within the subspace, he had already trained the empty Bluestone Man in sword techniques, imparting fundamental movements suitable for its sword-wielding combat style, such as jumping slashes, lateral cuts, and defensive maneuvers. Regrettably, the empty Bluestone Man exhibited poor instinct, barely grasping these techniques when not engaged in battle. However, after experiencing several genuine confrontations, it successfully mastered the Earth Spike skill, leading him to realize that true combat is indeed the most effective means for the empty Bluestone Man to acquire sword-fighting skills. Now, he intended to refine the beast's sword attack capabilities through active combat. As for the training of the electric snake, he had devised an alternative strategy. Chapter 9. Sword Technique Training. Unlike the low-lying muddy wetlands of the swamps, the jungles here were situated atop relatively elevated hills. Shortly after Jiang Ziliu entered the jungle, his scouting empty Bluestone Man detected goblins stealthily approaching. It swiftly ascended a tall tree, positioning Jiang Ziliu's mutated electric snake beside him as a precaution. Jiang Ziliu then began to channel the dark energy from his soul star, employing the life-breath convergence skill to meld with the tree, rendering himself almost indistinguishable from the surrounding air. The empty Bluestone Man quickly burrowed underground, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Before long, several goblins, standing half a meter to a meter tall, with deep green skin resembling that of a golem, stealthily emerged from the underbrush. They exhibited cautious expressions, meticulously sniffing the air, drawn by the scent of Jiang Ziliu's humanity. To goblins, the flesh of humans is far more aromatic and delectable than that of other aberrant beasts. At this moment, Jiang Ziliu had completely suppressed his presence, employing a formidable SSS-level skill that ensured not a trace of his scent spread. However, this state of concealed odor consumed a significant amount of dark energy. Gradually, the gathering goblins multiplied. These seemingly diminutive creatures brandished rusty iron knives, short spears, wooden clubs, and short bows, numbering nearly 30. They formed a circle, encircling the area around the tree where Jiang Ziliu was concealed. The human scent had vanished from this vicinity. Goblins, being semi-intelligent beings, possessed a modicum of cunning. They are cruel and crafty, yet their intelligence is not particularly high. Naturally adapted to jungle environments, they had evolved tactics to confront foes. They could ascertain that their adversary was lurking nearby. Over 30 goblins posed a considerable challenge. Jiang Ziliu sensed the situation was precarious. Fortunately, after the empty blue stone man conducted reconnaissance underground, it confirmed that only these 30 goblins were present, with no additional ambushers lying in wait. This cluster of goblins likely constituted the entirety of their numbers in this jungle. Once assured that no new threats lurked nearby, Jiang Ziliu began to command the empty blue stone man to engage in combat, while instructing the electric snake to remain vigilant for any new adversaries emerging from the trees or sky. Prioritizing his own safety had gradually become Jiang Ziliu's instinct in battle. From a novice to his current state of mental stability in the face of danger, he had grown significantly in his ability to direct operations. In adapting to the challenges of wilderness adventures, he had undergone considerable development. Within the jungle, a goblin archer lay in ambush atop a large boulder. Ranged attackers consistently posed one of the greatest threats within goblin tribes. Yet, it was unaware that in the next moment, a short blade would silently emerge from behind the rock, piercing its heart with a swift thrust. The stone was indeed firm, but the rock-burrowing ability of the empty blue stone man encompassed it as well. The scent of blood swiftly alerted the other goblins. Though weak and timid, their sense of smell was exceptionally acute. The essence of a fallen comrade was quickly detected by them. Earth burrow, earth spike, earth burrow, earth spike. The same skill was repeatedly executed, with the empty blue stone man successfully dispatching 3 goblin archers and 4 goblin spear throwers. Despite the apparent weakness of their arrows and spears, which only inflicted minor wounds, experienced beast tamers were well aware that the tips of these goblins' arrows and spears were coated in their own saliva. Their saliva contained potent digestive toxins, which, while slow-acting, were certainly effective. Jiang Ziliu had previously studied the nature of goblins, and the text highlighted these crucial points. The remaining goblins were all melee fighters. Fortunately, there were no marshy waterlogged areas here, or he would have had to ascertain whether any goblins lay concealed beneath the debris and muck. As the scent of blood thickened, the group of goblins sensed fear and quickly huddled together. Due to the absence of any discernible traces of the enemy, they relied on their keen sense of smell to locate them, as if the adversaries appeared and vanished like phantoms. At this juncture, Jiang Ziliu chose to compel the empty azure stone man to reveal itself. With a knife in hand, it provocatively taunted the remaining 20-some goblins, as if asserting that it stood alone against them. The assembled team seemingly emboldened the goblins, igniting their fury as they charged towards the empty azure stone man. The stone creature began to dart erratically around the area, occasionally burrowing underground only to erupt from another direction. After a chaotic chase, the previously clustered goblins scattered once more. They were not a rigorously trained battalion capable of maintaining formation. Subsequently, the empty azure stone man lunged towards the outermost goblin wielding a wooden club, leaping high to deliver a downward strike. The goblin hastily raised its club to block, but the empty azure stone man, being a black iron-level beast tamer, significantly outclassed the 2-star gray stone-level goblin in both rank and strength. With a tremendous blow, it cleaved through the wooden club and subsequently bisected the goblin behind it. At that moment, other goblins rushed in. Under Jiang Ziliu's command, the empty azure stone man burrowed underground, swiftly maneuvering to their rear to attack a 3-star gray stone-level goblin armed with a sword. With a decisive upward strike, the overwhelming advantage in power sent the goblin's sword flying. In the midst of the opponent's terror, it executed a sweeping motion that severed the goblin's head. Thus, the empty azure stone man faced its adversaries one at a time, continually engaging in practical confrontations. Throughout this process, it swiftly mastered the knife techniques Jiang Ziliu had imparted, adapting rapidly to the art of direct confrontation with its blade. The knife grew increasingly nimble and adept in its grasp. After toppling 10 goblins, fear finally overtook the remaining goblins, causing them to scatter in disarray. Following this, Jiang Ziliu commanded the empty azure stone man to pursue, allowing it to unleash its full potential. Meanwhile, he positioned himself above the treetops, letting the electric light serpent sense his movements. He produced an iron orb, targeting a fleeing goblin in another direction, and activated his feedback skill, the SSS-level electromagnetic control. The iron orb hovered before him, dark energy converting into electrical energy under the influence of this skill, forming a simulated electromagnetic pathway. Boom! The electromagnetic cannon successfully discharged, the iron orb striking like lightning. Although this was his inaugural attempt at this skill, the enhanced strength of his soul afforded him a commendable degree of accuracy. The orb pierced through 2 goblins aligned on the same trajectory. A double kill. However, Jiang Ziliu had unleashed a somewhat excessive electrical current, which triggered a shockwave upon firing, injuring his palm. Undeterred by his injury, he began to utilize his unscathed left hand to extend the electromagnetic cannon. This time, he reduced the electrical output and, as he initiated the attack, swiftly withdrew, resulting in a miss against the goblin, but successfully avoiding further injury to his left hand. With newfound experience, Jiang Ziliu repeatedly unleashed electromagnetic cannon attacks through his electromagnetic control, ultimately dispatching 7 goblins. The remaining goblins retreated deep into the forest, escaping Jiang Ziliu's line of sight and curtailing his potential victories. Before long, the empty azure stone man returned, having eliminated all goblins in its pursuit path. Jiang Ziliu showcased his electromagnetic cannon capabilities, inspiring the electric light serpent. This sentient creature, however, was not instructed to learn the skill just yet. Instead, Jiang Ziliu focused on familiarizing it with his control process. Possessing SSS-level electromagnetic control, it undoubtedly comprehended Jiang Ziliu's recent maneuvers quite well. Mimicking him would pose no challenge. However, as a black iron-level beast, if the electric light serpent were to employ the electromagnetic cannon, it would undoubtedly create a considerable commotion. Consequently, Jiang Ziliu suppressed its impulsive inclinations to attempt the skill at this moment. After all, this dungeon space remained under the jurisdiction of the upper base, where Jiang Ziliu's actions had not caused significant disturbances. Jiang Ziliu instructed the empty azure stone man to gather all the goblin corpses. They had successfully eliminated 25 goblins, achieving commendable results. Following this, Jiang Ziliu commenced the collection of goblin beast cores and other valuable materials from their remains. However, prior to this, he donned a mask to cover his mouth and nose. Although goblins possessed remarkable olfactory senses, they were quite foul themselves. He extracted the beast cores, discarding their hearts, spines, and other materials. While goblins were larger than slimes, they offered few useful materials. Their flesh was toxic, with only the heart, spine, and beast core holding value. The goblin's heart served as a prime ingredient in potent detoxifying elixirs, possessing substantial detoxification properties on its own. Their vertebrae, resilient and flexible in structure, could be fashioned into whip-like weapons or used as bone cords for heavy armor. The beast core, meanwhile, was a multi-attribute energy life core, suitable for nourishing most ordinary attribute beasts. Comparatively, an individual goblin's worth was less than that of a slime. Nevertheless, beast tamers entering this dungeon still favored targeting goblins. Due to their penchant for hoarding peculiar items, beast tamers often reaped rewarding finds within goblin lairs. After completing the material collection, Jiang Ziliu stealthily approached the goblin's lair. The remains of the goblins would soon be consumed by slimes drawn by the scent. Jiang Ziliu felt a profound sense of satisfaction regarding this battle, as he sensed that with a few more encounters, the empty azure stone man would fully master the use of the dagger, solidifying it as a skill of its own. The intricacies of wielding a knife were far more complex than executing a rock-digging ambush. Jiang Ziliu was exceedingly pleased with the rapid progress of the empty azure stone man. Chapter 10, Soul-Washing Mushroom. This patch of forest was not extensive, yet for Jiang Ziliu to locate the goblin lair on his own proved rather challenging. Goblins, being prey for other carnivorous beasts, typically resided in concealed burrows within the forest, with their entrances often well hidden. Thus, the task of uncovering the goblin lair fell squarely upon the empty azure stone man. After the skirmish, the creature had expended considerable dark energy. Fortunately, after consuming a plethora of slime beast cores, its strength began to recover rapidly. While Jiang Ziliu attended to the goblins, the empty azure stone man was already engaged in energy restoration nearby. By the time Jiang Ziliu completed all his tasks, the empty azure stone man had regained approximately 80% of its strength and was ready to continue. Jiang Ziliu instructed the empty azure stone man to proceed independently, aiding in the search for the goblin nest. The stone creature ventured into the depths of the forest, while Jiang Ziliu remained behind, having packed up the collected materials and returned to his perch in the trees, continuing to suppress his presence. Prioritizing his safety, Jiang Ziliu consistently adhered to this principle. Too many young individuals disregard the paths paved by their predecessors, ultimately leading to their own demise on the journey of beast taming due to their negligence. After a wait of approximately 15 minutes, the sky blue stone golem, having completed its exploratory mission, returned triumphantly. It had successfully located the goblin tribe's lair. However, from the cues expressed by the sky blue stone golem, Jiang Ziliu deduced that this den still harbored about 10 remnants of goblins, along with the tribe's leader. The goblin chief, like Jiang Ziliu's beast, was likely of black iron rank. In light of this situation, Jiang Ziliu adopted a cautious approach for this operation. He carefully approached with his 2 beasts in tow. The goblin tribe's lair lay beneath a massive boulder at the heart of the jungle, where the goblins had excavated the earth below, constructing an extensive tunnel along the rock's base. The layout of this lair was meticulously designed to avoid collapse from rainfall erosion, showcasing the goblins' inherited talent for creating subterranean dwellings. This time, Jiang Ziliu decided to let the sky bluestone golem take the lead, not opting for a frontal assault with blades, but instead instructing it to utilize the skill of earth burrowing for covert strikes against the goblins within the lair. After all, he was blind to the circumstances inside, and a stealthy approach maximized the safety of the sky bluestone golem. There would be ample opportunities to hone his beast's combat skills in the future. In less than half an hour, the sky bluestone golem emerged from the cave, emanating an aura of menace, dragging behind it a two-headed goblin, significantly larger than the average goblin. A distinct stab wound marked the heart of this two-headed goblin. This creature was indeed a black iron-level beast, and likely the chief of the goblin tribe, now lifeless. The sky bluestone golem had successfully eliminated all goblins within, including the two-headed leader. The enemies had met their end. Jiang Ziliu instructed the sky bluestone golem to retrieve everything from inside. As his own physique could not accommodate entry, even if he forced himself in, he would have to crawl. Although danger had dissipated, he deemed it unnecessary to take the risk. After all, the realm of beasts was rife with venomous insects and earth-dwelling creatures. A careless encounter with a minuscule insect's venomous sting could spell doom for a beast tamer. While insect-type beasts may lack in size and strength, their toxins could evolve to become exceedingly fearsome. True to their nature, goblins were collectors, and soon a heap of items lay before Jiang Ziliu. This included an array of bones, peculiar stones of no use, broken metal weapons, and tattered garments of beast tamers. It was evident that many beast tamers had met their untimely end at the hands of these goblins, some even becoming meals for them. Jiang Ziliu, donning a mask to shield himself from the foul stench, began his search. The first noteworthy item he uncovered was a collection of unusual copper coins, evidently not of human origin. These coins were likely currency from other alien species within the universe, inadvertently finding their way here. Additionally, among the bones of the beasts, some were indeed valuable, and he gathered them, as he was still in a phase of frugality, ensuring he did not overlook anything that could be exchanged for currency. Ding. Afterward, he found nothing of particular value, but soon the sky bluestone golem emerged with another batch of items. The goblins had amassed a plethora of possessions, necessitating multiple trips for the sky bluestone golem. Ding. Suddenly, a black metal disc rolled out, capturing Jiang Ziliu's attention. This was evidently not a human-crafted metal artifact. The strange symbols inscribed upon it were unmistakably of an intelligent alien race. It was unclear how this object had come to reside within the goblin tribe. Now passing into Jiang Ziliu's possession, upon picking it up and cleaning it slightly, he made a startling discovery. Embedded within the surface of the disc was a leaf. Even more astonishing, this leaf had apparently withstood the high temperatures of the forging process, retaining its deep green hue without a hint of damage. The quality of this mysterious leaf was evidently exceptional, seemingly imbued with a trace of life. Even more enigmatic were the intricate patterns upon its surface, which appeared to be alive, pulsating subtly. Had it not been for Jiang Ziliu's keen intuition, he might have overlooked the fact that these patterns were in a state of slow motion, constantly shifting and never ceasing. This mysterious phenomenon led Jiang Ziliu to comprehend that this ancient disc was undoubtedly a rare and precious artifact. As for its potential benefits, he could not yet ascertain. Nonetheless, Jiang Ziliu resolved to carefully safeguard this item, pondering that it might yield significant discoveries in the future. Following this acquisition, the subsequent items retrieved by the sky bluestone golem were of no value, as if his luck had been exhausted. Yet, fortune often strikes unexpectedly. When the sky bluestone golem brought out the final batch of items, Jiang Ziliu discovered something truly beneficial. In contrast to the enigmatic metal disc adorned with the leaf, the black-veined, desiccated mushroom he obtained was genuinely remarkable. Its name was the soul-cleansing mushroom. The soul-cleansing mushroom was a unique fungus. Despite its diminutive size, it was extraordinary. It thrived solely atop heaps of bones, absorbing the special energies contained within to grow. Although the environment in which the soul-cleansing mushroom flourished was rather macabre, its unique properties rendered it highly sought after. It could purify certain impurities from the essence of a living soul. For humans, eliminating impurities from the soul translates to enhanced perception and wisdom, leading to qualitative improvements in spiritual strength. A beast tamer with a purified soul exhibited greater potential for growth compared to their peers, along with heightened resistance against negative energy attacks. For beasts, the soul-cleansing mushroom could cleanse their souls, bestowing them with greater intelligence, and in some cases, even granting them wisdom, transforming them into sentient beasts. Such a treasure was truly invaluable and rare. This time, he procured 3 soul-cleansing mushrooms of approximately C grade. Perfectly sufficient for himself, the sky bluestone golem and the mutated lightning snake. Indeed, the value of these 3 mushrooms surpassed all his other gains in this expedition. After a final search and confirming with the sky blue stone golem that no further items remained, he prepared to depart. He instructed the sky blue stone golem to wash off the lingering odors in the swamp at the jungle's edge before rejoining him, as the goblin lair was insufferably odorous. Upon the sky blue stone golem's return, Jiang Ziliu had already reached a decision. He resolved to consume the 3 soul-cleansing mushrooms directly within the instant space. After all, the entrance to the instant space still contained some detection devices. He harbored concerns that his soul-cleansing mushroom might be discovered by others, potentially leading to unpredictable dangers posed by formidable beastmasters. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Jiang Ziliu first allowed the empty blue rock elemental to consume a soul-cleansing mushroom, and then he observed the little creature drift into slumber. After 2 hours, it finally awakened anew. This time, Jiang Ziliu noted the lively spark in the eyes of the empty blue rock elemental. He understood that the elemental's spiritual essence had been fully awakened, and indeed, it was quite remarkable. The second to partake of the soul-cleansing mushroom was the mutated electric snake. It required merely half an hour of slumber to digest the mushroom's potency and achieve an elevation in its spiritual essence. Furthermore, the soul-cleansing mushroom had also enhanced their life levels. The empty blue rock elemental had ascended to a 5-star black iron beast, while the mutated electric snake had reached a 3-star black iron beast. Given that the empty blue rock elemental had previously consumed a significant number of beast cores, its advancement was more pronounced. Jiang Ziliu instructed them to guard him cautiously before he consumed the final soul-cleansing mushroom. Unlike beasts, the human soul is inherently stronger. Jiang Ziliu did not fall into slumber, yet he felt an excruciating pain, as if something were scraping away at his very soul. The metamorphosis for humans is far more arduous than that of beasts. The process of purging spiritual impurities can be accompanied by intense agony. When all was said and done, Jiang Ziliu was drenched in cold sweat, fervently wishing never to undergo such an ordeal again. The pain was so severe that he ground a wooden stick to splinters to endure it. Once the ordeal concluded, he turned his attention to his enhancement results, his gaze falling upon his information panel. Jiang Ziliu, profession, 9-star gray rock beastmaster. Lifespan, 16, 139. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 139. Life level, gray rock life form. Dark energy level, 93. Personal skills, probability assessment. Signature skill can determine the probability of a specified outcome at any time. Feedback skills, life essence convergence, SSS level. Electromagnetic manipulation, SSS. Beasts, 5-star black iron empty blue rock elemental, 3-star black iron mutated electric snake. Beast skills, empty blue rock elemental. Life essence convergence, SSS level. Earth and soil burrowing, sea level. Earth and soil invisibility, sea level. Mutated spirituality, D. Earth and soil stealth strike, D. Earth space burrowing, unawakened. Mutated electric snake. Electromagnetic manipulation, SSS level. Electric current attack, sea level. Lightning speed, D level. Mutated spirituality, sea level. Beast levels, empty blue rock elemental, 5-star black iron. Mutated electric snake, 3-star black iron. Beast status, empty blue rock elemental. Healthy, affection for beastmaster, 85. Mutated electric snake. Healthy, affection for beastmaster, 81. Both of his beasts had reaped tremendous benefits. The one without mutated spirituality had attained it, albeit at the D level, while the one with mutated spirituality had surged directly to the C level. Moreover, this elevation of spirituality had also resulted in an enhancement of their skill levels. It appears that the emergence of spirituality offers significant advantages in skill mastery and advancement. Even Jiang Ziliu himself had benefited from the elevation of his 2 beasts, resulting in his own life level ascending to 9-star gray rock. Additionally, the soul-cleansing mushroom had further augmented his soul strength, while his lifespan had also seen an increase in accordance with his life level. A lifespan of 139 years would undoubtedly astonish the world in his previous life. Jiang Ziliu couldn't help but marvel at the soul-cleansing mushroom, which truly deserved its reputation as a priceless treasure. The soul-cleansing mushroom he acquired, merely at the sea level, had bestowed such immense enhancements upon him and his 2 beasts. Chapter 11. The Support of Parents. By the time Jiang Ziliu exited the first instant space, it was already 8 in the evening. Oh no, his parents must be anxious. Although he had left a note stating he would be traversing the instant space, the truth was he had stealthily departed while his parents were away. At the exit of the instance, Jiang Ziliu sold all his spoils. As for the mysterious metal disc, he concealed it within the mouth of the empty blue rock elemental, allowing it to accompany him out. The elemental, though though small in stature, could open its mouth wide enough to accommodate the mysterious object. Fortunately, no one at the instant's entrance detected his concealment. Those with space equipment would not be scrutinized, as such individuals are either wealthy or influential and should not be offended. It is only low-level beast masters like him, who possess valuable items, that risk being investigated and potentially face difficulties, jeopardizing their own interests. During his day in the instant space, Jiang Ziliu had amassed a total of 23,597 yuan. This income could rival what his parents earn in 2 to 3 months of hard work. This realization led Jiang Ziliu to reflect on how becoming a beast master not only enhances one's strength, but also elevates one's status and income across various dimensions. As he had anticipated, upon arriving home, he was met with a visibly anxious family. His mother sat on the sofa, staring vacantly out the window, her face betraying her worry. His father, Jiang Yuan, was smoking, but the cigarette had long extinguished, yet he continued to puff absent-mindedly. They had even forgotten to secure the door. Jiang Ziliu, it gently pushed it open and was greeted by their worried expressions. A surge of emotion welled within him, and he realized just how much anxiety his venture into the instant space had caused his parents. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Jiang Yuan glanced at him, silent, before extracting a cigarette, seemingly relieved, as he lit it and began to smoke more comfortably. His mother rushed to his side, inspecting him from head to toe, conducting a meticulous check for any signs of injury, fearing he might have sustained even the slightest scratch. Upon discovering that aside from his clothes being somewhat dirty and smelly, he was otherwise unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though Jiang Yuan remained silent, he kept a watchful eye on his son from the corner of his vision. Jiang Ziliu made a concerted effort to reassure them. He then shared some of his experiences from the instance, ensuring his parents understood that he was exceedingly cautious and did not exhibit the typical arrogance of youth. Despite his limited experience, he was thoughtful and had acted with care. Indeed, after hearing their son's narrative, his parents began to relax. Jiang's mother even expressed a hint of pride. "Look, this is my child. He is unlike those haughty and arrogant kids. He had always been astute and perceptive, destined to lead a life far better than the average beast master." Parents invariably tend to magnify their children's virtues. It's all right now, but remember, as a beast master, safeguarding your life is paramount. Jiang Yuan did not elaborate further, but reiterated this crucial point. "By the way, since your beast can wield weapons, let us visit our workshop tomorrow. Your mother and I will forge a suitable earth attribute short sword for it. A weapon of matching attributes will enable it to wield it more adeptly and conserve more energy when executing skills." Jiang Yuan, being an experienced beastmaster, had observed some shortcomings in Jiang Ziliu's actions. For instance, the blades he currently prepares are not entirely congruent with the attributes of the sky blue rock beast. This particular knife possesses a metallic attribute, whereas the sky blue rock beast is of the earth attribute. While it can wield the metallic short knife when executing its skills, the consumption of dark energy will be notably higher. Should he employ weapons of the earth attribute, not only would the manipulation become significantly more effortless, but it would also conserve the expenditure of dark energy, thereby enhancing the synergy between the beast and its equipment. A satisfied beast would, in turn, foster a slight increase in its affection towards its beastmaster. The crux of deepening the bond between a beastmaster and their beast lies within many inconspicuous details. However, these experiential nuances are precisely what Jiang Ziliu lacks. As Jiang Yuan spoke, Jiang's mother entered their bedroom and shortly thereafter retrieved 3 notebooks. "These are some records of our adventures during our time as beastmasters, encompassing both your father's and my experiences. After our beasts fell into slumber, I diligently documented them. Your elder brother utilized these records in his time, achieving certain accomplishments. I now pass them on to you, hoping you will tread a steadier path than your brother." Jiang Ziliu solemnly accepted the 3 hefty notebooks. They embodied the heartfelt labor of his parents. The life experiences and knowledge of beast mastery meticulously chronicled for their children's growth are an invaluable legacy. His mother is also an exceptionally remarkable individual, capable of contemplating the future for her children and preparing well in advance. The following day, Jiang Ziliu accompanied his parents to their family-owned weapon workshop, known as Jiangji Weaponry. The premises were rented by his father through connections with a former friend from the base's resource management office, at a modest fee for a lengthy lease of 30 years. Within the entire base, no shop is privately owned, all belong to the base itself. However, these establishments are available for rent, and the rental costs are quite reasonable. With sufficient connections and a willingness to offer a little financial incentive to the managing personnel, one could secure a lease. The workshop's primary equipment consists of a super high-temperature furnace, towering nearly 5 meters, Certain extraordinary beast materials and metals from dungeon spaces belong to a class of special metals capable of withstanding extreme temperatures, which standard low-temperature furnaces cannot process. Thus, such facilities are imperative. Additionally, there are 2 forging machines, a cutting and mixing machine, and a manual casting table. The rear section serves as a warehouse, stocked with various auxiliary materials for production. Jiang Ziliu also forges some metallic weapons, a skill he learned from his father, Jiang Yuan. Yet he struggles with the processing of weapons of attributes other than metal. The Jiang family's primary focus remains on semi-metallic armor. For low-tier beastmasters, personal safety is paramount, as their limited strength renders them vulnerable to risks, making defense crucial. Wealthier individuals opt for high-grade beast hides for enhanced protection and lighter weight, often inscribed with runes to create energy barriers. The Jiang family, however, can only provide semi-metallic armor, which cannot offer full-body protection and can only safeguard vital areas. Its considerable weight is its sole advantage, its affordability. Such offerings do not appeal to the aristocracy, yet the Human Alliance's upper echelons permit it to ensure the lower classes have a means of survival. After all, humanity faces numerous enemies, and with traitors among them. Pushing the lower classes to desperation could lead to significant turmoil. Upon arriving at the workshop, Jiang Yuan began crafting a short knife for the sky blue rock beast. He procured a substance known as red-patterned steel rock, a unique type of stone found in certain volcanic regions and special dungeon types resembling magma seas. Despite being a rock, its toughness rivals that of standard metals. However, this rock contains numerous microcavities and requires the addition of special fillers post-molding to transform it into a weapon of the earth attribute. Jiang Yuan ignited the furnace, which utilized not charcoal, but rather the beast core of a magma-dwelling lava fish crocodile, a bronze-level core above black iron. The core's power was harnessed to unleash terrifying fiery energy, which, under the furnace's special structure, converged to create optimal smelting conditions. Once the red-patterned steel rock was heated to an adequate temperature, it underwent cutting while in a high-temperature state, from which a suitably shaped rough blade was extracted. Following that, it was refined further while still hot. This red-patterned steel rock can only be processed at high temperatures, as it is prone to cracking at room temperature, which could result in latent damage to the weapon, risking breakage during critical confrontations. After shaping the blade, Jiang Yuan melted a portion of an extraordinary metal known as multicolored crystal copper and poured it into the high-temperature vat. He then introduced a black iron-level earth attribute elemental crystal, to which Jiang's mother added a small amount of auxiliary materials, ensuring they fused uniformly under extreme heat. The final step involved Jiang Yuan submerging the refined red-patterned steel rock blade into the molten metal, inducing high-frequency vibrations to facilitate the infusion of this metallic liquid into the microcavities of the red-patterned steel, allowing the multicolored crystal copper to permeate evenly, forming a stable metallic filler. The concluding steps consisted of the blade's natural cooling and polishing, along with sharpening. However, since Jiang Ziliu required a non-reflective blade for stealthy earth-based attacks, the polishing step was omitted. As Jiang Yuan busied himself, Jiang Ziliu's mother assisted by providing various auxiliary materials. The duo worked in harmonious cooperation, successfully crafting a short knife of the earth attribute over the course of the day. Summoning the sky blue rock beast for a trial, it expressed great satisfaction, finding the knife much more comfortable to wield. Unfortunately, the lack of rune drawing skills meant they could not elevate the knife to the bronze level. Jiang Ziliu was pleased, but his father, Jiang Yuan, harbored a sense of regret. They had never had the opportunity to learn the knowledge of runes based on contract markings, rendering them unable to inscribe runes onto weapons to enhance their capabilities further. The 2 short knives and a shield that Jiang Ziliu had previously brought into the dungeon space were all crafted by his family, so he did not require any special equipment. Nonetheless, Jiang's mother fashioned a simple inner armor from the hide of a rock armor beast, providing a measure of bodily protection while remaining lightweight. This hide featured tiny bone scales, making it well suited for transformation into leather armor. This armor was comfortable to wear and offered decent defensive capabilities, while slime hides could also be fashioned into armor. Such armor would provide inferior protection compared to the rock armor beast's hide. This leather armor was a treasured find from the marketplace, long cherished by Jiang Ziliu's parents, but now generously offered to him. The couple also prepared sturdy leather boots and trousers resistant to poison and stabbing. Finally satisfied to send him on his way. Parents invariably wish to prepare something special for their children, and Jiang Ziliu was no exception in enjoying such treatment. Chapter 12, Elite Class. His parents no longer opposed his ventures into dungeon spaces, but they only consented to his explorations within the already familiar dungeon space number 1. In the ensuing days, Jiang Ziliu traversed between the first dungeon space daily, His daily earnings ranged from 15,000 to 25,000, which was quite satisfactory. By the time he returned to school, the funds he had accumulated were sufficient to cover the basic expenses of beast mastery for the next 3 months. Additionally, he had set aside some beast cores suitable for his 2 beasts as a contingency. During this adventurous period, the primary role of the mutated electric light snake was to safeguard Jiang Ziliu himself. A staggering 90% of the combat was entrusted to the Sky Blue Rockman. As time swiftly passed, on the eve of their return to school, the Sky Blue Rockman finally developed a second new skill, an attack skill that Jiang Ziliu greatly required: Blade Mastery, D. This skill encompasses numerous intricate techniques that necessitate time for accumulation, which is why it emerged so late. Despite its classification as a mere D-level skill, it significantly enhanced the combat prowess of the Sky Blue Rockman, enabling it to confront certain black iron-level aberrations directly. With its elusive earth and rock shifting and earth stealth techniques, it could also eliminate some high-tier black iron aberrations without issue. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziliu's own strength had undergone a slight transformation. Profession: 9-star Greystone Beastmaster. Lifespan: 16, 147. Life status: healthy. Soul strength: 141. Life tier: Greystone Lifeform. Dark energy level: 99. Personal skills: probability judgment. Innate skill enables real-time assessment of the likelihood of a specified outcome. Feedback skills: Life Aura Convergence, SSS level. Electromagnetic Manipulation, SSS. Beasts: 6-star Black Iron Sky Blue Rockman, 5-star Black Iron Mutated Electric Light Snake. Beast skills: Sky Blue Rockman, Life Aura Convergence, SSS level. Earth and Rock Shifting, C level. Earth Stealth, C level. Mutated Spirituality, D. Earth Stealth Strike, D. Blade Mastery, D. Earth Space Shifting, Awakening pending. Mutated Electric Light Snake, Electromagnetic Manipulation, SSS level. Electric Attack, C level. Electric Light Speed, D level. Mutated Spirituality, C level. Beast levels: Sky Blue Rockman, 6-star Black Iron. Mutated Electric Light Snake, 5-star Black Iron. Beast status: Sky Blue Rockman is healthy with an affinity of 87 towards the Beastmaster. Mutated Electric Light Snake is healthy with an affinity of 83 towards the Beastmaster. The panel data indicates a modest elevation in the beast's levels and a corresponding rise in their affinity. Regrettably, the skill levels of the beasts did not see further enhancement. His soul strength exhibited a slight increase, and the minor growth of his beasts elevated his dark energy level to 99, just a fraction more, and he could ascend to the black iron level. The swift growth of Jiang Ziliu's beasts can be attributed to his utilization of probability judgment in concocting specialized food for them. Remarkably, his growth rate is not the slowest even among the upper echelons. Of course, this can also be ascribed to the relatively commendable growth rates of lower-tier beasts in their early stages. Jiang Ziliu speculated whether there exist other hidden Greystone-level soul stars beyond the 9 stars. After all, in novels from his previous life, there were notions of cultivating through 3,000 layers of chi. His intuition suggested that perhaps within the Greystone realm, there were more than 9 soul stars awaiting revelation. However, he could only perceive 9 Greystone-level soul stars. Whether there were more obscure paths to strengthen his foundations remained unknown and required further investigation. Nevertheless, as a 9-star Greystone Beastmaster, he is likely the most formidable individual in the entirety of the 9th high school, based on his personal life tier. Yet he chose to conceal this, presenting himself as a 2-star Greystone. Should he dare to reveal his true 9-star Greystone status, it would become evident to all that he harbored secrets, placing him in considerable danger. The conflicts among human beastmasters are notoriously brutal. If one lacks sufficient strength and possesses coveted assets, their disappearance is swift and unnoticed. Thus, the following day, Jiang Ziliu arrived at school exuding the aura of a 2-star Greystone. Shortly after entering the classroom, he noticed the envious gazes of his classmates. It turned out that the school had indeed organized an elite class. His talent, rated at B level, perfectly positioned him to secure a place in this resource-rich elite class. Most of his peers would remain in the ordinary classes, their future fates glaringly apparent, barring exceptional circumstances. Their envy was directed towards Jiang Ziliu's coveted spot. Before the first class commenced, the teacher arrived to formally announce this news. Subsequently, those selected began to gather their belongings and proceed to the designated teaching area for the elite class. The elite class was not situated in the main teaching building, but rather in a newly constructed experimental building. The first floor housed their classroom, while the upper floors contained specialized facilities such as a library, a network information room, and a resource specimen room for beasts. The 9th high school had established the elite class relatively late, only commencing this year. This was due to the timely allocation of educational resources from higher authorities. allowing for the establishment of such a class. Despite the seemingly simple name of the elite class, the resource allocation required for its establishment was substantial, particularly in terms of infrastructure, which could not be hastily assembled. It necessitated support from the upper echelons of the base to come to fruition. The principal of the 9th High School had pleaded for several years, finally securing the resources to establish the elite class this year. Notably, the 9th High School was the last institution within the entire base to establish an elite class. In other words, they were the least regarded school, largely because 90% of the students hailed from common backgrounds. Upon entering the classroom, Jiang Ziliu recognized many familiar yet unnamed faces. After all, being from the same school, encounters were inevitable. He chose to sit in an inconspicuous position at the back, while the other students clamored for seats closer to the front, as those in the front row invariably attracted the teacher's attention. In this elite class, the teachers held the power to determine who would receive greater resources. The limited resources painstakingly secured by the school were destined for the cultivation of the most exceptional individuals, not for egalitarian distribution. The elite class comprised a total of 40 students. Jiang Ziliu had heard that several high-ranking heirs had joined the 9th High School to become students in the elite class. These individuals, belonging to affluent families, had received resources early on for premature awakenings, yet they only manifested talents below sea level, resulting in high input but low returns, a stroke of misfortune. Their talents likely fell within the C or D level, rendering them unable to thrive in high schools. Yet, possessing wealth, they seemingly donated substantial sums to the school, thereby successfully entering the elite class at the 9th High School in search of opportunities. In reality, they were merely there to seize some special chances. However, the prospect of their resurgence was bleak. Shortly after Jiang Ziliu settled in, a petite girl, seemingly shy and of modest stature, entered the room with her head bowed. By the time she arrived, there were no available seats left. The only vacant desk was in the last row by the aisle. Thus, she timidly approached and sat beside Jiang Ziliu, becoming his deskmate. Upon observing her understated yet exquisite attire, Jiang Ziliu deduced that she hailed from a wealthy or noble background. However, her demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to Hinata from a tale of a previous life, were it not for the fact that this was a world governed by Beast Tamers, and she lacked the Byakugan. Jiang Ziliu might have mistakenly believed he was seated beside Hinata. After she took her seat, she swiftly cast a glance at Jiang Ziliu, then surveyed the classroom before promptly retrieving her Beast Tamer textbook, her gaze fixated upon it with utmost seriousness. Her expression and reactions were imbued with a fervent desire for diligence and perseverance. Although the two exchanged no words, their seating arrangement foreshadowed future interactions. Jiang Ziliu harbored no desire for such a desk partner. He wished to avoid inadvertently entangling himself in the intrigues of affluent families. The energy expended on sympathizing with others would be better directed toward cherishing one's parents. Yet, now that this individual was his desk mate, he could not dismiss her. That would only incite offense and create further complications. He resolved to take things one step at a time. This young lady, presumably of noble birth, appeared earnest. Yet her ability to navigate this environment alone suggested a lack of familial regard. Unlike the children of influential families within the base, who were invariably surrounded by bodyguards and nannies, his desk mate enjoyed no such privilege. Soon after, the teachers made their entrance. The homeroom teacher, along with the various subject instructors, sequentially introduced themselves. Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, was a high-ranking bronze-level Beast Tamer, a position deemed moderately high within the base. The other instructors were predominantly mid to low-tier bronze-level Beast Tamers. Among them was a strikingly attractive female combat instructor, dressed elegantly and coolly, with flowing red hair and porcelain skin. Her name was Li Qingqing. Upon her arrival, some students even emitted wolf-like howls. However, the instructor remained unfazed, her gaze honing in on these individuals, betraying a hint of an enigmatic smile. The moment Jiang Ziliu perceived that smile, a chill coursed through him. His instincts warned him that this teacher was perilous and formidable, radiating an aura imbued with the essence of countless slaughters. Perhaps, she was even more powerful than their high-ranking bronze homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, potentially rivaling a silver-level powerhouse. Since the strengthening of his soul and the use of the soul-cleansing mushroom, Jiang Ziliu's intuition had significantly sharpened. Li Qingqing's gaze lingered on several students before settling on Li Wanxiu, her eyes momentarily glimmering with tenderness and compassion. Yet, this fleeting expression was so swift that Jiang Ziliu questioned the clarity of his vision. Sharing the surname Li, did she perhaps have some connection to Li Wanxiu? This thought inadvertently arose in his mind. If such a connection existed, the days ahead in this elite class might not unfold with tranquility. Chapter 13, The Solitary Shadow of the Library. After the departure of the other teachers, Mr. Zhang proceeded to brief the students on their upcoming academic tasks and focal points. The elite class was entirely centered on the path of Beast Tamers, unlike other students who, while also aspiring to be Beast Tamers, were required to study other cultural subjects, including physics, chemistry, biology, and languages, which Jiang Ziliu was familiar with. The weight of these subjects was minimal. The elite class comprised a limited number of cultural courses and beast-related subjects in the morning, while the afternoon was entirely devoted to beast training. Their courses on exotic beasts emphasized the number of known exotic creatures, their formidable traits, weaknesses, and the resources they produced, along with the applications of those resources. The beast taming curriculum focused on how to cultivate various attribute categories of exotic beasts and the considerations necessary during the cultivation process. Furthermore, they were to study beast medical science, enhancement and evolution of beasts, beast behavioral studies, foundational tactics for beast tamers, and survival and defense strategies for beast tamers, among others. Additionally, there were supplementary elective courses, including studies on exotic races, resource management in dungeon spaces, linguistics of alien species, and the structure of beast tamer teams. It could be said that this knowledge was primarily reserved for higher education institutions or beast tamer universities. Yet, the elite class was privileged to access this education ahead of time. Throughout their first academic year, the emphasis would not be on how to cultivate their own beasts or embark on dungeon adventures, but rather on acquiring this advanced knowledge, which was of paramount importance for beast tamers. Jiang Ziliu discerned that many of these concepts were entirely inaccessible to ordinary individuals, reserved exclusively for university-level students and elite class students. Only by mastering these foundational principles could one navigate the path of a beast tamer more effectively and stably. Jiang Ziliu sensed that perhaps the inquiries he had regarding whether he could continue to unlock the soul stars after the 9 stars and enhance his foundations might also find resolution within this elite class. On the first day, there were no formal classes. The main focus was on familiarizing them with various facilities to prevent future disorientation. In the information network room, Jiang Ziliu discovered that this world possessed a form of internet. However, it was scarcely accessible to the common folk, and upon closer inspection, he realized that its speed was woefully inadequate. The network operated via radio communication, which consumed considerable power and transmitted scan information, suitable only for essential communications. The high-speed internet of his previous life relied on underground wiring, but in this world, the wilderness was rife with exotic beasts. Even a giant exotic beast could easily create a several-meter-deep pit with a single step. Under such conditions, a cable-based communication network was utterly unfeasible, rendering the internet far from common among the populace. Nonetheless, this information network facility proved quite beneficial for message transmission. Certain critical updates, such as alerts about a base under siege by exotic beasts or areas requiring urgent assistance, were swiftly disseminated through this network. It was also for this reason that the information on beasts within the network was comprehensive, warranting the school's substantial investment in establishing this information network room. However, utilizing it came at a cost, 100 yuan per person per hour. There was no possibility of free access to this facility, apart from the corresponding courses. In addition to this, the elite class had a specialized gravity chamber designed for the training of beasts. This gravity chamber enhanced the combat training of beasts, allowing them to practice attacks and defenses under supergravity conditions, thus elevating their training levels and facilitating their absorption of potions. Similarly, access to the gravity chamber required payment, 10,000 yuan per hour. Students in the elite class enjoyed some privileges, receiving 1 hour of free usage each week. Despite the exorbitant price, the entire class rejoiced at the opportunity, as outside beast tamers rarely had access to such advanced equipment. Following this, they visited the exotic beast specimen room, which housed various common and exceedingly dangerous exotic beast specimens for the elite class students to observe and study. Here, they could even engage in dissecting certain unique exotic beasts to acquire relevant knowledge. The final and most crucial facility was the illusion simulation training room. The initiation of this endeavor necessitates the assistance of an individual possessing a bronze-tier illusion-type beast mastery, enabling all participants to traverse a phantasmagorical realm where they may encounter various unforeseen scenarios typically found in wilderness settings or dungeon spaces. This experience significantly enhances the collective's capacity to respond to extraterrestrial anomalies. The impact of this training on the combat proficiency of all students in the elite class is substantial, arguably surpassing the benefits of direct survival adventures in the wild. Within these illusions, participants will encounter a myriad of extraordinary events, including infamous incidents involving the demise of renowned beast masters, all vividly portrayed through the illusionary medium. In contrast, the wilderness offers only a limited array of experiences. By engaging with a diverse range of situations within these illusions, one inevitably becomes more discerning, leading to swifter and more accurate reactions when faced with similar circumstances in reality. The illusion simulation training room stands out as the most invaluable facility for the elite class. Each student is granted one complimentary usage per month. However, any additional sessions incur a fee of at least 20,000 yuan for an hour's access. It is evident that while the elite class is endowed with numerous valuable resources, financial means are still required to fully utilize them. Fortunately, as certified beast masters, they possess the ability to earn their own income. The next location, which others in the elite class do not regard with much esteem, is held in high regard by Jiang Ziliu, the library. The library of the elite class is far from ordinary. It is a repository of advanced knowledge pertaining to beast mastery, containing numerous biographies chronicling the growth experiences of various beast masters as disseminated by the Human Alliance. The life stories within are authentic, many of which remain undisclosed to the public. Additionally, it houses rare materials, information on advanced exotic beasts, and insights into unique types of dungeon spaces. It can be asserted that approximately 70% of the literature on beast mastery here is inaccessible to the general populace and lower-tier beast masters. Currently, only around 40 fragments of extraordinary knowledge circulate among the masses, available to ordinary individuals and civilians before the age of 16. The majority of esoteric knowledge and information remains undisclosed. Many of the unpublished texts are now found in the school library. Jiang Ziliu finds immense satisfaction in this space, as it satiates his thirst for knowledge related to beast mastery. Initially, he intended to reside at home, but he ultimately opted for a single dormitory at the school, financing it himself. A teacher with the surname Sun, a friend of his father Jiang Yuan, facilitated his enrollment at 9th Middle School and the acquisition of a private dormitory. The elite class commenced its academic year, focusing solely on theoretical knowledge during the first 2 months. Practical training in beast mastery will only begin in the 3rd month. This arrangement affords Jiang Ziliu the opportunity to pursue his objectives. After attending classes each day, he diligently frequents the school library, immersing himself in the wealth of precious and advanced knowledge on beast mastery until the library closes. Throughout the elite class, he has become increasingly isolated, while others utilize the elite class facilities to continually train themselves and their beasts, rushing between the gravity chamber and the illusion simulation training room, or seeking various valuable resources and potions for meticulous cultivation. Jiang Ziliu dedicates nearly all his time to the library, voraciously absorbing knowledge that had previously eluded him. He has become the solitary shadow within the library. During this period, Jiang Ziliu stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. One holiday, upon returning home, he retrieved the mysterious metallic disc he had found. Despite his efforts, he had been unable to uncover its secrets. His intuition suggested it was a treasure of great significance, yet its true value and purpose remained elusive. He had attempted various methods, bloodletting, infusing dark energy, and attracting it with his soul's essence, yet none yielded results. He had also scoured numerous tomes on artifacts, but found no trace of this object. Even after perusing more advanced texts on dungeon spaces and exotic treasures in the school library, he uncovered no useful information. One day, after trying yet again, he inadvertently left the disc out. Subsequently, he pulled out a newly purchased book to read, and at that moment, his hand unintentionally pressed upon the metallic disc. In that instant, his mind became astonishingly clear, and his memory sharpened exponentially. He felt as though he had been fitted with a high-performance engine. After merely glancing at the new content in the book, he firmly retained the knowledge within his mind. Could it be that enhancing wisdom and memory was the true function of this treasure? Immediately, he regained his focus and began to hypothesize. With this newfound insight, he swiftly discerned the method of utilizing the metallic disc. He secured the mysterious leaf-shaped disc with sturdy beast hide cord and wore it close to his body while studying. As a result, his intellect and memory experienced tremendous augmentation. However, this intense and voluminous learning left him feeling insatiably hungry. The metallic disc amplified his cognitive abilities but also heightened his body's demands for sustenance, causing his appetite to grow significantly. Nevertheless, Jiang Ziliu was elated. The benefits were extraordinary, and he became even more engrossed in his studies. From that point forward, he wore the metallic disc daily, embarking on a fervent quest to memorize the entire library's contents. Gradually, Jiang Ziliu solidified his reputation as the ultimate bookworm. He even earned the nickname Book Enthusiast. The chasm between him and his peers widened, with only Li Wanxiu willing to greet him, while his shy deskmate maintained a neutral demeanor. As time passed, on a particular day 2 months later, he finally committed the entirety of the library's contents to memory. At that moment, his reservoir of knowledge likely surpassed that of any other student in the school. Jiang Ziliu understood that this effort would lay an immensely solid foundation for his future development. Concurrently, he discovered the means to unlock the 10th, 11th, and even 12th soul stars at the Greystone level. Chapter 14, The Hidden Stars of the Soul. Within the Greystone tier of life, unlocking 9 soul stars is not the ultimate limit. A passage in an ancient tome preserved by the school records this secret. This information is undoubtedly exceedingly classified. Yet no one has noticed that such obscured knowledge is documented in an old, forgotten manuscript. One can surmise that this record would surely be destroyed if discovered. Jiang Ziliu realized that the confinement of such information is primarily due to the upper echelon's desire to maintain their significant advantages in the field of beast mastery. Were it not for humanities facing the threats posed by exotic beasts and various alien species, they might have monopolized the path of beast mastery entirely, stifling the potential for the lower strata to rise. This reflects the instinctual nature of humanity and the pursuit of self-interest. However, the external menace from exotic beasts and alien races compels the human elite to recognize the necessity for a collective strengthening of their ranks. Only through the empowerment of humanity as a whole can they withstand external threats, ensuring the preservation of their interests and lives. Otherwise, at the moment when humanity on Earth faces utter defeat, they will not only lose their status, wealth, and power, but preserving their very lives will also become exceedingly difficult. While the alien races may require the lower echelons of humanity as slaves, they will categorically refuse to tolerate the existence of those in the upper echelons, who possess the capacity for rebellion. The alien beasts will annihilate all of humanity without hesitation. This dire situation compels humanity to strive towards a robust collective empowerment, necessitating a widespread awakening among the human race. Moreover, the awakening of all humanity is a potential bestowed upon them by the cosmos itself, making it nearly impossible to entirely suppress the rise of other lower-tier humans. However, certain clandestine pieces of information pertaining to formidable foundations have been meticulously sealed off by the upper echelons. They endeavor to maintain their enduring advantages across various domains. Fortunately, the affairs of the world are often riddled with loopholes. This ancient tome contains the hidden information yet remains undiscovered, benefiting the fervent seeker, Jiang Ziliu. In the realm of humanity's spiritual essence, each major level comprises 9 soul stars, collectively forming a soul domain. However, what the ordinary individual remains oblivious to is the existence of another layer of exceedingly subtle soul stars within this domain. The 9 soul stars serve as the principal stars, while the minuscule, nearly imperceptible soul stars are known as the hidden soul stars. Each major realm also harbors 9 hidden soul stars. The primary soul stars determine the quantity of dark energy contained within the soul. Once the hidden soul stars are activated, they do not serve to store dark energy, but rather enhance the quality of this energy, elevating its caliber. The activation of each hidden soul star signifies an incremental improvement in an individual's dark energy quality. When all 9 hidden soul stars are fully activated, that individual's dark energy quality will surpass that of their peers by a staggering 5-fold. Such a beastmaster possesses formidable combat prowess and is capable of single-handedly contending with alien beasts of a higher tier without relying on their summoned beasts. Moreover, the hidden soul stars play a crucial role in directly strengthening the intensity of the soul, significantly leveraging dark energy to augment the quality and quantity of the beastmaster's soul. Once all 9 hidden soul stars are fully activated, the soul intensity of the beastmaster will experience a substantial enhancement, allowing them to contract an additional beast. The importance of this advantage is self-evident. Even if one cannot fully activate all hidden soul stars, they can still enable the beastmaster to contract their next beast at an earlier stage. As one accumulates progress, the number of contracted beasts will invariably exceed that of others. The greater the individual's growth, the more alien beasts they will possess. For beastmasters, while the strength of their beasts is paramount, the quantity of beasts is equally significant. The enhancement of the beastmaster's soul intensity is a far more arduous endeavor than the mere strengthening of the beasts themselves. The soul stars can elevate soul intensity, and this alone underscores the critical importance of activating the hidden soul stars. However, while the significance is evident, the activation of a hidden soul star is no simple task. One must either possess extraordinary talent, at least S grade or above, allowing them to sense the existence of hidden soul stars under the guidance of secret techniques, and subsequently activate them using the corresponding methods, or obtain rare and precious resources to forcefully activate the hidden soul stars. The former relies on innate ability, while the latter is entirely dependent on resources. Jiang Ziliu has discovered a method, yet his innate talent is insufficient. Thus, he must rely on resources to unlock the hidden soul stars. Upon finding this tome, Jiang Ziliu immediately pilfered it from the library, realizing it was a unique volume that had inadvertently found its way into the elite class library. Otherwise, it would have long been sealed by the upper echelons. His motivation for taking it was to prevent others from uncovering this secret. Should others discover it, the existence of the hidden soul stars could be revealed. The upper echelons would likely prohibit it and even take action against those who have laid eyes upon it. If they were to find out that Jiang Ziliu had perused this tome and even activated the hidden soul stars, the greater likelihood would not be that he is celebrated as a genius, but rather that he would vanish without a trace. One must not underestimate the resolve and methods others will employ to maintain their advantageous positions. Therefore, it is prudent to extinguish the storm before it even arises. When one truly desires to enact change, it must be at a moment when their own strength is sufficient to unequivocally suppress all opposing forces. At such a juncture, even an expression of intent will draw forth assistance towards achieving their goals. Currently, any grand endeavors on his part would likely provoke swift and decisive action to silence him. A lost tome would merely result in a monetary recompense. Jiang Ziliu concealed the book, but did not hide it within his own domicile, as he was unwilling to invite risk into his home. Now at the 9-star gray level, he can only rely on resources to unlock the hidden soul stars. However, the solutions mentioned within this tome pertain to soul crystals, utilizing soul crystals as the primary component, supplemented by other materials. One can harmlessly and instantaneously enhance an individual's soul activity, improving their control over spiritual energy and enabling the Beastmaster to observe the almost imperceptible hidden soul stars, thereby manipulating their dark energy to illuminate and gradually activate them. Soul crystals are the core materials and resources for activating hidden soul stars. Additionally, soul crystals are essential for preemptively awakening contract marks, allowing one to become a Beastmaster ahead of others. After all, the growth and training of beasts require time, and this temporal advantage will translate into significantly greater combat prowess for the Beastmaster. Yet, where does one procure soul crystals? They are derived from certain alien beasts of silver and gold rank, or even those above gold rank. Such beasts possess formidable physiques, their strength so profound that it nourishes the soul and fortifies it, ultimately forming core soul crystals. Powerful human Beastmasters and alien races also produce soul crystals upon their demise, as the essence of soul crystals is high-quality soul energy, representing an advanced state of soul stars. The soul energy contained within soul crystals is remarkably pure and highly conducive to absorption. It can be likened to a super-strategic resource, akin to rare earth elements or nuclear fuel in Jiang Ziliu's previous life. The entire human alliance maintains stringent control over soul crystals, categorizing them as a resource strictly allocated by the upper echelons. However, after countless years, this system has become almost nominal, as long as one is not discovered. The trade of soul crystals can proceed clandestinely with fervor. Nonetheless, the cost of soul crystals is exorbitant, with the cheapest priced at a staggering 100 million. Jiang Ziliu must devise a means to acquire soul crystals, yet not through purchase. Having reached the limit of the 9-star gray level, if he fails to find a solution, the repercussions of his beast's continuous growth may prompt an automatic elevation to the black iron level. At that point, he would miss the opportunity to activate the hidden soul stars. As for how to obtain such resources as soul crystals, he has set his sights on the skill of probability determination. He has already uncovered several ingenious applications of this skill. Chapter 15 begins with a wilderness adventure. The knowledge acquisition in the elite class is exceedingly rigorous. Yet every 2 months, there is a super long holiday lasting nearly 15 days. In this world, there are no winter or summer vacations, only extended breaks during the academic term. This extended 15-day holiday is designed to provide these newly minted Beastmasters, who are middle school students, the opportunity to cultivate their companions. After all, the majority of their time at school is consumed by academic pursuits. Moreover, the enhancements of their beast companions are rather personal matters, not suited for the public environment of a school. Jiang Ziliu has made thorough preparations, intending to utilize these 15 days to acquire the soul crystal resources he requires. He employs probability assessments in this endeavor. What is the likelihood of finding soul crystals within a 100-kilometer radius east of base 12? The answer is 10. This probability indicates the existence of soul crystals to the east of base 12. What about within a 50-kilometer radius east of base 12? The answer is 0. Thus, it suggests that soul crystals exist solely within the range of 50 to 100 kilometers east of base 12. Narrowing it down further, what is the probability of discovering soul crystals between 50 and 75 kilometers east of base 12? The answer is 43. The existence range of the soul crystals becomes increasingly precise. What about between 50 and 60 kilometers east of base 12? The answer is 67. And what is the probability of locating soul crystals between 55 and 56 kilometers east of base 12? The answer is 80. What is the probability that these soul crystals lie more than 3 meters underground? The answer is 100. Through a meticulous series of probability assessments, Jiang Ziliu has accurately determined the location of the soul crystals. However, upon comparing the distribution map of exotic beasts outside the base, he feels a sense of foreboding. What is the probability that the soul crystals are guarded by the silver-level exotic beast, the wind-patterned swift leopard? The answer is 100. Jiang Ziliu feels a pang of regret. Although he has pinpointed the exact location of the soul crystals, their guardian is the wind-patterned swift leopard of that region. This exotic beast possesses wind attributes. Its power slightly inferior to that of a typical silver-level beast, yet its speed rivals that of a beast. Additionally, its acute hearing and sense of smell render it a formidable tracker. It is fair to say that without the strength of a beast, encountering this creature would likely result in a fatal outcome for Jiang Ziliu, a veritable death sentence. Finding the soul crystals, but being unable to claim them, leaves him feeling despondent. Fortunately, through this method, he has identified one location of a soul crystal, and by employing similar judgment and exclusion techniques, he can seek other potential locations of soul crystals. Jiang Ziliu meticulously calculates his dark energy, daily utilizing probability assessments to locate possible soul crystal sites and determine whether he can safely acquire them. After a week of attempts, just 3 days before the holiday, Jiang Ziliu finally identifies the locations of 3 soul crystals, all of which are unclaimed, perhaps allowing him to safely retrieve them. After thorough investigation of the wilderness conditions, he selects one target, the ruins of an ancient city to the south, where he believes he can safely obtain a soul crystal. The holiday swiftly approaches. Following extensive preparations, Jiang Ziliu embarks on his wilderness exploration plan. He has prepared over 1,000 small iron pellets for his SSS skill, electromagnetic manipulation, as the electromagnetic cannon is currently his most formidable means of attack. Additionally, he has packed equipment provided by his parents, including compressed rations, a lighter, and a simple cold-weather sleeping bag. His supplies are diverse yet compact, easy to carry all together. After thorough preparation, he departs from his home one fateful morning. To alleviate his parents' worries, he refrains from disclosing his wilderness expedition, instead stating that he is engaging in an extended adventure training in a dungeon space. The base's gates are not difficult to traverse as long as one is human. The lax security is primarily to bolster trade, as numerous beast masters and their teams frequently enter and exit. Strict checks would lead to significant congestion. Upon exiting the southern gate of the base, Jiang Ziliu proceeds along an S-shaped route, wary of the possibility of being followed. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the base, the presence of greystone-level exotic beasts is prohibited, with nearby military outposts conducting regular patrols. This area is relatively safe. Jiang Ziliu summons his sky-blue rock golem and the electric light snake to scout ahead, maintaining a distance of 30 meters behind the golem while the electric light snake conceals itself in the underbrush, vigilant for any potential ambushers. The vicinity within 1 kilometer of the base is quite secure. However, beyond that kilometer lies the realm of exotic beasts. To be precise, the exotic beasts here are generally weaker than those found in dungeon spaces. Some are hybrids of invading exotic beasts and native Earth fauna, while others are evolved from Earth's native flora and fauna in dark energy environments. Compared to the beasts emerging from the end gate in dungeon spaces, they are inferior in many respects, though still not to be underestimated. Jiang Ziliu has taken meticulous precautions for his defense. He wears leather armor beneath a waterproof suit, with joint protectors adorning his limbs. His head is enveloped in a waterproof hat, and a highly effective filtration mask covers his mouth. His pant legs are tightly secured. This is not merely for aesthetics. It is the optimal configuration for greystone-level beastmasters during wilderness ventures. The perils of the wild arise not only from visible threats such as wolves, tigers, leopards, eagles, snakes, pigs, and cattle, but also from various insects and peculiar bacteria, mold, and mutated organisms. These can be even more hazardous than large exotic beasts, as their diminutive size allows for silent and unexpected attacks, making them difficult to guard against. Although this attire may lack elegance, it effectively protects against the dangers posed by these minuscule insect-like creatures. His precautions prove prudent. Not long after he sets out, he notices something moving along his pant leg. Upon closer inspection, he discovers a purple-striped leech crawling upward. With a gentle shake, he unleashes a powerful tremor that shatters it. Now a life form, his strength is formidable, and his soul's intensity allows him to precisely wield his power to create damaging tremors. This type of creature is considered an exotic life form, possessing strength at the slightly weaker than the standard 1-star greystone level, but more powerful than ordinary life unaffected by dark energy. If detected by a beast master, it can easily be dispatched. However, if unnoticed, it could silently invade the beast master's body, siphoning blood, reproducing within the host, and posing a direct threat to the beast master's life. The purple-striped leech is a parasitic bloodsucker that has evolved in dark, energy-rich environments, capable of asexual reproduction through cellular division. Its vitality should not be underestimated. The most effective method of extermination is to utilize tremor power to obliterate its entire organism, ensuring its demise. Otherwise, its larger fragments can easily regenerate, resulting in the emergence of a smaller purple-striped leech. In the vast wilderness, various miniature creatures, including blood-sucking mosquitoes, parasitic leeches, and ultramicroscopic fleas, pose significant dangers to the lower-tier beast tamers. However, once a beast tamer's life level ascends to the black iron tier, their skin, muscles, and immune system evolve to a formidable degree. At this stage, only a select few powerful and highly mutated microorganisms can pose a threat. Most insects are incapable of even harming the hair of a black iron beast tamer. The higher-tier bronze-level beast tamers, possessing an even greater life level and formidable physical strength, find that only 1 in 10,000 insects can threaten them. Silver-level beast tamers can wholly disregard the attacks from these minuscule aberrations, as merely their life force is sufficient to shatter the souls of such tiny beings. Thus, the dangers of the wilderness predominantly target the lower-tier gray rock-level beast tamers, who are the most numerous and weakest, facing a broad spectrum of threats that can lead to their untimely demise through a moment's negligence. This time, Jiang Ziliu, endowed with keen perception, detected the impending threat beforehand. Should such leeches invade his body, the treatment would not be overly complicated. Yet it would be exceedingly costly and would consume valuable time. Books often lack the visceral depth of reality. Upon inspecting himself, Jiang Ziliu discovered, to his dismay, that within this brief interval, he harbored 4 additional purple-striped leeches that had evaded his notice. This revelation sent chills down his spine, deepening his understanding of the perils of the wilderness. It is crucial to note that he was still within a relatively safe area, a mere kilometer from the base. The presence of so many purple-striped leeches here suggested that even this supposedly secure zone warranted skepticism. Having eliminated the hidden threat, Jiang Ziliu proceeded with greater caution, advancing while vigilantly scanning his surroundings and periodically checking himself for any signs of danger. Base 12 is established on a small plain, but just a few kilometers to the south lies a semi-wooded, semi-grassy hilly area. After crossing a small river, he officially entered a more perilous section of the wilderness. Consequently, Jiang Ziliu activated his life force concealment skill, exerting all his efforts to mask his presence. He also imparted this ability to his mutated electrosnake, enabling it to launch stealthy ambushes at any moment. Jiang Ziliu slowed his pace considerably. He preferred to advance slowly rather than risk encountering hidden dangers, ensuring a safer progression. Chapter 16, The Savage World. Upon entering the hilly terrain, Jiang Ziliu began to navigate along the slopes. He avoided the valley bottoms, where rivers flowed, as water's edge typically attracted both terrestrial and aquatic aberrations, making it a relatively hazardous route. The higher elevations of the hills often serve as lairs for formidable aberrations, strategically positioned to oversee their territory. The territorial instincts of bronze tier and above aberrations are remarkably strong. Unless faced with life-threatening situations, they remain cautious of all intruders, particularly those of their kind. The mid-hills he traversed were generally unsuitable for hunting, with fewer fierce beasts roaming the area. The behaviors of lower-tier wilderness aberrations closely resemble those of wild animals before the cataclysm, albeit with enhanced strength. The perilous regions are abundant with aberrations. Now, as he ventured farther from the base, he found himself in a relatively dangerous zone. After progressing less than 100 meters, his stone golem, Confronting, detected a colony of aberrations ahead, rock-armored mice hidden underground. Rodent aberrations, akin to the slimes found in dungeon spaces, are a fundamental type of aberration, serving as prey for many powerful carnivorous beasts. They are omnivorous, capable of solitary activity or forming colonies. Jiang Ziliu understood a crucial fact. The notion of a super rodent tide, akin to those in tales from his past life, is largely exaggerated. A single rodent aberration requires higher quality sustenance in smaller quantities, and their movement range is limited. Exceeding a certain distance necessitates rest and feeding. Within this scope, resources are scarce, and the population of rodent aberrations is capped. Much like military campaigns, while a larger force may advance slowly, the demand for logistical support is immense. Without adequate food, a large group of rodents can only starve, rendering them immobile. Just as a vehicle runs out of fuel and must halt, so too do these small creatures. Some serpents pursue rodents by relentlessly chasing them until they exhaust themselves, becoming easy prey. Thus, the maximum gathering of a rodent colony reaches around 50 to 60 individuals. In this world, scenes of terrifying rodent tides are virtually non-existent. The colony discovered by Kongqing consisted of only 30 rock-armored mice. These mice possess energy attributes classified under the earth element, specifically the rocky subcategory, and can summon a layer of light rock armor for defense in times of danger. This light armor is their sole extraordinary skill. A principle of aberration life states that smaller creatures possess fewer skills and lower dark energy reserves, while larger aberrations have more skills, higher dark energy, and greater power. Rock-armored mice are limited to defensive capabilities, feeding on insects, and are highly resistant to toxins. Yet they are timid creatures. Jiang Ziliu, who chose not to detour but walked directly past their lair. Remarkably, this group of rock-armored mice did not emerge to attack him. Instead, they temporarily retreated from the underground area. In the realm of aberrations, not all creatures pose a threat to ordinary humans or lower-tier beast tamers. Ironically, humans are often perceived as a significant threat to many lower-tier aberrations. In the wild, the true terror does not lie within the small creatures, but rather the larger ones. Jiang Ziliu traversed this hilly region and encountered 10 nests of rock-armored mice. This area, frequently cleared by humans, has seen a sharp decline in large aberration numbers, inadvertently improving the survival conditions for rock-armored mice, who now lack natural predators. Due to their low resource value, no beast tamers are inclined to expend energy on them. Additionally, he encountered several basic aberrations known as gale earth rabbits. These rabbits measure 2 feet long and 1.5 feet tall, possessing earth-based skills of Earth Dash and Rock Sense. Earth Dash allows them to harness the Earth's power for swift movement, akin to the speed of the wind. Hence the name. Rock Sense enables them to detect distant movements through subtle vibrations in the Earth, allowing them to assess the size and strength of their adversaries. This perceptive ability renders them highly alert. On land, few large aberrations can catch them, yet they are favored prey for carnivorous birds such as eagles and hawks, as their sensitivity to the ground does not extend to the skies. Although their hearing is commendable, the speed of avian aberrations often exceeds theirs, with some even capable of supersonic flight. They are utterly defenseless against such predators. The gale earth rabbits are also basic aberrations, with a population of at least several million distributed near base 12. As Jiang Ziliu passed by its nest, it startled the creature, which swiftly vanished from sight. This particular gale earth rabbit did not flee far, but instead kept its gaze fixed on Jiang Ziliu, emboldened by the presence of its young in the nest. Jiang Ziliu merely cast a glance at the little ones before turning away. The gale earth rabbit, like many other creatures, poses no threat to humans and is a descendant of the original rabbit species that once roamed the world. The hilly terrain is dotted with sparse woodlands, yet predominantly features dense thickets of grass. Beyond these hills, Jiang Ziliu would soon traverse a low valley. Once, humans had constructed a grand bridge here, but time and nature have reduced it to mere remnants of a bygone era. As Jiang Ziliu approached the valley, an alarming message emanated from the empty azure rocks. A group of formidable creatures was present below. Jiang Ziliu immediately crouched down, meticulously condensing its SSS-level life force, then cautiously crawled to a rocky outcrop to peer down. To its astonishment, a herd of wild boar-like aberrations was gathered below. These creatures bore a row of sword-like spines along their backs, serving as a defense against larger predators. Their bristly fur shimmered with a metallic sheen, marking them as a species known as the sword-spined golden-furred wild boar. They are metallic creatures, subsisting on plant nuts, tender shoots, grass roots, and crustaceans, with a particular penchant for ingesting fine sand found along riverbanks. This sand not only aids in grinding their difficult-to-digest food, but also allows them to absorb metallic elements, enriching their fur with a golden luster. Furthermore, these metals fortify their skeletal structure. Magnetic forces can attract the iron powder present in the sand, which these wild boars assimilate into their bodies. Despite their omnivorous diet, they are known for their volatile tempers, rendering them as dangerous as their more common counterparts. The leader of this pack of sword-spined golden-furred wild boars is a colossal boar, nearly 2.5 meters in length, weighing between 1 to 2 tons. Its spines are longer and more robust, stained with crimson remnants. Its fur is more lustrous, infused with greater quantities of metal. This creature possesses a high life tier, classified as at least a 5-star black iron entity. Despite their ferocity, this is the world of aberrations. Unbeknownst to them, as they forage on river sand at the valley's edge, they have been encircled by a pack of wolf-like aberrations. A fierce battle among the aberrations is about to ensue. Chapter 17, The Battle of Aberrations. Surrounding the sword-spined golden-furred wild boars is a pack of wolves, each only half the size of the boars. These wolves are hairless, their bodies covered in a layer of metallic scaled armor, possessing 4 limbs with claws that also glimmer with a metallic sheen. Their builds are lean, with pronounced bones, and they sport long, thin, bony tails. These tails, remarkably resilient, extend to 5 meters in length, culminating in a razor-sharp metallic blade. While such a lengthy tail would typically disrupt balance in other animals, these wolves can deftly coil their tails without hindrance to their agility. Thus, this species, known as the coiled tail armored wolf, possesses a maximum life tier of only 3 stars in black iron. They are metallic aberrations, a variant of the world's original wolves. Individually, these wolves are not particularly formidable, but they often hunt in packs of over 30, daring to prey on higher-tier black iron and even bronze-level aberrations. Any aberration that their bony tails can slice open becomes their target. With exceptional sensory capabilities, they can utilize dark energy to detect the life force of other creatures, making them formidable hunters. Had Jiang Ziliu not possessed confidence in its SSS-level life force concealment ability, it would not have dared to observe such a close-range confrontation between the coiled tail armored wolves and their prey. The wolves cautiously infiltrated the vicinity of the sword-spined golden-furred wild boars, inching closer. This particular herd comprised around 27 boars, of which 13 were younglings. 4 coiled tail armored wolves stealthily positioned themselves near the leader of the wild boars, while the others targeted the young and weaker adults. They gradually crept to within 10 meters of the boar herd. The coiled tail armored wolves operate within a matriarchal society, and it was the wolf queen who initiated the attack. Once in position, she leaped forward, landing 4 meters from a sword-spined golden-furred wild boar, her bony tail flicking forward, slashing, and then retracting. In this rapid succession, she inflicted a deep gash in the boar's belly and another on the youngling it was guarding. Despite the formidable defenses of the sword-spined golden-furred wild boars, which primarily shield their backs and other areas, their softer bellies remain a notable weakness. Typically, predators find it challenging to breach this vulnerable area. But the coiled tail armored wolves are an exception. As metallic aberrations, they are believed to possess extraordinary abilities linked to their reinforced skeletal structure. The high metal content within their bones, combined with their agile movements, allows them to easily slice open the bellies of their prey. Nevertheless, their overall strength tends to be relatively weak. While their bones are tough, their internal organs are susceptible to injury. Hence, the coiled tail armored wolves adopt a hit-and-run strategy in their hunts, regardless of success. The experienced wolf queen executed a double strike, inflicting significant wounds on both the adult and the young boar, causing their intestines to spill forth. Such a state of injury and bleeding would persist, exacerbated by the metallic toxins present in the wolf's bone blades, which inhibit the healing process. This ensures that the wounds bleed profusely until the prey succumbs. As the leader of the coiled tail armored wolves initiated the onslaught, the rest of the pack followed suit, striking within a second of one another. They employed the same strategy, pouncing within 3 to 4 meters of the sword-spined golden-furred wild boars, then using their tails to stab or slash before quickly retreating. However, the sword-spined golden-furred wild boars are not easily subdued. With their extensive experience, they quickly drop to the ground upon encountering the coiled tail armored wolves, as they are well acquainted with these adversaries, engaged in a dance of mutual destruction. This defensive maneuver caused some of the coiled tail armored wolves to miss their targets, merely grazing the boars and inflicting minor wounds. One smaller wolf, lacking experience, inadvertently slashed against the boar's bony blade. In this instance, it was the wolf's tail blade that suffered, resulting in a significant notch. The bone spines of these wild boars serve as both a defensive weapon and their most resilient feature, surpassing even the sharpness of the coiled tail armored wolf's blades. Moreover, the sword-spiked golden-haired boars possess formidable ranged attack capabilities. Their mature golden fur resembles sharp needles that can be projected outward. Over time, a portion of their fur matures, and even if they do not utilize it for offensive purposes, it will eventually be shed. As this matured golden fur accumulates, it impacts their mobility, occasionally causing self-inflicted injuries when they collide with rugged rocks or sturdy trees. Naturally, the needle-like fur is most effective when employed defensively. 2 curled-tail armored wolves fell victim to a counterattack from the sword-spiked golden-haired boars after failing to escape promptly post-assault, becoming ensnared in a mass of sharp spikes. They whimpered as they fled, and without the assistance of their companions to extract the golden hair, they would gradually succumb to the agonizing pain. Following this onslaught, 10 sword-spiked golden-haired boars sustained severe injuries, with their abdomens lacerated. Among them, 7 were younglings, while 3 were adults. The boar leader also bore wounds, but reacted swiftly, dropping to the ground in time. However, the curled-tail armored wolves attacked it, aiming to provoke its wrath. Thus, the enraged boar leader pursued these curled-tail armored wolves, racing westward along the valley, entirely oblivious to the need to protect its herd. While boars are undeniably powerful creatures, Their irritable and volatile nature causes some predators to hesitate, rendering them susceptible to exploitation by others. Subsequently, the curled-tail armored wolves circled the boar herd at a leisurely pace, incessantly harassing the sword-spiked golden-haired boars and seeking further opportunities to strike. The wolves aimed to incite panic within the boar herd, exacerbating their injuries and hastening their demise. As the boars fled, those already wounded would bleed out more rapidly, accelerating their death. For those heavily injured and unable to run, the curled-tail armored wolves would linger at a distance, swiftly delivering the final blow until the boars lay lifeless. Before long, the boar leader, regaining its senses, sought to protect its injured kin. However, soon after, it realized their fate was sealed, and it could only helplessly abandon them in pursuit of the remaining living members. At that moment, Jiang Ziliu, who had been lurking in observation, felt a sudden intuition and looked up. To his astonishment, two massive wind-piercer blue-feathered eagles, each boasting a wingspan of 3 meters, circled above. These wind-attribute beasts, classified as black iron grade, relished following the curled-tail armored wolves to snatch their prey. The wolves, too, noticed the presence of the eagles and hastily dragged the 7 near-death young boars toward nearby trees or beneath rocky outcrops. The 3 adult boars, weighing excessively, posed no concern for the eagles, who remained unfazed. Yet, their reflexes were quick, and the eagle's speed was even swifter. They swooped down rapidly, deftly evading the bone blades launched in fury by the curled-tail armored wolves, each snatching away a young sword-spiked golden-haired boar. The wind-piercer blue-feathered eagles successfully pilfered 2 of the curled-tail armored wolves' hard-won spoils. Originally, these boar carcasses would have ensured their sustenance for the upcoming week, with some surplus. However, this theft significantly diminished their food reserves, barely enough to last a week. It is worth noting that the curled-tail armored wolves had young to nourish, and the meat of 2 young boars was substantial. Furthermore, the flesh and beast core of the sword-spiked golden-haired boars, being of the gold attribute, were ideally suited for the growth needs of their offspring. Yet, prey embodying the gold attribute was not commonly found in the wilderness. Deprived of their quarry, the curled-tail armored wolves could not afford to wait for the injured boars to bleed out. They surged forward, swiftly dispatching the remaining adult boars. Subsequently, their bone tails swung with precision, slicing the prey into sizable chunks manageable for carrying away. They consumed the portions they could not transport. After the curled-tail armored wolves departed, the remaining splattered blood and flesh rapidly attracted a multitude of scavenging insects and small rodents. They would swiftly erase all traces of the bloodshed, rendering the sight as if no brutal beast hunt had transpired. Jiang Ziliu observed this fierce inter-beast conflict and gleaned profound insights from the myriad teachings he had encountered in books, leading him to contemplate various strategies for dealing with monstrous entities in the future. This conflict among beasts also allowed him to distill essential details regarding the cultivation of similar types of beasts. It became evident that a beast master must safeguard against the vulnerabilities of their beasts or enhance their defenses. Though wild beasts lack the absolute wisdom of humanity, their hunting and combat acumen should never be underestimated. Chapter 18, The Savage Nightfall. Jiang Ziliu cautiously skirted the battlefield, striving to avoid the sanguine scent staining his person. The lingering odor of recent slaughter could attract carnivorous scavengers, some of which might trace the scent back to the lair of the curled-tail armored wolves. However, the wolves typically nest in steep, cavernous terrains, adept at burrowing with their tails. Whether those beasts could invade was contingent upon their own capabilities. The majority of wilderness creatures are hunters themselves, yet they could easily become prey in an instant. Following a predetermined path, Jiang Ziliu ventured further south, encountering an increasing density of forested areas. This region, once a lush woodland, had been partially cleared by humans due to its proximity to Base 12, reducing the food supply and consequently the population of beasts in the vicinity. This deforestation resulted in diminished food resources, lessening the allure for higher-grade beasts. Consequently, such measures rendered areas closer to Base 12 increasingly secure. Human ingenuity manifested not only at this base, but was similarly reflected in others employing analogous strategies. In these dense thickets, humans had carved a thoroughfare leading further south. However, Jiang Ziliu opted against this route, aware that traveling the main road could attract unwanted attention. After all, he was but a frail individual, easily targeted by unscrupulous low-grade beast masters seeking to rob him. The wilderness is a lawless expanse, where not only vulnerable beast masters are susceptible to theft, but even small merchant caravans are at risk. Another reason for his chosen path was to train himself in the wild. Although the stretch he traversed was utterly untamed, it remained a relatively safe zone. Beyond the base's confines, areas are categorized into relatively safe zones, moderately dangerous zones, and perilous zones, allowing him to gradually acclimatize to the wilderness through incremental challenges. Had he chosen the main road, he would have leaped directly from safety into a highly dangerous territory. Weighing all considerations, he had meticulously plotted this route in advance to experience a progression of adventures from easy to difficult. After witnessing the clash between the boar and wolf beasts up close, twilight began to descend. Upon reaching the second major hilly region, the night swiftly enveloped the sky. Along the way, Jiang Ziliu encountered two groups of rock-armored unicorn boars and a 3-meter-long electric snake. However, thanks to the formidable concealment effect of his life aura suppression skill, they remained oblivious to his close observation. In the stillness of night, Jiang Ziliu identified a secure place to rest, ascending to the crown of a 30-meter-tall, mutated parasol tree, where he planned to spend the night. This native species of the world had grown to monstrous proportions in the dark, energy-laden environment. Originally about 10 meters in height, it now towered at 30. The tree posed minimal danger, its trunk becoming thicker and its height more imposing, with a smooth bark that rendered it difficult for ordinary beasts to ascend. However, the expansive crown of this giant parasol tree was adorned with numerous stout branches, providing ample opportunities for a person to find refuge. Thus, Jiang Ziliu chose this lofty perch as his sanctuary for the night. With considerable strength in his hands and the clever use of ropes, he hoisted himself up to the crown. This tree-climbing technique was a crucial skill taught in school, enabling one to ascend tall trees and ensuring survival in the wild or during pivotal moments in dungeon spaces. Once atop the crown, he meticulously examined his surroundings, discovering no significant anomalies save for a few bird nests. His primary concern was to ascertain the absence of any perilous, venomous insects, recalling the numerous pests that plagued parasol trees in his past life. Fortunately, the parasol trees of this world exhibited a commendable resistance to such infestations. Next, Jiang Ziliu fashioned a safety knot with his rope, securing it around himself to prevent any accidental falls during his slumber. He then retrieved his compressed rations, mixing them with purified water he carried, and consumed the resulting paste. While the taste was far from delightful, it was rich in nutrients, sufficiently meeting his energy needs for the next couple of days. This high-priced sustenance contained special powdered fruits from advanced plants, packed with energy and nutrition yet difficult to digest, a unique food that could sustain one for 2 days with a single meal. Its sales were robust, owing to its undeniable utility. Despite the lackluster flavor, Jiang Ziliu finished every morsel before offering a piece of beast core and jerky to the mutated lightning snake. Another piece of beast core was tossed down, where it was deftly caught by the nearby empty azure rock golem, serving as its sustenance for the next 2 days. After feeding, he instructed the empty azure rock golem to maintain vigilance beneath the tree for the first half of the night, allowing the mutated lightning snake to rest while it would guard during the latter half. As for himself, he entered a state of half-sleep, perpetually on guard. Initially, sleep eluded Jiang Ziliu, for this was the first night he had experienced in the wild in both his past and present lives. As he gazed upon the moonlit wilderness, he sensed an underlying terror. Within an hour of nightfall, a vast swarm of dark, ominous entities surged from the distant horizon like a sinister black cloud. In their wake, all fell silent, as countless beasts suppressed their presence in fear. This encroaching darkness comprised a horde of mutated, 3-winged, 6-tailed bats, residing in crevices of rocky cliffs. These creatures measured about 1.5 feet in length, sporting 3 pairs of small wings and 6 tails. The 3 pairs of wings allowed for varied frequencies of flapping, rendering them exceptionally agile in the air, capable of swift maneuvers, hovering, or even flying backward. The 3-winged 6-tailed bat was a dual-attribute beast of psychic and bloodlines. Although their life tier only reached the highest level of 9-star limestone, their numbers were staggering, with a colony comprising 1 to 3,000 individuals. Among their 6 tails, 3 were barbed, capable of injecting a paralyzing neurotoxin into prey, which also had the effect of corroding the spirit and soul. When these bats swarmed, they attacked in unison. Generally, beasts below the bronze tier found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the assault of these 3 barbed tails, often succumbing to their piercing strikes. The remaining 3 tails, though shorter, possessed a structure akin to blood-sucking needles, feeding on the blood of those unfortunate enough to fall victim to their venom. These creatures exclusively consumed blood, eschewing all else. Their mouths emitted a unique, transcendent ultrasonic wave, capable not only of disorienting the hearing of animals, but also possessing a degree of psychic attack capability. As the 3-winged 6-tailed bats took flight, their collective psychic assault amplified rapidly, becoming immensely formidable. They induced a profound agitation in the beasts lurking in the dark. When these creatures could no longer suppress their mental strain and made even the slightest movement, the resulting disturbance was immediately pinpointed by the ultrasonic waves of the bats. Consequently, they would face the relentless onslaught of this densely packed swarm. Ground-dwelling rodents struggled to form cohesive groups due to resource limitations. However, the lightweight, three-winged, six-tailed bats faced no such constraints, as they could fly farther and had a broader range of activity. Moreover, the blood provided by the beasts afforded them ample energy, creating optimal conditions for large-scale attacks. Their strength, though minimal, relied heavily on this tactical advantage for survival. Yet nature has its enemies. Shortly after the arrival of the three-winged, six-tailed bats, a 6-meter-long serpentine creature glided in from afar. This was a multi-winged flying serpent, known as the unicorn lightning feather snake. The unicorn lightning feather snake plunged into the swarm of three-winged, six-tailed bats, its wing-like appendages moving like a centipede's legs, capable of swallowing an entire bat in a single gulp. A powerful electrical field surrounded its horn, electrifying the air and incapacitating nearby three-winged, six-tailed bats, making it easier for the serpent to consume the immobilized creatures. Given the agility of the three-winged, six-tailed bats, it was nearly impossible to bite them without first incapacitating them. These bats represented the ideal prey for the unicorn lightning feather snake, providing substantial life, energy, and nutrition. The serpent's skin was remarkably resilient, impervious to the piercing attacks of the bats, and it exhibited a strong resistance to their toxins. As the three-winged, six-tailed bats traversed the area, they drained the blood of numerous lower-tier beasts, only to find themselves ensnared as prey for the unicorn lightning feather snake. Pursuing the three-winged, six-tailed bats, the unicorn lightning feather snake drove them from the region, thereby sparing many beasts from danger, with only a few unfortunate ones falling victim to the bat's assault. The nighttime wilderness was fraught with peril. Not long after, Jiang Ziliu heard faint, unusual sounds. He noticed a writhing mass not far beneath the tree. Using the moonlight for illumination, he discerned that it was a ball of vine-like plant life in motion. Its tendrils had extended into the burrow of a particular beast, where sounds of resistance were soon silenced. It was a gale earth rabbit. In no time, the vine-like plant ensnared it, and before long, the rabbit was reduced to a mere desiccated corpse. This prompted Jiang Ziliu to recall the records about this botanical beast. This organism was known as the blood-sucking vine ball. It was a unique plant that thrived on blood, typically active at night. By day, it disguised itself as an ordinary plant, remaining motionless and refraining from any attacks. However, as it passes by creatures of the animal kingdom, it unwittingly leaves behind traces of botanical pheromones. When night falls, the blood-sucking vine, known for its predatory nature, selects its prey based on their life levels, stealthily rolling toward their lair along the path indicated by these pheromones to capture and drain their life essence. For novice beast masters, it stands as one of the most perilous wilderness plants. Its formidable camouflage abilities make it exceedingly difficult for people to discern it from ordinary vines. They often seize the opportunity to attack while beast masters slumber in the wild, launching silent assaults. Jiang Ziliu witnessed this chilling scene, gaining a clear understanding of the tangible and intangible dangers that pervade the wilderness. He made a mental note of the plant's appearance. Shortly thereafter, he observed the presence of shadow cats and other creatures, had it not been for his skill in concealing his life aura. This keenly perceptive shadow cat would certainly have detected his presence. This particular shadow cat can meld into the shadows to execute surprise attacks, making it one of the most feared creatures among novice beast masters in the wild. The shadow cat's propensity to prey on humans is influenced by the fact that human habitats are generally more secure, with a vigilance that pales in comparison to that of their wild counterparts, and a reflex that is not as swift. The success rate of the shadow cat in hunting humans is notably higher than that of its hunts on ordinary beasts, thus rendering them more inclined to target beast masters. Throughout the first half of the night, Jiang Ziliu remained awake, observing the predation and counterpredation of these nocturnal creatures. Some special beasts even possess illusionary abilities, allowing them to disguise themselves as prey, luring in shadow cats and similar night dwellers. Once the latter pounces, believing it to be a meal, it may fall into a trap. Danger lurks everywhere, and the untamed world has truly opened Jiang Ziliu's eyes. By the latter half of the night, exhaustion finally overcame him, and he succumbed to sleep. Fortunately, the night passed uneventfully, with the mutated lightning snake faithfully keeping watch to ensure his safety. Chapter 19. The Sorrow of the Beast Master. As dawn broke, Jiang Ziliu opened his weary eyes, awakened by the gentle caress of the rising sun. The harrowing scenes he had witnessed the previous night left him hesitant to fall into a deep slumber, compelling him to remain in a state of half-consciousness. Thankfully, the mutated lightning snake had been vigilant throughout the night, safeguarding his well-being. Upon waking, Jiang Ziliu consumed some food and refreshed his face with a damp towel. He then summoned the mutated lightning snake, allowing it a well-deserved rest, and called back the sky blue rock golem. who had been resting in a concealed spot beneath a tree. If one were to disregard development and offensive capabilities, the sky blue rock golem is an excellent beast companion. As a creature of the earth, it can sustain its energy for extended periods without rest, only requiring long intervals of recuperation when necessary. Unlike the mutated lightning snake, which needs a certain amount of sleep each day for recovery. With the morning sunlight as his guide, Jiang Ziliu urged the sky blue rock golem to scout ahead while he closely followed behind. Along the way, he encountered many familiar beasts. As this area was replete with dense forests, it was not until midday that he traversed 2 hills and arrived at a small plain. Ahead lay a river, bordered by vast grasslands. Since the Great Cataclysm, this wilderness had surged forward, evolving relentlessly toward a more primitive state. His objective lay at the edge of the grassland. This expanse is a notably perilous locale, as it is home to nearly 1 million foundational beasts, including cattle, sheep, and rabbits. Smaller creatures such as rodents, insects, and birds abound even more. Once herbivores, many of these beasts have evolved into omnivorous entities in this new era. The cattle, sheep, and rabbits do not shy away from feasting on insects and smaller creatures. Their aggression has increased, rendering them even more dangerous. Upon entering this region, Jiang Ziliu summoned the mutated lightning snake, which had been resting to regain its strength, to guard him. He navigated an S-shaped path rather than proceeding in a straight line. As this area harbored formidable carnivorous beasts of bronze and even silver tiers, such as giant leopards and serpents, he needed to avoid the territories of these dangerous creatures and advance along the boundaries of their domains. Not long after, Jiang Ziliu beheld a herd of creatures known as earth brute bulls. Possessing immense physical strength, they can execute extraordinary earth-based attacks such as rock spikes and quake. The earth brute bulls are widely distributed across this grassland, with adult specimens typically possessing a black iron life tier, while a minority of mutated individuals can attain bronze or even higher silver tiers. They are formidable but serve as prey for even mightier creatures such as wolves, leopards, and giant serpents. These carnivorous beings, larger and more powerful, often exist at the bronze or silver tiers. The overwhelming strength derived from their higher life levels allows them to disregard the earth brute bull's defensive spikes and hunt them with ease. Additionally, there are the giant horned wind sheep, a wind-type creature whose most advanced mutations can reach silver tier. These sheep grow at a remarkably slow pace, requiring nearly 30 years to attain peak black iron tier. And whether they reach bronze tier depends on their consumption of special resources and life elixirs found in the wilderness. When they ingest corresponding attribute elixirs, they undergo beneficial mutations, evolving to the bronze level. The foundational knowledge of alchemical evolution for beast companions stems from the positive evolutionary processes of these creatures. The giant horned wind sheep are swift, and they produce a large number of offspring, often yielding dozens of young in a single litter. The earth brute bulls and the giant horned wind sheep are the most common choices for beast masters with lower potential, specifically those of D and C tier talents. The immense strength and remarkable endurance of earth brute bulls allow them to thrive on ordinary plants and a small amount of meat, making them excellent for transport in the wild. One could say that a low-tier talented beast master who contracts an earth brute bull need not worry about survival. Numerous commercial transport companies, resource exchanges between bases, and the trade of loose goods by beast masters rely on these contracted earth brute bulls. Such beast masters can be likened to truck drivers in Jiang Ziliu's past life. Together, they form the foundational aspect of logistics and trade in this era of humanity, constituting the essential part of commerce between bases. More ambitious beast masters with higher growth potential may choose high-capacity and high-combat beasts such as earth brute elephants or ground dragons. These individuals can transport high-value goods and represent the elite tier of the beast master transport industry. The utmost premium goods, however, depend on massive flying beasts for transport, albeit at a significantly higher cost. The giant horned wind sheep, due to their remarkable speed and decent endurance, have become the foundational beasts for the military members of various bases. The military typically adopts orphans who have lost both parents, nurturing them from a young age, ensuring their loyalty is seldom in question. Among these children, those with higher potential forge contracts with formidable beasts, becoming the backbone of the military strength. Meanwhile, those with lesser potential predominantly form bonds with the giant horned wind sheep, establishing the foundational cavalry force of the Beastmaster realm. The military's preference for the giant horned wind sheep stems from their low dietary requirements and swift speed. Most importantly, these creatures exhibit remarkable bravery, remaining composed in the face of any situation when they operate in a herd. They may even launch attacks on dragon-like beasts imbued with draconic might. Even when confronted with ordinary, powerful beasts, they do not falter. These attributes render them an ideal choice for a large-scale military beast force. Additionally, Some less talented beastmasters opt for the giant horned wind sheep due to the affordability of their offspring and their suitability as reliable mounts during perilous journeys, enhancing the beastmaster's chances of survival. As Jiang Ziliu traversed this expanse of grassland, he cautiously observed the earth bull and the giant horned wind sheep. Were it not for his inherent skill that allows him to assess probabilities, he would undoubtedly choose the economically advantageous earth bull as his beast. Fortunately, he possesses a unique ability that enables him to discover pathways for his continuous growth and development. In fact, he is confident in his capacity to facilitate the special, sustained evolution of lower-tier beasts. Jiang Ziliu remained vigilant, suppressing his presence, and during this process, he encountered a bronze-tier azurite wind thunder leopard, patrolling the outskirts of its territory. Thankfully, the concealed skills of his companion, the air blue rock golem, proved effective, allowing him to remain undetected, even without emitting a trace of scent. Should he have been discovered, this beast would not hesitate to sample the taste of human flesh. Generally speaking, humans do not lack attraction for carnivorous beasts of the wilderness, a phenomenon rooted in the primal instincts derived from the original beasts that emerged from the End's Gate. These entities harbor an instinctual enmity and craving towards humanity. Ultimately, he arrived at the riverbank at the heart of the grassland. This river was broad, spanning 2 miles, yet only a shallow, narrow stream flowed through its center. Currently, the river was in its dry season, and Jiang Ziliu had specifically learned that this location was a relatively safe crossing point. Just as he reached the riverbank, the air blue rock golem suddenly issued a warning. It turned out that a small human merchant caravan was crossing the river ahead. However, the anomaly lay not in the caravan itself, but in the golem's detection of the presence of other unfamiliar human beastmasters. Jiang Ziliu immediately concealed himself, crouching in the grass along the riverbank to observe cautiously. The caravan comprised approximately 50 individuals, likely opting for a less traveled route out of fear of robbery on the main road. The convoy was transporting basic earth bulls, with each beast laden with cargo. Among the entire caravan, there were 40 earth bulls alone. Tasked with protection were 10 beastmasters, including those of bronze rank, whose beasts included the black-feathered thunder eagle, the iron-winged bird, and the blue-feathered wind eagle, along with the azurite wind thunder leopard, the giant horned wind sheep, and the illusory light fox, among other specialized terrestrial beasts. The presence of reconnaissance-type beasts within the group further enhanced their defensive capabilities, rendering this configuration quite formidable against most threats in the wild. However, the air blue rock golem noticed that the caravan members had failed to detect a hidden beastmaster. This concealed individual was lurking in a small pool at the river's center. The beast accompanying this figure was surprisingly a large bronze-tier skunk, standing nearly a meter tall and possessing an extraordinary ability to release an odorless, tasteless airborne toxin that could render both humans and beasts unconscious. The skunk's position was perfectly situated to take advantage of the caravan's upwind location. Shortly thereafter, members of the caravan began to feel the effects of the toxin, but it was too late. All the beastmasters had succumbed, and even if their beasts could endure, the beastmasters themselves could not withstand the toxin. As the beastmasters collapsed, their beasts lost their guidance, leading to chaos among them. Jiang Ziliu, positioned at the upwind location, speculated that this toxin was likely a temporary agent, causing momentary unconsciousness without resulting in death. However, he pondered how a single individual could orchestrate the robbery of an entire caravan, unless they possessed high-level spatial items or beasts of a spatial nature. Yet soon, Jiang Ziliu realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. This individual was not a common thief, but had a different objective altogether. Emerging from the water, the figure donned a black leather ensemble, complete with a waterproof mask and specialized goggles, rendering them virtually unrecognizable. Approaching the fallen caravan, the figure drew a curved knife from their back and, with a swift and practiced motion, began to eliminate each member with ruthless efficiency, indicating a familiarity with such grim tasks. This was a killer. Remarkably, they chose to annihilate every human within the caravan. With the demise of the beastmasters, the once controlled beasts, like the earth bulls, succumbed to panic and ultimately perished, their anguished cries echoing through the riverbank. Yet, this individual continued their cold, mechanistic slaughter without hesitation. The bond between beastmasters and their beasts is profound. When a beastmaster dies, their beast inevitably follows suit. Conversely, while a beast's death does not directly spell doom for the beastmaster, it entails significant backlash. Typically, when a beast dies or falls into slumber, the entire beastmaster space becomes dormant, hindering the cultivation of new beasts. Jiang Ziliu understood that this suspected beastmaster assassin was intent on eradicating the entire caravan. The skunk's capabilities illustrated that, regardless of size, a beast's power must not be underestimated. Merely a single bronze-tier skunk had incapacitated the entire group. Once all the beastmasters had been dispatched, the figure ignited all the cargo, then quietly surveyed the blood-soaked scene for a moment before calmly vanishing into the grass on the opposite bank. Jiang Ziliu sensed he had inadvertently stumbled upon a significant event. This could either be a massacre incited by a unique commercial rivalry or a targeted conspiracy between certain factions. The assailant's aim was clearly to eliminate the entire caravan, rather than the robbery he had initially surmised. Remaining cautious, Jiang Ziliu suspected the individual might still be monitoring from the shadows. He instructed the air-blue rock golem to advance underground, conducting a discreet search. Indeed, the golem quickly located the assailant, who had taken refuge in the grass on the opposite bank, observing for witnesses. After a prolonged wait of half an hour, the golem reported that the individual had completely vanished. Yet Jiang Ziliu refrained from making any sudden movements. Sure enough, moments later, the figure emerged once more from the grassland behind him, inadvertently detected by a mutated electric snake. The assailant's position was not far from Jiang Ziliu's own. The atmosphere grew tense, and Jiang Ziliu meticulously suppressed his life force, daring not to make a sound. Simultaneously, he clutched an iron bead in his hand. Should this assassin detect his presence, he would unleash his electromagnetic cannon for a lethal strike. He held no illusions that a beastmaster, despite being human, could withstand the might of such a weapon. Fortunately, luck was on his side, for the man failed to discern the traces left by Jiang Ziliu. This time, he merely conducted a brief inspection before swiftly departing. Jiang Ziliu lay in wait for nearly 2 hours before hastily vacating the area, crossing the river from a more perilous location to reach the opposite bank. This experience vividly illuminated for Jiang Ziliu the peril that beastmasters face not only from extraordinary creatures, but also from their own kind, imparting upon him a profound and authentic lesson. He had no intention of meddling in others' affairs. His foremost objective was to secure the soul crystal safely. Chapter 20. The Forbidden Zone of the Ruins Battlefield. The opposite bank of the river on the prairie represented a realm of genuine danger. Here, black iron-level beasts were prevalent, and bronze-level beasts were not uncommon. There even existed some advanced silver-level beasts. Fortunately, the route chosen by Jiang Ziliu expertly circumvented the territories of these formidable beasts. In regions inhabited by weaker beasts, he deftly navigated through, utilizing his ability to conceal his life force. However, the next area was an authentic forbidden zone. Yet it was also the location he had pinpointed for the soul crystal through probabilistic assessment of his innate skill. This place had once been a battleground between humans and beasts, the site of a vast human city. During the cataclysm, the despairing inhabitants of this grand city detonated an enormous nuclear bomb, obliterating the region and transforming it into a graveyard of life as the beasts invaded. At that time, powerful golden and diamond-level beasts perished in the nuclear devastation, with whispers of even supreme-level beasts meeting their end here. Gray stone, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, supreme. This hierarchy of beastmasters and beasts was disclosed to the lower strata of humanity, yet Jiang Ziliu speculated that even superior beastmasters might exist beyond the supreme level. He had heard rumors that humanity was not merely safeguarding this life-giving star, but was also expanding to other life-bearing planets. Thus, he boldly conjectured that there were even higher realms of beast mastery, undisclosed to the general populace. Silver level represented the pinnacle of strength at base 12, the upper echelons. Yet, within this forbidden zone he was traversing, remnants of golden, diamond, and even supreme-level beasts lay scattered. The lingering radiation and the residual powers of these supreme beasts rendered this area exceedingly terrifying, giving rise to a unique and extraordinary ruinous maze. This was a place of ingress without egress. To this day, human beastmasters have yet to discover a method to safely navigate through it. While others have failed, Jiang Ziliu, through his probabilistic discernment, discovered a means to counteract the maze's powers, which were born from the fusion of nuclear radiation and the extraordinary might of the beasts. The solution was deceptively simple: tunnel forward. Through his analysis, he discerned that the power enveloping this ruinous maze only extended to a width of nearly 500 meters from the surface. The interior of the ruins was deemed safe. Originally, the power of this maze extended underground, contributing to the legends of this terrifying graveyard. However, unbeknownst to all, the once formidable power had significantly waned over time. Below 3 meters, the influence of the maze's power had ceased to function, allowing passage. Nonetheless, excavating a tunnel 500 meters wide and 3 meters deep was no trivial task. Yet, Jiang Ziliu had the KNGQ-ing rock golem at his disposal. Its skills, such as earth manipulation and earth burrowing, enabled it to exert a certain degree of control over the soil, facilitating the creation of a stable tunnel without issue. However, this was not its inherent skill. and thus the consumption of dark energy during such operations was 3 to 10 times that of its normal abilities. Yet, Jiang Ziliu remained unperturbed. Upon reaching the edge of the ruins, he first excavated a hole to conceal himself underground. He then quietly rested in this location, allowing the KNGQing rock golem to forge ahead in creating the subterranean passage. Once its dark energy was depleted, he permitted it to rest and recuperate. Jiang Ziliu had also prepared a sufficient supply of low-level earth attribute slime beast cores, ample for the golem's recovery. Once it regained its strength and had rested adequately, it would continue to excavate the underground passage. After 2 cautious days of tunneling, the KNGQing rock golem successfully breached the tunnel. It ventured inside for preliminary exploration and confirmed that the interior was an empty expanse. The ruins were but a desolate wasteland. Once assured of the absence of danger, Jiang Ziliu traversed the tunnel to enter. Here, he found the ruins of numerous human skyscrapers, though vegetation was sparse. As he navigated the interior, he sensed a profound difference in the spatial dynamics compared to the outside world. He realized that the power of the maze was not merely superficial. It likely resembled a force field akin to a spatial barrier, though it seemed not to fully encompass the subterranean regions. This was presumably a subspace environment, significantly inferior to that of a dungeon realm. All around lay the remnants of shattered skyscrapers, indicative of the advanced technological civilization that humanity had developed prior to the great cataclysm on this planet. He began his search in the city, convinced that the soul crystal must lie at the epicenter of the beast assault, precisely where the nuclear explosion had occurred. However, his probabilistic assessment had only yielded a vague location, necessitating a thorough search. The streets were overgrown with vines and weeds, and soil was abundant. Yet, glimpses of industrial remnants, such as the frames of heavy vehicles, could still be spotted. Most remnants had succumbed to the ravages of time, devolving into sludge. Only a few fragments, having endured the passage of time, bore witness to their former existence. This place was devoid of beastly presence, and the remnants of radiation had rendered it lifeless, only recently beginning to show signs of recovery. Yet, remnants of radiation still lingered here. However, Jiang Ziliu had previously determined through probabilistic analysis that such residual levels posed no threat to him, a 9-star Greystone-level life form. It was precisely due to this unique environment that this location became a relatively safe haven for him to acquire the soul crystal. Other locales surrounding the base that also held soul crystals were far more perilous. After nearly a day's search, he finally located the battlefield of Ur. A colossal pit, several kilometers in diameter, was strewn with the bones of beasts, some extending over 10 meters in length, exuding an eerie vitality akin to jade. Some of these skeletal remains were golden, amethyst, and even multi-hued. Yet, without exception, these bones radiated a terrifying aura, imposing a profound sense of oppression upon him and his 2 beasts. It was the residual essence of high-level life forms, lingering for countless years after their demise. Though diminished from their original status as formidable beasts, they remained fearsome nonetheless. Yet, under the overwhelming force of nuclear weaponry, they had all been rendered equal, reduced to ash beneath that terrifying power. At this level of nuclear explosion, the core reaches temperatures exceeding millions of degrees, rendering even the most formidable of beasts incapable of withstanding its might. Jiang Ziliu discovered the site where the powerful beast had perished, thereby confirming that the soul crystals he sought were indeed located here. Soul crystals reside within the pineal glands of these creatures, which implies that locating the skull of a formidable beast would likely lead him to the soul crystals hidden within. The area was littered with the remnants of powerful beasts, and Jiang Ziliu swiftly unearthed a skull as large as a room, which had become ensconced in mud. To find the soul crystals, Jiang Ziliu needed to commence the arduous task of excavation. He, alongside the Aoki stone man, began to dig through the muck, meticulously inspecting the earth they unearthed, searching for traces of soul crystals bit by bit. Generally speaking, soul crystals are not large. The smallest are akin in size to mung beans, while the larger ones can be as big as a fist. Naturally, the larger the soul crystal, the more potent its efficacy. Typically, these crystals are black, making them relatively easy to identify. He enlisted the help of the Aoki stone man, whose sensitivity to the soil's conditions could aid in their search. However, despite dedicating an entire day to excavating the mud beneath the skull, he found no soul crystals. Jiang Ziliu understood that this was a normal occurrence. Even the mightiest beasts only had a probabilistic chance of yielding soul crystals, as not all creatures are endowed with the capacity to generate them. Some beasts possess only size and strength, devoid of any spiritual essence or talent for soul cultivation. Particularly during the era of great destruction, the likelihood of soul crystals being formed was significantly diminished. Humans have observed that the longer a beast resides on a life planet, the greater the chances of it forming a soul crystal. Yet beyond the end gate, in the primordial worlds of these beasts, the probability of soul crystal generation is exceedingly low, indicating that their spiritual growth is either sluggish or non-existent. Perhaps this is one of the reasons these beasts seek to traverse the end gate and invade this life-bearing star. Jiang Ziliu found it necessary to halt his search and spend the night there. The following day, he discovered a larger beast skull and continued his excavation. This time, he successfully unearthed a soul crystal the size of a quail's egg, which, relative to its size, was of mediocre quality. On that day, he encountered an even larger beast skull and once again found a soul crystal, but this one was only as small as a mung bean. On the third day, he stumbled upon a slightly smaller beast skull and successfully extracted a soul crystal half the size of a fist, which was of excellent quality. However, on the fourth day, fortune eluded him, and he found nothing. Jiang Ziliu lingered at this site for 8 days, successfully collecting 5 soul crystals of varying sizes. Had others learned of his remarkable haul, they would undoubtedly be envious to the point of jealousy. Both he and his family would face grave peril. Each soul crystal he possessed was an exceedingly precious treasure, one of the finest known artifacts. Without the corresponding power contained within, he would be doomed. Yet, Jiang Ziliu felt a tinge of disappointment for not discovering a beast core. He speculated that perhaps beast cores, akin to vital flesh, succumbed to the ravages of time, thus failing to endure. Having found 5 soul crystals, he felt immensely satisfied. Therefore, he suppressed his avarice for further excavation and quietly departed the site. He instructed the Aoki Stone Man to obliterate the pathway to this location, erasing all traces of his entrance. Only then did he depart in silence. After Jiang Ziliu's exit, he remained oblivious to the massive rainbow cloud that loomed above the ruins. Upon this enigmatic cloud lay a colossal butterfly, its wings spanning the size of a football field, peacefully slumbering. After his departure, the creature's slumbering aura subtly diminished, and this decline persisted. Jiang Ziliu was unaware that a creature of terrifying caliber, one surpassing the golden tier in strength and of an unknown grade, lay dormant above him. Probability assessments determined that he lacked the capability to rouse this slumbering entity. Chapter 21. The Resolute Jiang Ziliu. Jiang Ziliu's return journey was fraught with complications. At this juncture, he inadvertently encountered a formidable Qingwen Lin wolf, at least a 5-star black iron level, which obstructed his path. Unlike ordinary wolf-like beasts, the Qingwen Lin wolf is a solitary creature. Furthermore, it possesses unique attributes associated with wood, allowing its fur to transform into spiky vines under the influence of dark energy for offensive capabilities. This species exhibits remarkable energy conversion abilities, capable of transforming any living flesh into the life energy it requires. Thus, these ravenous solitary wolves possess an extraordinarily powerful digestive capacity, capable of consuming flesh equivalent to twice their body weight daily. Within the jungle, the Qingwen Lin wolf utilizes its wood attributes to seamlessly blend its essence with the trees, granting it an exceptional degree of concealment that far surpasses that of ordinary beasts. The aggression of this solitary wolf is formidable, emboldened to hunt creatures stronger than itself. The beast's core and heart are highly coveted, serving as key ingredients in the formulation of high-quality potions, imbued with immense life energy. During Jiang Ziliu's return, the Aoki Stone Man detected the Qingwen Lin wolf lurking at the jungle's edge. Consequently, Jiang Ziliu opted to take a detour. Eager to return home, he wished to avoid conflict with the surrounding beasts. However, the Aoki Stone Man was merely 30 meters ahead, a distance sufficient for the Qingwen Lin wolf to perceive Jiang Ziliu's presence. While his concealment skills effectively masked his aura and scent, they were less effective at camouflaging his movements. The Qingwen Lin wolf excels in sensing life signatures and detecting vibrations from its surroundings. Although Jiang Ziliu concealed his presence, the minuscule tremors caused by his footsteps were detected by the Qingwen Lin wolf. Following the vibrations, the wolf began to trail Jiang Ziliu. Despite the SSS-level life aura concealment skills being potent, they are not foolproof. There are inherent limitations. They cannot interfere with external vibrational information. Jiang Ziliu came to a halt, and the Qingwen Lin wolf mirrored his actions, stealthily inching closer. Realizing that the vibrations from its prey had ceased, the wolf understood that the target was attempting to hide in place. Consequently, it grew bolder, preparing to launch an assault on Jiang Ziliu. The Qingwen Lin wolf would not charge directly. Instead, it cautiously transformed its fur into thorny vines, swiftly encircling the area to execute an enveloping attack on the prey's concealed location, unperturbed by the possibility of its quarry revealing itself. It is safe to say that this Qingwen Lin wolf is a seasoned hunter, well versed in the art of tracking. Jiang Ziliu recognized that once this wolf had set its sights on him, it would not easily relent. Furthermore, this was an experienced elder wolf, making it all the more formidable. The likelihood of evading it was slim. Thus, Jiang Ziliu resolutely prepared for combat, ascending a small rise and retrieving an iron bead, readying himself for the impending confrontation. The azure-striped forest wolf stealthily followed, cautiously drawing closer to a distance of over 20 meters from Jiang Ziliu to observe. Originally, Jiang Ziliu intended for the empty azure stone man to execute a surprise attack through a method of earth-burrowing ambush. However, he altered his strategy, opting instead to instruct the mutated electric snake on the intricacies of electromagnetic control, providing a live demonstration of the electromagnetic cannon's capabilities. With a focus on the prowling azure-striped wolf, Jiang Ziliu unleashed an SSS-grade electromagnetic control skill, activating the electric field mode of the electromagnetic cannon. With a sharp crack, the electromagnetic projectile surged forth. Yet this time, Jiang Ziliu miscalculated. The experienced azure-striped wolf, ever vigilant and agile, evaded the attack just narrowly. The projectile merely scorched the fur at the base of its tail, generating an alarming heat. The wolf, startled, quickly comprehended the peril of such a formidable ranged assault. One hit would undoubtedly spell its doom. To Jiang Ziliu's astonishment, rather than fleeing, the cunning wolf charged directly at him, showcasing its remarkable intelligence. The wisdom of seasoned beasts is indeed formidable. Jiang Ziliu's electromagnetic cannon attacks were swift and ferocious, capable of striking from great distances. In this scenario, should the azure-striped wolf attempt to retreat, it would merely become a target for Jiang Ziliu's relentless assaults, with a survival chance of less than 10%. Conversely, if the wolf managed to close the distance and eliminate Jiang Ziliu, its chances of survival would be significantly improved, nearly 50-50. Given its proximity to Jiang Ziliu, a rapid lunge could bring it face-to-face with him in an instant. Although aware that a similar black iron-grade beast was guarding Jiang Ziliu, the wolf recognized this as its best opportunity for survival. As a battle-hardened creature, it understood when to flee and when to fight with all its might. Jiang Ziliu's prowess lay in ranged attacks. Thus, the risk of being overpowered in close quarters by the azure-striped wolf was considerable. Strategically, the wolf's decision was astute. However, it remained oblivious to the fact that a beastmaster could command multiple beasts. The moment the azure-striped wolf lunged towards Jiang Ziliu, its fate was sealed. The empty azure stone man, lying in wait between Jiang Ziliu and the wolf, launched a swift assault, delivering a lethal slice that tore open the wolf's abdomen. The blow was devastating, inflicting severe internal injuries. Yet, despite the grievous wound, the azure-striped wolf displayed no signs of panic. A vibrant green aura pulsated from its body, and its wounds began to writhe and heal rapidly. Jiang Ziliu was taken aback, realizing that the azure-striped wolf possessed a regenerative ability unknown to him from any human records. It dawned on him that this old wolf had likely undergone a mutation, awakening such a formidable healing skill. Without hesitation, Jiang Ziliu executed his second strike, launching another electromagnetic projectile at the moment the wolf activated its healing ability. He showed no mercy, seizing the opportunity to strike while it was vulnerable. If he hesitated, this rare chance would vanish in an instant. This time, his aim was true. The iron projectile penetrated the wolf's head and exited through its tail, obliterating its insides. Yet, the azure-striped wolf, a being of the wood element, exhibited an extraordinary resilience. Despite suffering such catastrophic damage, it remained alive. A more intense green light radiated from its body, indicating that it still clung to life and was desperately attempting to heal its grievous injuries. However, the life energy it possessed was insufficient to mend such severe wounds. Jiang Ziliu observed as the wolf's body rapidly thinned, exploiting its remaining life force to facilitate its recovery. The speed of its healing was astonishing, all occurring in mere moments. Nonetheless, Jiang Ziliu did not relent. The empty azure stone man followed up with a precise strike, severing the wolf's head. This decisive blow extinguished the azure-striped wolf's life, leaving it no chance for survival. With its head severed, revival was impossible for this low-tier beast. Subsequently, Jiang Ziliu refrained from lingering over the azure-striped wolf and departed. The valuable parts of the creature had already been destroyed, and its blood and flesh, brimming with vitality, constituted a prime feast for other beasts. They could easily trace the scent of such sustenance from afar. Had he harvested resources from this creature, his return journey would have been far less smooth. As he continued on his path, Jiang Ziliu exercised greater caution, meticulously watching his steps and adopting the lightest possible tread. He moved slowly, yet successfully made his way back to base 12, concealing the soul crystals within the mouth of the empty azure stone man. Jiang Ziliu passed through the base's gates, and, just before nightfall, returned home triumphantly. Chapter 22. Awakening the Soul's Hidden Star. Upon arriving home, Jiang Ziliu exhaled deeply. However, the relaxed expressions of his parents revealed their awareness of his expedition into the wilderness. He sighed, uncertain of what to say, and resolved to strive even harder to gain the power to shape his own destiny. Subsequently, he began to examine the soul crystals he had acquired. This time, Jiang Ziliu had obtained a total of 5 soul crystals, the smallest being no larger than a soybean, while the largest was roughly the size of half a fist. Each was a treasure of immense value, with the lowest estimated at over 100 million yuan. The largest, of an even higher quality, might be valued at 1 billion yuan or more. Once a treasure reaches a certain threshold, it becomes beyond the reach of ordinary currency. Only A-grade or higher spirit crystals could facilitate an equitable exchange for such artifacts. Even the lowest tier D-grade spirit crystals held a value exceeding 100 yuan each. Jiang Ziliu resolved to utilize the smallest soul crystal. It was not that he did not wish to use a higher grade crystal, but rather, his current soul strength could not withstand the intense energy surges contained within them. Presently, his soul strength was only 141, rendering him incapable of enduring the formidable energies of advanced soul crystals. Moreover, his limited resources prevented him from acquiring superior medicinal materials to temper and neutralize the overwhelming power of higher-grade soul crystals. Those noble families who performed the early awakening of their contract runes did so using special, high-quality medications and resources to manage the release and absorption of energy from powerful soul crystals. Jiang Ziliu lacked the wealth to procure the corresponding high-grade resources. Despite having gathered some medicinal materials during his wilderness journey, their quality was far from exceptional. He was only able to select materials of D and C grades, concocting a usable, gel-like potion that corresponded to the minimal potency of low-quality soul crystals. The absorption of the soul crystal was not achieved through oral intake. Although it could be ingested, the prerequisite was that the Beast Master must withstand the tumultuous and potent soul energy it would unleash. Ingesting was the simplest method, yet it often proved to be the most perilous and unreliable means of utilizing such treasures. He first affixed the prepared gel-like potion to his forehead, then adhered the smallest soul crystal at its center. The power of the soul crystal was gently coaxed forth by the potion's effects, flowing through his forehead and into his body, nourishing his soul, rendering it more resilient and vivacious. At this moment, Jiang Ziliu's ability to observe and manipulate his soul was heightened and more dynamic, allowing him to perceive the exceedingly minute hidden soul stars nestled near 9 other soul stars of the same tier. This extraordinary phenomenon, typically imperceptible, now manifested within his spiritual vision. Next, Jiang Ziliu endeavored to harness his soul energy to illuminate and activate these hidden soul stars. He commenced his actions, and a flurry of luminescence erupted as the first hidden soul star was successfully activated. Upon activation, it transformed into a smaller, radiant soul star. A naturally occurring connection was established between this newly ignited soul star and the primary star of the first activated soul star, forming a dark energy dual star circulation system. The primary star of the activated soul star and this hidden soul star began to engage in a cyclical flow of dark energy. As the dark energy passed through the hidden soul star, its quantity diminished, yet its quality was significantly enhanced. His dark energy quality ascended to a higher tier. Jiang Ziliu sensed a slight fatigue within his soul, though it was not overtly pronounced, indicating that he still possessed the capacity to illuminate more hidden soul stars that day. Following the same procedure, he successfully activated the second hidden soul star. This second hidden soul star established a similar connection with the primary star of the second activated soul star, creating an energy dual star circulation structure. His dark energy quality further improved. With each additional hidden soul star he activated, a new dark energy dual star circulation was formed, propelling the quality of his dark energy to new heights. Subsequently, Jiang Ziliu successfully activated the third hidden soul star, leading to the emergence of a third dual star dark energy circulation. At this juncture, he began to feel considerable fatigue within his soul. Such a state was no longer conducive to the continued activation of hidden soul stars. Jiang Ziliu then carefully stored the soul crystals and potion away, preparing to sleep. Rest was his most effective means of restoring his soul. He had previously concealed the remaining 4 soul crystals within a gel-like substance. This gel was derived from the hide of a seemingly inconsequential feline beast, yet it adeptly served to mask odors, breaths, and energy fluctuations. In this world, various kinds of beast masters existed, including those with treasure hunting abilities, whose masters sometimes transformed into treasure thieves. Over time, other beast masters grew wise, employing special methods to conceal their treasures, particularly to guard against treasure-hunting beastmasters. Jiang Ziliu had discovered a method for hiding soul crystals using this unique gel. Additionally, he employed a specially crafted lead box for added security. Lead, a unique material, effectively insulated dark energy and soul signals, rendering it an excellent choice for concealing treasures. After a deep night's sleep, Jiang Ziliu awoke revitalized. The high cost of soul crystals was not merely for the purpose of activating the soul and enhancing its microscopic observational depth. They also served to fortify the Beastmaster's soul during the process. Jiang Ziliu's profession was that of a 9-star gray rock Beastmaster. His lifespan registered at 16,147. His life state marked as healthy, his soul strength at 278, and his life tier classified as a gray rock life form. His dark energy level stood at 92. His personal skills included probability judgment, signature skill the ability to assess the probability of a specified outcome at any moment. His feedback skills encompassed life-breath convergence, SSS grade, and electromagnetic manipulation, SSS. His beasts comprised a 6-star black iron level empty azure rock golem and a 5-star black iron level mutated electric snake. The skills of his beasts included empty azure rock golem, life-breath convergence, SSS grade, earth and rock burrowing, C grade, earth and rock invisibility, C grade, mutated sensitivity, D, earth and rock stealth strike, D, mastery of swordsmanship, D, and earth spatial burrowing, unawakened. Mutated electric snake, electromagnetic manipulation, SSS grade, electric current attack, C grade, electric speed, D grade, mutated sensitivity, C grade. In terms of beast levels, empty azure rock golem, 6-star black iron, mutated electric snake, 3-star black iron. The status of his beasts was as follows. The empty azure rock golem was healthy, with a 90 affinity towards its master, while the mutated electric snake was also in good health, holding an 88 affinity towards its master. The enhancement of the soul through soul crystals was remarkably apparent, as Jiang Ziliu's soul strength nearly doubled, reaching an impressive 278. After all, the beasts capable of producing soul crystals were at least of silver grade, with most being of golden grade or even more powerful. The soul crystals they yielded, which enhanced the soul strength of gray rock level beast masters by a factor of 2, represented results after attenuation. At this moment, the enhancement of his soul strength encompassed not merely qualitative improvement, but also a significant increase in quantity. It is evident that the high price of soul crystals is justified. Among beast masters, there exists a saying, cultivating beasts is easy, but enhancing the soul is difficult. While resources for beast cultivation can be swiftly acquired, elevating one's soul strength is far more challenging, as resources for soul enhancement are exceedingly scarce. Moreover, individuals with weak willpower may find that even with soul resources, they cannot effectively strengthen their souls. In fact, mishaps could lead to soul damage. With the elevation in soul strength, Jiang Ziliu discerned a marked enhancement in his wisdom, cognitive processes, and memory capacity. Now, he no longer required to wear the mysterious leaf-like metallic disc to achieve similar learning effects, although its use would yield even greater benefits. His inability to perceive the soul's enhancement yesterday was due to his soul energy being in a state of activation and the exertion used to activate the hidden soul stars, rendering any noticeable improvement elusive amidst his fatigue. Following the elevation of his soul strength, Jiang Ziliu exuded an aura of pressure characteristic of advanced beast masters towards lower-tier life forms. A formidable beast master can wield soul energy that makes it exceedingly difficult for lower-tier beast masters to resist, a manifestation of soul strength reaching a certain threshold. From the data panel, while other aspects showed improvement, his dark energy level had notably declined. In reality, this was a result of his dark energy experiencing a qualitative enhancement. Yet it also represented a process of dark energy compression. His dark energy requires a certain duration to be restored to its previous levels, unless he finds himself in an environment rich in dark energy, where he can achieve a swift recovery. For instance, the communal dark energy chamber at the base is not solely designed to enhance the talents of students. It is generally accessible to all beast masters, albeit for a fee, to facilitate the rapid restoration of their dark energy levels. Over the past few months, Jiang Ziliu has primarily focused on his studies, resulting in a lack of dedicated cultivation to elevate his beast master rank. Another factor is that a mere increase in his beast level would immediately yield feedback, propelling him directly into the realm of a black iron level beast master, an outcome he wishes to postpone until after the awakening of the soul hidden stars. After assessing his condition, Jiang Ziliu proceeded to activate new soul hidden stars. The following day, he activated 3 more, further enhancing the quality of his dark energy while diminishing its quantity. On the 3rd day, he unlocked the final 3 soul hidden stars, thus fully activating all of them. At this juncture, Even the smallest soul crystal he had used was entirely depleted, resulting in the complete disintegration of its core structure, which vanished into luminous particles. Jiang Ziliu discerned that each soul hidden star corresponded precisely to a main star of the soul celestial bodies. There would neither be an excess nor a deficit. They inherently resonate with the soul's essence within the human body. While the soul celestial bodies are easily detectable, the soul hidden stars tend to elude notice. Each soul celestial body and its corresponding soul hidden star is linked by a concealed microcirculatory system. Once all his dark energy is fully enhanced through this microcirculation, the quality of his dark energy will rival that of high-tier or even peak black iron-level beast masters. The soul hidden stars represent the most crucial and indispensable foundation for a beast master. With all 9 soul hidden stars activated and the soul crystal entirely consumed, Jiang Ziliu experienced a significant enhancement in his soul, leading to new changes in his data panel. Jiang Ziliu, profession, 9-star Greystone level beast master. Lifespan, 16,149. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 1001. Life tier, Greystone level organism. Dark energy level, 62. Personal skills, probability judgment. Signature skill can determine the probability of a specified outcome at any time. Feedback skills, life aura convergence, SSS level. Electromagnetic manipulation, SSS. Other information remains unchanged. Jiang Ziliu's soul strength surged to the impressive figure of 1001. This remarkable increase is attributed to the dual effects of the soul crystal's power and the soul hidden star's enhancement of the soul. A soul strength of 100 is typically the standard for bronze-level beast masters. Generally, a Greystone-level beast master must achieve a soul strength of 10 to ascend to the black iron level. To transition from black iron to bronze, a soul strength of at least 100 is essential. Otherwise, regardless of the prowess of their beasts, a beast master's rank may stagnate, potentially hindering the ascension of their beast life tiers. Jiang Ziliu now possesses the qualifications to ascend directly to a bronze-level beast master. The data indicating a soul strength of 100 also imbues him with formidable life pressure, creating a substantial sense of life oppression for ordinary individuals and Greystone-level beast masters alike. Fortunately, Jiang Ziliu swiftly activated the SSS-level hidden skill of life aura convergence, allowing him to restrain his soul aura to a stable 3-star Greystone level. The prowess of this SSS-level hidden skill is remarkable. It enables the convergence of life aura, dark energy, and even soul aura. This skill undoubtedly affirms the correctness of his initial choice of the empty blue Rockman as his first beast. A soul strength of 100 serves as another benchmark. For instance, if a bronze-level beast master's beast were to perish or fall into slumber, their soul data would plummet due to the feedback, rendering them incapable of manifesting the life pressure typical of a powerful being. This was the fate of his parents. The death of a beast results in a permanent decline in soul strength data, signifying genuine damage to the soul. Conversely, if a beast falls into a deep slumber, it is a form of latent damage to the soul, which may potentially be recoverable. However, such damage that allows a beast to slumber within the beast space typically stems from fundamental harm. The resources and wealth required for genuine recovery are beyond the means of ordinary beast masters. Thus, they remain in a state of profound slumber, stripped of their extraordinary powers, relegated to the status of peculiar ordinary individuals in this world. At present, Jiang Ziliu's dark energy level has diminished to 62. He has further compressed his dark energy to enhance its quality. Once he restores his dark energy to previous levels, he can resume cultivating his beasts and prepare for an ascension to a higher tier of black iron level beast master. Moreover, with his soul strength elevated to 100, as noted in the information he received, he meets the criteria to contract a third beast. Chapter 23, The Stratification of Distances. Following this significant enhancement, Jiang Ziliu refrained from further study or other pursuits and indulged in a few days of leisure. He understands the wisdom of balance. Excessive intensity can yield negative repercussions. The arduous process of activating the soul hidden stars undoubtedly carries certain adverse effects, prompting him to prioritize his recovery. This time, Jiang Ziliu elevated his beast master rank to a 3-star Greystone level, while the empty blue Rockman advanced to an 8-star Greystone level. He had no intention of revealing the mutated electric snake unless prompted by others. As the new academic phase commenced, following 2 months of intensive study, his entire class had established a solid foundation in the lower to mid-level knowledge related to beast masters. They had also gained some insight into advanced concepts. The new phase of learning was to be the practical application of beast mastery. Of course, the emphasis on foundational knowledge was far from over. One morning, Jiang Ziliu arrived promptly at school. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed that a considerable number of his classmates were already present, with a significant portion gathered around a particular individual in the front row. What has happened with Tang Yunu? He wondered. As he arrived, his deskmate, a girl with a temperament reminiscent of Hinata, joined him. He inquired about the commotion. Tang Yunu, not a local, hailed from the prestigious Tang family of the higher-level base. Yet she bore only a C-level talent. Consequently, it seemed she had been somewhat shunned by the Tang family and relegated to live in the 4th-level base 12. Nonetheless, the Tang family still maintained a semblance of pride, providing her with sufficient financial support to enroll in the elite class at 9th middle school. Jiang Ziliu learned this not through direct inquiry, but rather from Tang Yunu herself, as their prolonged companionship had fostered communication. Tang Yunu, much like Hinata, was a shy girl who blushed easily, yet she possessed a genuinely pleasant disposition. A shy personality does not equate to a lack of intelligence. Born into a distinguished family, she possessed a perspective far broader than the average individual. Initially, she believed that Jiang Ziliu was simply reticent due to shyness, but her subsequent realization incensed her. He was not shy, but rather disinclined to engage in proactive communication with anyone around him. If one were to approach him and initiate conversation, he would respond amicably. Gradually, the astute Tang Yunu discerned that he seemed to exist in a world apart, constantly restraining himself. She inadvertently uncovered a deeply concealed pride within Jiang Ziliu, a conviction that his potential and future far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Tang Yunu could not comprehend the origin of this hidden pride, one so profound that even he remained oblivious to it. Nevertheless, she recognized him as a rational, intelligent, and cautious individual, without a significant foundation. How could he possess such pride? Tang Yunu, whose shy nature shaped her unique worldview since childhood, had her upbringing in a prominent family endow her with an extraordinary vision. She was remarkably perceptive in certain aspects, yet never voiced her insights before others. These exceptional traits allowed her to notice numerous intricacies about her desk mate, Jiang Ziliu. Unlike her classmates, who were engrossed in nurturing their beasts, Jiang Ziliu preferred to spend solitary hours in the library engrossed in books, earning him the moniker of bookworm. While others dismissed the value of the written word, Tang Yunu understood that formidable beastmasters like her grandfather cherished reading and sought knowledge encompassing all aspects of beast mastery. The more advanced the beastmaster, the greater the emphasis on the breadth and depth of knowledge. Conversely, lesser beastmasters often pursued only immediate gains. In Tang Yunu's eyes, Jiang Ziliu's actions reflected true prowess and foresight. The accumulation of knowledge directly correlated with greater potential for growth in the long term. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ziliu, Tang Yunu had already perceived his efforts to conceal his strength. On one hand, he publicly showcased the empty blue rock golem as his beast. However, Tang Yunu recognized that this creature was far from an ideal choice for a beastmaster. Yet, it harbored an SSS-level hidden aura and life-tier skill. Had Jiang Ziliu chosen to reveal this skill when contracting his beast, his true power would have been obscured. Indeed, one day as they exited the school in succession, they encountered a frenzied earth bull charging toward them, nearly colliding with Jiang Ziliu, who deftly evaded it at the last moment. This scene was most vividly observed by Tang Yunu. When a beast's affinity for its master diminishes, it may lose control and act erratically. The earth bull's behavior was not unexpected given its exhaustion and declining rapport with its master. Jiang Ziliu's ability to dodge the bull's charge was not merely a stroke of luck, although it may have appeared so at first glance. Having been exposed to various beasts since childhood, she understood that such a feat was impossible for someone of mere 2-star Greystone rank. In fact, one would require at least a 6-star Greystone rank to evade such a charge. Jiang Ziliu's aura and life tier were well contained, yet life often presents unforeseen circumstances, inadvertently revealing his strength to Tang Yunu. Jiang Ziliu's innate talent was rated B, indicating that his power was at least above the 6-star Greystone level, suggesting that his empty blue rock golem was at least at the 4-star black iron level. Alternatively, he might have concealed a second beast, and both must be of black iron level to account for his remarkable strength. The depth of Jiang Ziliu's concealment astonished Tang Yunu. Fortunately, she was not one to meddle in others' affairs and had never disclosed her findings to anyone. Her observations of Jiang Ziliu became more attentive, and she was eager to engage with him. She noted that Jiang Ziliu was merely cautious by nature, neither malevolent nor benign. Furthermore, the admiration for strength is an innate instinct among all female beings, rooted in the evolutionary processes of life itself. Tang Yunu was inclined to foster a connection with Jiang Ziliu, desiring to cultivate a relationship that would undoubtedly yield benefits for her. Besides, Jiang Ziliu was not unappealing in appearance. In her quest to befriend this promising individual, she suppressed her shyness and took the initiative in their interactions, even candidly sharing her past. In turn, Jiang Ziliu became more willing to converse with her. As she hailed from an upper-class family, her broader insights allowed him to glean knowledge about realms inaccessible to those of lower status, the clandestine, and the intricacies of the world. With their mutual needs aligned, their relationship deepened over the course of the following month. Thus, it was not surprising that Jiang Ziliu casually inquired about the happenings in their class. He learned that Li Wanxiu had ascended to the 9-star Greystone level. It would not be long before she became the first genius in their class to advance to the Black Iron rank in Beast Mastery. Although Tang Yunu was typically quiet, she was astutely observant, well-informed about class dynamics, far more than Jiang Ziliu. Yet, at that moment, she pondered, this fellow might already possess Black Iron status. Alas, he might be unaware of the secrets of the soul-hidden stars. What a pity. Unbeknownst to Tang Yunu, Jiang Ziliu not only understood this concept, but had also fully activated 9 soul-hidden stars. His strength surpassed that of Li Wanxiu, the class's top student with SS-level talent. Upon hearing Tang Yunu's remarks, Jiang Ziliu focused his senses toward Li Wanxiu's location. The life aura emanating from her was unmistakably 9-star Greystone. Faintly, he sensed a similar hidden aura akin to his own, a presence that emerged only after he activated his soul-hidden stars. This indicated that Li Wanxiu, like him, had also awakened her soul-hidden stars. Although Li Wanxiu, endowed with SS-level talent, could perceive the soul-hidden stars without the need for soul crystals, she would never have discerned their existence without someone to guide her and reveal the method. Was it possible that her family had severed ties with the Li clan? How did she come to know of this? In the fleeting moment he sat down, his mind raced through a myriad of thoughts and questions. Yet, as he contemplated, he remained blissfully unaware of Tang Yunu's quiet observation of him. She did not register Jiang Ziliu's astonishment, nor did she display any surprise herself. Jiang Ziliu's instinctive response was contemplation, which left Tang Yunu astounded. If he remained unfazed by the 9-star Greystone level, it suggested that he had already reached or even surpassed that threshold. Such composure and reflection could only stem from someone of extraordinary potential. After all, Jiang Ziliu hailed from humble origins. The rapid growth of those supported by powerful family resources was hardly surprising, but Jiang Ziliu's swift advancement was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, Tang Yunu conceived a reason, knowledge. Perhaps this individual has indeed uncovered a path to advancement through knowledge. It is even conceivable that this person might be a clandestine alchemist. Her conjecture proved accurate. Jiang Ziliu's proficiency in potion crafting undoubtedly qualifies him as a true Beastmaster apothecary. Having merely cast a glance, she instinctively lowered her head, concealing the astonishment that flickered across her features from Jiang Ziliu's notice. At this moment, Jiang Ziliu also discerned a crucial fact. Li Wanxiu was aware of the origins of the soul-hidden star, the beautiful practical instructor of the elite class, Li Qingqing. Although the practical lessons in the elite class had primarily revolved around theoretical knowledge, genuine hands-on training had yet to commence. However, Jiang Ziliu noticed that Li Qingqing had consistently maintained a discreet interest in Li Wanxiu. This seemingly silver-tiered, or possibly even stronger, formidable woman shared an extraordinary bond with Li Wanxiu. Perhaps she was imparting the secrets behind the awakening of the soul-hidden star to the SS-tier, gifted Li Wanxiu. Yet, it appeared that Li Wanxiu's awakening was still in its nascent stages, which might explain the noticeable aura leakage that Jiang Ziliu could perceive with clarity. The majority of students in the class currently possessed Beastmaster abilities ranging from 2 to 5-star Greystone levels. However, within his perception, many had already advanced to 3 stars or higher. Jiang Ziliu's own 3-star Greystone level placed him in a mid-lower tier position within the class, still not the last, yet hardly remarkable. In stark contrast, Li Wanxiu, at a 9-star Greystone level, stood far ahead, garnering the attention of her classmates. After all, this was a world of high-level transcendence. His deskmate, Tang Yunu, though lacking in innate talent, hailed from a prestigious family and had amassed considerable wealth, now boasting a 5-star Greystone level. From this perspective, Tang Yunu ranked among the upper echelon of the class. Despite her waning favor with the Tang family, her beast was nonetheless the finest among her peers with similar talents. It could be said that the lowest tier in the elite class now possessed at least a 2-star Greystone level. Yet, among the students present, Jiang Ziliu did not observe anyone in the class with abilities below the 3-star Greystone level. Conversely, he knew that the majority of Beastmasters in the ordinary classes were still struggling at the 1-star Greystone level, with only a handful reaching 2 stars. This clearly indicated that a silent chasm had begun to form between the elite class and ordinary students, a divide that would only widen further due to factors such as knowledge, resources, and opportunities. Chapter 24, The Terrifying Teacher. The formal practical training course commenced. All of them were transported by a school bus to a military camp situated less than 100 meters from the high walls of the base, which would serve as their training ground. The military stationed at the base had already advanced to establish the first line of defense 3 kilometers away, thus rendering this location obsolete, repurposed for various secondary school training programs. The training camp for 9th High School was alarmingly close to the base's city wall, making it a less than ideal training environment. In stark contrast, the training grounds for the privileged offspring of the elite at 1st High School were located a full 5 kilometers from the base, mingling with the original military personnel. This proximity allowed for greater exposure to wild exotic beasts and more extensive practical training. With military protection, their safety was assured. From this day forward, they would reside and learn various subjects at the camp while simultaneously engaging in practical training. This camp also hosted students from 3 ordinary classes for training, albeit on a rotating basis, while the elite class would remain stationed there permanently. When the stunningly beautiful teacher, Li Qingcheng, graced the training field with a gentle smile, an eerie silence enveloped the elite class, rendering the atmosphere tense. In that moment, it felt as though they had transitioned from a bustling marketplace into a serene valley. The invisible aura of terror emanating from Li Qingcheng instantly subdued all. The students of the elite class comprehended a profound truth. A woman whose beauty could enrapture one's senses may conceal a heart as dark as coal beneath her exterior. The few students who had initially shown in her presence during her first appearance suffered the most. During the first class, Li Qingcheng called upon them to answer fundamental questions. Yet none succeeded. Consequently, she imposed a punishment for their lack of preparation. They found themselves uncontrollably dressed in garments she had prepared, painfully performing an eye-watering dance in women's attire before the entire class. These individuals nearly faced social annihilation. It was only afterward that the class learned that one of Li Qingcheng's skills was telekinesis, which she had wielded to manipulate them into this humiliating performance against their will. Powerful, fearsome, and delightfully sinister. These labels were instantaneously affixed to their teacher, Li Qingcheng. In the forthcoming lessons, she would ensure that anyone who dared to disrespect her or attempted to resist would understand the true meaning of being formidable. She would compel them to partake in the most embarrassing tasks imaginable, all while relishing the spectacle, as though she had discovered a collection of delightful playthings. The students of the elite class grasped that, in the eyes of this formidable teacher, they were merely amusing toys, especially once they fell into her grasp. Furthermore, her astounding prowess made it abundantly clear to the students what it meant to be powerless against the whims of fate. Classmates, today marks the first practical lesson. As a beastmaster, while other abilities may not be paramount, your capacity to protect yourself must never be inadequate. I have brought some particularly entertaining exotic beasts to assess your survival skills. Upon the conclusion of Li Qingcheng's declaration, fear cascaded through the class. Her unpredictable nature was one of her defining characteristics. What she deemed entertaining could very well translate into a nightmarish experience for the elite students. Indeed, as Li Qingcheng unveiled the curtain of the fiberglass cage, the class bore witness to the exotic beasts they were to confront. All faces drained of color, with the female students nearly fainting in terror. If anyone dares to faint, I shall promptly expel them from the elite class. This declaration from Li Qingcheng galvanized those who had been poised to feign unconsciousness, forcing even the genuinely faint-hearted to muster their composure. What sort of exotic beast could elicit such a response from the entire class? Everyone recognized them, including Jiang Ziliu, whose face mirrored their apprehension. The creatures within the fiberglass cage were no larger than a palm, featuring bat-like wings reminiscent of souls, resembling diminutive humanoid forms. They bore a peculiar name, the stench imp bat. This species belonged to the bat family and was universally detested by both humans and most exotic beasts due to their penchant for attacking creatures significantly larger than themselves. Their assaults did not involve biting. Rather, they leapt onto their targets, dousing them with their urine. Once this foul substance adhered to the skin, it became nearly impossible to cleanse, emitting a horrific stench that could linger for nearly a week. The odor was so potent that it could induce nausea. Curiously, these little fiends themselves emitted no odor. Researchers discovered that the foul smell was a byproduct of their urine reacting with biological sweat, yet they themselves did not perspire. This peculiar trait renders other extraordinary beasts hesitant to attack them, instinctively steering clear and thereby providing essential protection for their survival. Consequently, predatory creatures do not dare to approach the vicinity where these little beings dwell. They also harbor a tendency to assault humans, making them particularly detested by people, especially young girls. The elite class discerned that no good could come from this situation. However, they were utterly unprepared to confront such a terrifying creature. This training was specifically designed for them, and they were to flee under the relentless pursuit of these beasts while evading their attacks. Therefore, Anyone who found themselves tainted by their urine would be deemed a failure, regardless of the methods employed within this wooded expanse. They must devise ways to evade the relentless search, pursuit, and onslaught of these creatures. Li Qingqing subsequently outlined the rules of their training. Moreover, during this process, summoning their beast companions was strictly prohibited. Anyone who dared to summon a beast would incur a deduction of 5 points from their resource allocation. Upon hearing this rule, some students with ulterior motives fell into despair. They had entered the elite class precisely for the various resources provided by the school, which they could neither afford nor obtain otherwise. A mere deduction of 5 points in a single class would represent a significant loss for them, further widening the gap between them and their peers. The introduction of this rule effectively extinguished any thoughts of summoning beasts to counter the foul little demon bats. Tang Yunu Li Qingqing mentioned several names, those of students with relatively affluent backgrounds. You few are somewhat special. Should any of you dare to summon your beasts, I shall not only deduct your resources, but will expel you from the elite class entirely. Is that understood? The response that followed was a listless chorus. Understood. All right, everyone. Please collect your training combat uniforms and change out of your clothes. In 20 minutes, we will commence the first practical training session. Li Qingqing regarded her adorable students with a trademark devilish smile. In that moment, she appeared as if she had sprouted horns, transforming into a strikingly beautiful yet fearsome succubus. No one dared to disregard her words. Once everyone hastily changed their attire, she promptly unlatched the iron gate of the cage. Chapter 25, The Right Choice. At the instant Li Qingqing opened the cage, the foul little demon bats surged forth, locking onto their primary target, Li Qingqing herself. These creatures prioritize their targets based on the level of perceived threat. The greater the threat, the more likely they are to attack. Their aim is to incapacitate those they perceive as dangerous, thereby ensuring their own safety and survival. These little beings possess an exceptionally keen sense of life perception. They immediately identified Li Qingqing as their most significant threat in the vicinity, necessitating her swift elimination. The students in the elite class, witnessing this spectacle, were momentarily stunned, some even lingering to observe the misfortune of their formidable teacher. Meanwhile, the more astute among them fled at once, darting into the surrounding wilderness in search of places to conceal themselves and evade the searches and assaults of the demon bats. While some took flight into the forest, a few remained composed, including Jiang Ziliu. He was acutely aware that this lesson was a calculated display of power, a training session designed to ensure the students experienced considerable hardship. Being afflicted by this stench for an entire week would certainly leave an indelible mark. This experience would serve as a stark reminder for the elite class students, compelling them to actively learn how to protect themselves in the future. Even if they faced misfortune now, it would only result in a temporary foul odor, a momentary discomfort, and a fleeting sense of social embarrassment. This was far preferable to the potential fatal consequences of negligence in the wilderness or during dungeon exploration due to a lack of self-preservation skills. Although the school's methods and those of Teacher Li were intimidating, they were ultimately well-intentioned and profoundly insightful. Jiang Ziliu understood that since this training was intended to imprint a lasting memory on everyone, their chances of escaping into the thicket to avoid the demon bats were slim. The school and Teacher Li must have made prior arrangements. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. Jiang Ziliu spotted a potential opportunity, which he surmised was the sole chance for the elite class to avoid failure, albeit one requiring immense courage. Disregarding any concerns for his dignity, Jiang Ziliu swiftly approached the edge of the clearing, broke off a hollow plant stem, and placed it in his mouth before hastily making his way to the fetid swamp reeking of the same foul odor. He submerged himself entirely, only allowing the stem to remain in his mouth for breathing. Indeed, this noxious mire was the only chance Jiang Ziliu had discerned that Teacher Li had left for the elite class. A momentary stench was far preferable to a week-long ordeal of odor. One could see that the training uniforms prepared by the school were notably old and slated for elimination. This indicated that the school had long been prepared for this scenario. Jiang Ziliu acted swiftly, while Tang Yunu, who had been observing him, found herself momentarily stunned. Upon witnessing the foul little demon bats, she immediately realized the dire predicament facing their entire class. The training at the high-level base school was terrifying in its own right. But this was far more brutal, even including the possibility of fatalities. At that moment, she was indeed quite flustered. Yet, she soon recalled her unique deskmate. Perhaps she could emulate his actions. However, when she truly saw Jiang Ziliu decisively plunge himself into the foul mire, she was momentarily taken aback. This seemed only slightly better than being attacked by the demon bats. Yet, Tang Yunu was also perceptive and quickly comprehended that this lesson was designed to ensnare everyone. It was a complete and unyielding display of power. The only chance for survival truly lay in the choice Jiang Ziliu had made. Tang Yunu felt conflicted, but soon found herself without time to ponder. The demon bats targeting teacher Li Qingcheng could not even approach her, as her mental energy had formed a protective shield with a diameter of 2 meters. The foul little demons had no means to contend with teacher Li. Subsequently, under her watchful gaze, they swiftly redirected their assault towards the stunned group of onlookers. With determination, Tang Yunu suppressed her urge to vomit, seized a hollow plant stem, and, tears of indignation in her eyes, plunged herself into the mire alongside Jiang Ziliu. In that moment, her heart was filled with indescribable discomfort. How could a pure and innocent girl like herself willingly bury herself in such filth? It was all Jiang Ziliu's fault. The thoughts of a girl can often be so unreasonable. Yet, Tang Yunu understood that, in truth, this was a relatively mild situation. When faced with a true life-threatening crisis, she would likely have to endure even more terrifying and unacceptable circumstances. Every beast master must learn certain lessons, akin to how medical students must learn to dissect gruesome cadavers. However, the clever individuals in the entire class were not limited to Jiang Ziliu and Tang Yunu. Other quick-witted students also promptly followed suit. Closely trailing behind Tang Yunu was Li Wanxiu, the class beauty, who also dove in without hesitation. As a goddess-like figure, it was no small feat for her to take this plunge. Yet, Li Wanxiu recalled her father's words. When it comes to beast tamers making choices, there is no distinction between genders or social status. Survival is paramount, and living to fight another day is the foremost priority. All else, in the midst of blood and fire, amounts to folly. She acted accordingly, motivated by her father's belief that Jiang Ziliu was anything but ordinary. Thus, without overthinking, she mirrored Tang Yunu's decisive action, recognizing that Tang Yunu's notable background warranted this approach. If even Tang Yunu was willing to undertake this, it must signify the correct choice. The significance of one's choices cannot be understated, a lesson that Li Wanxiu held close to her heart. In the wake of Li Wanxiu, a chubby classmate and a tall, lean student promptly followed her lead and jumped in. Both were boys of privileged lineage, yet lacked exceptional talent, having bought their way into the 9th middle school. Unlike the ordinary perspective, their unique backgrounds allowed them to muster the resolve to make the same judicious choice at this critical moment. They had long understood the situation, but were uncertain of how to proceed. With Jiang Ziliu, Tang Yunu, and Li Wanxiu setting a precedent, they gritted their teeth and followed suit. A momentary stench was far preferable to a week of foul odor, which could leave a lasting psychological scar. Meanwhile, their instructor, Li Qingcheng, observed everyone's performance. When Jiang Ziliu was the first to plunge into the mire, her eyes filled with astonishment. Her impression of Jiang Ziliu had been quite minimal, as if he were a mere shadow in the class. This was a peculiar side effect of his SSS-grade life concealment skill, which rendered his presence almost negligible. The only thing she recalled was that Jiang Ziliu had an ardent passion for reading, making him the most reclusive bookworm in the class. However, his instinctive and correct response now made Li Qingcheng realize she had underestimated him. His fierce determination and decisiveness were qualities not easily found in others. Moreover, this incident revealed Jiang Ziliu's intelligence and acute judgment. Clearly, he had discerned her ulterior motives, prompting him to leap into the foul mire, the sole source of hope. From that moment on, Li Qingcheng etched Jiang Ziliu's name into her memory. She recognized him as a character who preferred to stay out of the limelight, profoundly low-key. The tenacity displayed by Tang Yunu, Li Wanxiu, and the other 2 male students brought her a sense of satisfaction. The chubby boy was named Chen Zheng, hailing from the affluent Chen family, while the lanky one was called Hu Yifeng, from a distinguished military family. Li Qingcheng understood that these 5 individuals were likely to be the ones who would achieve the greatest success in their class. They possessed qualities, wisdom, decisiveness, and tenacity that set them apart from other beast tamers. While beast tamers thrive on talent, other factors can also influence their growth. This world is rife with opportunities and wonders. Talent may dictate some aspects of growth, but it does not encompass everything. Rare and advanced secret techniques, resources, and treasures can also enhance one's innate abilities. Conversely, traits like shrewdness, decisiveness, and tenacity are invaluable assets that a beast tamer can benefit from throughout their life. Among the 5, the likelihood of Li Wanxiu growing into a diamond tier or even higher-level powerhouse is over 80, according to Li Qingcheng's analysis. However, she found Jiang Ziliu's future somewhat inscrutable, as she could not fully grasp his character. Yet, she had no intention of probing further, understanding that such curiosity could lead to enmity. Other secrets should be approached with caution. The world is never short of miraculous individuals and extraordinary occurrences. As Li Qingcheng pondered, those who had failed to escape and those who had fled into the thicket inevitably fell victim. They soon emitted a horrific stench, followed by waves of retching sounds from various directions. The foul-smelling little demon bats, after their assault, nimbly distanced themselves from the scene. As they too detested the odor they produced, Li Qingcheng remained unfazed by the stench lingering near her nose. In light of her past experiences, the terror of death far outweighed the present ordeal. She had long since adapted to far worse situations and witnessed environments more dreadful than this. For the next week, these little creatures would struggle to eat and sleep amidst the foulness, truly experiencing the consequences of failing to escape the jaws of beasts. Such an experience, while dreadful, was far better than the alternative of losing their lives. Bitter medicine is often hard to swallow, beneficial for the ailment, yet harsh on the heart. Chapter 26. The conclusion of the tragedy. The first training session concluded, and everyone experienced the raw thrill of wilderness survival. After the last person was attacked by the foul-smelling little demon bats, practical instructor Li Qingcheng produced a special pill and placed it in a cage. Shortly thereafter, the stinky little creatures seemed to receive some signal and swiftly returned, eagerly darting inside one by one. Li Qingcheng then easily closed the cage door, bringing an end to this nightmarish practical lesson. She blew a whistle, signaling everyone to return. Upon hearing the whistle, those stuck in the mire struggled to extricate themselves. Like muddy children, they wiped their faces, trying to clear their vision, and, braving the foul stench, hurried to the edge of the camp to rinse themselves off with the water hoses provided. The group nearly fought over the hoses, but fortunately, the school had prepared 3 hoses specifically for such situations. After rinsing off, they, endowed with extraordinary vitality, were unbothered by the cold and plopped down on the ground to bask in the sun. Chun Zheng and Hu Yifeng, ever considerate, ran over to Li Wanqiu to curry favor. However, given that Li Wanqiu had not even vomited yet, her mood was exceptionally foul, and she scolded them away. Dejected, the two retreated to another patch of grass to observe the misfortunes of others. The 3 boys had washed off the muck from their bodies, while Tang Yunu and Li Wanqiu continued to rinse off, unmindful of the exposure of their alluring figures. It was as if, in that moment, they believed that endless washing could cleanse them of the psychological shadow cast by the mire. Chun Zheng and Hu Yifeng, after stealing glances at the 2 girls for a while, suddenly felt a terrifying gaze akin to that of death upon them. They turned to see their instructor, Li Qingcheng, glaring at them with an unfriendly expression. The 2 shivered in unison, feeling guilty as they averted their eyes to the misadventures of others. Jiang Ziliu kept his head bowed, refraining from uttering a word or casting his gaze upon the exposed figures of the 2 girls, nor did he express any interest in the plight of others. He was acutely aware that the psychological impact on everyone was immense. If he were to glance around indiscriminately, he might inadvertently attract unwanted attention. In the center of the training ground, a few foolish classmates who had failed to flee at the outset were now left heaving, utterly drained. They were tortured by the ghastly stench emanating from their own bodies and their primal instincts, a torment that was both excruciating and oddly pleasurable. Their joy was built upon the suffering of others. In the aftermath of comparison, they began to realize that their own misfortunes were not as dire as they had initially believed. The rotund Chun Zheng and the lanky Hu Yifei laughed shamelessly, instantly drawing the attention of several classmates who were suffering. They noticed that these 2 had managed to escape the ordeal, while they themselves were condemned to endure the foul stench for an entire week. Without comparison, there could be no suffering. Moreover, the 2 were reveling in their misfortune. One boy, although weak from retching, conceived an idea and whispered to those nearby. They immediately sprang into action, charging towards the duo. Chun Zheng and Hu Yifei, being astute, quickly realized that these classmates intended to drag them into their misery. If they were to be tackled, they too would become ensnared in the same odorous plight. The pair bolted away. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ziliu decisively rose and made his way to the side of teacher Li Qingcheng, with her presence as a deterrent. The others dared not entertain similar mischievous thoughts towards him. Li Wanqiu and Tang Yunu also noticed the unfolding events and swiftly joined Jiang by Li Qingcheng's side. The girls, more inclined than the boys to ensure that others shared in their discomfort, were prepared for such a scenario. They certainly did not wish for the stench to accompany them for a whole week. Li Qingcheng paid no heed to the actions of the students, nor did she intervene in the pursuit of Chun Zheng and Hu Yifei. The other classmates returned, equally fatigued and reeking of the atrocious odor. One by one, they rushed to the water source, desperately attempting to wash themselves. Although this offered minimal relief, it provided a psychological boost. As it was summer, their clothes would dry quickly after a brief sunbathing session. In no time, Jiang Ziliu's training attire had dried completely, leaving him devoid of any unpleasant scent, feeling quite refreshed. Li Wanqiu and Tang Yunu shared similar sentiments, casting appreciative glances at Jiang Ziliu, who, however, did not respond. Chun Zheng and Hu Yifei, having realized the situation, also sought refuge beside Li Qingcheng to escape their predicament. The training ground remained heavily tainted with foul odors, Yet Li Qingqing seemed completely unfazed, and the students could hardly cover their mouths and noses. They were quite fearful of her cunning nature. Once everyone had returned, Li Qingqing opened a box behind her, revealing a stash of masks. She donned one herself and distributed masks to Jiang Ziliu and a few others who had narrowly escaped the ordeal. The rest of the classmates clamored for masks, but Li Qingqing showed no inclination to share. She then formally commenced her post-training address. I am fully aware that many of you are feeling quite miserable right now, and that some may even be cursing me internally. However, I intend for you to engrave the experiences of the coming week deeply into your hearts. What I require is this psychological shadow. Becoming a Beastmaster is not a path of enjoyment, but one paved with blood and bone. You have merely been subjected to this repugnant stench for a time today. But remember, in your future outdoor adventures, in dungeon explorations, and throughout the journeys of other Beastmasters, you will encounter far more terrifying challenges than today. If you fail to lay a solid foundation and lack adequate psychological preparation, then today's experiences will not mark the end of your tragedies, but will instead be the starting point and nadir of countless painful experiences. If you can remember this day, study diligently, think rationally, and make decisive choices in the future, choices akin to those made by Li Wanxiu and her companions, then today's ordeal will merely represent the apex of the shadows in your lives. The shadows of today will determine whether it is the zenith or nadir of your future tragedies, entirely dependent on your efforts and choices. The entire address stretched on for nearly an hour. Jiang Ziliu was taken aback, although Li Qingqing was typically terse and formidable when she spoke at length. Her words were indeed powerful. She recounted some of the genuine trials faced by Beastmasters, instilling a sense of urgency in the students, urging them to proactively and diligently pursue all matters related to Beastmastery. Only then did the practical training session conclude. Jiang Ziliu and his companions were permitted to resume their normal life in the camp, returning to their dormitories. In stark contrast, all the others who had suffered the ordeal were assigned to a designated area for eating and sleeping, having been temporarily isolated due to their unbearable stench. The ordinary class students needed to continue their training, and thus, the afflicted were effectively quarantined, aside from attending classes. The elite class had gained notoriety at 9th high school. This incident was not concealed. The ordinary class students finally realized the darker aspects of the elite class. It turned out that their training could be so grueling. However, those truly wise understood that such training must serve a significant purpose, and even this torturous experience would never occur in the ordinary class. The inequitable path of growth had been predetermined the moment the elite class was established, following the revelation of talent levels. That evening, Jiang Ziliu found himself alone in the dormitory. Typically designed for 4 occupants, his room was now devoid of the other 3, who had been temporarily isolated until their stench dissipated. The forthcoming life in the camp likely would not be as smooth as anticipated. Jiang Ziliu could already foresee that today had merely been an appetizer for their training. How Li Qingqing would continue to challenge them in the future was anyone's guess. Yet, he was certain that the elite classes of other schools had not faced anything as harrowing on their first day. Shortly after returning to his dormitory, Jiang Ziliu suddenly sensed that his dark energy had returned to normal levels. He promptly summoned his empty azure rock golem and provided it with a C-grade earth attribute crystal for absorption. An hour later, under the influence of the crystal, the golem, already on the verge of a breakthrough, experienced a slight elevation in its life tier, advancing to the 7-star black iron level. Subsequently, the feedback from his beast enhancement reached Jiang Ziliu. His dark energy level rose, igniting the first soul star in the 2nd layer. In the next moment, he smoothly transitioned from the graystone level to the black iron level. After overcoming several hurdles, he successfully evolved into a black iron life form. If there were no other individuals in the class performing similar concealed actions, his own life level should undoubtedly be the strongest among them all. Following his breakthrough, Jiang Ziliu swiftly retracted his life aura, maintaining his presence at the 3-star gray rock level. Upon reaching the black iron tier, he could boldly elevate the levels of his 2 beasts without the anxiety of inadvertently surpassing his limits and thereby becoming unable to activate his soul's hidden star. Jiang Ziliu, profession, 1-star black iron beastmaster. Lifespan, 16,185. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 1016. Life level, black iron life form. Dark energy level, 127. Personal skills, probability judgment. Signature skill capable of determining the probability of a specified outcome at any moment. Feedback skills, life aura convergence, SSS grade. Electromagnetic manipulation, SSS. Beasts, 7-star black iron sky blue rock giant. 5-star black iron mutated electric snake. Beast skills, sky blue rock giant. Life aura convergence, SSS grade. Earth and soil burrowing, C grade. Earth and soil invisibility, C grade. Mutated spirituality, D. Earth and soil puncture, D. Swordsmanship proficiency, D. Earth space burrowing, awakening pending. Mutated electric snake, electromagnetic manipulation, SSS grade. Electric current attack, C grade. Electric lightning speed, D grade. Mutated spirituality, C grade. Beast levels, sky blue rock giant, 7-star black iron. Mutated electric snake, 5-star black iron. Beast status, sky blue rock giant is healthy, with a fondness level of 91 towards its master. Mutated electric snake is healthy, with a fondness level of 89 towards its master. The growth of a black iron level human beast master is substantial, upon Jiang Ziliu's advancement to the black iron level. His lifespan saw an increase of several decades, from an original 149 years to the current maximum of 185 years. Longevity is indeed one of the significant benefits afforded by the extraordinary profession of Beastmaster. Even the mere yearning for longevity is sufficient to drive countless individuals to tirelessly pursue their path as Beastmasters. Moreover, 185 years is not his ultimate limit. With each minor advancement in his life level at the Black Iron tier, his lifespan will experience a corresponding increase due to the elevation of his life level. It can be said that generally, the higher the life level of a Beastmaster, the longer their corresponding lifespan will be. Furthermore, this recent breakthrough has also resulted in notable enhancements to both his dark energy level and the fondness of the sky blue rock giant towards him. The elevation of a beast's life level is one of the pathways to significantly increasing its fondness for its master. After all, every life yearns for its own growth. His dark energy level has only increased to 127. Typically, the dark energy levels of black iron beings range between 10 and 100, while the numerical increase is modest. His single point of dark energy is likely equivalent to others' 17 points. In terms of quality, his dark energy is considerably more potent. Once he ascends to the 9-star black iron level and activates the black iron tier's soul hidden star, the quality of his dark energy will see an enhancement of over twofold. At that juncture, Jiang Ziliu must contemplate the elevation, evolution, and skill development of his beasts. Regarding the sky blue rock giant, there remains an important skill yet to be awakened, the earth space burrowing skill. This skill is a unique composite attribute skill of both earth and space. Once fully awakened, the sky blue rock giant will not only possess earth attributes, but also special spatial attributes. Awakening this skill requires not only the basic awakening conditions for the sky blue rock giant, but also the provision of essential spatial resources and treasures. Only with a sufficiently resilient body can the sky blue rock giant achieve the foundation necessary for awakening spatial attributes. This step is not overly difficult. As long as high-grade earth resources are provided for absorption to enhance its affinity for earth attributes, the resilience of the sky blue rock giant's body can be improved. Following this, spatial attribute resources are needed. However, such resources are relatively rare, and Jiang Ziliu will need to employ probability judgment for precise location exclusion searches to find them. Once the earth space burrowing skill is fully awakened, Jiang Ziliu can commence elevating the bloodline origin level of the sky blue rock giant, leading it towards evolution. He envisions continually evolving the sky blue rock giant's potential, fostering greater growth. The mutated electric snake also requires consideration. His cultivation of the mutated electric snake has been somewhat lacking. Previously, due to resource constraints, his focus was primarily on the sky blue rock giant. Now, both beasts warrant equal attention, for the sky blue rock giant will serve as his reconnaissance mainstay, an ally for escape and concealment, while the mutated electric snake will become his principal offensive force. The mutated electric snake does not require awakening any specific skills. However, its existing SSS grade skill, electromagnetic manipulation, can undergo profound development in application. Following his careful contemplation of future objectives after achieving the black iron level, he retrieved a popular science book on electromagnetic research to delve into. Currently, humanity's primary focus is on beast mastery, yet efforts in technology have not been entirely forsaken. This book on electromagnetic force will enhance Jiang Ziliu's familiarity with the application of electromagnetic power, potentially enabling the development of various branch capabilities related to electromagnetic manipulation. Both he and the mutated electric snake necessitate broader and deeper research into the skill of electromagnetic manipulation. Chapter 28, More Grueling Training. The following day, new courses commenced. Everyone gathered at the training ground, where teacher Li Qingqing presided over the day's lessons, with other instructors providing assistance. This entire week would be dedicated to practical training sessions under teacher Li Qingqing's guidance. Jiang Ziliu observed that from the expanse of open ground, 2 red lines extended deep into the forest, evidently set up by the instructors either last night or early this morning. Your task today is to engage in jogging training, declared teacher Li, outlining the day's training focus. Do you see those two red lines? The area between them will serve as your running training route. As beast masters, you must frequently undertake long-distance journeys in the wild, even for escape. Your long-distance mobility is essential for survival. Your beasts may encounter various unforeseen circumstances, rendering them unable to carry you. If you wish to survive here, you must rely on your own legs to accomplish this. I'm sure everyone understands the necessity of this training. With that, the session began. The class had anticipated the arduousness of the day, and indeed, they not only endured the discomfort of their own odors, but also continued the challenging training regimen. Jiang Ziliu, having narrowly escaped the predicament the previous day, found himself at the front of the line, while the others lagged behind due to the overpowering stench. Even though Li Wanxiu was among them, Jiang Ziliu could sense the discontent brewing within the hearts of his classmates towards those who had evaded the previous day's trial. There was little to be done. One person reeked while another bore no odor. The comparative discomfort was ever present. The entire class had subtly split into two factions, those with odor and those without. However, it was not long before everyone's energy was consumed by the training, leaving little room for other thoughts. The educators harbored no intention of guiding this group of students along a conventional path. Upon entering the jungle, their initial challenge was to navigate through a thicket of weeds and brambles. Supervised by their instructors, they were compelled to proceed through this daunting terrain. The weeds, while cumbersome, were manageable. At worst, they would end up with a few seeds clinging to their clothes. However, the thorns posed a far more perilous threat, with their narrow gaps requiring the students to hasten as urged by their teachers. These thorns, nourished by dark energy in the wild, inflicted painful scratches and unbearable itching upon contact. The hurried passage inevitably left everyone scratched, the sensations of pain and itchiness intertwining as they jogged incessantly, a discomfort that was all too palpable. Even Jiang Ziliu, a being of black iron caliber, was not immune to their effects. His skin was not yet resilient enough to withstand such assaults. Fortunately, he had experienced similar trials in his previous wilderness venture. Yet, for Tang Yunu, Li Wanxiu, Chen Zheng, and Hu Yifeng, the ordeal was far worse as they ran, desperately trying to alleviate the incessant itching. This discomfort validated their suspicions that Li Qingsheng would not make their journey any easier. Having finally traversed this section, they confronted a second challenge, a muddy wetland. Clearly artificial, the muddy terrain was overseen by teachers who insisted they jog through it. The area was filthy and slippery, leading to several tumbles. Tang Yunu fell multiple times, and Jiang Ziliu stumbled once as well. Ultimately, Tang Yunu and Li Wanxiu supported one another while Hu Yifeng assisted Chen Zheng, enabling them to navigate this treacherous stretch. Jiang Ziliu, however, appeared far more adept, demonstrating familiarity with such terrain. By this point, they had distanced themselves from the training camp area, and the group ahead had widened the gap from those behind. Whatever trials awaited the latter would mirror those faced by the former. Moreover, for those following, the wetland would become even more treacherous and slippery. The third obstacle was a slope that required them to jog uphill before descending. The slope was littered with sharp rocks, posing a risk of injury with the slightest misstep. The fourth challenge involved navigating a river with depths ranging from 1 to 1.5 meters. They were tasked with advancing upstream against a swift current for nearly a kilometer. The teachers mandated that they either walk or swim through this segment within a stipulated time frame. Failure to do so would result in failure of the training session. This would be recorded and factored into their overall academic performance, affecting their final resource allocation. Thus, they persevered against the rushing waters. Jiang Ziliu opted to swim, finding it a faster method of progression. Walking would expose him to greater force from the current, making it more arduous and draining. As they emerged from the river, the water became increasingly murky, ensuring that those who followed would endure even more hardship. The next challenge was uniquely different. Instead of running, they were to traverse a low, deciduous forest. The instructors had laid down a cushion beneath the trees. They needed to climb 3 trees at the forest's edge and then leap onto the branches of the second tree or swing from branch to branch like gibbons. This portion of training, known as treetop leaping, was designed to equip the beast masters with the ability to escape perilous situations in the jungle. After all, in times of danger, climbing a tree may not suffice, as creatures below could easily topple it. Thus, mastering the art of leaping between trees became essential for survival. Jiang Ziliu chose to advance through jumps, believing this method more suitable, for humans and gibbons differ significantly in their agility. The forest stretched for 500 meters, and by the time they reached the end, exhaustion had nearly incapacitated them. Had they not been beast masters, having undergone life feedback that enhanced their vitality, they might not have endured even a fraction of the training. Fortunately, as they slid down from the last tree, they spotted teacher Li Qingsheng waiting for them outside the forest, indicating the conclusion of their training journey. With this, their morning session came to a close, allowing everyone to rest and eat. Zhang, slightly overweight, unfortunately fell from a tree, but after confirming he was uninjured, the supervising teacher urged him back up to complete the task. In the elite class, there was no room for laziness unless one was genuinely incapacitated by injury. That morning, the grueling long-distance cross-country training left the entire class utterly exhausted, precluding any thoughts beyond the desire for the training to conclude soon. The afternoon promised a different kind of training. Teacher Li Qingcheng had prepared wooden swords, wooden knives, and wooden spears, instructing everyone to don protective gear for defensive and offensive weapon training. However, this was not a haphazard affair. Weapon training had been initiated prior to their awakening of contract patterns, and any student whose movements, attacks, or defenses were lacking, or who did not exert their full effort, would be personally drawn out by Teacher Li for a demonstration of what true combat entailed. The training attire was sufficiently protective, alleviating concerns over injury, though pain was inevitable, and all participants engaged wholeheartedly in fierce duels. Jiang Ziliu's opponent was his desk mate, Tang Yunu. Though experienced, he nearly fell victim to Tang Yunu due to her superior mastery of martial techniques, despite his own wealth of combat experience. Thus, their bout resulted in a stalemate, with both landing hits on each other, each feeling the sting of pain. Jiang Ziliu showed no signs of restraint, igniting Tang Yunu's competitive spirit, resulting in increasingly cunning and ruthless attacks that made the match challenging for him as well. Over the subsequent week, their mornings were filled with long-distance, multi-terrain running, while afternoons were reserved for weapon and hand-to-hand combat training among the beast masters. This pattern persisted throughout the week until the stench of the foul-smelling little demon bats faded from their bodies. By the final day, they understood that profuse sweating was the most effective remedy for this unpleasant odor. Li Qingcheng's arrangements proved astute. After a week, the entire class exhibited remarkable growth. Both in maturity and steadiness, their wills hardened through relentless trials. They bore a newfound sharpness, a testament to the relentless battles they had endured. Li Qingcheng truly excelled. Within a week, she had transformed her students significantly. No longer would they allow trivial matters, such as unpleasant odors, to cloud their judgment, affect their mindset, or impede their performance. This week of training represented a profound metamorphosis of their spirit and resolve. Chapter 29. The Terrifying Disparity of Beast Masters. The first week of training spanned 7 days. The opportunity for respite was elusive, as the following day heralded the commencement of the second week of training sessions. This week, in addition to their rigorous physical training, they would also engage in evening classes focused on cultural knowledge. Though not extensive, these were deemed essential. It was during this week that the true essence of beast mastery training would unfold. In the designated training ground, Li Qingcheng orchestrated a display of all the students' beasts. Until now, none had revealed their creatures, despite the general awareness of each other's beasts. However, the talents of the best among them had remained shrouded in mystery. As the moment arrived for the beasts to be unveiled, the disparities among the classmates became starkly apparent. After all, the essence of a beast master lies in their bond with their beast. Jiang Ziliu soon beheld the array of creatures surrounding each individual. His attention was first drawn to Tang Yunu. Her beast was particularly unique. Gifted with a C-rank talent, she could contract creatures within the C-rank bloodline. Typically, the apex of her beast's growth would be limited to the pinnacle of black iron. The path ahead was fraught with peril, as any further advancement would necessitate the beast's evolution, an uncertain process rife with risk, where even benign evolution could lead to significant failure. Tang Yunu, whose family expended considerable resources to awaken her potential, had unfortunately encountered a low-grade talent. Her beast manifested as a four-tailed, silver-eyed demon, a creature of extraordinary psychic prowess, belonging to a rare branch of the eye demon species. The four-tailed silver-eyed demon resembled a colossal eyeball, adorned with 4 silver tentacles. One served as a mouth for feeding, another for excretion, while the remaining 2 functioned akin to human limbs. It possessed formidable psychic abilities and a lightweight frame, allowing it to float effortlessly in the air for up to 4 or 5 hours without resting. The demon's remarkable regenerative capabilities further distinguished it from others of its kind. As long as it had sufficient sustenance, it could balance its restorative energy with that expended during flight, while also unleashing psychic attacks akin to piercing shrieks. Typically, a four-tailed silver-eyed demon could only ascend to the black iron pinnacle. However, its evolutionary potential offered a tantalizing prospect, a 30 chance to evolve into an 8-tailed golden-eyed demon, an S-rank creature capable of reaching the golden tier of beast mastery. Many with lower talents often gamble on this possibility when selecting their beasts. Yet these psychic creatures are characterized by their acute senses, formidable escape abilities, and pronounced resistance, rendering the capture of their young exceedingly rare. The exorbitant price tag of a four-tailed silver-eyed demon is one of its distinguishing features, alongside the high cost of the resources required for its evolution. Thus, only the affluent and powerful families would consider such a choice, often favoring investment in their more talented offspring instead. Tang Yunu's choice of the silver-eyed demon clearly reflected her unwillingness to settle for mediocrity. She likely understood that, despite its shortcomings, this choice represented her best possible future. For other beasts bore even greater uncertainties in evolution. Tang Yunu had nurtured her demon to the 8-star black iron tier, poised to reach its growth pinnacle imminently. Jiang Ziliu discerned her beast's level, realizing that Tang Yunu might complete the awakening of her contract mark before turning 16. This explained the current stature of her four-tailed, silver-eyed demon. However, black iron was relatively low for her aspirations, and she found herself navigating from school to school, hoping for the day her demon would successfully evolve, a moment that would herald a true turning point in her family's fortunes. Yet, she was not alone in her uniqueness. Chen Zheng, a portly boy from a wealthy family, showcased a beast that was a scaled, horned dragon-scaled serpent. Like Tang Yunu's beast, it was limited to the black iron tier, yet it bore a faint dragon bloodline, making it exceedingly special. Its combat strength was significantly enhanced, infused with a hint of draconic might, and its physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary beasts. Should it be cultivated with high-quality dragon blood resources, there was a possibility it could evolve into a more advanced draconic bloodline beast. Such creatures, though low-tier, are rare treasures, and any fortunate individual encountering one would be loath to let it slip away. The other privileged students looked upon Chen Zheng with envy, wishing to claim his beast for themselves. The likelihood of encountering such draconic bloodline offspring was lamentably slim, and Chen Zheng's contract with such a creature not only indicated his wealth, but also his fortuitous luck. In contrast, Hu Yifeng's beast was rather more commonplace, a four-winged mantis with blade-like limbs. This insectoid beast was fierce and relentless, its offensive capabilities formidable, with high potential for both beneficial and detrimental evolution. Hu Yifeng's choice seemed to prioritize combat prowess over evolutionary potential. The other classmates primarily contracted more conventional beasts such as tigers, wolves, bears, snakes, and bulls, all relatively common. Their resources were limited, and most of their beasts remained in the juvenile greystone tier. Yet, fortune smiled upon some ordinary students. For instance, a girl named Chen Ku, endowed with a B-rank talent, had contracted a plant-based beast known as the 100-blade thorn vine. This beast could grow to the silver tier and possessed immense power. At its peak silver level, the 100-blade thorn vine could root itself defensively, matching the strength of typical golden tier beasts. Its evolutionary potential was significant. Should its master dare to take risks and succeed, she might eventually wield golden tier power, or even the terrifying strength of a diamond tier beast. The golden tier represents the upper echelons of human capability, while the diamond tier signifies true elite status. Chen Ku's luck was fortuitous, and her future potential was beginning to rival that of talents like Li Wanxiu. Chen Ku was prudent, having only revealed her beast now. When the instructors beheld her creature, their eyes sparkled with recognition, understanding they had encountered yet another individual of exceptional potential. Another standout was a slight boy named Jiang Ziliu, who had contracted a creature known as the Radiant Unicorn. Though weak in combat and possessing average growth potential, it was a high-ranking healing entity, coveted by various factions. As such, Jiang Ziliu had the opportunity to thrive as a nurturing figure, provided he aligned himself with the right forces or teams, ensuring his future standing among the protected elite. Both Chen Ku and Jiang Ziliu distinguished themselves among their ordinary peers. As for those in the class with talents rated A and above, none of them possess a simple beast companion with exceptional gifts. It goes without saying that schools or various factions will proactively offer advanced exotic beast cubs for contract. In the elite class of 9th high school, there are 2 individuals with S-level talents, one male and one female. The one with the most remarkable talent is naturally Li Wanxiu, boasting an SS-level aptitude. The male student with S-level talent is named Li Qingqi, whose beast companion is a frost 5-pattern sparrow, capable of evolving to the golden tier, a species that may be small in stature but possesses formidable speed and combat prowess as an ice attribute avian beast. While this frost 5-pattern sparrow is fearsome in battle, its potential for evolution is rather limited. This indicates that he is a person of considerable prudence, not one to chase after high-risk endeavors. Despite his excellent talent, he remains humble and is well-liked among his peers. On the other hand, the female with S-level talent, Jiang Xiaoli, is a girl of lofty aspirations who looks down upon her classmates and harbors deep jealousy towards Li Wanxiu, often expressing her disdain. However, Li Wanxiu tends to ignore her. Jiang Xiaoli's beast companion is quite impressive, a shadow night fox, a cunning and elusive creature of the shadows. The class often feels that Jiang Ziliu and her beast share a similar disposition. This girl is also among those with the worst rapport in the class. Contrarily, the SS level Li Wanxiu possesses the most astonishing beast companion. At that moment, her exotic creature perched gracefully upon her shoulder. A pair of ethereal avian beings with immaculate white plumage and 7 long, crystalline feathers adorning their tails. Their eyes, resembling crescent moons, radiate purity and beauty, making them a sight to behold. This majestic creature is known as the twin-headed white moon ice phoenix, a high bloodline juvenile beast embodying the essence of the phoenix lineage. It also bears a fragment of the white moon's power, classifying it as an ice attribute phoenix beast infused with the essence of the white moon. The combination of the phoenix bloodline, ice, and white moon attributes draws the attention of everyone present, signifying that Li Wanxiu is destined for greatness and will undoubtedly rise to a position of power. Among the onlookers, only Li Qingcheng displayed no sign of surprise. Jiang Ziliu, however, could not help but reveal a mix of astonishment and envy, though he quickly regained his composure. He also noted Li Qingcheng's reaction, realizing that such a beast cub was unlikely to have been acquired through the school's resources. It seemed probable that Li Qingcheng had played a role in procuring this majestic creature for Li Wanxiu. Those with such backgrounds and talents are indeed extraordinary, already standing atop the hierarchy from the outset. As the beasts were unveiled, Li Wanxiu's twin-headed white moon ice phoenix cast a shadow over all others, prompting them to cower in submission, fearing the wrath of this noble and formidable creature. The innate pressure exerted by the bloodlines among exotic beasts is quite powerful. The entire class showcased their companions, yet Li Wanxiu delivered a shocking revelation that left everyone astounded. In every regard, she far surpassed her classmates. Chapter 30. Special Beast Training. Once everyone's beasts were revealed, their life tiers were authentically displayed. For instance, Li Wanxiu's twin-headed white moon ice phoenix, akin to a divine beast, was born at the black iron level. Currently, it stands at a mere 4-star black iron level. This growth rate is not rapid. Nevertheless, it has elevated Li Wanxiu to a 9-star gray rock life tier. The life feedback from her SS level talent is at least 70 or above, with variations depending on the individual and their beast. This high life feedback has granted Li Wanxiu a 9-star gray rock level of power. Although this small creature is only at the 4-star black iron level, its combat prowess rivals that of some ordinary bronze level beasts. Coupled with its high bloodline pressure, it can easily dominate lesser beasts. The other students' beasts are predominantly at the entry-level black iron tier, with a few exceptions, such as Jiang Ziliu Shadow Night Fox, which is at the 5-star black iron level, leading to her resentment towards Li Wanxiu. Additionally, her own strength is at the 8-star gray rock level, placing her among the top 3 in the class. Witnessing her Shadow Night Fox bow beneath the pressure of the twin-headed white moon ice phoenix, she was infuriated to the point of contemplating replacing her beast. Li Qingqi, the other student with S-level talent, also boasts formidable strength. His Frost 5 pattern sparrow possesses 3-star black iron level power, making him the second highest in terms of life tier at 8-star gray rock, at least on the surface. With 2 S-level talents and 1 SS level, they indeed represent the pinnacle of the class. This holds true especially when excluding Jiang Ziliu, who is already at the black iron level. If all were to unleash their full potential, Jiang Ziliu would lack confidence in defeating them individually, but would feel capable of besting all 3 due to his unique electromagnetic cannon attack ability. The remaining students, if not concealing their true abilities, mostly have their beasts at the gray rock level, with their own life tiers peaking at 6-star gray rock, such as Qinzheng. There are no students at the 7-star gray rock level. Jiang Ziliu's sky blue rock golem only reveals an 8-star gray rock level, while his own life tier stands at 3-star gray rock, the lowest in the class. As he initially observed, no one in the class has a life tier below 3-star gray rock. It seems that all have been diligently working behind the scenes, with the minimum being a 3-star gray rock beast master and a 6-star gray rock beast. You all performed admirably. I am exceedingly satisfied, Li Qingcheng announced, causing the entire class to instinctively shudder, uncertain of the trials that lay ahead. Next, you will engage in real combat training with your beasts. However, I believe that diving straight into combat training may not be prudent. To further enhance your survival skills and increase your chances of enduring the challenges of future beast life, I have made special preparations. Upon hearing this, the students felt their suspicions confirmed. Follow me. The beast masters led a multitude of variously shaped beasts alongside teacher Li Qingcheng towards a training camp located in a remote area that had never been opened before. The further they walked, the more anxious they became, enveloped in an inexplicable sense of oppression. Their beasts also grew increasingly restless, hesitant to advance. They soon arrived at a larger open space, where a stone pillar stood at the center, atop which rested a glass case containing a single bone. Jiang Ziliu instantly comprehended the nature of the situation. This bone belonged to a high-tier silver-level beast, still emanating the life pressure of a silver-level beast. Even as a mere bone, it was equivalent to confronting a high-tier bronze-level beast in terms of oppressive sensation. Most of the class consists of students with mid to low-tier gray rock life levels, and their beasts are also at the mid-gray rock tier. Facing the pressure of a bronze-level beast, which is 2 tiers higher, would impose immense constraints on both their life instincts and mental fortitude. Jiang Ziliu comprehended that teacher Li Qingqing intended for everyone to undergo practical training in beast taming under the formidable pressure exerted by high-level exotic beasts. Indeed, the reality aligned with this expectation. Following the school's directive, each student was to showcase their mastery of offensive and defensive skills in beast taming. I shall provide evaluations and guidance on how to adjust their training and synergize the use of these skills. Teacher Li Qingqing prompted all students to demonstrate their beast's abilities. A silver-grade exotic beast bone was prepared, whose life pressure would allow you and your beasts to preemptively experience the sensation of facing even more advanced exotic beasts, thereby honing both yourselves and your beasts. Li Wanqiu, Li Qingqi, Jiang Xiaoli, you shall accompany me shortly. You will train under the life pressure of a golden-grade beast bone. As such training will prove effective for you. She would not overlook anyone. The pressure emanating from the silver-grade beast bone was negligible for those with higher beast bloodlines. Yet she had specifically prepared something of greater caliber for them. Teacher Li Qingqing refrained from requesting the students to exhibit their beast's feedback skills. As these techniques were vital for survival and constituted absolute privacy, the school would not demand their disclosure. One by one, classmates stepped forward to demonstrate their beast's various skills: wind, water, fire, and electricity. The diverse elemental forces unfolded continuously across the open ground. As anticipated, most students favored offensive exotic beasts and had trained their offensive skills commendably. However, they exhibited considerable deficiencies in defensive techniques, evasion skills, and other types of abilities. As a practical instructor, Li Qingqing was exceptionally astute, her guidance hitting the nail on the head every time. She held nothing back, imparting numerous combat techniques to everyone. Most of the students were intently absorbing the information. Though a few dimwits appeared indifferent, from Teacher Li's gaze, it was evident they were likely among those who received lenient instruction. If you do not value your own progress, how can you expect others to urge you onward? Among humanity, foolishness and ignorance are never in short supply. Jiang Ziliu stepped forward, unreservedly showcasing his proficiency in the sword techniques of the Sky Blue Rockman, skills such as earth submersion, earth stab, and earth cloaking. Upon observing, Li Qingqing revealed a look of mild surprise, though not entirely unexpected. She promptly offered guidance, helping Jiang Ziliu understand how to further train and enhance his skill application. She had long recognized Jiang Ziliu's exceptional nature, thus her instructions were particularly meticulous. Jiang Ziliu, in turn, took out a small notebook and meticulously recorded these insights. Witnessing Jiang Ziliu's diligence, Li Qingqing felt satisfied. She even provided him with a suitable sword technique for the Sky Blue Rockman, enabling it to engage in further study. This teacher had discerned that Jiang Ziliu's Sky Blue Rockman possessed a sentience uncommon among ordinary exotic beasts, indicating he had encountered a unique opportunity. Otherwise, it would be implausible for the Sky Blue Rockman to wield a sword with such finesse. The creature's swordplay surpassed that of many human beast tamers, and the technique given to him was both a reward and an investment. Through Li Qingqing's guidance, Jiang Ziliu grasped how to elevate the skill level of the Sky Blue Rockman further. Once the ordinary students had finished their demonstrations, she instructed everyone to train independently under her watchful eye to prevent any mishaps. She then led several students with higher beast bloodlines to another training ground. After devoting nearly double the time to their instruction, Teacher Li Qingsheng returned to assess the situation and determine if anyone had new inquiries. Clearly, during the teaching period, both she and the school placed greater emphasis on those few students. While this may have caused discomfort among others, Jiang Ziliu remained entirely unperturbed. He defined his growth as that of a solitary traveler, never having harbored a strong desire for the school's guidance or resources. Whether he received the best or not, it mattered little to him. The subsequent training entailed battles between the students' exotic beasts, with the school also assigning a teacher possessing a healing-type beast for on-site assistance. Each day involved a repetitive cycle of learning and training. This routine persisted for nearly 2 months until another long-awaited holiday arrived. Chapter 31, The Stalactite Vein. 2 months later, Jiang Ziliu continued his training at the camp, fortunate that the school provided some resources for cultivating his beasts. However, the resources that fell into Jiang Ziliu's hands were minimal. He found it more fruitful to venture into the dungeon space for rewards, merely managing to sustain the basic needs of his 2 beasts. In stark contrast, the SS-grade talent Li Wanxiu and the S-grade talents Li Qingqi and Jiang Ziliu received substantial resource support. Each month, the three of them garnered resources worth millions. The vast disparity in resource allocation would gradually widen the gap in strength among all students, accelerating their growth and making them more formidable. Teachers tended to favor students who performed well, granting them higher scores and consequently more resources. The elite class operated on a credit system, whereby certain advanced resources could be exchanged for rare medicinal items. The other classmates exerted their utmost efforts to perform well in hopes of earning credits for superior resources, striving to enhance the power of their beasts. Tang Yunu and others also earned credits, but they purchased ordinary resources themselves, which they then exchanged for credits. These resources being the foundational supplies distributed to ordinary civilian students. The growth of these civilian students contributed to an overall strengthening of the student body, which, in turn, would elevate the school's standing among the elite, leading to the provision of more rare advanced resources. Through the credit system, they accessed resources otherwise unattainable. Thus, a threefold mutual benefit was realized among privileged students from affluent backgrounds and those from humble origins. Meanwhile, Li Wanxiu and the others, having achieved S-grade and above, could claim substantial credits each month at no cost. They were indeed the privileged figures of the entire elite class and even the school itself. Although credits were of significant value, Jiang Ziliu harbored no aspirations for them. He remained stagnant at the lowest tier of performance, and teacher Li Qingqing, having perceived certain truths, showed no inclination to promote him. She understood that a talentless Jiang Ziliu might not achieve a favorable outcome even if he were to rise to prominence. Her primary focus remained on Li Wanxiu. Jiang Ziliu even suspected that the powerful Beast Tamer had come to 9th Middle School specifically because of Li Wanxiu. With the onset of the holiday, Jiang Ziliu found time for advancement. During the past 2 months, his sky blue Rockman had ascended to the 8th star of the black iron level. This achievement was made possible through the school's resources and some earth attribute materials he had purchased, culminating in a modest elevation of its capabilities. The mutated electric snake also found a means of enhancement through consuming copious amounts of flesh, followed by a continuous low-voltage electric shock of under 10 volts within 1 to 3 hours post-digestion. This technique will undoubtedly cause the mutated lightning snake considerable discomfort. However, it possesses the extraordinary SSS-level skill of electromagnetic manipulation, which renders it somewhat indifferent to electrical assaults. For the mutated electric light snake, this peculiar sensation, unpleasant yet not entirely unwelcome, does not diminish its fondness for Jiang Ziliu, who orchestrates the entire process. Due to the presence of others in the dormitory, he can only continue this endeavor in secluded areas of the camp. After 2 months of persistent effort, the mutated electric light snake has ascended 2 minor tiers, reaching the rank of 7-star black iron. With the holiday now upon him, Jiang Ziliu intends to venture into those unique dungeon spaces or the wilderness, in search of exceptional resources and treasures that can aid in their continual advancement. As for the empty blue rock golem, he aims to elevate it to the pinnacle state of 9-star black iron. Achieving this goal necessitates the acquisition of higher grade, preferably B or even A grade, earth attribute treasures. Jiang Ziliu meticulously sifted through his mental repository and recalled a safely obtainable earth attribute treasure known as stalactite essence. This treasure, formed from stalactites aged over 10,000 years, amalgamates the power of earth attributes within a dark energy environment, classifying it as an A-grade earth attribute treasure, typically found in subterranean caves. It takes a full year to produce a single drop. Given its subterranean location, it is seldom discovered by ordinary folk. Thus, when it does surface, the accumulation is substantial, and the risks associated with obtaining it are relatively low. More critically, stalactite essence possesses the capacity to enhance the physique of beast tamers, fortifying their bodily strength. It can be said that while this A-grade treasure is elusive, its value is immeasurable. What is the probability of safely obtaining stalactite essence within base 12? Jiang Ziliu once again employed probability assessment to ascertain the treasure's location. The result was 103. Without a doubt, this indicates the presence of the treasure within base 12. However, the associated risks are formidable, with a staggering 9 out of 10 chances of encountering danger. What about the probability of safely acquiring stalactite essence within a 100-kilometer radius east of base 12? 986. This time, the probability assessment succeeded in 1 attempt, suggesting that east of base 12, stalactite essence can indeed be found, with a remarkably low risk involved in procuring it. What is the probability of stalactite essence existing within 50 kilometers east of base 12? 100. What is the probability of it being located in the southeast? 100. What is the probability of it being found at a depth between 10 to 20 meters underground? 973. gradually consuming dark energy. Jiang Ziliu meticulously pinpointed the precise location of stalactite essence. He then conducted further probability assessments to identify 3 additional hidden locations of stalactite essence in other directions from the base. What is the probability of stalactite essence facilitating a beneficial evolution for the 9-star limestone golem? 546. Since stalactite essence can elevate the life tier of the empty blue rock golem, could it also induce a bloodline evolution? Contemplating this, he performed a probability assessment. The results indicated that, although the probability was not high, it remained feasible, and this was solely based on the use of stalactite essence. Aware of this achievable potential, Jiang Ziliu promptly applied his knowledge of beast evolution potions to formulate numerous recipes. He then proceeded to conduct probability assessments on these combinations. Recipe 1. Combine stalactite essence with 300 grams of D-grade slime gel, 1 C-grade earth attribute crystal, 3,000 grams of D-grade marsh 1,000-year-old carbon sludge, 100 grams of C-grade earth 6-eyed rhinoceros horn powder, and 400 grams of roots from the purple blue rock horn tree. After slightly heating and mixing, allow the empty blue rock golem to soak and absorb the mixture. What is the probability of Recipe 1 enabling the evolution of the 9-star black iron golem? Jiang Ziliu assessed Recipe 1's probability. 752. This probability is considerably high, indicating that Jiang Ziliu's potion formulation is quite commendable. However, Jiang Ziliu felt somewhat dissatisfied. He swiftly employed Recipe 2 for another probability assessment. Recipe 2 involves allowing the empty blue mountain golem to directly consume stalactite essence, then applying 1 C-grade earth attribute crystal, 2,000 grams of slime gel, 500 grams of C-grade volcanic ash, 100 grams of earth attribute fossil sediment, and 300 grams of D-grade earth magic worm powder to create a gel to be applied to the surface of the golem's skin. What is the probability of Recipe 2 facilitating the evolution of the 9-star limestone golem? 874. What is the probability for Recipe 3? 753. What is the probability for Recipe 4? 889. After undergoing multiple probability assessments, Jiang Ziliu ultimately determined that the 16th recipe yielded the most favorable results. Recipe 16 boasts an evolution probability of an impressive 991. However, this particular recipe is somewhat unique. While the other materials are not particularly high-grade, it necessitates the inclusion of the smallest soul crystal in his possession. The requirement for such a valuable treasure, the soul crystal, did not deter Jiang Ziliu. Without hesitation, he utilized it. After procuring all the necessary herbs from the Beast Tamer marketplace, Jiang Ziliu prepared himself and once more ventured into the wilderness, heading toward the southeastern direction of the base. Chapter 32. The Commencement of Strengthening and Evolution. Stalactite essence resides approximately 35 kilometers east of Base 12, specifically within a small hill. This location is, in fact, situated in a perilous area of the wilderness. Fortunately, that small hill is devoid of any formidable aberrant beasts, affording Jiang Ziliu a safe opportunity to procure it. Armed with the experience from his first wilderness adventure, Jiang Ziliu prepared more thoroughly this time. Meticulously planning a more rational route, he assessed the probability of encountering danger along this path and selected a relatively safe time to embark. He set off at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the second day of the holiday. The reason for his late departure was that the probability assessment indicated that at this specific time, the likelihood of encountering inexplicable danger would not exceed 23. With such a low level of risk, it was only natural for him to depart at this hour. The reliability of the probability assessment proved accurate. Jiang Ziliu's journey was remarkably smooth, and due to his cautious approach, he encountered not a single issue, arriving at the base of the small hill with great ease. Regrettably, his earlier probability assessment had revealed that the chance of a direct passage to stalactite essence within this hill was 0. This implied that he would need to excavate a downward passage himself to access the stalactite essence located between 10 to 20 meters underground. However, the rock here was exceedingly dense, and the solid rock formations were incredibly hard. Generally, it would be quite challenging to carve a passage to the underground. Fortunately, Jiang Ziliu had the empty blue rock golem, which, as an earth attribute beast, could effortlessly break through the rock and create a tunnel. Yet, before proceeding, Jiang Ziliu first moved a large expanse of fragrant grass and thorny brambles aside. He inserted a thorn branch into the ground and then poured a liquid designed to stimulate plant vitality at its base. To an outsider, it appeared as a natural thicket of thorns. Passers-by adventurers would never suspect the presence of someone inside, nor would they imagine the treasures concealed below. For added security, Jiang Ziliu scattered a special powder here that could interfere with the olfactory senses of nearby beasts and tamed creatures. It was then that the Kongqing Rock people commenced their excavation. After a day and a half of labor, They managed to carve out a narrow passage through the 10-meter-thick rock. To their astonishment, they uncovered a sealed underground cavern. Jiang Ziliu sent a mutated electric snake to probe the depths and found the air below to be rich in oxygen. He then sealed the entrance with a large stone before descending alongside the Confronting rock people. What lay below was indeed a vast subterranean space, measuring 4 meters wide and nearly 10 meters high. After a brief exploration, Jiang Ziliu reached the far end of this enclosed cavern, where he beheld a 20-meter-long stalactite hanging from above. At its tip, a milky white liquid was forming. This stalactite was a metamorphosed version of a typical stalactite, born from an environment infused with dark energy, and the milky liquid it produced was an A-grade treasure known as stalactite essence. As the essence dripped down, it collected in a small stone basin below, amounting to roughly a bowl's worth. Such a substantial quantity of stalactite essence could not have formed in less than 900 years. To have gathered even this modest amount over such a lengthy period was an extraordinary harvest. Typically, obtaining a single drop of this essence was considered a monumental achievement. Without delay, Jiang Ziliu retrieved a jade vial and carefully stored the precious essence within it. The jade material, a unique type of earth attribute, was perfectly suited to preserve the properties of the stalactite essence. After securing this invaluable treasure, Jiang Ziliu contemplated the cave, deciding to temporarily designate it as his outdoor survival base. Should anything occur at Base 12 in the future, this location could serve as a makeshift safe haven. He planned to enhance the Confronting rock people while also optimizing the underground space to transform it into a secure refuge. If evolution was not necessary, he could simply allow the Confronting rock people to consume the stalactite essence directly. He administered 2 drops of the essence to the Confronting rock people, and also provided 1 drop to the mutated electric snake. As a creature of the earth attribute, the Confronting rock people could directly absorb the essence to elevate their life forms, or even undergo evolution. Each drop contained immense earth attribute power, sufficient for the Confronting rock people to ascend to a minor tier. To be prudent, Jiang Ziliu gave them 2 drops. After ingesting the essence, the Confronting rock people entered a sleep-like state to facilitate their advancement, as most earth attribute life forms evolved through slumber. He then stored the Confronting rock people in the beast space and turned his attention to the mutated electric snake. As a creature of the lightning attribute, the mutated electric snake could not absorb the earth attribute properties of the stalactite essence. However, the extraordinary energy contained within could enhance its flesh and blood. While life forms may possess various attributes, their biological essence is a blend of earth, wind, lightning, light, metal, wood, and water. Thus, it could serve to strengthen the flesh of other life forms as well. This was true for the mutated electric snake. After consuming a drop of the essence, its flesh would be reinforced, laying a solid foundation for its growth and combat prowess. Observing the mutated electric snake slowly absorbing and digesting the power of the stalactite essence, Jiang Ziliu began to examine the underground space and waited. The quantity of stalactite essence he had acquired exceeded his expectations, ensuring he would not lack this resource for a considerable time. Consequently, he decided against exploring the other 3 potential locations for stalactite essence. He meticulously surveyed the entire cavern, gaining insight into its overall structure. Within this expanse, there flowed a narrow underground river, trickling from the upper end of the cave and seeping out through a crevice at the far end. The floor of the cavern was rather damp. To convert it into a secure room, he would need to carve out additional chambers in the rock walls to ensure dryness, suitable for storing food and weapons that are sensitive to moisture. How to create those chambers in the walls? Jiang Ziliu pondered his approach. He decided to employ an electromagnetic cannon simulation, continuously bombarding the rock to shatter it and create openings. This method would also allow him to hone his speed, precision, and power control with the electromagnetic cannon. He initiated his attempts, and with a single iron bead, he created a sizable hole. After launching 3 iron beads, he successfully shattered a section of rock, forming an opening of moderate size. Over the course of 9 attempts, he expended 90% of his dark energy. The electromagnetic cannon's assault proved formidable, yet it also consumed vast amounts of dark energy. Following this, Jiang Ziliu focused on recuperating. 3 hours later, he had regained half of his dark energy, while the mutated electric snake had completed its enhancement. Post-enhancement, its scales gleamed with a pearly whiteness, resembling jade. Moreover, its strength and constitution had nearly tripled from their original baseline. It was evident that the flesh enhancement of the mutated electric snake had been remarkably effective. Jiang Ziliu then began training its electromagnetic cannon attack, directing it to strike the locations he had previously targeted, thereby accelerating the excavation of the cave. The mutated electric snake exhibited exceptional prowess. After merely 10 attacks, it had mastered the electromagnetic cannon skill to perfection. From that point forward, It was simply a matter of aiming with precision, though Jiang Ziliu needed to continually supply iron bead ammunition, as the snake was unable to grasp the beads itself. Once Jiang Ziliu devised a method to manipulate metallic objects using electromagnetic forces, this issue would be resolved. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Ziliu and the mutated electric snake alternated training sessions to enhance their electromagnetic cannon abilities, followed by periods of recovery. After 2 days of diligent effort, they successfully excavated a rock tunnel 10 meters deep and 3 meters wide. With a door installed at the entrance, this could serve as a relatively dry food storage chamber. Subsequently, they began their electromagnetic cannon attacks on the opposite side of the rock. After depleting 90% of his iron beads, they successfully created 3 additional stone chambers. At this point, their efficiency had improved, owing to better accuracy, as Jiang Ziliu had discerned the optimal points for striking to shatter larger sections of rock, thereby enhancing the excavation process. In total, he had carved out 4 chambers, 1 for supplies and 3 for resting. Though rough around the edges, the fundamental functions of this safe haven were now fully established. Next, as long as the entrances and exits are cleverly concealed, this entire dwelling will be fully realized. Jiang Ziliu plans to later carve out a secret exit to serve as an escape route in critical moments. However, this is not an urgent matter. Jiang Ziliu senses that the empty blue stone man has awakened from its slumber. He promptly summons the empty blue stone man, which has now grown significantly taller, nearly a quarter of its original height, and its form has transformed to resemble that of ordinary flesh and blood creatures rather than a being of stone. The life level of the empty blue stone man has been elevated to the pinnacle of 9-star black iron grade. Its growth has also resulted in a feedback effect, raising Jiang Ziliu to the 2-star black iron life level. At this juncture, the empty blue stone man is poised for evolutionary advancement. Having met the foundational conditions for life evolution, 1 drop of stalactite essence was utilized for enhancing its life level, while the other fortified its physical form. With both life level and physical strength meeting the criteria, the empty blue stone man can undergo evolution according to Formula 16. Prior to departure, his backpack was already filled with various materials and instruments for the concoction. Jiang Ziliu allows the empty blue stone man to acclimate to its surging power and familiarize itself with its body and abilities, while he meticulously embarks on the preparation of the potion. This evolution potion is relatively complex to concoct and quite expensive. Thus, Jiang Ziliu carefully navigates each step, apprehensive about making a mistake that could squander such considerable investment. After a day of labor, he successfully formulates the potion required for Formula 16. Similarly, this is a recipe for both internal and external application. Upon conducting another probability assessment, he finds that the potion has been successfully prepared, with an evolution probability of 997. He then instructs the empty blue stone man to ingest 5 drops of stalactite essence and carefully applies the potion to its exterior, initiating the evolution process. An hour later, the external potion has turned a grayish white, indicating complete absorption of its potency. Jiang Ziliu cleanses the residuals from the empty blue stone man's skin before recalling it to the Beast Master space for its evolution. Once this step concludes, Jiang Ziliu summons the mutated electric snake to guard him while he begins to consume the stalactite essence to enhance his own physical constitution. Being a mere novice in the black iron grade, Jiang Ziliu, still a relatively weaker human, can only consume half a drop of stalactite essence, which is his limit for absorption and digestion. After consuming half a drop, he feels a surge of warmth rising from his stomach, and he soon finds himself enveloped in warmth, collapsing into slumber within the newly opened cavern. His physique begins to strengthen, while the empty blue stone man in the Beast Master space embarks on its extraordinary evolution. The evolution of beasts is relatively straightforward to assess, yet the degree of evolution, whether low or high, remains uncertain, influenced by multiple factors such as the beast's constitution, will, and potential. It could be exceedingly high or disappointingly low. Nonetheless, Jiang Ziliu is unconcerned with the degree of evolution. His only wish is for the empty blue stone man to succeed in its evolution. He prefers steady growth over instant results. The true height to which the new empty blue stone man will evolve will only be revealed upon the completion of its transformation. The entire underground cavern descends into silence, with the jade-like electric snake faithfully guarding Jiang Ziliu. Chapter 33, The Evolved Beast. Jiang Ziliu awakens, having dedicated a full day to his enhancement. After a day's time, he feels a remarkable surge in his capabilities. The strength of a greystone life form is measured in hundreds of kilograms, while as a beast master of the black iron level, his strength approaches the ton range. Previously, his strength was approximately at the 2-ton level. Now, he can effortlessly lift a boulder the height of a person, weighing around 3 to 4 tons. This signifies that Jiang Ziliu's strength has nearly doubled from its original state. However, it is not solely his strength that has been amplified. His constitution, vitality, and the resilience of his flesh and bones have also experienced a similar enhancement of approximately twofold. Realizing such a significant increase in his capabilities, Jiang Ziliu cannot help but yearn to consume more stalactite essence. Yet, he suppresses his desires, understanding that the initial absorption of such a substance only grants him about 70 of its potential power, with the remaining 30 requiring several months for complete absorption before he can partake in a second dose of stalactite essence. Naturally, there are certain limitations on other types of treasures, but none impose as stringent restrictions on the excessive consumption of the same medicinal substance. Jiang Ziliu is immensely satisfied with the tremendous enhancement he has attained. Subsequently, he summons the empty blue stone man, only to discover that it has successfully evolved. However, the post-evolution empty blue stone man has not grown larger. Rather, it has shrunk to less than half a meter tall, appearing quite diminutive. Yet, it now emanates a faint but genuine aura of the bloodline pressure characteristic of high-level extraordinary beasts. This bloodline pressure, though subtle, is undeniably present. Moreover, its intelligence has undergone a remarkable increase. For reasons unknown, despite its small stature, Jiang Ziliu feels as though an immensely formidable giant stands before him. He realizes this may not be mere illusion, but rather a terrifying life manifestation stemming from the source of the beast's bloodline. Jiang Ziliu opens the panel, his gaze landing on the information regarding the empty blue stone man. Life breath convergence, SSS level. Earth and rock incarnation, S. Earth and rock evasion, B level. Earth and rock invisibility, B level. Mutated intelligence, C. Earth and rock piercing, C. Mastery of swordsmanship, D. Dwarven titan bloodline, D. Earth space evasion, unawakened. The empty blue stone man remains at the 9-star black iron level. Its life tier has not elevated, yet its bloodline has undergone a significant enhancement. The empty blue stone man has awakened the dwarven titan bloodline. Although the bloodline concentration stands at merely 12, it can still be regarded as a high-level existence akin to divine beast bloodlines. Titans are super life forms of the earth and rock category, mythological entities of great renown. Legends say that true titans can treat planets as mere playthings. Whether these legends hold truth is beyond Jiang Ziliu's ability to ascertain. Yet he is aware that beneath the titan bloodline lie many equally powerful subordinate bloodline branches. The dwarven titan represents a titan not as tall as humans, resembling dwarves yet differing from them, as they are genuine, extraordinary beast life forms. Since they are the most esteemed and beloved beasts of the extraterrestrial intelligent dwarves, they are referred to as dwarven titans. Those who can form a contract with a dwarven titan among the dwarven kin automatically attain quasi-royal combat prowess, enjoying the privileges of nobility. Once such a dwarf matures, they become a true peak powerhouse among their kind. The awakening of the dwarven titan bloodline within the lowly existence of the empty blue stone man is tantamount to acquiring an entry-level certificate for quasi-royal status within the dwarven society. Even with merely the bloodline of a diminutive titan, the hollow blue stone man experiences a profound evolution of life. This lineage has awakened within it an S-rank skill, the earthly avatar. As the master of the hollow blue stone man, Jiang Ziliu swiftly comprehended the intricate functions of this newfound ability. The earthly avatar allows for the manipulation of earth and stone within its controllable range, granting it the capacity to command rock and soil with a finesse akin to the electromagnetic control of the mutated electric snake. However, its most formidable aspect lies in its ability to summon surrounding earth and stone, enveloping itself to form a colossal earthly giant avatar. The strength of the hollow blue stone man's energy directly correlates to the immense size of this earthly giant. Furthermore, as long as the control of the hollow blue stone man is not disrupted, even if the earthly giant is shattered, it can rapidly reconstitute itself. Before its energy is expended, it can be said that the hollow blue stone man, transformed into the earthly giant, possesses a persistent and readily reparable combat prowess. This giant-forming skill, unless confronted by specific countermeasures, endows the hollow blue stone man with an exceedingly terrifying combat capability. Jiang Ziliu prompted the hollow blue stone man to demonstrate this earthly avatar. Before his eyes, the stones and soil beneath the hollow blue stone man spontaneously fragmented into smaller pieces, enveloping it to form a towering earthly giant nearly 10 meters tall and 4 meters wide, strikingly resembling its original form. This is not its ultimate limit. The subterranean setting merely constrains the hollow blue stone man's manifestation. If necessary, it could summon a giant twice this size. Truly, it is a skill rated at S level. And although it has only just entered this echelon, It significantly compensates for the hollow blue stone man's combat deficiencies, rendering its capabilities truly formidable. In a pure contest of strength, Jiang Ziliu is confident that, by summoning the earthly avatar and transforming into the earthly giant, it could contend with peak bronze-level adversaries, even standing toe-to-toe with certain silver-level aberrations. The emergence of this S-rank earthly avatar skill alone attests to the hollow blue stone man's extraordinary evolution. Moreover, its other Earth-related skills have also seen an enhancement of at least 2 minor tiers. Taken together, the current hollow blue stone man's foundational talents can now be rated as a level, even approaching the threshold of S-level in the realm of beast mastery. Jiang Ziliu believes that, even if its bloodline ceases to evolve, it can still ascend to the pinnacle of silver or even become a golden tier life form. Prior to its evolution, the utmost growth of the hollow blue stone man was limited to bronze level. Among all its skills, only the mastery of blade techniques remains unaffected by its evolution, as it is unrelated to the earth attribute. This skill requires it to further practice and refine its blade techniques to achieve enhancement. However, its innate intelligence has seen a substantial rise, now reaching sea level. Jiang Ziliu is convinced that with the elevation of its intelligence, the hollow blue stone man's wisdom will increase, and its capacity for learning will blossom. Consequently, the enhancement of the mastery of blade techniques will not prove overly challenging. He places great importance on this mutated intelligence, eagerly anticipating that during its next evolution, it will ascend to an even higher level, should it reach a sufficient degree of advancement. The hollow blue stone man might even attain human-like wisdom, capable of speech and communication. After meticulously absorbing this information, Jiang Ziliu determined that this evolution was indeed a resounding success. However, akin to human resistance to certain substances, further utilization of the stalactite sap to facilitate the hollow blue stone man's continued evolution and strengthening would require patience. After all, it needs time to acclimate to this new state of life before proceeding. Nevertheless, the elevation of its life level to bronze tier can be accomplished in the near future. Having completed the evolution of the hollow blue stone man, Jiang Ziliu's gaze shifted towards the mutated electric snake. He must devise a method to enhance and evolve the electric snake as well, ensuring no favoritism is shown. The hollow blue stone man is designed for stealth, akin to a reconnaissance assassin, while the mutated electric snake serves as his primary combat asset. However, to elevate or evolve the electric snake, which possesses lightning attributes, he must explore resources related to lightning power. Glancing at the time, Jiang Ziliu noted that he still had 1/3 of his break remaining. He decided to employ probability analysis to seek opportunities for enhancing the electric snake during this period. Chapter 34, Nighttime Treasure Heist. Time was of the essence, and Jiang Ziliu could only opt for a nearby search to locate high-level resources capable of fortifying or evolving the mutated electric snake. What is the probability of discovering treasures within a 10-kilometer radius that could assist in enhancing my beast, the mutated electric snake? Jiang Ziliu commenced his probability analysis. Given the current time frame, only items within a 10-kilometer range could be procured promptly. Otherwise, he would have insufficient time to return before the school term commenced. Therefore, he must identify high-level treasures that could potentially enhance or evolve the electric snake within the allocated time. The probability analysis yielded a result, 997. This indicates that within a 10-kilometer radius centered on him, one or more lightning-based treasures capable of enhancing or evolving the electric snake indeed exist. What is the probability of such treasures being located to my east? 0. What is the probability of such treasures being found within 5 kilometers? 976. What is the probability of such treasures being located 3 meters underground? 100. What is the probability of such treasures being near without any fatal dangers? 863. Gradually conducting probability assessments, Jiang Ziliu successfully pinpointed the exact location of these treasures. He also discovered that 3 types of treasures capable of fortifying the electric snake were nearby. However, the most promising one lay to his southwest. Additionally, by heading to this location, he could conveniently return to the base after acquiring the treasure. The only uncertainty for Jiang Ziliu was the exact nature of this treasure that could enhance or even evolve the electric snake. Nevertheless, with the precise location established and confirming that the danger was minimal, he set off. The area he was currently in comprised a small forest, while his destination featured a modest peak. From the map, it was evident that the treasure resided within that small elevation. After a strenuous climb to the mountain's midsection, Jiang Ziliu finally arrived at the suspected location of the treasure. It was nestled within a crevice of the rocky wall. Shifting his position, Jiang Ziliu ultimately discerned the true nature of the treasure. It was a section of a peach tree, partially broken, its surface charred and bearing signs of scorching. From these marks, Jiang Ziliu deduced that this tree had endured a powerful natural lightning strike. Notably, this peach tree itself represented an exceptional material known as lightning wood. Ordinarily, after such a severe lightning strike, one would expect this tree to be lifeless. However, instead of perishing, it had miraculously revived, sprouting new branches amidst the devastation wrought by the lightning. The lightning-struck peach tree not only grew new shoots, but also blossomed and bore fruit, yielding fresh peaches. Jiang Ziliu has come to comprehend that this peach tree, having revived its vitality after a tempest of thunder and lightning, has now transformed into a precious and rare medicinal plant. It stands as a unique existence akin to a variant plant-like beast. The peaches it bears are not only distinguished by their extraordinary mutation, endowing them with remarkable dark energy, but they also possess robust vitality and the rare attribute of thunderous might. It can be asserted that the 3 ripe peaches adorning this tree are treasures embodying both wood and lightning attributes, categorically at least of B-grade quality. The basis for this judgment lies in Jiang Ziliu's observation that the tree sporadically emits flashes of lightning. Even the peaches themselves shimmer with electrical brilliance. This phenomenon is a manifestation of the tree's inherent mutation, serving as a means of self-defense. The peculiar position of the tree upon a suspended rock, coupled with its own electrical discharges, renders it impervious to ordinary beasts. However, despite this, these precious peaches exert a lethal allure upon certain creatures. Although Jiang Ziliu has yet to identify the guardian beast of this tree, he is acutely aware that some entity must be safeguarding this thunderstruck peach tree. Consequently, he instructed the stone man of empty blue to infiltrate the vicinity, ultimately discerning the nature of the guardian. It is a thunder sparrow. This creature is a variant of the common sparrow, possessing a strength only at the limestone level, yet its numbers are vast, categorizing it as a special social beast. The small holes dotting the rock are not merely signs of erosion, but rather the nests of these birds. Surrounding the peach tree are no fewer than 10,000 thunder sparrows. These creatures are equally perilous. When they congregate, they can form a peculiar collective thundercloud. Each thunder sparrow becomes a component of this storm, and when their electrical energies coalesce, they unleash a formidable concentrated lightning attack. The power of their collective assault rivals that of a full-strength strike from bronze-tier lightning beasts, making them exceptionally formidable. It is common knowledge that these social thunder sparrows are not to be trifled with, exhibiting strong aggressiveness. This explains why the peculiar thunderstruck peach tree remains undiscovered by the adventurers frequently traversing the area. Their fear of the thunder sparrows deters them from approaching, thus concealing any anomalies. For the mutated electric light snake, these special peaches represent an excellent opportunity for enhancement or evolution. The question remains, how to obtain them? Jiang Ziliu ponders the weaknesses of the thunder sparrows. They are formidable during the day, yet their vision is significantly impaired at night. Hence, he devised a plan, preparing a concealed hideout in a secret cave at the mountain's base. He then returned to the summit, biding his time until nightfall. He commanded the stone man of empty blue to utilize its earth-burrowing skill to stealthily navigate through the rock layers and arrive beneath the peach tree as darkness enveloped the land. Swiftly, it pilfered the 3 peaches. Its movements were rapid, yet they caught the attention of the alert thunder sparrows, leading to a flurry of electrical chaos upon the cliffs. The sparrows could not discern the thief, but they launched indiscriminate lightning strikes in response. However, their reaction was slightly delayed. The stone man of empty blue had already retreated with the 3 thunderous peaches. Despite the power of these treasures, the stone man endured a significant shock from the tree itself, suffering minor injuries. Had it not evolved, such electric strikes would surely have resulted in severe harm. Jiang Ziliu's success was attributed to the combination of nightfall, the weakened night vision of the thunder sparrows, and the stone man's ability to burrow through the earth while carrying the spoils. The potential for the electric light snake's advancement and evolution now glimmers with promise. Meanwhile, only 4 days remain until the commencement of school, providing ample time for the electric light snake's enhancement and evolution. Jiang Ziliu finds himself with an abundance of time. Chapter 35, Anticipating the Future. After acquiring the 3 peaches, Jiang Ziliu conducted a probability assessment, confirming that these thunder attribute peaches could serve to enhance the electric light snake and could also function as materials for its evolution. The following day, Jiang Ziliu remained undisturbed in his hidden underground refuge. His tactical approach proved astute. Following his theft of the peaches, the enraged thunder sparrows circled the skies throughout the day, attacking all humans and beasts within a 5-kilometer radius. It seemed that every living creature in the vicinity was suspected of being a thief. Due to Jiang Ziliu's actions, many nearby beasts faced assaults from the thunder sparrows, forcing them to swiftly vacate the area. In this territory dominated by the thunder sparrows, there were no particularly formidable beasts. They reigned supreme. Recently, Only 4 human adventurers had been active in the region. Among them, 2 suffered severe electrical injuries from the Thunder Sparrow's attacks but managed to escape. They gave little thought to the matter and distanced themselves, as the wilderness can be fraught with unpredictable perils. However, 2 young beast tamers, one stout and the other slender, chose to conceal themselves in the underbrush, observing the unfolding events. These 2 were rogue adventurers with thieving tendencies. They preferred the untamed wilderness to the tightly controlled confines of dungeon spaces, thriving on the unpredictability of nature. The duo, cousins, hunted both beasts and solitary human tamers. They were akin to wolves in the wild, generally docile but transforming into ruthless and cunning predators when opportunity arose. In the wilderness, many individuals share their plight. Most resources in the bases are monopolized by the affluent and powerful, leaving those without talent with little chance to rise. Thus, in the lawless expanse of the wild, adopting a wolf-like instinct to seek opportunities for ascendance becomes the optimal choice for such individuals. Cousin, what is happening? Why are the Thunder Sparrows acting as though they've gone mad? The slender one inquired, somewhat bewildered. He was not one for deep contemplation, but was known for his ferocity in combat. Beside him lay his cousin, the stout one, whose eyes sparkled with cunning intelligence. What is going on is likely that their treasured possession has been stolen, prompting their furious response. We never anticipated that the Thunder Sparrows would have something valuable to protect. Now they seem quite agitated. Could it be that their young have been attacked? The slender cousin expressed skepticism. Yet he knew that beasts could become exceedingly savage when their offspring were threatened. Impossible. Thunder Sparrows are social creatures. It's quite common for their young or eggs to be endangered. But have you ever witnessed a violent uproar among them under such circumstances? No. What could incite such intensity among them, especially in a collective response, can only be their precious treasure, a treasure imbued with thunder attributes. The stout cousin bit his lip, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Given the situation, the one who pilfered their treasure is likely an adventurer, probably a unique beast tamer. Furthermore, it's plausible that they Haven-T fled far, as their stealthy approach indicates they are not particularly powerful, likely operating alone. Upon hearing the words of his portly cousin, the lean cousin was invigorated. Did this not imply that we could once again seize the opportunity? If we vanquish this individual, the treasures he possesses would rightfully belong to us. A gleam of excitement and ruthlessness flickered in the lean one's eyes, brimming with avarice and desire for the riches. Both cousins were novice bronze-tier beastmasters, yet their innate potential had been merely C-grade, insufficient to reach such heights. They had utilized pilfered resources and treasures, exchanged in the clandestine black market near Base 12, to elevate themselves from an impossible state to the novice bronze level. They had also successfully contracted a second beast, one that had already been nurtured to the bronze tier. Their greed, cunning, and ruthless cooperation were the very foundations of their ascendance. Thus, they resembled avaricious vultures, seizing every opportunity that the wilderness presented. This time I shall scout from the highest peak, allowing my beast, the wind-blue feather eagle, to survey the skies, while my other beast, the shadow cat, keeps watch for nocturnal movements, mused the portly one as he contemplated his strategy. You will await at the exit in this vicinity. Your first beast, the wind thunder leopard, possesses formidable ambush capabilities, while the earth bull can pursue the prey for extended durations. We shall maintain communication via walkie-talkies. Once I designate a target, you may strike, and I shall swiftly attack from behind. As an experienced wilderness hunter, the portly cousin's tactical arrangement was commendable. His lean cousin, fierce and reckless in battle, was a fine weapon. With each tactical deployment, the portly one discreetly ensured an escape route for himself, leaving the perilous close encounters with the enemy to his cousin. Both were perilous figures in the wilderness, whether against monstrous beasts or human beastmasters. Yet the portly one was evidently the more astute. The lean cousin had no objections to this arrangement, for it had always been thus, and their success rate was exceedingly high. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziliu remained blissfully unaware that he had become the object of someone's scrutiny. He lingered in an underground chamber, entirely indifferent to the furious search conducted by the thunder sparrows above. He produced a precious peach and instructed the mutated electric snake to consume it. His aim was to enhance the snake, which had already attained the 7-star black iron level, to the 9-star black iron level. The energy contained within the peach was sufficient to provide a significant boost. Upon sighting the peach, the mutated electric snake conveyed a fervent desire to devour it, revealing the allure it held for the creature. After consuming the peach, the mutated electric snake fell into a deep slumber. Jiang Ziliu recalled it to the beast space and quietly awaited the outcome in this temporary underground refuge. He took out a blank notebook to jot down his thoughts, contemplating the electromagnetic knowledge he had acquired and devising applications for SSS-level electromagnetic control. He had already formulated relevant schemes, now ready for further analysis and calculation. Jiang Ziliu had outlined several potential directions for application. He then commenced his first attempt at an electromagnetic control application skill, inspired by the metal manipulation of Magneto. Unlike Magneto's instinctual control, he had to meticulously calculate the distribution and magnitude of force for his research. Magnetic forces could attract metals and create unique repulsive effects. Jiang Ziliu cautiously allocated his strength, employing his electromagnetic manipulation skills to convert dark energy into a corresponding electromagnetic field, familiarizing himself with its intensity and variations before finally channeling this force into his dagger. Trembling, the dagger ascended, though its trajectory proved difficult to control. Jiang Ziliu had to continuously adjust the electromagnetic power's intensity and direction to manipulate the metal. Initially, he nearly miscalculated, allowing the blade to dangerously approach him. However, being a black iron-level life form with a soul strength exceeding 100, akin to that of a bronze-tier beastmaster, he learned rapidly. After merely half a day's practice, he adeptly mastered the ability to control flying daggers with electromagnetic force. Now, not only could he maneuver the dagger, but he could also manipulate other metals. Nevertheless, he focused solely on refining the dagger control, dedicating another half-day to hone his skills to a proficient level. After all, a deep mastery of one craft surpasses a superficial understanding of many. The following day, as the enhancement of the mutated electric snake was still underway, he embarked on a new practice of electromagnetic manipulation applications. Previously, he explored electromagnetic metal control. This time, he delved into the application of microwave heating. This concept was akin to the principles of a microwave oven, as microwaves are a subcategory of electromagnetic forces. This study proved significantly easier than manipulating metal. Soon, he successfully converted dark energy into microwaves for directed emission, effectively cooking his specially crafted jerky. This microwave heating technique could impact flesh and blood entities like beasts and beastmasters, serving as an effective means of attack. However, Jiang Ziliu discovered that this attack required a certain duration to take effect. His dark energy was still insufficient to generate a substantial amount of heat instantaneously. While effective against stationary targets, it proved far more challenging against agile foes. With this technique, he could efficiently cook food, and in the wilderness, consuming warm meals was no longer a challenge. Until this point in his adventure, he had been subsisting on cold rations. Given the slow heating speed, Jiang Ziliu envisioned its current utility as heating the moisture within a target's body, thereby interfering with their physiological functions. Should the opponent be particularly vigilant, evading or hiding behind obstacles, his microwave heating might yield no results. Jiang Ziliu also contemplated another electromagnetic heating application, based on the principle of electromagnetic induction through alternating current. The operation of electromagnetic cookers in his previous life relied on this principle. This method could effectively heat metals, unlike microwaves, which could not achieve the same. This electromagnetic heating application could be utilized against metallic beasts or the metal weapons of beastmasters. Jiang Ziliu practiced this ability, and after a few hours of effort, he skillfully mastered the directed high-temperature production, successfully heating an iron ball from a distance of 10 meters until it melted into a droplet of molten iron within 3 minutes. It must be noted that the effectiveness of this ability hinged on the vast quantity of dark energy possessed by the beastmaster, requiring instantaneous release. The current 3-minute duration to melt iron was still rather slow, posing challenges for practical combat applications. Nevertheless, it could serve as a commendable means of disruption. Another potential application of electromagnetic manipulation was the energy shield. However, Jiang Ziliu required additional time to study its formation, as he was not yet capable of creating an effective electromagnetic shield. Although the technological development of this world was commendable, certain aspects necessitated Jiang Ziliu's own research, analysis, and calculations. By the time he had become proficient in both microwave heating and electromagnetic induction heating applications, the enhancement of the mutated electric snake was finally complete. When Jiang Ziliu summoned it, it had already evolved into a 9-star black iron-level life form. This time, the feedback from his beast companion elevated him to the 3-star black iron level. With this, Jiang Ziliu had accomplished all of his primary objectives. As for the evolution of the mutated electric snake, he decided to postpone that until he returned to the base, as he currently lacked the necessary materials to concoct the evolution potion. That night, Jiang Ziliu took advantage of the cover of darkness to return to the base. Now equipped with an evolved sky blue stone golem and a 9-star black iron mutated electric snake, he was capable of traversing the night. However, an unsettling intuition gnawed at him, prompting Jiang Ziliu to conduct a probability assessment. What is the likelihood of encountering danger on my return journey this time? 100. What is the probability of encountering danger during the day tomorrow? 100. What is the probability of facing danger from beast tamers on my return journey? 100. Through this probability assessment, Jiang Ziliu confirmed that he would undoubtedly encounter an ambush from Beast Tamers on his way back, indicating that he had already attracted their attention. Suddenly, he recalled that perhaps it was the furious search by the Thunder Sparrows in the past few days that had led some clever Beast Tamers to deduce that he had obtained treasure from them. After all, humans are intelligent beings, and a portion of them possess the acumen to analyze key points. What is the probability of me defeating the opponent? 816. Jiang Ziliu understood that as long as he remained cautious, the ambushers would not stand a chance against him at full strength. What is the probability of the opponent escaping after my counterattack? 315. With nearly a third chance, this suggested that the ambushers were also quite prudent, likely numbering more than one. What is the probability that there are two opponents? 100. What is the likelihood that they will attack from both the front and the back? 100. Upon seeing these probability results, Jiang Ziliu smiled. He had yet to engage in a life-and-death battle with a Beast Tamer, and this seemed like a splendid opportunity for training. Since arriving in this world, he had prepared himself for combat against both beasts and humans. He had experienced battles against beasts, but had yet to engage in real combat with humans. Now, with such a high probability of victory, it appeared he could consider this a unique trial. The pair of plump and lean cousins had not anticipated that Jiang Ziliu, even before setting off, had already discerned critical information regarding their ambush. Jiang Ziliu conducted further probability assessments, analyzing the situation of the two ambushers. Without hesitation, he embarked on his journey back, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the two ambushers. Chapter 36. The Wisdom of Human Combat. Jiang Ziliu instructed the sky blue stone golem to scout the area ahead while he cautiously traversed the desolate wilderness under the cover of night. Burdened by a heavy backpack that seemed to contain something substantial, advancing with great care, he appeared as though he were a treasure-laden adventurer, filled with tension and lacking experience. This demeanor caught the attention of the plump cousin, who observed Jiang Ziliu from a nearby hill. Rather than feeling excitement, the plump cousin was filled with caution. As an experienced and seasoned adventurer, he understood a crucial truth. The most skilled hunters often present themselves in the guise of prey. Even he and his cousin frequently employed this tactic. Fishing, after all, is an art that anyone with a modicum of intelligence can master. Observing Jiang Ziliu's behavior, the plump cousin was convinced that Jiang Ziliu was indeed involved with the Thunder Sparrows uprising, having acquired their treasure. However, Jiang Ziliu's face was obscured by a hood, making it difficult to discern his true identity. Moreover, although his actions were performed well, they bore traces of artifice, which the experienced plump cousin recognized as suspicious. True adventurers who possess treasure do not exhibit the slightest hint of flamboyance, unlike what Jiang Ziliu displayed through the plump cousin's night vision binoculars. The seasoned plunderer was well aware of the genuine demeanor of those who carry precious goods. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ziliu, he had underestimated his ambushers. These wilderness survival adventurers, bold enough to rob others, lived on the edge of life and death. No one dared to be careless with their lives. Each of their operations was executed with utmost caution. After all, no adventurer in the wilderness is an easy target. They all possess beast companions and extraordinary powers. The skills of each beast vary significantly, and even those of the same species may differ due to mutations and evolutions. The skills that beast tamers master are their closely guarded secrets. You can never know what peculiar, bizarre, or enigmatic skills a beast tamer possesses. Even the most ordinary gray rock-level beast tamer may wield skills potent enough to threaten the life of a formidable beast tamer. Greedy yet cautious. Cunning. These are the hallmark traits of seasoned wilderness brigands. The plump cousin, upon observing Jiang Ziliu's performance of bearing treasure, immediately recognized that this individual was fishing. To the untrained eye, he appeared as prey, yet in the next moment, he could become the hunter. The plump cousin's beast companion, the wind-whispering blue feather eagle, could see great distances and sense the life levels of creatures below. After all, aerial predators must accurately identify their prey. If they misjudge and swoop down only to discover their target is a formidable predator, it would be a tragic miscalculation. Thus, through the lengthy process of evolution, most aerial carnivorous beasts have developed the ability to keenly perceive the life essence of other beings. The wind-whispering blue feather eagle informed him that the figure below was merely of the 3-star gray rock level. Yet, the plump cousin sensed something amiss. This individual, so clearly acting, lacked the confidence one would expect from a true hunter. In the wild, the roles of hunter and prey can shift in an instant. It was evident that their original target possessed that confidence. Cousin, something feels off. Do not reveal yourself. This fellow may very well be waiting for us to appear. The plump cousin pondered this, but immediately contacted his lean cousin via intercom, urging him to refrain from acting impulsively. His small eyes darted about, contemplating his next move. Should they ambush and claim the treasure for themselves, or should they handle the situation with caution and sell this information? Undoubtedly, for the two cousins, the latter option was a more prudent choice, yet it risked missing a significant opportunity. While the plump cousin deliberated, Jiang Ziliu had already arrived at the region's safe exit. At that moment, Jiang Ziliu's beast companion, the sky blue stone golem, had locked onto the lean cousin's position, revealing the location of the ambushers. The plump cousin, meanwhile, began to suspect that his cousin had already been exposed. Upon contemplating this, a sudden tightness gripped his heart. However, when a particular thought arose, he refrained from conveying this information to his cousin. The rotund fellow had not disclosed to anyone that, during the skill feedback session with his contracted beast, the Shadow Cat, he opted for a unique skill known as wilderness intuition rather than the commonly chosen shadow type abilities. This decision rendered his instincts extraordinarily keen, enabling him to sense lurking dangers in the ether. His intuition advised him that withholding further warnings from his cousin was the wisest course of action. Thus, he lay in wait, eager to observe how Jiang Ziliu would proceed. Would he advance directly, or would he turn against his own cousin? To his astonishment, Jiang Ziliu did not act immediately, but chose to pass through the area, seemingly oblivious to the ambush laid by the slender figure. Cousin, are you mistaken? This fellow is clearly feigning innocence to instill fear in us. Should I pursue him and eliminate him now? After a brief moment, the slender cousin began to lose his composure. He sensed that Jiang Ziliu was not merely playing a part, for his observational skills and intellect paled in comparison to those of his corpulent cousin. All right, go and investigate. The hefty 1's wind-soaring blue feather eagle kept a close watch on Jiang Ziliu's movements, noting that he advanced in the same manner as before. Could it be that he had misjudged this individual, who was truly just a novice among adventurers? Suddenly, a chilling roar echoed across the wilderness. The anguished cries of the earth bull and wind thunder leopard resonating ominously, only to be swiftly silenced. The stout man's heart raced. He recognized that such a sound was only emitted when a contracted beast met a swift demise. There exists only one scenario that could provoke such a heart-wrenching shriek from a beast: the death of its master, leading to the subsequent death of the beast outside the beast's space. If a beast were to perish within the confines of its space, it would not emit a sound, but rather disintegrate into dust with the collapse of the space itself. His cousin had perished so swiftly. This individual, suspected to possess a significant treasure, was indeed a fearsome hunter masquerading as prey. Without a moment's hesitation, the stout man summoned his wind-soaring blue feather eagle back. The eagle, possessing formidable strength, allowed him to leap agilely onto its back as they fled the scene. His reaction was nothing short of swift. Although hefty, the wind-soaring blue feather eagle, being an extraordinary creature, could easily carry him aloft. Yet, in the next moment, a sense of impending doom washed over him, compelling the eagle to alter its course mid-flight. A piercing shriek erupted nearby, followed by the stout man's agonized scream as one of his arms was shattered at the shoulder, the mangled limb plummeting from the sky. However, the stout man's resolve was remarkably strong. He endured the excruciating pain, urging the eagle to soar forward with great speed. Throughout this ordeal, the eagle deftly adjusted its trajectory under his command. He had escaped. He understood that the mysterious, powerful strike had been directed at his wind-soaring blue feather eagle. But thanks to his timely maneuvering, the blow had missed the eagle and struck his arm instead. Far from being angered, he felt a wave of relief. Had the eagle perished, he would surely have fallen to his death, or worse, been dispatched by that enigmatic individual feigning as prey. That strike had been alarmingly swift and terrifying. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziliu, having ventured far from the scene, learned through his connection with the mutated electric snake that the ambush had failed. He sighed, realizing he had underestimated the tenacity of the adventurers battling for survival in the wilderness. Initially, he had intended to engage the ambushers in a life-and-death struggle involving his beasts. However, as he pretended to be prey, the ambusher had refrained from attacking, leading Jiang Ziliu to deduce that his disguise had been seen through and that the opponent had adopted a cautious demeanor. Jiang Ziliu amended his strategy, dispatching the mutated electric snake to the highest peak within his line of sight to locate another ambusher, instructing it to eliminate the foe with its electromagnetic cannon. The electric snake had been equipped with an iron bead, ready to activate its electromagnetic cannon attack at a moment's notice. Unfortunately for the stout man, his shadow cat had been sent out to monitor Jiang Ziliu from 300 meters behind him, leaving him without any beasts by his side. Consequently, the mutated electric snake approached him without detection. Although the stout man's intuition was formidable, it had its limitations. While it sensed one danger, it could not perceive another. At that moment, his instincts were focused on Jiang Ziliu's situation. The electric snake was now capable of utilizing electromagnetic manipulation to generate a natural sensitivity to biological magnetic fields, effortlessly locating the stout man's position. However, This ability stemmed from the electromagnetic control skill, a fact that even Jiang Ziliu was unaware of, as he did not know that the electric snake possessed such innate searching instincts. Fortuitously, the stout man's slender cousin had succumbed just ahead of him, and the death of the opposing beast provided a warning. Thus, he reacted promptly, hastily commanding the eagle to flee. This swift decision, albeit resulting in the loss of an arm, ultimately preserved his life. Had the mutated electric snake been capable of launching a second strike, he would have undoubtedly met his end. The demise of his slender cousin was no mere accident. It was orchestrated by Jiang Ziliu, who had prepared a vial of highly toxic miniature centipedes as a contingency plan. On this occasion, the empty blue stone man stealthily approached the slender figure, releasing the vial of lethal centipedes. With the Earth Bull and Wind Thunder leopard by the slender man's side, Jiang Ziliu refrained from allowing the empty blue stone man to attack directly from beneath him, instead opting to unleash the venomous creatures. These centipedes exhibited a pronounced aggressiveness towards humans. Sensing the slender man's presence, they crawled toward him. Consequently, the slender figure, preoccupied with monitoring Jiang Ziliu, was bitten by one of the centipedes and succumbed to its lethal, blood-drawing venom. The venom coursing through his veins sealed his fate, ensuring his rapid demise. Moreover, the centipedes emitted a faint life force, failing to alert the Wind Thunder leopard to the impending danger, resulting in the slender man's total surprise. Jiang Ziliu's intelligence and caution had led him to eliminate one ambusher, while the stout man's cunning and experience allowed him to escape with his life from Jiang Ziliu's grasp. In the ongoing struggle between ambushers and counter-ambushers, Jiang Ziliu held a slight advantage. Yet, feeling a tinge of regret for not achieving complete success, Jiang Ziliu departed without searching for his spoils. Shortly after exiting the area, he discarded the contents of his backpack, revealing it to be filled with decaying wooden fragments. The Thunder Peach had been hidden by the empty blue stone man in the safety shelter he had previously established, and thus was not on his person. In this contest, both sides had their hidden strategies, with Jiang Ziliu exhibiting greater caution. The following day, he returned through the northern gate of the base from a different direction. However, this time, he was subjected to a thorough search by some formidable bronze-level beastmasters. The reason provided for this search was that they were on the lookout for a wilderness bandit. Anyone could discern that these individuals were merely using the pretext of hunting down a bandit to fulfill their own ulterior motives. They must have received word that someone in the wild had come into possession of a treasure and were intent on intercepting it. Jiang Ziliu understood that the plump individual who had managed to escape had swiftly sold his information. Nevertheless, he allowed these powerful figures to conduct their inspection, even feigning displeasure, and ultimately succeeded in returning to Base 12. Chapter 37. The first appearance of the alien race. A new phase of learning commenced, during which Jiang Ziliu elevated his external manifestation of life level from 3-star limestone to 4-star limestone. He speculated that the students in this phase would experience significant growth. With the school's funding, coupled with support from the students' families, it was expected that everyone would achieve a certain level of advancement for the elite class. Progressing one small rank in limestone level every 2 months was quite standard. During this period, even his parents provided him with nearly 100,000 yuan in financial support. His elder brother even sent him a B-class beast core, hoping to establish a solid foundation for him. If he was progressing thus, it was natural that the others in his class would not lag behind. Families from humble backgrounds were quite committed to supporting their children's growth, as their children represented their current hope. Moreover, many students had signed training agreements with various organizations such as trading companies, prominent families, corporations, and adventure groups, becoming their reserve personnel and receiving resources and financial backing from them. His analysis proved accurate. Upon the commencement of the new term, the lowest beast master level in the class was indeed 4-star limestone, with only 6 individuals at that level. The majority had already ascended to 5-star limestone. The learning tasks for this phase underwent further changes, granting students greater freedom. In the elite class, students were now required to attend school only for the first 4 days of the week. For the remaining 3 days, they could choose to train at school, at the training camp outside the base, or find their own places for independent training, depending on their preferences. The essential foundational and intermediate knowledge had largely been imparted, and the focus shifted to enhancing the level and strength of their beasts. Additionally, students needed this free time to arrange their training sensibly and grow appropriately, as each individual's beast differed, necessitating distinct growth plans. The teachers now primarily served to clarify doubts and provide guidance. This arrangement afforded Jiang Ziliu an opportunity. On the 5th day after the term began, he stealthily exited the base, but rather than distancing himself from it, he instructed the sky blue rock golem to return to his safe house, where he retrieved the 2 Thunder Peach treasures he had hidden. This time, Jiang Ziliu successfully passed through the gates of the base. Days passed, and those beast masters who had been waiting here understood that the possibility of intercepting the treasure had vanished. Although many lower-tier beast masters resented such displays of power, they dared not voice their frustrations. They acted without fear of accountability from the higher-ups of the base, as many of them were indeed part of the upper echelons. This experience made Jiang Ziliu realize just how necessary his previous caution had been. The current 3-day weekly schedule instituted by the school allowed Jiang Ziliu to feel quite at ease. Without the school's arrangements, his classmates had begun to venture alone or in teams into some lower-level dungeon spaces. The school supported such endeavors but refrained from organizing collective adventures into dungeon spaces, as any mishaps would implicate the institution significantly. Consequently, the school adopted a stance of individual responsibility for students' adventures. Nonetheless, they plastered essential precautions regarding dungeon spaces on prominent posters throughout the school, ensuring that everyone could see and remember them at all times. Exploring dungeon spaces had become a commonplace activity for students during their holidays. Tang Yunu wished to embark on adventures with Jiang Ziliu, but he declined her offer. He preferred to maintain a certain level of communication with her while harboring no intention of joining her in her escapades. However, Tang Yunu soon found her own adventure partner, Li Wanxiu. Their shared experience of leaping through a muddy swamp had significantly strengthened their bond, and they were now considered close friends. Nevertheless, the various activities and commotion within the class did not greatly affect Jiang Ziliu. He remained vigilant, observing the diverse medicinal herbs emerging in the market, keenly searching for those that could facilitate the evolution of the mutated electric snake. During this time, he had compiled a formula for its evolution and, through probability assessment, had determined the optimal ratio for one particular formula, now preparing to gather the necessary herbs. Simultaneously, on weekends, he would venture into other lower-level dungeon spaces within the base, primarily to earn some money to offset his expenses. After a month in this new learning phase, their place of study shifted once again from the elite classes teaching building to a camp outside the base. Upon their arrival at the camp, they were greeted by a strange and exceedingly muffled roar. Many knowledgeable students, like Jiang Ziliu, recognized the sound immediately. It was the language of an alien life form, hostile to humanity and intent on invading Earth. Indeed, shortly after classes commenced, the teachers directed their attention to a massive creature contained within a cage at the center of the camp. It was a humanoid being exhibiting wolf-like features, a werewolf. The werewolf race is a branch of the alien orc species, characterized by humanoid limbs and torso, with a head bearing both beastly and human traits. This werewolf stood nearly 2.5 meters tall. Such height was considered average among werewolves, with some towering even at 3 meters. The kings among them could reach heights of 4 meters. The orc species comprises numerous branches, with the werewolves among the more formidable races and thus human adversaries. Conversely, weaker orc races, such as the legendary foxwomen and catwomen, are the favored prey of humanity's underground factions. They are the most sought-after slaves by the affluent among humankind. Presently, humans are not permitted to become slaves to their own kind, yet they harbor no qualms about subjugating alien races. As long as it remains concealed, no one intervenes. Similarly, powerful orc races like the lionfolk and tigerfolk indulge in the abduction of humans for slavery. The relationship between the two factions has deteriorated to an extreme, characterized by mutual plunder and oppression. However, both humans and orcs face numerous adversaries, and their respective powers maintain a delicate balance. Base 12 is situated in a relatively secure region for humanity, making encounters with alien races exceedingly rare. Jiang Ziliu had never encountered an intelligent alien before, but he had not anticipated that the school would bring in a genuine werewolf to instruct them. This signifies that they may very well come into contact with alien beings in the future. Many classmates likely recognized that this was an intelligent alien, and moreover, an enemy of humanity, the orc race. Teacher Li Qingqing revealed a shocking situation that left everyone astounded. In a location 110 kilometers southwest of Base 12, a new B-grade permanent wild replica space has emerged. The orcs have infiltrated our vicinity through this portal, and this werewolf is one of their formidable forces. Months ago, a human merchant convoy was annihilated by an elite scout from the skunk tribe that emerged from the replica space. This type of skunk-like orc is one of the alien races that bears a striking resemblance to humanity. Therefore, I must caution everyone against venturing into the wilderness for adventures at this time. If you must go out, it is far safer to do so alongside a more powerful beastmaster. Upon hearing this news from Li Qingqing, Jiang Ziliu felt a shudder run through him. He had always assumed that the destruction of the human convoy was due to internal conflicts among humans, but he never anticipated that the perpetrator was an orc scout. The orcs harbor significant animosity towards humanity, so it is not surprising that they could obliterate an entire convoy. He also understood why that individual was so cautious. repeatedly checking for any witnesses to his acts of slaughter. It turns out he was a skilled alien scout. The opponent was likely also concerned about being discovered by humans in advance due to the orcs' emergence, necessitating extreme caution in their movements. Jiang Ziliu felt fortunate that he had not encountered any orcs during his previous adventures, as his probability assessments had been exceptionally favorable. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that many had already fallen victim to the orcs' treachery. The base has now initiated a quasi-war mode. All Beastmasters are permitted to hunt the orcs in the wilderness. Their severed heads will serve as military merit badges for all Beastmasters, redeemable for wartime honors. These wartime honors can be exchanged for the scarce high-level resources you require. To encourage enthusiasm and ensure everyone's privacy, all individuals are allowed to wear masks when collecting a temporary military merit number at the base. This number can be assigned a password of your choosing, ensuring that your personal information remains confidential. Of course, those who wish to be recognized and act under their real names may do so. However, I must inform you that the alien races have an assassination protocol targeting our young talents or those with formidable combat capabilities. Thus, for your safety, I strongly advise against participation. If you are determined to join, I suggest you act anonymously and conceal your information. Teacher Li Qingqing relayed a plethora of information. For Jiang Ziliu, however, this was fortuitous, as these measures would allow him to mask his identity. The assassination of young individuals with high potential among humans was evidently one of the primary reasons for the implementation of such measures. After all, such assassinations aim to sever the future potential of humanity. The higher echelons of humanity are not foolish. They possess strategies to counter such threats. Upon hearing the announcement from their teacher, the faces of the entire elite class paled, and murmurs filled the air. Even the mere presence of this confined orc instilled immense fear. It is essential to remember that orcs are also an intelligent race, capable of having beastmasters. However, their options for contracted beasts are limited. The werewolf tribe generally can only form packs with wolf-type beasts. Other types of alien beasts are much more challenging for them to contract. Nevertheless, the wolf-type beasts that the werewolf tribe can contract typically possess a higher ceiling of talent than those of human beastmasters of equivalent rank. While humanity enjoys the advantage of being able to contract any type of beast, their ultimate combat prowess may be slightly weaker. However, their array of techniques far exceeds that of the werewolf tribe. Jiang Ziliu noticed that the teachers were also observing the students' reactions. He quickly grasped that this might serve as a form of selection. Those who exhibit extreme fear of the alien races might be treated with less regard in their future training. After all, some alien races are humanity's formidable foes, and the upper echelons of humanity, along with higher educational institutions, seek courageous beastmasters, not cowards. Chapter 38, An Unexpected Choice. Today's lesson involves a life and death battle with this orc. To clarify the premise, everyone must sign a waiver acknowledging the potential life-threatening nature of this training. Of course, one may choose not to sign the waiver. However, those who opt out will not be permitted to remain in the elite class and will be relegated back to the ordinary class. Humanity's resources do not require beastmasters who shy away from combat with alien races. Teacher Li Qingqing's words carried significant weight, unveiling the true nature of what they were about to face. Indeed, Teacher Li would not make things easy for them. Jiang Ziliu had gleaned from his parents' discussions that Teacher Li Qingqing was undoubtedly the most fearsome practical instructor among the 9 secondary schools within the base. Other schools' practical instructors would not subject their students to such arduous trials. Nevertheless, the parents supported Teacher Li's methods, as her training, while seemingly perilous, ultimately enhances student survival and self-preservation skills. Those parents with experience as beastmasters were most capable of discerning the merits and drawbacks of her approach. The elite class students felt a palpable sense of dread. The towering figure before them, nearly 2.5 meters tall, posed a terrifying threat without even considering the beasts they might summon. Moreover, everyone knew that the strength of werewolves was exceedingly formidable, often twice that of their human counterparts. Their senses, instincts, and speed were all remarkably acute. Furthermore, the werewolf they faced was a bronze-level creature, significantly amplifying its combat prowess. Faced with such a savage and terrifying adversary, the students hesitated in contemplation. However, they understood that unless they wished to leave the elite class, they had no real choice. Some individuals, however, felt no fear and were eager to prove themselves. No one chose to withdraw. Nearly all were unwilling to relinquish their standing in the elite class. They feared the werewolf from this branch of orcs, but they feared even more the loss of their position and resources within the elite class. Is there anyone who chooses to back down? Teacher Li Qingqing inquired. No one uttered a word. Observing this scene, she knew that everyone had made their decision. They were willing to confront the terrifying alien race head-on. Yet, at that moment, one individual unexpectedly stepped forward. "Teacher, I choose to withdraw." The appearance of this individual elicited no surprise among the majority of the class. The bookworm was, after all, a timid soul, and many looked on with a sense of superiority, mocking him. Coming from an ordinary background and only achieving a 4-star gray limestone rank, his withdrawal seemed a reasonable choice. After all, not everyone possesses the potential for continued growth, and given Teacher Li's methods, the dangers they would face in the future would only escalate. His decision was a means of preserving his life. A small portion of the class, however, offered a rational analysis, believing that the choice of the individual withdrawing was not shameful, but rather quite prudent. The wisdom and character of individuals vary, ultimately determining their future trajectories. In stark contrast to the reactions of the other 90% of the class, Tang Yunu, Li Wanqiu, Chun Zheng the stout fellow, and Hu Yifei all felt a sense of disbelief. For the one making this choice was Jiang Ziliu. He had now become the sole individual in the class to shy away from confronting the alien race. But how could this be? How could Jiang Ziliu make such a choice, knowing it could lead to his expulsion from the ordinary class? The astuteness, tenacity, and resilience of Jiang Ziliu are qualities that his peers have experienced firsthand. That fateful moment when they all leaped into the mire alongside him was marked by a putrid stench that nearly overwhelmed them. Yet, Jiang Ziliu remained steadfast, enduring the foulness like a mountain unmoved. This prompted a comparative reflection among the group. If others can endure, why can't I? The competitive spirit and strong will of youth are profoundly potent. It was precisely this mentality that enabled the 4 of them to persevere until the end, emerging victorious from that trial. Following that experience, the resources and support they received elevated significantly. The shared ordeal fostered a nuanced understanding of Jiang Ziliu's scholarly nature among them. A person unafraid of a mire could hardly be intimidated by an orc. They found it hard to believe, and after a moment of confusion, speculated that perhaps Jiang Ziliu had made other choices seemingly intricately linked to the emergence of the orcs. With the insight and intelligence of Tang Yunu and her companions, they deduced certain implications, yet they remained perplexed as to why Jiang Ziliu would choose to retreat at such a critical juncture. Observing Jiang Ziliu's expression, one tinged with a hint of fear, Li Qingcheng, their combat instructor, was taken aback. Having spent several months together, she had grown familiar with her students. Jiang Ziliu was sharp, resilient, wise, and decisive, yet above all, he was shrouded in mystery. Not long ago, when Jiang Ziliu ventured into the wilderness, he piqued her interest as she was out investigating the orcs. This living werewolf was the result of her outing, and it was through this discovery that she unveiled the truth about the orc presence, subsequently warning the entire number 12 base and nearby outposts. Without strong companions, the others in the class dared not venture into the uncertain dangers of the wilderness. They merely engaged in minor adventures within the instant space. However, Jiang Ziliu's demeanor suggested an intimate familiarity with the wilderness, devoid of any trace of fear or anxiety. His foray into the wild was akin to a leisurely stroll in one's own garden, so confident was he. If he were to shrink back due to the orcs, Li Qingcheng would be willing to write her name backward. The fear etched on his face seemed somewhat contrived. Li Qingcheng gazed deeply into Jiang Ziliu's eyes before arriving at her decision. Having made her choice, she instructed him to return. From now on, he would be a member of the ordinary class, and the school would make the necessary adjustments. Jiang Ziliu nodded respectfully, bowing to Li Qingcheng and the other teachers present before making his way to his dormitory to pack his belongings. The classroom fell silent as most prepared to confront the orc in the cage. Just then, a timid hand was raised. The hand belonged to Tang Yunu. "May I take a half-hour leave, teacher?" she asked in a barely audible voice. Li Qingcheng regarded her with a teasing glint in her eyes before granting her request. Tang Yunu hurriedly dashed towards her dormitory. Observing Tang Yunu's reaction, Li Wanqiu fell into contemplation, ultimately resolving to raise her own hand. "Teacher, I also have something to attend to and would like to request a half-hour leave." Li Qingcheng, slightly surprised, nodded in agreement. Li Wanqiu followed suit, scurrying after Tang Yunu. The rest of the class was taken aback. Some perceptive students quickly realized what they intended to do. The expressions of several boys darkened significantly. However, in the next moment, Chun Zheng and Hu Yifeng exchanged glances and simultaneously raised their hands. "Teacher, we too have matters to attend to and request a half-hour leave." Li Qingcheng acquiesced, then declared, "Everyone, take an hour to rest. The practical engagement with the orc will commence in 1 hour. You may discuss your strategies in the meantime." With her words, the students snapped back to attention, realizing they needed to devise a plan for dealing with the werewolf. A single misstep could prove fatal. Afterward, Li Qingcheng departed. The previously somber students, especially the boys with ulterior motives, suddenly exhibited a glimmer of apprehension in their eyes. Meanwhile, Upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Ziliu swiftly packed his belongings, preparing to leave the camp. Yet, just as he approached the door, he noticed someone waiting for him, his desk mate, Tang Yunu. I don't know what your intentions are or why you made this choice, but I sense you might be distancing yourself from us. Therefore, please take this. It contains my contact information. If you find yourself in a different place and come across the Tang Trading Company, this card will grant you some assistance. Tang Yunu had surmised Jiang Ziliu's true intentions, thus handing him a black metal business card embossed with her contact details. In the number 12 base, ordinary individuals could not utilize phones or similar tools, but in higher-level bases, such restrictions were less stringent. The emblem of the Tang family could provide certain conveniences at the Tang Trading Company. Thank you. I shall remember this. Jiang Ziliu accepted the card without hesitation, fully aware of its significance, both as a token of friendship and an implicit investment from Tang Yunu. Tang Yunu cast him one last deep glance before departing. Jiang Ziliu tucked the card away and made his way outside the camp. Upon reaching the camp entrance, he was surprised to find 3 familiar faces awaiting him: Li Wanxiu, Chen Zheng, and Hu Yifeng. Li Wanxiu handed him a thick notebook, stating, "This is a beast taming manual I obtained, filled with esoteric information. I hope it proves useful to you. When we meet again, I am certain you will astonish me." Her gesture was motivated not only by her father's past insights, but also by a saying he had imparted: in the journey of life, having one more reliable friend opens one more path. Thank you. I will cherish this kindness. Jiang Ziliu spoke little, yet Li Wanxiu understood that he acknowledged her support. Those with SS-level talents were not merely remarkable in beast taming. They possessed advantages in various aspects. Her contract talent made her perceive Jiang Ziliu as extraordinary, thus leading to her choice. The stout Chen Zheng and Hu Yifeng approached next, offering him a bank card. "This is a small token from us, brothers. We hope that when you achieve success, you won't forget about us." This card was anonymous, akin to a bank-issued check. "Thank you. I will never forget this support." Jiang Ziliu accepted the bank card, recognizing it as both their investment and a symbol of camaraderie, though the sum meant little to them. If Jiang Ziliu were to rise in strength, they would gain the friendship of a formidable ally, a true treasure indeed. They were not the type to invest in just anyone. Had it not been for Tang Yunu and Li Wanxiu's actions, they would have acknowledged Jiang Ziliu's prowess, but would not have directly offered financial backing. However, Tang Yunu hails from the illustrious Tang family, far exceeding their lineage, while Li Wanxiu, despite being severed from the prominent Li family, is nonetheless a genius of SS caliber. Coupled with the enigmatic reaction of Master Li Qingqing, they took this course of action. When faced with Jiang Ziliu's decision, Li Qingqing exhibited mere surprise, devoid of anger, and subtly conveyed her acquiescence and support for his choice, showing no inclination to dissuade him. It is essential to note that they were well aware of Li Qingqing's extraordinary background. These myriad factors led them to make such a choice. Jiang Ziliu accepted their kindness by putting away the bank card. To refuse would be a blatant affront, possibly inciting animosity between them. Given his relatively prudent nature, he would naturally refrain from making an ill-considered decision. After all, this was a genuine gesture of goodwill from them, unencumbered by any conditions. Subsequently, Jiang Ziliu took his leave from the camp, bidding farewell to the trio. "This fellow, if he survives the future, is likely to astonish us all," remarked the portly Chen Zheng, observing Jiang Ziliu's composed silhouette. When Jiang Ziliu had ventured 300 meters away from the camp, reaching a point where the camp's occupants could no longer discern his situation, he came to a halt. For, descending from the heavens was none other than Li Qingqing, his teacher, who had flown down without the aid of any beast. The ability of a beast master to soar through the skies signifies immense power. "Teacher Li," Jiang Ziliu stammered. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Li Qingqing regarded him and said, "Your choice to leave the elite class stems from the realization that it no longer serves your purpose. For you, the most valuable resource of the elite class lies within the knowledge housed in its library. Yet, you have surely exhausted that knowledge by now." With an uncanny ability to discern Jiang Ziliu's innermost thoughts, she spoke with remarkable calmness. "You do not desire or require the resources of the elite class. Thus, you are not merely departing from the elite class. Rather, you are bidding farewell to your student life. Moreover, you are undoubtedly concealing your true strength, which is formidable compared to your peers. Rational, resilient, decisive, and unbound by convention. Jiang Ziliu, I must admit, I hold great expectations for you. Since you have made your choice, I shall not oppose it. However, I require a promise from you." Li Qingqing articulated each word carefully, and Jiang Ziliu refrained from rebuttal. Aware that certain truths eluded his concealment from this teacher, he indeed hesitated to openly display his abilities and accept the elite class's resources. For his talent was merely of B grade, which rendered him incapable of defying expectations outwardly. The line between genius and madness is perilously thin, contingent upon the perspectives of others. However, tethering oneself to others' judgments is a precarious approach. Presently, the elite class undeniably lacked what he sought. Exceptional performance, distinct from the norm, implies a special secret that could attract the envy of many beastmasters of lesser talent but greater familial standing. Discretion is thus his guiding principle. Given his circumstances, he is destined to become a solitary wanderer akin to Han Laoma, making a university-like environment ill-suited for him. Hence, seizing the opportunity to depart from the elite class also signifies his intention to leave 9th middle school. To embark on adventures as a lone traveler is his optimal strategy for survival, leveraging his greatest advantages. What promise? Jiang Ziliu approached this request with caution. Regardless of your future circumstances, I implore you not to betray humanity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziliu comprehended the extraordinary nature of teacher Li Qingqing. Her status, her presence, and even her identity were remarkably unique. Naturally, he assented to this promise. Rest assured, teacher, I shall never betray humanity. Upon hearing this declaration, Li Qingqing offered no response, but instead produced a chain and handed it to Jiang Ziliu. The end of the metallic chain was adorned with a gray-black orb. This is a spatial treasure, containing approximately 20 cubic meters of space for storing provisions. I have high hopes for you, and I wish for you to become an integral part of humanity in the future. Jiang Ziliu accepted this spatial artifact without hesitation, fully aware of its significant value and recognizing it as precisely what he needed. There was no reason for him to feign politeness to Li Qingqing. He would repay her kindness when he matured. Moreover, teacher Li Qingqing was making an investment in him from the broader perspective of humanity. Were it anyone else, she would hardly spare them a glance. To exhibit such remarkable talent amidst the common folk, while being adept at concealing oneself. Li Qingqing's confidence in Jiang Ziliu's future rivaled that of Li Wanqiu, who possessed SS-level talent. I hope you travel safely and grow. After imparting this blessing, teacher Li Qingqing took flight, leaving Jiang Ziliu standing alone. He sighed, carefully fastening the chain around his neck before bowing respectfully towards the training camp and resolutely departing. Chapter 39. The Recovery of Beasts. Jiang Ziliu had long harbored thoughts of leaving school, but had yet to find the resolve or the right opportunity. Upon returning to the base, he submitted a request for withdrawal from school. However, this request was returned by the principal, who instead modified it to a leave of absence. The principal of 9th middle school was already aware of the situation and, following Li Qingqing's advice, altered it to a leave of absence. Initially, the principal intended to counsel Jiang Ziliu, as students with talents above B grade were particularly valuable at 9th middle school. Yet, it was Li Qingqing's counsel that led the principal to acquiesce to Jiang Ziliu's request, albeit with the modification. This illustrates Li Qingqing's exceptional standing. Upon returning home, Jiang Ziliu informed his parents of the situation, who were utterly perplexed, nearly resorting to chastisement. However, Jiang Ziliu subtly revealed his black iron-level aura, momentarily flashing it before them. This realization struck them, awakening their understanding that Jiang Ziliu's prowess eclipsed that of any student in the elite class. To their knowledge, the students of the elite class were currently all below black iron. This revelation indicated that their son possessed extraordinary abilities, having weathered many storms. His parents recognized that a talent of merely B grade, coupled with such strength, must harbor significant secrets and opportunities. Yet, this also posed great dangers, as the student environment would render him more susceptible to exposure. After contemplating this matter throughout the night, they ultimately agreed to Jiang Ziliu's decision. What they remained unaware of was that Jiang Ziliu planned to leave Base 12, seeking to embark on adventures elsewhere. Remaining at Base 12 would easily place his parents in jeopardy. Before departing, however, he aimed to ensure that at least one of his parents could restore their dormant beasts. This had been a consideration of his for some time, and now it presented a feasible possibility. His father, Jiang Yuan, had once been a bronze-level beastmaster with 3 beasts, all of which had been gravely injured and succumbed to slumber during a perilous encounter, leaving the couple as the sole survivors. Jiang Ziliu's mother faced a similar predicament. Among Jiang Yuan's beasts was one known as the Lightning Eagle. The Lightning Eagle could potentially be revived using the Thunder Peach he had acquired, but if paired with other medicinal herbs to create a special formula, Jiang Ziliu's probability of success in restoring the beast could rise to an impressive 91.5 now. Jiang Ziliu only lacks one type of medicinal herb, yet he finds himself unable to afford it. The final herb is not found near Base 12, but rather in distant, extraordinary terrains. Initially, he had planned to disguise himself and hunt orcs in order to earn enough money to procure the last herb. However, the funds provided by Chun Zheng and Hu Yifei have instilled in him a glimmer of hope. If his father's beast can regain its strength, they will possess the ability to protect themselves, and he will subsequently find a way to restore his parents' other beasts. Should Jiang Yuan's lightning hawk recover, he could venture forth into the world without hesitation. The next day, Jiang Ziliu checked the anonymous bank card, only to discover there were 2 million. This sum was precisely adequate to acquire the herb he needed. Upon seeing such a substantial amount of money, regardless of the intentions of the 2 men, he felt an overwhelming gratitude towards them. After all, actions speak louder than words. Jiang Ziliu had already performed a blood oath to claim the spatial pearl bestowed upon him by teacher Li Qingqing. This was a spatial object recognized by both genetic and spiritual essence. The human bloodstream contains a unique spiritual aura. After claiming ownership, Jiang Ziliu placed his important belongings within it, preparing ample provisions such as food, water, lighters, and other essential supplies for unforeseen circumstances. Having completed these preparations, he intended to use the card to purchase the last required material. Tang's Merchant House, established by the Tang family, is a shop specializing in beast materials and is renowned for its extensive collection of rare items within the base. Although its area is modest, encompassing less than 100 square meters, it offers a plethora of desired items, thanks to the existence of spatial equipment. Common materials are stored in an underground warehouse, guarded by specialized beasts, while rare materials of B grade and above are kept under the supervision of the shop manager, assistant manager, and an inspector sent from above. These precious items are secured within specially crafted spatial lockers, which can only be accessed when all 3 personnel are present. In truth, most shops within the base operate in this manner. Jiang Ziliu learned about this from Tang Yunu, who had also shared with him many insights regarding the workings of private and influential powers. "May I assist you with something, dear customer?" inquired a beautiful shop assistant. As is customary in such establishments to attract patrons, the security personnel, however, are typically male. "Do you have the Snow Thunder Ginseng for sale?" Jiang Ziliu asked. This Snow Thunder Ginseng is a mutated form of ginseng, originating from a very specific and rare environment where snowstorms and thunderstorms coincide atop snowy mountains. In light of significant changes in the natural environment, many previously unseen phenomena have emerged under the influence of dark energy. For instance, mountains that experience both snow and thunder. In such locations, ginseng can mature in merely 3 years, with older specimens being even more potent. It is the perfect remedy to accompany the Thunder Peach and heal his father Jiang Yuan's lightning hawk. Due to its growth in extreme cold, the Snow Thunder Ginseng is infused with abundant life energy and nutrients, having absorbed the purity of ice and snow along with certain powers of lightning, making it exceptionally effective in healing lightning-type beasts. "Yes, we do. 1 year's worth of Snow Thunder Ginseng is 1 million, 2 years is 1.5 million, and 3 years is 2 million, the shop assistant explained. "I would like one of the 2-year variety," Jiang Ziliu responded. If it could be avoided, he preferred not to present the business card given to him by Tang Yunu. Subsequently, a ginseng resembling icy jade, adorned with 3 lightning-like patterns, was placed before Jiang Ziliu. He promptly swiped his card and left. The troubles he had feared did not materialize, as his attire was that of a commoner, and thus, encountering issues would not have been surprising. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly, and Jiang Ziliu successfully acquired the final herb. For the next 2 days, Jiang Ziliu sequestered himself within his room, immersed in his work, the scent of medicinal concoctions lingering in the air. When he finally emerged after 2 days, excitement radiated from him, as he held a vial containing a black, gel-like substance, from which sporadic flashes of lightning emanated. He had instructed his family to remain indoors during this period. "Father, summon your lightning hawk. This is the medicine I have prepared to heal its wounds." Jiang Yuan, though skeptical, summoned his lightning hawk, a colossal creature that nearly filled half the room. However, beneath its belly lay a wound that consumed a significant portion of its body. The injury appearing a dark brown hue, a remnant of the beast that had inflicted it, a unique type of life toxin. At that moment, the lightning hawk lay in a deep unconscious state, teetering on the brink of life. Fortunately, the beast's space could suppress the worsening of its condition, allowing it to survive in a half-conscious state until now. Jiang Ziliu cautiously applied the gel to the wound and swiftly stitched it up with needle and thread, wearing insulating gloves throughout the process to protect himself from the electrical energies of the medicine. Remarkably, rather than causing discomfort, the application of the medicine seemed to bring relief to the unconscious creature. Once he completed the procedure, Jiang Ziliu urged, "Father, quickly summon it back to the beast space for recovery." Jiang Yuan, sensing the comfort the lightning hawk experienced during the application, complied without hesitation. This indicated that the medicine might indeed be effective. His son had a remarkable talent in the realm of medicinal concoctions. In the following week, Jiang Ziliu utilized the last Thunder Peach to concoct an evolution potion for his mutated electric snake, initiating its evolution within the beast space. A week later, Jiang Yuan was astonished to discover that the Lightning Hawk's injuries had healed by 90%. At this stage, no further treatment was necessary, as the powerful life force of a bronze-grade beast would allow it to recover independently. Within a day after Jiang Ziliu removed its stitches, the last remnants of its injuries vanished completely. Thus, one of Jiang Yuan's beasts had been restored, granting him a renewed sense of vitality and a measure of self-defense capability. With this achievement, Jiang Ziliu could now embark on his next plan, making final preparations for his impending adventure. Chapter 40, The Third Beast. Having addressed part of his father's beast recovery, Jiang Ziliu felt a sense of ease. Although only one beast had been restored, it represented a significant breakthrough, endowing them with a certain degree of self-protection. Next, Jiang Ziliu turned his attention to the condition of the evolved electric snake. Upon summoning it from the beast's space, he immediately noticed its transformation. The mutated electric snake now measured nearly 3 meters in length, its scales having become more pristine and delicate, resembling exquisite jade. Even more intriguingly, a row of fine, downy feathers had sprouted along its back, extending from its head to its tail, reminiscent of the legendary feathered serpent. Upon this peculiar row of serpentine feathers, subtle electric glimmers danced. Merely by its appearance, one could discern its extraordinary presence. As soon as this creature emerged, it conveyed an unmistakable message of ravenous hunger, prompting Jiang Ziliu to promptly present the prepared, finely chopped exotic beast meat. Observing it devour the morsels with an insatiable fervor, it resembled a gluttonous specter. At this juncture, Jiang Ziliu turned his attention to the information regarding the mutated electric serpent. Mutated electric serpent, electromagnetic manipulation, SSS grade. Current attack, B grade. Electric flash, B grade. Mutated spirit, B grade. The skills of the mutated electric serpent had undergone a significant enhancement, with all abilities elevated to above B grade. The once swift electric speed had evolved into the B grade electric flash. This skill, previously limited to rapid movement on land, had transformed into a high-speed flight capability. This upgrade was attributed to the emergence of its feathered appendages, allowing it to transcend from a purely terrestrial beast to a creature capable of soaring through the skies. The advent of this skill heralded a remarkably successful evolution for the mutated electric serpent, signifying that Jiang Ziliu had, from this day forth, acquired aerial prowess. Should it ascend to the bronze level and increase in size, Jiang Ziliu might even realize his dream of flight by riding it. It is fair to say that this evolution was not only successful, but also held profound significance. Furthermore, this transformation had substantially augmented the potential of the mutated electric serpent. In terms of comprehensive capabilities, it could now be likened to an A-grade beast. Jiang Ziliu felt immense satisfaction. After the mutated electric serpent had sated its hunger, he returned it to the beast space, allowing it to recuperate from the energy expended during the evolution process. Next, Jiang Ziliu's objective was to seek out his third beast companion. For his first beast, he sought formidable power concealed beneath a veneer of stealth, and the SSS-level life force suppression skill fulfilled this requirement perfectly. The second beast he desired was one that boasted comprehensive offensive and defensive capabilities, derived from the mutated electric serpent's SSS-level electromagnetic manipulation, which not only spawned a high-damage electromagnetic cannon, but also introduced interference abilities such as microwave heating and electromagnetic induction heating. Recently, he had further refined his mastery over the electromagnetic manipulation of metallic objects and developed defensive electromagnetic barrier capabilities. It could be asserted that through profound development, this electromagnetic manipulation skill had thoroughly satisfied the demands for high attack, control, area assault, interference, and defense. Should further advancements be pursued, it could yield even more applications. As for the third beast, Jiang Ziliu's needs were rather particular. He had long been capable of forming a contract with his third beast, having met the requisite soul strength. Although he had observed some leisurely beasts appearing in various bases, none had met his expectations. With his recent decision to depart from school life and embark on broader adventures beyond the base, he had resolved upon a beast that could alter its identity at will, remaining undetected by others. Special creatures such as the illusory light fox and the shape-shifting beast, known for their transformative abilities, aligned well with his aspirations. However, the transformation skills of these beasts were not particularly advanced. What Jiang Ziliu required was a beast with transformation skills rated above S grade for his contract. Previously, he had not assessed the probabilities of this need, but having resolved various issues, he had now elevated this requirement to an urgent priority. What was the probability of encountering a beast cub with S-grade transformation skills within the base? 100%. Remarkably, such a creature truly existed. Jiang Ziliu smiled. As long as it existed, that was sufficient. What was the probability of its presence in the eastern part of the base? the eastern region was predominantly inhabited by commoners, whereas the affluent were concentrated in the central and western areas. 100%. This probability indicated a significant reduction in the difficulty of obtaining it. At that moment, a bold idea took root in Jiang Ziliu's mind. What was the probability of it existing in a state of freedom? 100%. Indeed, this special creature with S-grade transformation skills existed freely within the confines of the base. Since shapeshifting beasts are exceptionally intelligent, it is notoriously difficult for ordinary individuals to capture them. Moreover, certain special shapeshifting beasts prefer to escape to human bases during their vulnerable youth, as the sewers and other secluded areas within the base provide a safer refuge compared to the perilous wilderness. The food supply within the base is also considerably more accessible. He continued to calculate probabilities and ultimately pinpointed that this beast cub was none other than a special green-skinned shapeshifting sprite. This creature, being an omnivorous anomaly, had a maximum growth potential of only bronze level. However, akin to the Azure Rock Golem, it possessed a high-level special skill, the hidden life force suppression skill of the Azure Rock Golem, while the green-skinned shapeshifter wielded an S-grade transformation skill. This beast was remarkably unique. It could be classified as a plant-based creature due to its green skin, enabling it to transform into grass, shrubs, and other flora, absorbing nutrients from the soil to conduct photosynthesis for sustenance. Yet, when it assumed an animal form, it could consume a wide array of food, including grass, trees, and even meat. Its diet was diverse, and its survival capabilities were extraordinarily robust. People found it challenging to categorize it strictly as either a plant or an animal due to its seamless transitions between forms. However, its combat prowess was notably feeble, lacking any significant fighting ability. It had not yet developed the capacity to conceal its life force, making it vulnerable to detection by more astute beasts. Consequently, like many other shape-shifting creatures, it preferred to dwell within human bases during its formative years. The discarded food from humans sufficed to ensure its safe growth. Due to its remarkable intelligence, it was initially classified by humans as belonging to the category of natural sprites, a designation that eventually became its established name. Jiang Ziliu successfully located the precise whereabouts of this shape-shifting beast. After making the necessary preparations, he ventured forth. However, within 3 hours, he returned home with a small suitcase in tow. He had successfully captured the green-skinned, shape-shifting sprite cub. The little creature, displaying remarkable cunning, had transformed into a small bamboo shoot to conceal itself within a grove of bamboo in an eastern park. This was its method of hiding, a testament to its confidence in evading the notice of passers-by. Yet, such confidence compromised its vigilance. Utilizing electromagnetic manipulation to generate a surge of dark energy, Jiang Ziliu swiftly incapacitated it, effortlessly bringing it back with him. Upon opening the suitcase, he beheld a half-foot-tall, humanoid figure resembling a miniature sprite, complete with pointed ears. This was the true form of the green-skinned shape-shifting sprite, bearing a resemblance to the intelligent elven race. Without waiting for it to awaken, Jiang Ziliu immediately initiated the contract. The endeavor proved successful, as the little creature instinctively feared him, refraining from any resistance due to its trepidation. Following the successful contract, Jiang Ziliu examined the little one's information. Green-skinned shape-shifting sprite, flesh transformation, SS, plant transformation, C, animal transformation, C, super digestion, D. The little creature possessed remarkable skills, among which was an SS-level ability of flesh transformation. Upon witnessing this skill, Jiang Ziliu promptly opted to provide feedback on it. Subsequently, he forged a contract to master this ability. In an astonishing display, his entire body underwent a metamorphosis, transforming him into the likeness of Tang Yuan, albeit his attire remained that of his original garments. Almost immediately, Jiang Ziliu felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. This skill was undeniably powerful, yet the overall transformation demanded a significant expenditure of dark energy, as it entailed a complete alteration of life and flesh. Gazing into the mirror, he could easily pass for Tang Yun's twin, with no one able to contest the claim. A tinge of embarrassment washed over him, prompting him to revert to his original form. Indeed, this SS-level flesh transformation skill was formidable, allowing him to completely assume another identity, thereby fulfilling his initial objective of concealing himself. He then perused the little creature's additional abilities, sea-level plant transformation and animal transformation, both branches of the metamorphic skill, which seemed to serve as extensions of the flesh transformation. However, there was a distinction. During the execution of these two skills, he would genuinely become a plant or an animal, eliminating the need for continuous dark energy expenditure. In contrast, maintaining the flesh transformation would incessantly drain dark energy and require mental focus to uphold. Fortunately, the energy consumption for sustaining it was minimal, ensuring prolonged transformation. Another skill possessed was a digestive superpower, rated at D level. This skill likely underpinned its omnivorous nature, enabling it to consume and digest a variety of substances. This indicated that the green-skinned shape-shifting sprite's digestive capabilities were exceptionally robust, warranting its classification as a distinct skill. The little creature's level was not particularly high, merely at 7-star limestone level. However, Jiang Ziliu held information that could facilitate its training and evolution to greater heights. Shortly after contracting the little sprite, it awakened. Still somewhat startled, Jiang Ziliu soothed it with fine food and essence crystals, finally earning the acceptance of his third beast companion. Thus, he became a beast master with 3 divine beasts, ready to embark on his adventurous journey. Chapter 41, Efficient Hunting. After finalizing the contract for his third beast, Jiang Ziliu engaged in a lengthy discussion with his parents, informing them of his intention to travel afar. Under their watchful gaze, he departed from the base. However, Jiang Ziliu did not genuinely distance himself. He refrained from disclosing his true plans to his parents. Shortly after leaving the base, he arrived at the safe house he had initially prepared, where he changed into different combat attire and even switched his weapons. Following this, he underwent a transformation, adopting the appearance of a more austere young man. He intended to assume another identity to hunt orcs for military merit, which he would then use to elevate all his beasts to a certain tier of bronze level before truly departing from base 12. In the battles against the orcs, various unforeseen circumstances were inevitable. Jiang Ziliu did not wish to burden his parents with the troubles that might arise from such incidents. Thus, he devised this plan to make them believe he had genuinely left, ensuring he left no traces. Moreover, having altered his appearance and taken on an ordinary name, Zhang Feng, he proceeded with his endeavors. Should any issues arise, whatever Zhang Feng did would be of no concern to Jiang Ziliu. After organizing the safe house, Jiang Ziliu set off towards a particular destination. This location housed a unique wilderness black market where identities from other bases could be acquired. There, he procured an identity under the name Zhang Feng. Previously, he had believed that the contract marks could not be forged. Yet, due to the special flesh transformation, even the contract marks could be altered. This revelation instilled in Jiang Ziliu a sense of confidence against any scrutiny of the contract marks by the base. He had been unaware before, but now comprehended that certain aspects were not absolute. In the black market, the power of special beast skills could modify some electronic information and fabricate identities. However, this service came at a steep price of 200,000 yuan. This identity forgery was not the work of a minor faction, but rather a special organization spread throughout humanity. For beings such as humans, where there is demand, there will always be someone to fulfill it, provided one is willing to pay the price. Ordinary individuals could only forge documents and information, but could not alter contract marks. Jiang Ziliu's transformation ability allowed for such adjustments. Nevertheless, his contract marks remained unchanged, as this was merely a consequence of the flesh-level alteration. Others, if scrutinized, would still be able to identify the genuine individual through the contract marks. However, in Jiang Ziliu's case, they would only be able to trace Zhang Feng and not Jiang Ziliu. After ample preparation, Jiang Ziliu purchased detailed information about the orcs from the black market before returning to base 12 to complete the necessary procedures to join the ranks of those hunting orcs. To his surprise, many had signed up, lured by the allure of military merit. These beastmasters were quite earnest. Jiang Ziliu made his way southward from the base, commencing his mission. 3 days later, at a location 90 kilometers southwest of the base, Jiang Ziliu crouched on the hillside, cautiously observing his surroundings. He had been there for 2 days, and for safety, he had established an underground safe house 3 kilometers behind him. While setting up an observation point in a location with good visibility, he refrained from selecting the most advantageous vantage point, as that would attract the orcs' attention during their reconnaissance. The orcs were far from foolish. Their intelligence was not significantly inferior to that of humans. Yesterday, 3 waves of werewolves had passed through this area, yet he had not dared to act recklessly. Each of these werewolf packs consisted of nearly 30 members, and they traversed the terrain mounted on their unique beast mounts. The dire wolves, which boasted tremendous speed and formidable combat prowess. These dire wolves stood nearly 2 meters tall and stretched close to 4 meters in length. Each classified as a black iron-level wind-type beast, sharing a telepathic bond with their riders, making them exceedingly powerful. Additionally, the werewolves deployed eagle-type beasts for reconnaissance, further deterring Jiang Ziliu from taking any rash actions. With such overwhelming numbers, he knew he could not contend with them. In reality, many beastmasters in this area had already formed large groups to engage in battle with the werewolves. Surrounding base 12 were the forces from level 13, level 10, and level 9 bases, collectively forming an outer defensive perimeter to encircle the orc dungeon predominantly occupied by werewolves. They were currently within this enclosure, hunting down werewolves and other orcs. Military forces frequently intervened to confront large werewolf groups, while ordinary beastmasters primarily dealt with smaller werewolf factions. Fortunately, the werewolves were abundant, ensuring there were more than enough for all beastmasters to engage. What Jiang Ziliu awaited was a small pack of werewolves numbering fewer than 10. As dusk approached, he finally seized his opportunity. This small reconnaissance team of werewolves comprised 7 members, accompanied by their dire wolves, while a black iron-level flying eagle soared overhead. Albeit at a low altitude, they halted not far from Jiang Ziliu, initiating a well-deserved respite. Jiang Ziliu extended his hand, and a C-grade metallic dagger silently ascended into the air, gliding stealthily towards a soaring eagle. This was Jiang Ziliu's derivative capability of electromagnetic control, an application of metallic manipulation. He wielded the ability to command flying daggers and swords with the finesse of a sword immortal, effortlessly maneuvering the dagger. As the metallic blade approached the eagle, now within 100 meters, it abruptly accelerated, reaching its target in an instant, piercing through its body entirely. Jiang Ziliu's first strike was aimed at eliminating the reconnaissance force of the werewolves. Asa Kadumia, a cacophony of Orcish language erupted from the werewolves. A tongue Jiang Ziliu had studied, roughly translating to enemies are near, remain vigilant. They were oblivious to the identity of their assailant. Even the keen-sensed dire wolves failed to detect the scent of danger. However, in an instant, Jiang Ziliu made them comprehend the treachery of humanity. A slender wire suddenly emerged from the ground, ensnaring the necks of 9 werewolves and brutally constricting, severing their heads with grim efficiency. Their demise also resulted in the agonizing death of their beast companion, the eagle wolf. Nearby, the anguished cries of other small beasts echoed, revealing that the werewolves had stationed additional smaller beasts for surveillance. Yet these precautions proved futile in preserving their lives. Since mastering the technique of using electromagnetic control to manipulate metal, Jiang Ziliu had contemplated its application. Controlling metallic objects from afar through electromagnetic means demanded significant consumption of his dark energy. Thankfully, his reserves were ample, and their quality sufficiently high to facilitate such remote operations. After much deliberation, he resolved to focus on small metallic items such as daggers, wires, and fine needles. His primary emphasis lay in the utility of metallic wire. Jiang Ziliu adeptly harnessed his formidable stealth capabilities, devising an effective hunting strategy against visible foes through remote combat. This marked the inaugural application of his tactic. Prior to embarking on his venture, he had prepared a B-grade wire, which was now finally put to use. As he dispatched the enemy's reconnaissance beast with the metallic dagger, he directed the airborne golem to deliver the bundle of metallic wire to their vicinity, thus enabling his remote manipulation. However, the wire was extraordinarily costly and of limited length, which is why he refrained from engaging more than 10 Orcish entities. His hunting strategy was to swiftly eliminate the aerial reconnaissance, followed by expeditiously dispatching all adversaries, thereby avoiding drawn-out confrontations. A single decisive strike would allow him to swiftly claim the Orcish heads as trophies of his military prowess. Engaging in a prolonged battle would jeopardize his ability to secure his spoils, as he risked being targeted by enemy long-range attacks. The realm of Beast Tamers was rife with peculiar abilities. Thus, Jiang Ziliu always prioritized caution in his operations. Confronting a group exceeding 10 was not only challenging for recovering spoils, but also likely to attract roaming werewolf patrols. This hunting expedition proved remarkably successful. He swiftly approached, collecting the corpses of 7 werewolves along with their belongings and their mount, stowing them within his spatial pearl. The materials from the dire wolves were also of exceptional quality, promising lucrative returns. After securing his prizes, Jiang Ziliu retracted the victorious wire and retreated from the scene. Less than half an hour after his departure, a cadre of werewolves arrived, discovering the aftermath and roaring in fury. Yet, to their dismay, they found no trace of the enemy, rendering them unable to pursue. After their exit, human reconnaissance units and small beast tamer groups stumbled upon the remnants of this bloody skirmish. The scent of blood would swiftly attract various forces. Jiang Ziliu stealthily navigated back to his designated safe house, where he commenced an examination of his spoils. Chapter 42. Rising Reputation upon returning to the safe house. Jiang Ziliu first sealed the base to ensure the pungent odor of blood did not permeate through the entrance. Several ventilation shafts dispelled the scent, as they were surrounded by rock, preventing any outside intrusion. Once adequately prepared, Jiang Ziliu laid out the corpses of the 7 werewolves along with their dire wolves for inspection and processing. These were black iron-grade dire wolves and werewolves. The value of the werewolves was substantial, Their hearts served as a unique fortifying material. Additionally, their bone-curved blades and bone bows, crafted through exceptional Orcish techniques, qualified as C-grade weapons suitable for human use. He collected 7 werewolf hearts and 2 sets of bone blades and bows for personal use, intending to sell the remainder. From the 7 werewolves, he also gathered a peculiar dark brown pill, a wartime sustenance and medicinal concoction containing potent life force and healing properties. Referred to by humans as Orcish treasure food. While harmful to humans, it served as a high-energy sustenance for beasts, whether carnivorous or herbivorous. The werewolves relied on this special Orcish treasure food for sustained high-intensity combat, akin to the soldier food pills from a certain ninja world. This was a rather ordinary bounty, complemented by a selection of C and D-grade human weapons. This haul was a result of the werewolves' hunting of human beast tamers. While werewolves had little interest in human possessions, they were keen on collecting human weaponry. Among the 7 werewolves, the most valuable finds were 15 D-grade wind elemental crystals, 7 C-grade wood elemental crystals, and 1 each of B-grade wind, earth, and light elemental crystals. This constituted the werewolves' greatest wealth, likely their most treasured spoils. As for the 7 dire wolves, Jiang Ziliu meticulously skinned them. The pelts could be fashioned into C-grade defensive leather armor, providing a degree of acceleration. The spines of the dire wolves were also excellent materials for weapon crafting, as they needed to be robust enough to support the considerable weight of werewolves during extended pursuits. Furthermore, from the dire wolves, he procured a total of 7 C-grade beast cores after processing them. This encompassed the entirety of his harvest. The flesh of the dire wolves was also collected, destined to nourish Jiang Ziliu's mutated electric snake and greenskin shapeshifter. The final trophy was the severed head of a werewolf, a symbol of military achievement. After cleaning up the remnants, Jiang Ziliu discreetly exited the underground safe house through an alternate passage, making his way towards the base. Near the entrance of Base 12 stood a military structure, housing the military merit exchange for this endeavor. Under the alias of Zhang Feng, Jiang Ziliu stepped inside, placing the package he had been carrying on his back before the personnel at the military merit exchange. He received an assortment of unwanted resources and weapons in return. This place not only calculated military achievements, but also gathered unique resources related to the orc kind. He was cautious not to disclose his possession of spatial treasures. 7 werewolves. And yet you operate solo. Impressive. You might consider joining the military, as your combat prowess would earn you commendable rewards. The military personnel, while sorting through the spoils, extended an invitation. Jiang Ziliu shook his head slightly. I appreciate the offer, but I have no intentions in that direction at the moment. His rejection was forthright. For the persona of Zhang Feng he embodied was one marked by a cold demeanor, and his brusque manner of speaking naturally aligned with this facade. Very well. To each their own. You have accrued a total of 15 points of C-grade military merit. Is there anything you wish to exchange? The other party displayed no signs of disappointment. They extended invitations daily and faced numerous rejections. The previous encounter was merely part of a routine task, akin to casting a wide net with uncertain catch. Jiang Ziliu perused the exchange menu and ultimately opted for 15 C-grade Earth-type essence crystals. Essence crystals represented genuine, extraordinary wealth. Any resource could be purchased with these crystals. He also noticed the intriguing option of exchanging for a rare resource known as spatial dust. But it required 100 points of A-grade military merit for acquisition. He yearned for this, yet upon meticulous calculation, realized that even if he vanquished 300 ordinary werewolves, he would still fall short of obtaining this spatial dust. The risks associated with such an exchange were significant, as it could easily draw unwanted attention. Nevertheless, he etched the existence of spatial dust into his memory, for it was the sole spatial resource available for exchange here. After completing this exchange, Jiang Ziliu cast a distant glance at the workshop of his home, observing his industrious parents, and chose not to approach any closer. Their safety was paramount. If possible, he would endeavor to restore one of his mother's beast companions, endowing them with formidable protective capabilities. His father's beast companion could fly, facilitating swift escapes under specific circumstances. His father, wise as he was, had never revealed the truth of his beast companion's restoration in front of outsiders. After a brief moment of watching his parents, Jiang Ziliu once again embarked on his quest to hunt the orc kind. He employed the same old tactics and target selection methods. In the second week, Jiang Ziliu hunted down 2 werewolf squads, a group of 5 and another of 7. This time, he exchanged them for 40 C-grade lightning-type essence crystals. He accumulated Earth-type and lightning-type essence crystals with the intention of elevating his 2 beast companions, the air blue rockman and the mutated electric snake, to the bronze tier. In the third week, Jiang Ziliu, using the same strategies, dispatched 23 werewolves, acquiring 50 C-grade Earth-type essence crystals. For 2 consecutive months, Jiang Ziliu eliminated at least 100 werewolf entities, all of whom possessed black iron-level strength. This made his alias, Zhang Feng, renowned in the wilderness, known far and wide as a formidable werewolf hunter. However, such considerable gains and fame gradually attracted some prying eyes. The werewolf clan, being an intelligent race, employed high-level resources to recruit human beast masters as spies, uncovering the presence of the fearsome hunter known as Zhang Feng. The werewolves existed in tribal forms, and their numbers were limited. The beast realm they emerged from was not solely populated by werewolves. There were other orc species as well. Although the werewolves were responsible for the direction of Base 12, the orcs did not invade this world merely for resources. Their true aim was humanity itself. They would capture humans directly, but the secrets of what transpired with them once in the clutches of the orcs were known only to the upper echelons of humanity. A single individual hunting over 100 werewolves was something the werewolf tribe could not tolerate. They began to prepare actions against this hunter, Zhang Feng. Chapter 43, Great Enhancements of Beast Companions. After 2 months of continuous activity, Jiang Ziliu refrained from recklessness and instead took a half-month respite. During this period, he persistently encouraged his 2 beast companions to absorb the essence crystals, solidifying their foundations. In this time of rest, they ultimately achieved breakthroughs in their life levels. Given Jiang Ziliu's emphasis on fundamentals, their breakthroughs were a natural progression, akin to a well-accumulated foundation overflowing to reach new heights of existence. Following their breakthroughs, the life feedback bestowed upon Jiang Ziliu led to a slight enhancement in his own capabilities. Jiang Ziliu's profile read: Profession, 5-star Black Iron Beastmaster. Lifespan, 16,198. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 1097. Life level, Black Iron level life form. Dark energy level, 572. Personal skills, probability determination, signature skill capable of determining the probability of a specified outcome at any time. Feedback skills, life breath convergence, SSS level. Electromagnetic control, SSS level. Flesh and blood transformation, SS level. Beast companions, 2-star bronze level air blue rockman, 1-star bronze level mutated electric snake, 9-star gray rock level green skin shapeshifter. Beast companion skills, air blue rockman, life breath convergence, SSS level. Earth and stone incarnation, S. Earth and stone burrowing, B level. Earth and stone invisibility, B level. Mutated spirituality, C. Earth and stone stealth strike, C. Swordsmanship mastery, D. 12 dwarven titan bloodline, D. Earth space burrowing, unawakened. Mutated electric snake, electromagnetic control, SSS level. Electric current attack, B level. Electric flash, B level. Mutated spirituality, B level. Green skin shapeshifter, flesh and blood transformation, SS level. Plant incarnation, C. Animal incarnation, C. Super digestion, D. Beast companion levels, air blue rockman, 2-star bronze. Mutated electric snake, 1-star bronze. Green skin shapeshifter, 9-star gray rock. Beast companion status, air blue rockman, healthy. Affection for Beastmaster, 95. Mutated electric snake, healthy. Affection for Beastmaster, 92. Green skin shapeshifter, healthy. Affection for Beastmaster, 70. Following these successive breakthroughs, Jiang Ziliu's air blue rockman advanced to 2-star bronze level, the mutated electric snake to 1-star bronze level, and the green skin shapeshifter, with some resource support, ascended to 9-star gray rock level. This accumulation of life feedback elevated Jiang Ziliu to the 5-star black iron level of existence. With this increase in life tier, his lifespan expanded to nearly 2 centuries. His sheer power was now sufficient to overpower 90 of the strength-based gray rock level anomalies. It is important to note that creatures of the same level surpassed humans in strength. This enhancement allowed Jiang Ziliu's overall combat capability to reach the high tier of bronze, even enabling him to vanquish certain pinnacle bronze-level beings. Should he employ necessary tactical maneuvers, Jiang Ziliu felt confident in engaging with silver-level anomalies. The silver tier represented the highest visible strength level at base 12. At this moment, within this wondrous and multifaceted world where the strong can overturn the seas, Jiang Ziliu has finally attained a fundamental level of self-preservation, granting him a modicum of security. Following his recent enhancement, the KNGQNYNSH has assumed an even more human-like appearance, its evolution seemingly propelling it towards a more anthropomorphic form. The little creature's size remains unchanged, yet its strength has experienced a terrifying augmentation. Now, as a being infused with the bloodline of the dwarven titan, its inherent power is formidable. It can now lift nearly 200 tons with ease. Upon reaching the bronze tier, its strength has escalated to 100-ton caliber. A single punch can create a vast crater in the earth, instigating a minor tremor. Moreover, in its earthen avatar, upon attaining the bronze level, it can summon a colossal earthen giant nearly 50 meters tall, a truly terrifying entity. In its earthen form, the KNGQYNSH can withstand the assault of dozens of tanks. This exemplifies the might of bronze-tier beings. Though only the third tier of extraordinary life, the designation of bronze may seem less grand, yet their destructive capabilities are alarmingly potent. Such power poses a significant threat to the defensive systems of Base 12. The mutated electric serpent has experienced a somewhat slower ascent, achieving only a 1-star bronze level. However, its size has undergone a remarkable transformation. Now, as a bronze-tier entity, its surface still gleams like white jade, maintaining its aesthetically pleasing appearance. Yet, it has grown to an impressive 7 meters. This 7-meter-long serpent, capable of flight, is a truly formidable sight that inspires immediate trepidation. The immense size of the mutated electric serpent aligns with the phenomenon observed in most extraordinary beasts, where greater strength corresponds with larger stature. The 7-meter-long serpent can effortlessly carry Jiang Ziliu through the skies, experiencing the sensation of riding a beast in flight. Aside from the discomfort caused by its electric aura, Jiang Ziliu finds this aerial experience utterly exhilarating. Only by soaring through the heavens can one truly grasp the blend of fear, thrill, and longing for a vast expanse. When one achieves the ability to glide through the sky, an unparalleled sense of ease envelopes them, igniting a desire to ascend to even greater heights. Jiang Ziliu has developed an almost obsessive fascination with flight. Fortunately, he has managed to temper his desires. After mastering the art of riding the mutated electric serpent, he has begun to test its other abilities. Now at the bronze level, its B-class electrical attack skill can be wielded with greater efficacy. It can unleash a bolt of lightning to attack, with a striking range extending to approximately 100 meters. Simultaneously, within a 20-meter radius, it can conjure a chaotic electrical storm using its electrical assault skill. Any life forms caught within this zone, save for the mutated electric serpent itself, will be subject to the terrifying and unpredictable strikes of lightning. The most formidable aspect of the bronze-tier mutated electric serpent lies in its electromagnetic control skill, which gives rise to the electromagnetic cannon. When it fires this cannon, it can produce an attack with a range reaching up to 100 kilometers. Within its effective damage radius, it can inflict devastating harm over a distance of 10 kilometers. In other words, any other bronze-tier beast within 10 kilometers, provided there are no obstructions between it and the mutated electric serpent, is at risk of being eliminated in a single shot. Such combat prowess in ranged attacks is extraordinarily formidable, rivaling that of silver-tier entities. In close combat, its capabilities are somewhat diminished. But this is only a relative comparison to the power of the electromagnetic cannon. Now, as an evolved, flying serpent, it possesses aerial combat advantages, with its flight and electrical strikes granting it a significant edge against terrestrial beasts. Overall, the mutated electric serpent can be regarded as a formidable bronze high-tier entity, even approaching silver-tier strength. Should the two creatures coordinate effectively, alongside Jiang Ziliu's prowess, they would collectively embody the true essence of initial silver-tier combat capability. Meanwhile, the green-skinned shapeshifter serves as a genuine auxiliary force, negligible in its own right. Initially, after forming a rudimentary bond, its affection for Jiang Ziliu was merely at 60 due to fear and submission. However, through constant reassurance and nurturing, its fondness has risen to 70, marking a relatively favorable beginning. Its allocated resources have been minimal, resulting in a slight enhancement, elevating its strength to 9-star limestone level. Its progression has been slow, primarily due to Jiang Ziliu allocating the majority of his resources to the first two beasts. This wave of reinforcement signifies an advancement in life levels, predominantly consuming essence crystals. Over the past 2 months of hunting, Jiang Ziliu has expended nearly a quarter of his essence crystals. Currently, his remaining stock primarily comprises crystals of other attribute types. Unbeknownst to him, many forces have begun to take notice of him, unaware of the true nature of his capabilities and the significant strides he has made in strength. Such is the nature of the beast taming world, ever-changing and rife with uncertain variables. Chapter 44, The Enemy Approaches. Following this modest enhancement, Jiang Ziliu prepares to continue his hunting expedition. After 2 months of adaptation, he has gradually deciphered the habits of his adversaries, the werewolves. Werewolves possess an exceptionally acute sense of smell. They can detect unusual scents from up to 20 kilometers away, a distinct advantage that allows them to traverse the wilderness and detect foes and dangers with remarkable foresight. Thus, a small team paired with a flying beast can boldly gallop through the wilderness atop their wolves without hesitation. Ordinary beast tamers cannot ambush them, as proximity alone will alert them to any impending threat. This makes werewolves difficult to eliminate. One must form a substantial encirclement and wait for the opportune moment to engage in an annihilation strategy. However, this requires a considerable degree of coordination among multiple adventurous groups in direct combat. Only Jiang Ziliu possesses the ability to conceal his life aura so effectively that even his scent can be perfectly masked. It is this singular skill that enables him to slay so many werewolves alone, rendering him an anomaly and gradually elevating his reputation. Werewolves rise and fall with their sense of smell. Subsequently, some adventurous groups began to scatter pungent substances such as chili powder, pepper, and ammonia around the battlefield, rendering it impossible for werewolves to utilize their olfactory senses, thus achieving commendable results. After all, heightened olfactory sensitivity means an equally acute response to irritating scents. Should they fall victim to such stimuli, the discomfort can linger uncomfortably long, directly impacting their combat effectiveness. Furthermore, werewolves prefer to dwell in hard, dry terrains, in muddy marshes. They become notably cautious and slow. Given the considerable weight of both werewolves and their mounts, any misstep can lead them to become ensnared in the mire, making escape exceedingly difficult. Additionally, the most suitable contracted beasts for werewolves are typically those of the wolf species. When they attempt to contract beasts of other species, the difficulty increases significantly. Although werewolves may possess flying beasts, even a bronze-tier werewolf would only be able to contract a flying beast with growth potential at the mid-level of the limestone tier. High potential beings. They are utterly incapable of forming contracts. Thus, their aerial prowess is primarily limited to reconnaissance, rendering their combat abilities in the skies woefully inadequate. When Jiang Ziliu first eliminated a werewolf, the flying beast he faced was merely of mid-tier strength, unable to withstand his aerial sniping. This time, he set the ambush site within a swamp, an environment ill-suited for werewolves, yet essential for their reconnaissance during both offensive and defensive maneuvers. The werewolf scouts prowled this area, becoming Jiang Ziliu's new targets. 3 days later, a werewolf patrol cautiously traversed the marshy terrain, searching for any signs of human presence. This small squad comprised only 5 werewolves, as the peculiar geography necessitated a reduction in the number of squads while increasing their individual sizes. As per usual, a dagger soared through the air, dispatching the flying beast overhead, while on the ground, a slender metal wire silently severed the heads of all the werewolves. The entire operation unfolded seamlessly, executed with remarkable efficiency, resulting in a swift and total annihilation. However, this time, Jiang Ziliu did not reveal himself immediately. Soon, 2 additional squads of 5 werewolves approached with heightened vigilance. Their total number amounted to merely 10, yet despite their caution, Jiang Ziliu was still remarkably swift. Armed with 3 strands of this metal wire and his deft movements, he was capable of eliminating a squad of 20 werewolves in one fell swoop. The wire glided silently, swiftly snapping the necks of 5 werewolves, while another strand coiled like a serpent around the necks of the remaining werewolves, constricting inward and severing their heads. The 10 newly arrived werewolves were dispatched in an instant. Only then did Jiang Ziliu emerge from his hiding place, swiftly collecting the bodies of the werewolves and any related materials, before mounting the back of a mutated lightning snake to soar away from the scene. The area was now left with only remnants of blood, which would soon be cleaned up by the carrion insects of the swamp. Shortly after departing, Jiang Ziliu landed atop a hill. He had not returned to his safe house. Instead, he had detected enemy activity. At an altitude of several thousand meters, a wind-piercer blue-feather hawk was keeping a close watch on him. It was evident that he had caught someone's attention. The wind-piercer blue-feather hawk flew at such heights that unless he ascended, he would be unable to eliminate this reconnaissance threat. However, his mutated lightning snake could only reach a maximum altitude of 1,000 meters, insufficient to confront the hawk's elevation. Clearly, the beastmaster controlling the wind-piercer blue-feather hawk was a rather cautious individual. Jiang Ziliu concealed himself within the jungle, completely evading the hawk's line of sight. He quickly went into hiding, eager to discern who was tracking him. The motives behind someone targeting him could be either financial gain or an interest in his unique methods of silent werewolf elimination. The orcs symbolized military merit, representing a more affluent channel for resource exchange. His individual gains surpassed those of many groups, naturally attracting the covetous gazes of others. Initially, he had planned to utilize the alias Zhang Feng for 3 months, but it now seemed that 3 months was not a secure enough duration. While lying in wait, Jiang Ziliu instructed his sky blue rock golem to rapidly carve out a small escape route leading to another mountain peak, serving as a contingency path. Meanwhile, he remained still, intent on discovering who was plotting against him. Without clarity on this adversary's identity, he would not feel at ease, even if he changed his alias. As he concealed himself in the jungle, the wind-piercer blue-feather hawk was compelled to descend from its height. However, as it reached a reconnaissance altitude of 300 meters above ground, Jiang Ziliu deftly maneuvered a short metal wire, only 10 centimeters long, to settle on its back, stealthily embedding it within the feathers and lying in wait. Since he had resolved to confront the mastermind behind the surveillance, he refrained from alarming them. Before long, a group of over 30 individuals mounted on giant horned wind goats swiftly approached the area. Upon arrival, they summoned their beasts, surrounding the jungle where Jiang Ziliu was concealed. Noticing the red-eyed emblem on their garments, Jiang Ziliu immediately recognized their identity: the Blood-Eye Adventurers. In hushed circles, they were often referred to as the Blood-Eye Thieves. Ostensibly a consortium of beastmasters, they were, in reality, a band of ruthless marauders known for their penchant for violence and plunder. The Blood-Eye Adventurers operated near several Level 4 bases, including Base 12, and were regarded as a significant scourge in the region. Yet, they had evaded any form of retribution, and information regarding their activities was stringently controlled across various bases. Jiang Ziliu had only learned of their existence after purchasing confidential intelligence on the black market. They served as the covert operatives for certain upper-class families or influential figures, handling matters that were inconvenient for them or aiding in the sale of illicit goods. In this area, the Blood-Eye Adventurers were notoriously audacious. Jiang Ziliu understood that their interest in him likely stemmed not from their own volition, but from higher-ups at the base who had taken an interest in uncovering the secret behind his ability to silently hunt werewolves. They coveted military merit. Only through military merit could one obtain precious, high-value resources that were otherwise unattainable through usual channels. Military merit was, at this stage, the most coveted currency. The essence of their interest in him revolved around acquiring even greater military achievements. Should his methods for hunting werewolves be replicable, the numerical superiority of these factions could swiftly amass substantial military merit, securing even more invaluable resources. After analyzing the situation, Jiang Ziliu resolved to take decisive action. He instructed his Sky Blue Rock Golem to intercept any fleeing members, with the intent of eliminating every single one of the Blood-Eye Adventurers present. After careful contemplation, Jiang Ziliu devised his combat strategy. At that moment, the sky was teeming with flying beasts, unlike the innate limitations faced by orcs. Human adventuring teams typically deployed 3 or more aerial beasts. Furthermore, human adventurers placed a premium on teamwork, and their flying beasts were generally formidable. The Blood-Eye Adventurers boasted a Wind-Piercer Bluefeather Hawk, a Lightning Thunderhawk, and a Dark Bloodbat, 3 powerful aerial beasts. The Wind-Piercer Bluefeather Hawk was a 3-star black iron beast, relatively weak in comparison. However, the Lightning Thunderhawk and the Dark Bloodbat were both bronze-tier beasts, with the former being a 3-star bronze and the latter a 5-star bronze. The Lightning Thunderhawk could unleash lightning strikes from the sky, while the Dark Bloodbat had the ability to disrupt the flow of blood in enemies from above, utilizing ultrasound for positioning and even generating ultrasonic waves that could induce unconsciousness. The combined strength of these 3 flying beasts was indeed formidable, and any ordinary beastmaster would inevitably face defeat in such a scenario. The Blood-Eye Adventurers had thrived for years, and their formidable prowess was a crucial factor in their longevity. In addition to the 3 formidable flying beasts in the sky, they also possess ground-level black iron-class burrowing venomous scorpions, which are dual-type earth and poison beasts, as well as the 9-star black iron windstorm lions, known for their agility. The 9-star ordinary lightning serpents, renowned for their speed, the 9-star black iron hellfire 2-headed hounds, and the 9-star black iron earth barbarian cattle, representing sheer strength. Coupled with their original giant horned mad sheep and a plethora of ground-dwelling beasts ranging from 1-star to 6-star black iron, the Blood-Eye Adventurer's strength is exceptionally formidable and comprehensive. Encompassing aerial, terrestrial, and subterranean types, they possess a full arsenal of attack skills, including speed, power, and energy. Such immense power has coalesced into a unique encirclement surrounding the forest where Jiang Ziliu resides. However, upon discerning their configuration, Jiang Ziliu remains utterly unperturbed. While the beast's combat capabilities are fearsome, the beast masters themselves represent a significant vulnerability. Jiang Ziliu harbors great confidence in targeting the beast masters. Chapter 45: The Annihilation of the Foe. After forming the encirclement, the beast masters maintain a distance from the forest, sending in the lightning serpents and burrowing venomous scorpions to search for Jiang Ziliu's whereabouts. Jiang Ziliu remains still but commands the Sky Blue Rock Golem to take action. The Sky Blue Rock Golem advances, its earthen avatar directly manipulating the underground rock and soil, trapping the burrowing venomous scorpion in the stone, rendering it immobile. In a confrontation between 2 beasts of the same attribute, the one of higher level holds the advantage. The Sky Blue Rock Golem's earthen avatar boasts an S-grade skill, Although it is termed an avatar, it essentially represents a control skill for manipulating rock and soil. In contrast, the burrowing venomous scorpion's ability is limited to its earth-burrowing capability. In this contest, the burrowing venomous scorpion is utterly defeated, crushed by the sky blue rock golem, its body exploding within the rock, leading to its demise underground. 3 burrowing venomous scorpions emerge, yet all are swiftly dealt with by the sky blue rock golem. Nearby, 3 beast masters suffer backlash due to the death of their beasts, spitting blood and sustaining considerable soul damage. Originally, this presented an opportune moment to eliminate them. Yet, Jiang Ziliu refrains from such actions. He instructs the sky blue rock golem to continue, initiating attacks from below with its earthen-piercing ability against the 3 lightning serpents that have entered the forest. These lightning serpents belong to the same species as Jiang Ziliu's mutated lightning serpent, albeit the latter has undergone mutation, possessing a jade-white skin, while the former's skin is a purplish-black hue. The sky blue rock golem strikes again, eliminating 1 lightning serpent. Simultaneously, Jiang Ziliu's mutated lightning serpent joins the fray, its superior life pressure intimidating the wills of the other lightning serpents, before lunging forward to physically overpower and kill the remaining 2 lightning serpents. He commands his 2 beasts to drag the enemy's carcasses back into the spatial orb, leaving no remains behind, thus preventing the opponents from discerning the details of Jiang Ziliu's beasts. The spiritual repercussions of beast deaths also impair the affected beast master's memories of the feedback from their beasts. Jiang Ziliu meticulously manages any potential exposure of his information, leaving no corpses for the enemy. He refrains from unleashing his and his beast's powerful skills, opting instead for a methodical attrition, using the backlash from beast deaths to progressively cripple the enemy's strength. Once a beast master experiences backlash, their ability to effectively command their remaining beasts in battle diminishes. The death of these beasts inflicts a significant backlash. Jiang Ziliu's parents had previously cautioned him about such situations, advising immediate recall to avoid total annihilation of their beasts after severe injuries, leading to merely a state of slumber. The succession of events alerts the Blood-Eye adventurers to the formidable nature of their adversary, yet they ascertain that the enemy does not possess overwhelming power, but rather demonstrates exceptional intelligence in leveraging the forest's advantages for ambushes. They gather intelligence indicating that Jiang Ziliu possesses at least 1 burrowing beast and 1 flying serpent beast. The Blood-Eye adventurers are aware that the mutated lightning serpent can fly, yet remain uncertain about its exact classification, given its mutated nature. They grow cautious, yet no longer overly concerned about Jiang Ziliu's lethal capabilities. This analysis aligns perfectly with Jiang Ziliu's intentions. Throughout this process, he gradually completes his strategic setup. While his 2 beasts engage in combat, he retrieves over 100 metal spikes from his spatial orb. These B-class metals can penetrate the defenses of bronze-level beasts. Having been procured at a high cost as a contingency, Jiang Ziliu positions them to advance slowly across the ground, stealthily embedding them around the perimeter of the encircling beast masters, effectively laying traps at numerous critical locations. The Blood-Eye adventurers, led by their chief, initially planned to set fire to the forest for an incendiary attack. However, recalling the directive to capture their target alive, they are compelled to resort to a spatial assault strategy. The beast masters prepare to deploy the dark blood black bat for aerial reconnaissance, as its ultrasound ability can penetrate the forest to pinpoint their target's location, albeit at the risk of flying low. Previously, such an approach was deemed perilous, yet in light of recent evaluations, it now appears to be a preferable strategy. Thus, the dark blood black bat takes flight, with the wind-piercing blue feathered eagle and lightning thunder eagle providing aerial cover as it begins its search of the forest. However, as it soars above the treetops, 2 bolts of electricity strike. Jiang Ziliu and his mutated lightning serpent unleash an electromagnetic cannon attack. Jiang Ziliu's strike decapitates the dark blood black bat, while the mutated lightning serpent breaks the neck of the lightning thunder eagle. The wind-piercing blue feathered eagle meets an abrupt end, with the Blood-Eye adventurers unable to discern the nature of the attack that felled it. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Ziliu had employed the metal concealed within its feathers to pierce its heart. In a swift succession of 3 strikes, Jiang Ziliu eliminates all of the enemy's aerial beasts. 3 more beast masters sustain grievous injuries, temporarily incapacitating a significant portion of their combat strength. Thus far, the Blood-Eye adventurers have been unable to ascertain the nature of Jiang Ziliu's attacks. They only recognize that the assault is related to lightning, characterized by its rapidity and potency. Ordinary beast masters do not prioritize technological theories, and the Blood-Eye adventurers' knowledge is even more limited, preventing them from recognizing this as an electromagnetic cannon attack. With their airborne beasts eliminated, the Blood-Eye adventurers lose their aerial combat capability. Yet, they remain undeterred. Believing that such attacks are challenging to execute in the forest, suitable only for open field battles. They do not perceive Jiang Ziliu as possessing the capacity to annihilate them, instead deducing that he is merely clever, consistently targeting what poses the greatest threat to him. With only one adversary present, and his strength not yet formidable, the Blood-Eye adventurers resolve to retain one beast by the Beast Master's sides while deploying the remaining 3 beasts in a squad to enter the forest. They sought to suppress the enigmatic entities within the jungle by sheer numbers. Yet, unbeknownst to them, everything they possessed was precisely what Jiang Ziliu desired. Jiang Ziliu had now perfected a specialized extension skill, one rooted in electromagnetic manipulation known as bioelectromagnetic induction. This enhanced ability enabled him to discern various aspects of life forms, including their strength, location, and type. Thus, the entire battlefield had become transparent to him. The knowledge-intensive nature of electromagnetic manipulation proved immensely beneficial. This skill had evolved into a comprehensive capability, allowing him to execute attacks, defenses, reconnaissance, and various sub-applications. The Beast Masters had all distanced themselves from their beasts, providing Jiang Ziliu with a fortuitous opportunity. For the defenses surrounding these Beast Masters had been rendered exceedingly vulnerable. He commanded the empty bluestone golem to lie in ambush at the periphery. Meanwhile, the mutated electric snake safeguarded him as he unleashed his metal manipulation abilities through electromagnetic control. In the western part of the jungle, only 3 Beastmasters remained. Suddenly, metallic spikes erupted from behind them, piercing the necks of 2 of them. However, the third Beastmaster's reflexive skill manifested as a petrification ability. His body turned to stone, thwarting the metallic spikes, which merely shattered portions of his bodily tissue, leaving his neck intact. Jiang Ziliu had anticipated this outcome. At the moment of petrification, a metallic spike penetrated through his nostril, piercing the still flesh brain. His petrification skill was rudimentary, capable only of encasing his epidermis and some skeletal structure in stone, failing to fully petrify his internal organs. Thus, the interior of this Beastmaster's skull remained flesh and blood. The demise of these 3 Beastmasters directly incited the anguished cries and deaths of 5 beasts in the jungle. These were their companions. Jiang Ziliu paid no heed to this commotion, redirecting his mental control to the northwest, where 5 Beastmasters were dispersed. One by one, through the sudden assault of metallic spikes, he swiftly eliminated 4 of them. The last one, possessing a unique healing skill akin to a support role, quickly suppressed his injuries and attempted to flee. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ziliu had no intention of pursuing him. As he prepared to escape, a powerful electromagnetic cannon fired from the tallest tree in the jungle, launched by the mutated electric snake, obliterating his body into a mere pulp. Jiang Ziliu executed a wholesale slaughter while the mutated electric snake provided long-range support. Subsequently, the 5 Beastmasters in the west were also swiftly dispatched, without any peculiarities this time. South, southeast, north, northwest, northeast, one after another. Jiang Ziliu engaged in close-quarter mass executions of the relatively weaker Beastmasters using pre-placed metallic spikes. The leader of the blood-eyed adventurers, however, was positioned to the east. As the sounds of lightning and the cries of beasts echoed from various directions, they sensed something amiss. Yet, the rapid fatalities among their ranks rendered any effective communication impossible. Nonetheless, this still instilled a profound sense of danger in their leader. By the time he reacted, only a handful remained alive around him. For Jiang Ziliu, the tactics were inconsequential. As long as they were secure and effective in neutralizing his opponents, he remained unperturbed. Engaging in direct confrontation with the beasts, while within his capabilities, would inevitably lead to the disclosure of his detailed information, potentially allowing some adversaries to escape. Thus, ensnaring the beasts and targeting the Beastmasters proved to be an efficacious combat strategy. His preceding maneuvers were designed to instill fear about the jungle's perils, causing their beasts to become cautious and sluggish, thereby granting him the time needed to execute a mass slaughter of the Beastmasters. The confrontations between Beastmasters were indeed pivotal, with skills and strength being paramount. Yet, strategy and the control of combat tempo were equally crucial. Had he failed to effectively neutralize the aerial and subterranean threats, his position would have turned precarious. Jiang Ziliu launched an assault on the final wave of enemies to the east. Here, 8 Beastmasters awaited him, but he swiftly eliminated 4. As these 4 possessed a defensive ability akin to metallic embodiment, allowing them to transform their bodies into a metallic state, thus enhancing their survival capabilities. Among them was a true support-type Beastmaster. Realizing they had fallen into a trap, these 4 Beastmasters immediately fled. However, the mutated electric snake initiated a long-range strike, first shattering the body of the support-type Beastmaster, and then finishing off 2 more. The metallic embodiment could not withstand the terrifying force of the electromagnetic cannon. The last remaining leader astonishingly transformed himself into a slender serpent, utilizing an exceptionally high speed and an S-shaped maneuver to glide along the grass, evading Jiang Ziliu's metallic spike attacks and the electric strikes from the mutated electric snake. Had Jiang Ziliu not set his traps beforehand, the leader would have already escaped. Yet, in the next moment, he fell into a pit, a hollow trap constructed by the empty blue stone golem, burying him within. The earth and rock then violently compressed, reducing him to a mere blood mist. Thus, every member of the blood-eyed adventurers who besieged Jiang Ziliu met their demise. At this juncture, Jiang Ziliu finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. The formidable adventurer group, consisting of over 30 beastmasters, a coalition of black iron and bronze-level powers, had been utterly annihilated by his deft mastery of rhythm and strategy. Throughout this ordeal, his spiritual energy had been severely depleted. Following this battle, he felt not only mentally fatigued, but also drained of all his dark energy. He would require at least 3 days to recuperate. Jiang Ziliu's achievements were monumental. A single strike had effectively eradicated a small to medium-sized beastmaster faction. However, he did not allow himself to relax completely. He immediately dispatched the mutated electric snake and the empty blue stone golem to retrieve the bodies of the fallen enemies and any possible human artifacts in the vicinity. Jiang Ziliu was aware of the blood-eyed adventurer's strength, numbering in the hundreds, with some hidden beastmasters among them. Although he appeared to have achieved a significant victory by eliminating over 30 of their members, this still represented less than 1/3 of their total might. Furthermore, the adversaries he faced this time were merely initial bronze-level powers. In the future, they could deploy mid to high-tier bronze forces or even silver-level strength. Jiang Ziliu was far from naive. He understood that a band of brigands capable of silencing various bases would undoubtedly possess silver-level power. He gathered all the corpses and items into his spatial orb, preparing to process them in a more discreet location. His intent was to meticulously erase all traces, ensuring that the blood-eyed adventurers could not uncover any remnants of his presence, nor even ascertain the battlefield's location. After securing everything, Jiang Ziliu executed destructive measures across the land, retracting every metallic spike he had released. Concurrently, he utilized a highly volatile chemical substance to mask the odors in the area, making it exceedingly difficult for them to track the location through scent. Glancing at the weather, he noted that rain was expected in the coming days. As soon as the rain begins to fall, everything is shrouded by the deluge, especially since this area is in close proximity to the orc battlefield, where the movements of the werewolves may serve as a form of concealment. Once all was said and done, Jiang Ziliu found himself seated upon the back of the mutated electric serpent, distancing himself from the scene. Chapter 46. The Sudden Wealth of Jiang Ziliu. Jiang Ziliu made his way to a location 100 kilometers away from the human and orc battlegrounds, where he established a new subterranean sanctuary and commenced the meticulous handling of his newfound possessions. After thoroughly searching all the corpses, he instructed the stone man of the empty blue mountain to transport them to a burial site 100 meters deep underground. For items that posed potential issues and could attract special tracking signals, he chose a different location, similarly buried 100 meters deep. Were it not for the current limitations of the stone man's abilities, which allowed it to delve only to that depth, beyond which the immense pressure of the earth would be insurmountable, he might have opted to bury them even deeper. He left no information, no traces, ensuring that the enemy would find it exceedingly difficult to locate their target. He had honed the abilities of these old rogues to perfection. Had he possessed any substances capable of obliterating corpses, such as corpse-dissolving agents, he might have chosen to eliminate the bodies entirely. If, after being buried so deeply, they could still be discovered, Jiang Ziliu would concede. If the adversary possessed such capabilities and strength, finding him would not be a formidable task. Once one's power reaches a certain level, any stratagem or tactic may be crushed under the weight of absolute strength. Jiang Ziliu was acutely aware of this. Once he had dealt with these troublesome matters, Jiang Ziliu proceeded to organize the remaining items he deemed secure. He discarded those he assessed as risky based on probability, retaining only the spoils that were deemed entirely safe and devoid of danger under his calculations. The Blood-Eye adventurers were indeed affluent. It was no surprise they were engaged in plunder, supported by the powers that be. Even the remnants of spoils left behind made Jiang Ziliu extraordinarily wealthy. Firstly, he acquired a total of 153 elemental crystals. Among them were 100 D-grade crystals, 42 C-grade crystals, 9 B-grade crystals, and 2 A-grade crystals. Most crucially, the 2 A-grade crystals were of the lightning element. The other elemental crystals encompassed the 5 elemental attributes of earth: wood, water, fire, and soil, along with ice and wind attributes, with quantities not varying significantly. Of the 9 B-grade crystals, 7 were of the more advanced life attribute. Crystals of the life attribute are exceedingly rare. Technically, would attributes fall under this classification? Furthermore, life attribute crystals can be absorbed by any flesh and blood life form. This implies that the 7 life attribute crystals could be absorbed by Jiang Ziliu, the mutated electric serpent, and the green-skinned shapeshifter, facilitating their growth. Likewise, life attribute crystals can be utilized to replenish expended dark energy. It can be asserted that life attribute crystals possess a broader range of applications. And if converted into ordinary currency, their value would be tenfold that of regular B-grade would attribute crystals. The worth of these 7 life attribute crystals is approximately 100 million. The 2 superior A-grade lightning crystals could significantly bolster the strength of the mutated electric serpent, valued between 10 million and 100 million. This mere collection of 153 elemental crystals signified a windfall for Jiang Ziliu. And this was merely the wealth carried by the members of the Blood-Eye Adventurers. The treasures hidden within their vaults would likely be even more astonishing. Jiang Ziliu understood why the upper echelons willingly acted as a shield for the Blood-Eye Adventurers. The profits alone would incite envy among countless individuals. These crystals had been meticulously concealed by the members of the Blood-Eye Adventurers, with some hidden within the hilts of their weapons, others within their hair, and some even embedded within the soles of their shoes. There were those who, in a ruthless move, had carved a small opening in their flesh to hide them beneath scars. This ability to conceal treasures opened Jiang Ziliu's eyes. Yet, he managed to uncover them with great care. In addition to the elemental crystals, their weapons constituted another form of wealth. This included 1 B-grade spear, 73 C-grade armor pieces, and 36 D-grade pieces of equipment, with a total value of around 15 million. Next came the special materials they carried with them. For instance, there were nearly 84 beast cores, comprising 13 B-grade and 71 C-grade cores. They held no interest in D-grade cores. Among these, Jiang Ziliu could utilize 23 earth, lightning, and life attribute cores to aid in the growth of his summoned beasts. Particularly, the life attribute cores would be immensely beneficial for the green-skinned shapeshifter, whose current strength was somewhat hindering Jiang Ziliu's performance. He wished to experiment with the possibility of evolving the green-skinned shapeshifter, enabling it to awaken life-type skills, ideally healing skills. This way, his beast team would possess capabilities in offense, defense, and healing, forming a well-rounded hexagonal synergy in combat. However, this required further contemplation. Aside from these, Jiang Ziliu's remaining gains were not numerous, but each was exceedingly precious. For example, the first treasure he spotted was a B-grade soul-washing mushroom. He had not anticipated finding such a treasure on a mere black iron-grade beastmaster from the Blood-Eye Adventurers. This individual had not utilized it due to their low level, which rendered them incapable of withstanding the effects of the advanced soul-washing mushroom. Additionally, as they were not well versed in alchemy, they could not concoct a remedy to delay the mushroom's potency. Thus, they could only carefully keep it on their person, waiting for a future opportunity to use it. Little did they know that they would meet their demise at Jiang Ziliu's hands, turning their meticulously hidden treasure into his spoils. For Jiang Ziliu, this soul-washing mushroom arrived at a most opportune moment, as his current soul power was growing at a painfully slow pace. His soul intensity hovered around 1097, seemingly formidable, yet its growth was exceedingly sluggish, increasing by less than 9 from an original value of 100. This rate of development was drastically slow in comparison to his own growth. The soul-washing mushroom could perfectly complement other soul-related potions and the 4 remaining soul crystals in his possession, further enhancing his soul intensity. It served as an essential item for Jiang Ziliu's continued growth, manifesting before him as a prize of battle. This led him to believe that simply acquiring this soul-washing mushroom rendered the elimination of over 30 members of the Blood-Eye Adventurers not a significant loss. Beyond these treasures, he also possessed 5 anonymous credit cards that required no passwords for withdrawals. He did not intend to use these for himself, but planned to sell them upon reaching another main base. Additionally, he had nearly 50 C-grade satiety potions and 75 C-grade beast blood pills. The satiety potions contained rich, high-level nutrients, allowing a C-grade beastmaster to go 10 days without food while remaining well-nourished. The beast blood pills, derived from the high nutritional components of exotic beast flesh, could ensure that a black iron-grade beast would not suffer hunger for 7 days, while a bronze-grade beast could go 3 days without feeling hunger. The satiety potions and beast blood pills were essential provisions for high-end adventurers engaged in prolonged missions. They were also incredibly useful for Jiang Ziliu. Thus he decided to keep them as well. The final rewards garnered consist of several meticulously documented notes by Beast Tamers, chronicling their experiences with various beasts and their unique observations. It is evident that such recordings are the hallmark of astute tamers. These notes could very well serve as treasured heirlooms. Even if a family were to fall into disarray, these records might one day enable a descendant to rise anew. The esoteric knowledge and insights contained within hold immense value for Jiang Ziliu. One could assert that this acquisition is truly substantial, potentially affording Jiang Ziliu a chance at considerable wealth, surpassing even the spoils obtained from slaying orcs. However, such gains are fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could result in fatal consequences, plunging one into endless troubles. As for the materials harvested from the beasts, Jiang Ziliu, exercising caution, chose not to disturb them. After all, these materials are not rare commodities and can be procured with monetary expenditure. Thus, he opted to minimize any potential vulnerabilities. Upon organizing his spoils, Jiang Ziliu conducted a rough estimation. If converted to currency, his gains would approximate between 600 million to 900 million yuan. Due to the variability of prices under different circumstances, only a vague range could be established. Nonetheless, a profit exceeding 600 million yuan is indeed staggering. His prior wealth had likely never surpassed the 100 million yuan mark. This truly signifies an unprecedented windfall, even after discarding numerous precious items. Upon realizing this figure, Jiang Ziliu found himself unable to suppress thoughts of seeking retribution against the Blood-Eye adventurers. Fortunately, he managed to quell that impulse. After completing the organization of his spoils, Jiang Ziliu swiftly relocated. The alias Zhang phone would be permanently discarded. He intended to adopt another guise and pursue different methods of hunting, continuing to hone his skills amid the ongoing conflict between humans and orcs. Chapter 47. The Astute Base Number 10. Jiang Ziliu, utilizing his SS-level life transformation ability, assumed the appearance of an unremarkable young man, inconspicuous within a crowd, and commenced his operations under this new alias. He subsequently dismantled his previously established safe house and began activities near Base Number 10. This Level 4 base lies approximately 300 kilometers southwest of Base Number 12. Following the cataclysmic events that befell humanity, the entire planet expanded nearly tenfold under the influence of mysterious dark energy. Consequently, the distances between human bases have grown significantly. A Level 4 base, being the lowest tier, nonetheless commands a protective radius exceeding 150 kilometers. The distance between two distinct Level 4 bases typically ranges from 200 to 300 kilometers. He resolved to spend some time at Base No. 10 before eventually returning to Base Number 12 to evade scrutiny. More importantly, his probability assessment indicated that this location could yield a rare medicinal substance, capable of aiding his green-skinned shapeshifter in evolving healing abilities. The probability assessment confirmed an astonishing 85.3% chance that this medicine would awaken such capabilities in the green-skinned shapeshifter. While the flesh transformation of his third beast was exceedingly beneficial, relying solely on pure feedback transformation would render the green-skinned shapeshifter a half-broken, useless creature. It would struggle to possess formidable combat prowess, thus necessitating a shift towards a supportive role. Given its life attribute, it is ideally suited to evolve into a being capable of healing. Once this ability is awakened, its status as a support-type beast will be firmly established. With this consideration, Jiang Ziliu ventured to Base Number 10. His current alias, Li Tao, is a commonplace and unremarkable name, the credentials for which were similarly acquired from the black market. Base Number 12's primary output consists of slime gel and related medicinal products. In contrast, Base Number 10 features a unique instance. This instance was created by the cosmic intelligent race known as the Elves. However, it serves not as an invasion mechanism against humanity, but as a trade-oriented space. Not all instances on Blue Water Star are designed for invasion or counter-invasion. Many races, disinterested in conflict, have established numerous trading instances to engage in commerce with other intelligent species. Base Number 10 embodies this concept. Originally situated in a wilderness, this instance space was subsequently surrounded by human authorities who established a new base to facilitate interactions with the elven race. The materials Jiang Ziliu requires happen to be exclusive to the elves. Moreover, these are specialty items, available only in limited quantities rather than bulk sales. Acquiring them at minimal cost is exceedingly difficult outside of Base Number 10. Another motivation for Jiang Ziliu's visit was his desire to witness the elven race. Intrigued to see if they were as stunning and ethereal as depicted in his past imaginings and as spoken of by contemporary society. Under the guise of Li Tao, Jiang Ziliu entered Base Number 10 and was greeted by its vibrant populace. The base boasts a population of over 100,000, with only 30,000 as permanent residents. The remaining 70,000 are transient visitors drawn by its reputation. Base Number 10 not only possesses formidable guard forces, but also thrives in commerce. The protective forces are primarily stationed to guard against the elven race, as this trade-oriented instance can also pivot to an invasion model. After gathering pertinent information, Jiang Ziliu did not immediately head to the trade instance, but instead made his way to a reputable boutique tailoring shop. This establishment is among the most upscale of the thousands of tailoring businesses within base number 10. Esteemed sir, may I assist you in customizing attire tailored to elven specifications? Jiang Ziliu was warmly welcomed, with premium elven tea served in his honor. The shop attendant, a beautiful woman, displayed an abundance of exquisite designs infused with elements of greenery, grass, and trees, all intricately crafted. After careful selection, Jiang Ziliu invested nearly 300,000 yuan to commission 2 sets of elegant, nature-inspired mid-range garments. All items here are handcrafted, as machinery could never replicate such exquisite detail. The lowest-tier designs he observed were priced at 100,000 yuan, while the most luxurious reached an astounding 1 billion yuan. The garments worth 1 billion yuan featured intricate styles and were crafted from threads derived from the leaves of the elven mother tree, with the embellishments sourced from the purest hair of the elven race's natural unicorns. These precious materials, combined with exquisite designs, justify the exorbitant price tag. The elven race's pursuit of beauty and nature is ingrained in their very essence. Should one don unattractive, tattered, or filthy attire, the elves would not only refuse to engage in trade, but would also expel the individual from their trading instance. Yet, how astute and shrewd humanity can be. Some individuals have meticulously adorned themselves, presenting a pristine and appealing appearance, donning garments that are exquisitely aligned with the elements of nature, particularly in verdant hues. As a result, these individuals not only succeeded in establishing trade with the elven race, but also found the latter willingly reducing their prices. Those who initiated this trend reaped significant rewards. Eventually, this practice became widespread, leading to an unspoken rule within this trading-oriented instance. One must adhere to the aesthetic preferences of the elves in their attire to engage in successful transactions. Purity, beauty, and a natural essence became the core tenets of trading with the elves, while profit took a back seat. This implicit rule seemingly coddled the elven race. Yet, Jiang Ziliu privately deduced that it was likely a clever design by Base 10. Consider this, with such a stipulation in place, visitors to Base 10 often arrive in a state of disarray and grime. However, should one wish to glimpse the enchanting elves or engage in trade, it necessitates commissioning garments from Base 10. Thus, the custom clothing industry at Base 10 flourished. The streets were lined with similar establishments, each adept at crafting garments that resonated with elven aesthetic sensibilities. This expansive industry, therefore, translated into substantial profits. The emergence of this unspoken rule was entirely propelled by the relentless efforts of Base 10. Upon arriving, Jiang Ziliu found himself compelled to conform to local customs, albeit at a considerable expense. The creation of his garments required 10 days, a time frame evidently orchestrated by Base 10, as it allowed individuals to lodge at hotels, dine, and shop during this period. The architecture and gardens of Base 10 mirrored elven styles and were adorned with numerous ornamental trees sourced from the elven realm. This too represented an unnecessary expenditure. However, Jiang Ziliu spent these 10 days secluded in his hotel room, diligently utilizing probability analysis to study specific beast taming potions. Even when he ventured out on 2 occasions, it was solely to seek unique texts related to elven alchemy. Despite his busy life in the wilderness, he never forsook his quest for knowledge whenever time permitted. It was this wealth of knowledge, coupled with his unwavering dedication to study, that enabled him to discover methods for the evolution of his tamed beasts under probabilistic assessments. Without such knowledge, relying solely on probability would make the evolution of his beasts exponentially more challenging. After 10 days, Jiang Ziliu finally received his 2 outfits. Truth be told, the expenditure of 300,000 yuan was well justified. The garments were exquisite, natural, and exuded an air of serene beauty reminiscent of a tranquil forest. This attire was entirely suitable for significant ceremonial occasions. Once clad in his new garments, Jiang Ziliu proceeded to the distinctive trading instance. Chapter 48, the Elven Instance World. The trading instance at Base 10 is classified as an A-level instance, capable of accommodating silver-tier life forms. Officially, this instance is under the dominion of the elven race. However, in reality, the elves only control 3/4 of this county-sized space, while 1/4 is governed by humanity. The human race has constructed a massive defensive fortress here, clearly indicating their wariness of the elves. The elves reciprocate this caution, having established fortified plant-based strongholds using ancient elven trees, war trees, and thorny jungles in the quarter they control. The central area serves as the true marketplace. While humans have made certain concessions to the elves in terms of details, they remain strategically astute, ever vigilant against the elven race. Similarly, the elves remain cautious of humanity due to past predations on elven maidens and other instances. However, both races require unique resources from one another to cultivate their beast tamers, thus leading to the establishment of this trading instance. This region is jointly governed by both races. Shops and businesses belonging to humans and elves coexist, yet they are constructed in a manner that respects elven aesthetics, adhering entirely to the elven ecological paradigm. Rather than merely serving as a marketplace, it resembles a vast forest park. The elves have cultivated numerous colossal trees, beneath which they have established a series of small trading venues for one-on-one transactions, while also creating tree houses atop the massive trees for more refined material exchanges. This locale embodies a picturesque natural bazaar, sprawling in size. Upon entering, Jiang Ziliu beheld the beauty of the elven world. They were indeed breathtaking, surpassing even the fantastical elves he had encountered in films during his previous life. The elves possessed vibrant green hair, alabaster skin, and elongated ears. Their visages radiated an essence of nature, beauty, and sanctity, evoking the vitality of a lush forest. This beauty was ineffable, even more splendid than Jiang Ziliu had imagined. The male elves were strikingly handsome, while the female elves exuded a captivating beauty, characterized by a sense of vigor rather than the delicate beauty sought by humans. Male elves favored attire crafted from special leaf fibers, retaining vibrant green hues, while female elves predominantly donned exquisite green skirts. Their skirts were uniquely designed to be both aesthetically pleasing and conducive to agile movement, without compromising modesty. These skirts effectively served as battle garments as well. Each elf bore a longbow, quiver, and intricately crafted elven blades, indicating their heightened vigilance towards humanity. The elves were notably tall, ranging from 1.8 to 2 meters, yet their forms were slender, and Jiang Ziliu surmised their weight was considerably less than that of humans. Even in this environment, the elves could effortlessly navigate the trees, utilizing vines to leap gracefully, their agility rivaling that of specialized tree-dwelling gibbons. Witnessing so many elves nimbly traversing the treetops confirmed Jiang Ziliu's belief in their lightness of form. Furthermore, while their physical strength was inferior to that of humans at the same tier, the elves possessed formidable mental prowess, granting them longevity that far exceeded that of humans. With lifespans exceeding 1,000 years, an elven female might appear youthful, akin to a maiden, while her actual age could rival that of a human ancestor. They only attain maturity after reaching 200 years of age. Jiang Ziliu also observed that the surrounding elves occasionally summoned their tamed beasts. Unlike humans, who can form contracts with a wide array of beings, elves are limited to life attribute creatures. Although the scope of their contracts is restricted, they can bond with beasts of higher life levels and potential when their innate talents are equivalent. Here, Jiang Ziliu encountered a unicorn for the first time. This sacred creature comes in various classifications, and the elves can only bond with life attribute unicorns characterized by emerald green eyes. This unicorn possesses a lineage of extraordinary potency, capable of evolving to the SS-grade diamond level. Its formidable strength was palpable to Jiang Ziliu, who, upon merely casting a glance in its direction, felt as though he were gazing upon a vast green canopy, as if it sought to envelop his very spirit. He promptly averted his gaze, comprehending that this unicorn's life tier undoubtedly resided at the pinnacle of the silver grade. The invisible pressure exerted by its powerful bloodline instilled in him the sensation of beholding a verdant sky. Indeed, a robust lineage often confers significant advantages. The one bonded to this unicorn was a young elven maiden, who, though not taller than him, commanded an impressive stature among her kin. Upon witnessing her beast of burden, Jiang Ziliu discerned that this maiden must possess a respectable status within the elven community, her noble bloodline enabling her to forge a pact with a creature deemed sacred by the elves. Merely observing her, he noticed the vigilant gazes of other elves surrounding her. Jiang Ziliu swiftly retracted his scrutiny, for he was not there to unearth the secrets of her identity and desired to avoid any trouble stemming from his observations. In truth, the most common beast of burden among the elven folk is the treant shepherd, a semi-sentient, humanoid creature resembling a great tree. Jiang Ziliu also encountered treant shepherds, whose appearances bore little distinction from that of treants, save for their lush foliage and the overwhelming vitality emanating from them. This robust life essence was evidently the key to their ability to animate colossal trees into treants. The elves are also known to contract lesser wood-based beasts. Their number of contracted beasts tends to exceed that of humans, owing to their powerful souls. However, their overall prowess is diminished by their low reproductive rates. Jiang Ziliu roamed the entirety of the elven marketplace, meticulously gathering information. He intended to document his findings during his rest, aspiring to uphold his mother's tradition of preserving knowledge through observation and analysis. Among the finest wares offered by the elves were an array of fruits unique to their enchanted forests, with the least valuable classified as D-grade medicinal herbs. These fruits serve not only as sustenance, but also as a means to bolster the growth of beasts of burden. What the elves consumed as staple food transformed into precious commodities in the human realm, adorned in naturally elegant and pristine garments. Jiang Ziliu found it relatively easy to engage and trade with the elves. He sensed their affable demeanor upon a brief appraisal of his attire. With his crystal currency, he procured numerous high-grade fruits of C and B quality, imbued with life attributes. The elves, being a notably honest race, did not exploit his novice status to inflate prices. As the male elf vendor recognized his inexperience, Jiang Ziliu planned to utilize these extraordinary fruits to concoct potions, hoping to aid in the recovery of his parents' beasts of burden. A significant portion of the fruits he selected possessed restorative properties. However, such fruits could only be preserved for an extended period within spatial treasures, in the external environment. Their shelf life would not exceed 6 weeks. Even if Jiang Ziliu's parents were aware of the exceptional goods available among the elves, they lacked the funds to purchase them and possessed no means to store them in spatial artifacts. He also acquired various other elven materials that might prove useful in the future, such as the special dust imbued with the essence of the Tree of Life. This dust, tainted with the spirit of the Tree of Life, could act as a catalyst in potions. Jiang Ziliu spent 3 days traversing the entirety of the trading space, immensely broadening his horizons. He also purchased a wealth of knowledge pertaining to beasts of burden, other worlds, and exotic races and creatures. Having studied Elven script, he found no difficulty in comprehending these texts, which would significantly enhance his repository of knowledge. Additionally, he cast a distant gaze upon the Elven botanical fortress, its towering spiny thicket walls reaching heights of 100 meters, leaving him in awe. However, the more profound life forms, such as the ancient war trees, remained obscured behind the formidable thorny barriers. Upon concluding this journey-like endeavor, Jiang Ziliu expended nearly 1/3 of his crystal savings to acquire his true objective, the final ingredient needed for the evolution of the green-skinned, shape-shifting spirit, the Moon Spring Water. Chapter 49. Moon Spring Water. Moon Spring Water, a sacred liquid derived from the moon spring located near the Elven Mother Tree, is a unique holy water. The moon spring is a distinctive structure of the elves, a divine artifact born from their connection with the Mother Tree and the research of sigil powers. It can only be produced in the vicinity of the life-giving Mother Tree, and each drop of moon spring water is generated solely under the moonlight at night, making its production time exceedingly limited. Fortunately, numerous moon springs can be established around the Elven Mother Tree, allowing for a continuous supply, with even a surplus. Yet, the water's shelf life is less than a day, necessitating that it be utilized within the Elven trading space at base 10. It cannot be transported as a commodity to other locations. Within this trading space exists a secondary Elven Mother Tree, where moon springs also thrive, thus enabling the sale of moon spring water. The availability of moon spring water for purchase is the result of negotiations between the human leadership and the Elven race, as they typically do not sell their sacred water. Characterized by unique life properties and the essence of moonlight, moon spring water is exceedingly valuable. Jiang Ziliu expended nearly 6,000 million worth of crystals to acquire less than 100 milliliters. Nevertheless, this price remained reasonable. The elves, known for their affinity for peace, reverence for nature, and sincerity, seldom entertain notions of price inflation for profit. Having secured the moon spring water, Jiang Ziliu rented a treehouse within the trading space for 3 days, utilizing a D-grade crystal. In transactions with other races, the only acceptable currency is the crystal, or precious herbs and materials that retain value. Conventional human currency is utterly ineffectual in this realm. Subsequently, Jiang Ziliu remained in his rented abode, commencing the preparation of the potion required for the evolution of the green-skinned, shape-shifting spirit. Human alchemists are categorized by level. Jiang Ziliu's alchemical proficiency is approximately at the peak of silver, bordering on the golden tier. Through continual learning, the crafting of potions had become a foundational skill for him. His primary achievement now lies in devising potion formulas capable of facilitating the evolution of a beast of burden. Each beast possesses its unique circumstances, necessitating that the evolution potions differ accordingly, akin to how human patients require tailored treatments based on their distinct constitutions and ailments. The potion formulas Jiang Ziliu concocted, devoid of probabilistic factors, could guarantee a minimum evolution probability of 65. In contrast, formulas devised by typical golden tier alchemists yield a maximum evolution probability of merely 70. This time, he invested a considerable sum, approximately 1.5 billion yuan, in potion materials to successfully concoct the potion for the green-skinned shapeshifter. This endeavor required a specific evolutionary direction for the creature, necessitating the emergence of healing skills, which justified the exorbitant cost. Had he merely aimed for a standard evolution without any directional guidance, the expenses would scarcely have reached 500,000 yuan. A seemingly trivial designated objective drastically escalated the difficulty of potion formulation and the caliber of required materials by countless magnitudes. The potion was a resounding success. However, this evolutionary concoction manifested as a viscous green liquid, unlike the gelatinous potions he had previously crafted. Its method of application was remarkably straightforward. Simply drink it. Upon preparing the potion, he summoned the green-skinned shapeshifter. True to its nature as a creature of considerable intelligence, the moment it appeared, it perceived the potion in Jiang Ziliu's hand, and its instincts informed it that this elixir held immense benefits. The potion was irresistibly alluring to the little creature. Instead of lunging directly for it, it conveyed an overwhelming desire to its master. Without delay, Jiang Ziliu gently fed the potion to the little creature, ultimately administering a drop of stalactite essence. This essence would replenish the energy required for the little one during its evolutionary process. After drinking, the green-skinned shapeshifter fell into a deep slumber. Sleep-based evolution is a common method among otherworldly beings. Jiang Ziliu recalled it to the Beast Master space and proceeded to manage his subsequent affairs. He took out the soul-washing mushroom he had acquired and, in conjunction with a low-level soul crystal, began to prepare a potion aimed at enhancing his soul's strength. This time, he was determined not to squander time and sought a significant improvement for himself, utilizing the soul-washing mushroom, soul crystal, and other high-grade materials. Jiang Ziliu also incorporated the remaining moon spring water to ensure the potion's effects would be more gradual and stable. Ultimately, he concocted a pill-shaped potion designed to enhance soul strength. Consuming one of these pills would allow for a slow and steady increase in his soul strength over the course of the following month. The soul is the core of human existence, and excessively aggressive enhancements within a short period are ill-advised and should not be performed frequently. To address this concern, he implemented modifications in this potion's formulation, ensuring that the strengthening effects would be gradual and devoid of potential hazards. In total, Jiang Ziliu successfully crafted 5 of these soul-enhancing potions, sufficient for 5 months of soul fortification. After completing the potion, he employed probability assessment to test it. What was the likelihood of encountering potential risks during the soul enhancement process with this potion? The answer emerged swiftly: 0.021. This ratio was exceedingly low, indicating a probability of less than 1 in 500 for issues to arise. However, in the realm of potion making, achieving a score of 100 is implausible. There will always be a degree of toxicity and risk associated with potions. This ratio had reached an extraordinary low. Many higher-tier diamond-level alchemists find it challenging to lower risk below a factor of 3. Jiang Ziliu's ability to maintain the risk at a mere 0.021 was supported by his probability assessment skills. Without hesitation, he swallowed one of the pills and stored the remaining 4 in a jade vial, concealing it within his spatial pearl. The jade material serves as an excellent preservative for numerous potions. While he did not perceive a marked enhancement in his soul, he felt a profound clarity of mind, with all fatigue dissipated. This was the result of the gradual release of the potion's effects. By the time he completed this process, the green-skinned shapeshifter had undergone its evolution. Summoning it forth, Jiang Ziliu noted that while its appearance had not drastically changed, it exuded an aura of heightened wisdom. He then accessed its information panel and reviewed the details concerning the green-skinned shapeshifter. Green-skinned shapeshifter, flesh transformation, SS. Plant metamorphosis, C. Animal metamorphosis, C. Superdigestion, C. Emerald light, D. The green-skinned shapeshifter had completed its evolution. Its flesh transformation skill, already at a high level, remained unchanged, yet the other skills had seen modest improvements. Most importantly, it had acquired the healing skill that Jiang Ziliu had yearned for, the D-level emerald light. When activated, this skill allows the green-skinned shapeshifter to summon a beam of emerald light directed at a target, utilizing life energy to mend injuries. And it even possesses a slight ability to dispel toxins and negative effects, albeit minimally. With healing capabilities now established, the subsequent feint ability to eliminate toxins and adverse effects is also of great significance. Although their efficacy within the emerald light skill is minimal, they are indeed present. In the future, should he focus on enhancing the emerald light skill, these 2 abilities could elevate to functional levels, with the potential to transform into formidable powers. It can be said that this evolution not only granted the green-skinned shapeshifter the healing ability most desired by Jiang Ziliu, but also endowed it with a comprehensive skill set of high growth potential. Emerald light can not only heal others, but also enable the green-skinned shapeshifter to perform self-healing. This successful evolution has effectively integrated a healer into Jiang Ziliu's team of beasts, rendering the collective more well-rounded and efficient. Furthermore, this evolution elevated the green-skinned shapeshifter from a 9-star limestone level to a 3-star black iron level, significantly enhancing its life tier. The life feedback generated by it also allowed Jiang Ziliu to bridge the final small gap to reach the 5-star black level, successfully advancing to a 6-star black iron beastmaster. Chapter 50, The Elven Spy. Having completed the formulation and utilization of 2 potions, along with essential matters concerning the evolution of his beasts, Jiang Ziliu chose not to linger in this instance of the dungeon space. He procured all the items he might require before promptly departing from this trading-oriented dungeon. Jiang Ziliu carefully stored away his exquisite attire and embarked on an adventure near Base 10, setting his sights on the orcs, intending to utilize their lives as significant contributions to his wealth accumulation. Base 10 also undertook the task of surrounding and attacking the orc forces. Unlike Base 12's focus on battling the werewolf clan, this military endeavor primarily targeted the bearfolk of the orc tribe. The bearfolk, a subset of the orc race, possess immense strength akin to that of giant bears and have a natural affinity for bear-type beasts, with the majority of their contracted beasts being bear-like otherworldly creatures. Within Base 10, Jiang Ziliu purchased specialized weaponry designed to combat the bearfolk and set off immediately. Shortly after departing Base 10, Jiang Ziliu felt an involuntary tension grip him. He discovered, to his astonishment, that an additional tail had mysteriously appeared behind him. A mysterious individual had been stealthily trailing him, employing optical invisibility, scent concealment, and motion evasion to remain undetected. Jiang Ziliu pondered carefully, suspecting that this was likely a form of extraordinary power known as shadow, enabling one to traverse the unique shadows of all things. It existed in a realm that was half real and half illusory. The force of shadows should not be underestimated. The enigmatic figure stealthily trailing him possessed formidable abilities. Were it not for Jiang Ziliu's SSS-level electromagnetic manipulation skill, which granted him biological electromagnetic perception, he might have remained oblivious to the mysterious pursuer behind him. Could it be that the Blood-Eye adventurers had marked him as their target? Jiang Ziliu speculated. Based on his analysis, the only entities harboring animosity towards him appeared to be the Blood-Eye adventurers. In this world, bizarre beasts abounded, each with unique abilities. It would not be strange if the Blood-Eye adventurers possessed the means to locate him, even after he had changed his guise. However, the probability of such a scenario was exceedingly low. What were the odds that this stalker belonged to the Blood-Eye adventurers? Jiang Ziliu feigned ignorance and continued onward, secretly conducting an informational analysis through probability assessment. The answer quickly materialized, 0. To his astonishment, this individual was not a member of the Blood-Eye adventurers, raising the question of how they had managed to track him. What were the odds that this pursuer was a human adventurer? The answer remained 0. Jiang Ziliu realized that the entity shadowing him was, in fact, not of the human race. What were the odds that they belonged to the werewolf clan? Jiang Ziliu surmised that another force, driven by a lethal intent towards him, might indeed be the werewolves he had previously hunted down with great fervor. Thus, the likelihood that the figure trailing him was a werewolf was the highest. Yet, to his disappointment, the answer was still 0. Jiang Ziliu analyzed further under different conditions, only to find that the identity of the individual remained elusive. After a moment's reflection, he suddenly recalled a certain affinity for nature, a trait that was rather commendable, yet had subconsciously slipped his mind. What were the odds that the pursuer belonged to the elven race? 100. At this juncture, Jiang Ziliu was certain that the mysterious stalker was indeed from the elven lineage. However, he was perplexed as to what made him so special as to warrant their attention. Under the alias Li Tao, he had not committed any egregious acts among the elves. He had merely purchased some moon spring water. Yet, at least 100 individuals visited the elven realm daily for the same purpose. Why had the elves taken a particular interest in him? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had been concocting potions in a treehouse rented within the transaction space of the elven realm. Could it be that he had inadvertently revealed some unusual qualities during that time? Nevertheless, Jiang Ziliu still found it difficult to comprehend. There were numerous high-level alchemists entering the elven transaction space. He hardly considered himself significant in their presence. It appeared that only by capturing this elven stalker could he uncover the reason behind the elves' clandestine surveillance of him. Jiang Ziliu mused. After advancing along an S-shaped path for some distance, he identified a suitable location for an ambush. Yet, the elven pursuer still refrained from launching an attack, leading him to suspect that their primary objective was merely to observe him. Thus, he contemplated how to incapacitate the individual in one decisive strike. Suddenly, an idea struck him. As he rounded a corner, he swiftly summoned the empty azure stone golem, instructing it to conceal itself underground while placing a slender needle coated with a special potion into its hand. He then proceeded onward, The empty azure stone golem concentrated its life essence suppression skill, rendering itself exceedingly hidden. Even if the elven pursuer possessed special reconnaissance abilities, they would be unable to detect its presence, given that its concealment skill was of SSS level. When the elven stalker drew near the empty azure stone golem, Jiang Ziliu abruptly launched his attack. A long-range electromagnetic cannon shot forth with lethal precision. If the elf failed to evade, the shot would undoubtedly prove fatal. The elven race, renowned for their agility, exhibited reflexes far superior to those of humans, honed by the passage of time. With a graceful sidestep, the elf deftly evaded the oncoming electromagnetic projectile. Unbeknownst to the elf, Jiang Ziliu had anticipated their evasion. As the elf dodged, a metallic needle swiftly emerged from behind, piercing their neck. The high-performance tranquilizer that Jiang Ziliu had concocted coursed through the elf's veins, spreading throughout their body. The elf sensed an anomaly within their body and attempted to extract the poison needle. However, in the next instant, the empty azure stone golem suddenly emerged, appearing before the elf and delivering a swift strike toward their legs. The attack was both sudden and brazen. Should the elf choose not to evade, their legs would surely be severed. With no other option, the elf abandoned the idea of removing the needle and instead dodged the golem's assault. Yet, the golem pressed the attack, executing a series of precise strikes that left no room for the elf to evade, summon their beast, or utilize their shadow skills. The golem's martial prowess was steadfast and merciless. Even the slightest hesitation on the elf's part would result in the loss of a limb. For an elf, the prospect of becoming disabled was far more unbearable than death itself. At this moment, their innate vanity bound them, leaving no time to suppress the poison, no opportunity to retreat into the shadows, and no chance to summon their beast. Within mere seconds, the poison had spread throughout the elf's system, causing disorientation. The elf prepared to summon their life-type beast for healing, but the sudden disappearance of the empty azure stone golem provided them with a fleeting moment. Instead of retreating into the shadow realm, the elf instinctively chose to summon their beast. This instinctive action ultimately deprived the elf of any chance of escape. Before they could fully initiate the summoning, a powerful electric current struck them, rendering their body paralyzed and their thoughts momentarily suspended. Jiang Ziliu's second beast, the mutated electric serpent, stealthily approached, unleashing a widespread electrical assault. It was precisely because the mutated electric serpent initiated the area attack that the empty azure stone golem retreated. The combination of the initial poison and the subsequent electrical onslaught finally incapacitated the elf completely. Jiang Ziliu rushed over, binding the elf with sturdy ropes while administering a potion to suppress their dark energy and mental powers, ensuring they could not summon their beast from the beast space. As long as their dark energy and mental strength were suppressed to a minimal level, the elf would have no chance of summoning their beast. Afterward, Jiang Ziliu placed the elf, now shrouded in a dark cloak, onto the back of the mutated electric serpent. It was during this process that he was astonished to discover that the elven stalker was, in fact, a female elf. However, he paid little mind to this revelation, directing the mutated electric serpent to carry both himself and the female elf captive away from the area. Jiang Ziliu was determined to uncover why the elven forces had set their sights upon him. Chapter 51. The cruel and secretive racial competition. Upon arriving at a location approximately 150 kilometers from Base 10, Jiang Ziliu discovered an underground cavern to serve as his temporary refuge. He carefully placed the female elf within its confines, but refrained from subjecting her to immediate interrogation. Jiang understood that the will of the elven race was formidable, and they seldom chose to betray their kin. Hence, extracting the desired answers through torture was, in essence, futile. Even if he were to obtain information, he could not be certain of its authenticity. However, he recognized that to pry open a person's lips, one often resorts to violence. Such brutish methods were ill-suited for someone like Jiang Ziliu, who revered wisdom and knowledge. A distinguished alchemist, he believed that every dilemma could be resolved through the miraculous properties of potions. Presently, he endeavored to concoct a special elixir akin to a truth serum from a magical fantasy realm. This formula had been refined over his extensive studies and research into alchemy, though he had never needed to brew it before, nor had the resources warranted such an endeavor. Yet, he possessed all the necessary ingredients. With determination, Jiang Ziliu gathered an array of equipment and materials to begin the preparation of the truth serum. The elven female had succumbed to a potent toxin that induced a prolonged state of unconsciousness, ensuring she would not awaken during the brewing process. Once he completed the potion, he aptly named it the truth serum. This unique substance could temporarily deceive the souls of living beings, making them believe that the person before them was someone they held dear. It did not discriminate by race, primarily targeting sentient beings. Having completed his preparations, Jiang Ziliu approached the captive elf and examined the equipment she carried. Aside from a dagger, She possessed no additional gear. Upon meticulous inspection, he discerned that the metal headband she wore was, in fact, a special spatial storage device, cleverly disguised as an innocuous accessory. This elf, like many female elves, was strikingly beautiful, yet she lacked the ethereal quality commonly associated with her kind. Instead, she exuded a palpable aura of danger. Even in her unconscious state, she instinctively maintained a defensive posture, indicative of a life steeped in covert combat. It was clear that this enigmatic female elf was no ordinary member of her race. She resembled more of an assassin or a shadow operative. Jiang conducted a thorough examination, seeking any clues that might reveal her secrets. While he acknowledged her beauty, he remained focused, fully aware of his purpose. Certain thoughts must be cast aside in the face of mortality. Ultimately, he found nothing of value, and the spatial storage device would remain inaccessible until her demise. It seemed that any significant items were concealed within that very device. After failing to uncover anything useful, Jiang Ziliu administered the truth serum to the elf, subsequently proceeding to neutralize the toxin. While the elven race might have weaker powers, their physical constitution was robust. Within 5 minutes post-antidote, the female elf regained consciousness, albeit in a dazed state, as if lost in a mysterious dreamscape. Her instinctual wariness diminished under the serum's influence, rendering her unaware of Jiang's identity. Yet she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and trust towards him. "What is your name?" Jiang inquired. "Calantia Marethaland," she replied, her voice melodious in the pure elven tongue. Fortunately, Jiang had previously mastered this language and could comprehend her words effortlessly. The potion's efficacy was impressive, with a 98.6 probability of compelling her to speak the truth as he had anticipated. "You have fulfilled your mission. You may now relax. However, you are injured and are receiving excellent care. Here, you can rest assured." While the potion worked effectively, Jiang employed verbal reassurances to further put her at ease. "Tell me about your identity." "I am a shadow operative from the Moonlight Elven Court's Night Watch Secret Division." Jiang Ziliu grasped the implications. The elves within the spatial realm of Base 10 belonged to the Moonlight Elf branch. Her designation as a shadow operative confirmed his suspicions regarding her role. "Why were you tracking that human today?" he pressed, his curiosity piqued. "Because Princess Aylin's beast, the unicorn, detected that human activating the soul-hidden stars. Moreover, the semi-artifact on the princess sensed a formidable threat posed by him to her. She gradually revealed the truth. Thus, the members of the Night Watch Secret Division concluded that he was an exceptionally talented individual among the human race. Furthermore, humans had no restrictions on the attributes or types of their beasts, and their potential for growth was immense, presenting a significant threat to all other races. In accordance with the oath of the hidden races regarding human growth limitations, our division members are bound to follow the oath stipulations, tracking him, and, at the opportune moment, executing an assassination using the orcs' methods. This would mislead humanity into believing that their genius was slain by orcs, redirecting their ire towards those brutish beings. Jiang Ziliu was taken aback by this startling revelation. Indeed, there was no such thing as genuine benevolence among intelligent races. The competition between civilizations was ever brutal, employing all means necessary. Even the elves, who appeared to favor peace and harmony with nature, covertly engaged in the elimination of human prodigies, diverting blame onto the orcs. The ostensibly noble elves could be insidiously treacherous when it came to conspiracies. No wonder she refrained from acting when given the opportunity. She likely deemed that location unsuitable for framing the orcs. Jiang Ziliu felt validated in his choice to adopt a path of discretion and development. Had he flaunted his brilliance and arrogance, he might have been targeted by rival races and placed on their assassination lists. Young beasts are the most vulnerable to predation in the natural world, and few survive to adulthood. Such is the law of nature. And the competition among intelligent civilizations mirrors this. Young prodigies, being weaker in strength, are the easiest targets, and their elimination can effectively sever their civilization's potential. Why would they not pursue such actions? If the elves were covertly engaged in such schemes, it was reasonable to assume that other intelligent races were likely even more fervent in their clandestine activities. How many human prodigies had perished due to such insidious methods? Unknown to the common folk? Ultimately, the number of truly talented individuals who emerged was exceedingly scarce. No wonder Professor Li Qingcheng, upon noticing his anomalies, chose to overlook them. Secretly protecting the SS-level talent, Li wants you. In this latest operation targeting the orc hunt, the majority were permitted to conceal their identities and act in secrecy. The so-called covenant of all races is likely one of the underlying reasons for this. Human nature is intricate. Without external constraints, humans may very well turn against one another. For the sake of their own interests, the elite would never easily allow the lower classes to rise, unless compelled to do so. Preserving the growth of the lower strata is, in fact, a means of safeguarding the long-term interests of the upper echelons. Nevertheless, beneath the established rules, there are always loopholes, as evidenced by the emergence of the Blood-Eye adventurers. What are the repercussions of violating the covenant? The specifics remain somewhat murky, but the oath possesses formidable power, akin to divine might. Breaching it could invoke mysterious forces that may impose certain penalties upon the elven race. Jiang Ziliu is quite concerned about this covenant that restricts human growth. Unfortunately, he has yet to obtain any substantial information. However, he has gleaned some crucial insights, such as the revelation that the elven princess possesses a demigod artifact, alongside an oath of divine caliber. These indicate that beyond the well-known supreme beings, there may exist even more powerful realms. Terms like demigod and deity only serve to highlight this issue. Yet, the higher-ups among humankind have never divulged such information to the populace. Subsequently, Jiang Ziliu inquired extensively about the elven race, Beast Taming, the royal court, and the secrets of other exotic creatures. Throughout this process, he also learned how the elven spies infiltrated the tightly guarded human defenses and the replica spaces within. It turns out that the detection devices in the human base number 10 had been subtly tampered with by the elves, rendering them incapable of detecting the members of the Night King's Guard. There may very well be elven spies within base 10. As Jiang Ziliu posed his questions, he diligently recorded the information he uncovered. In the end, he managed to compile a substantial tome. Meanwhile, his elven captive spoke until her voice was nearly hoarse. He named this book, which contained many elven secrets and knowledge, the Book of Dark Emerald. The term Dark Emerald symbolizes the clandestine nature of the elves. He refrained from directly using the term elf. Having completed this step, he had effectively exhausted the last vestiges of value from this elven maiden. He then retrieved a werewolf's dagger, devoid of any pity for her beauty, and swiftly ended her life. His method was notably clever, employing the technique favored by werewolves. Next, he seized her headband-shaped spatial storage equipment. Now that its owner was deceased, he could perform the blood-binding ritual to claim it as his own. Fortunately, the elves had not set any traps on this item, likely lacking the capability to do so, allowing him to successfully acquire the storage equipment and its contents. Under the cover of night, Jiang Ziliu transported the body of the elven maiden to the werewolf territory, discarding it in a highly concealed location. As for whether this act might sow discord between the werewolves and orcs, he was entirely indifferent. Chapter 52, Elven Treasures. Having dealt with the elven spy, Jiang Ziliu commenced his examination of the items within the headband-shaped storage equipment. To his surprise, he discovered a wealth of valuable treasures. Among them were 3 elven cloaks, each graded A. These cloaks were not crafted from the common materials of the elven race. Rather, they were woven from the silk of a high-level shadow-type beast, effectively concealing one's aura and presence, greatly enhancing the ability to become invisible. The Night King's Guard evidently belongs to the Moonlight Elven Royal Court, which explains the high quality of this equipment. Merely possessing 3 A-grade cloaks as spares is remarkable. In addition, there were 2 spare A-grade longbows. When paired with equally A-grade elven silver arrows, these bows could inflict significant damage upon silver-tier beasts. It is worth noting that in the human level 4 bases, the most formidable beings are typically of the silver tier. The same holds true for the elven race. Golden tier warriors are relatively scarce among all races, representing a rare and genuinely upper echelon power. A bow capable of inflicting damage on silver tier foes is already an exceptional piece of equipment. Such a set of bows and arrows would fetch no less than 100 million in the human black market. Without that sum, one would lack even the right to touch it. The Moonlight Elven Royal Court is quite generous towards their Night King's Guard. Jiang Ziliu discovered nearly 120 spare arrows. And with the power of beast taming, this single elven spy could wage a micro-war. Besides the cloaks and bows, the most abundant item was a ton of elven rations. This specially crafted green sustenance, made from high-level life attribute plants, is lightweight and capable of replenishing dark energy in copious amounts. A small piece can sustain one for a day to 3 days, among many other advantages. Furthermore, it can serve as a staple food, and its taste is rather delightful. The elven spy had prepared nearly a ton of these rations, clearly in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. Within the storage equipment, there were also notes documenting the elven spy's reconnaissance of various races. Additionally, there was a substantial supply of water intended for emergency situations. Other items included elven dried fruits and various potions for healing injuries. However, among all these treasures, one item greatly elevated Jiang Ziliu's spirits, the water of life. It was contained in a high-quality wooden vial, exuding a rich green hue and a potent life aura. Jiang Ziliu carefully extracted a drop and let it fall upon a patch of moss in the cave. The moss erupted into rapid growth. transforming into a half-meter-tall orb in mere moments. This water of life is the true treasure, an SS-grade artifact. It is a divine substance produced by the mother tree of the elves, yielding only a single drop each day. How could such an SS-grade treasure find its way into the possession of an elven knight, King Esgard's spy? Jiang Ziliu pondered this with curiosity. He then deduced that it might be connected to the elven princess, perhaps due to her proximity to the princess. This small vial of water of life had come into her possession. With just 20 drops or so in the vial, its value exceeds 1 billion, categorizing it as an irreplaceable treasure of the elven race. It can be said that regardless of the severity of any injury, a single drop can facilitate immediate recovery. Jiang Ziliu felt fortunate for his decisive action at that moment, having denied her any chance to breathe. Had he afforded her an opportunity during their confrontation, a single drop of the water of life would have enabled her to engage in a fight for her life without concern for injury. Fortunately, he had swiftly subdued the elven maiden, claiming all her life-saving treasures as his spoils. The moonlight spring water of the elves is, in essence, a diluted version of their research on the water of life. Jiang Ziliu was exhilarated. This water of life is the authentic gift of nature. Just a single drop could awaken any of his parents' tamed beasts from their slumber. It can be said that the elixir of life, this precious treasure, is the most significant reward he has garnered since embarking on his adventurous journey. Regrettably, upon the demise of a beastmaster, the beast space of a low-level beastmaster will inevitably collapse, resulting in the loss of any creatures within. Otherwise, Jiang Ziliu could have procured some materials of life attribute beasts. After discovering the elixir of life, Jiang Ziliu found it necessary to slightly alter his original itinerary. He prepared to return promptly to base number 10, intending to restore his parents' beasts and ensure they possessed the fundamental ability for self-preservation. Initially, he had planned to hunt the Bearman tribe at base no. 10 to further hone his practical combat skills and accumulate the resources necessary for his growth. Although his plan had changed, he did not rush to execute it. Jiang Ziliu summoned his beasts, who sensed the aura of the elixir of life and immediately conveyed feelings of eagerness and desire. He did not hesitate, feeding each of them a drop of the elixir, while the green-skinned shapeshifter received 2 drops, the optimal quantity. Even he himself swallowed a drop of the elixir of life. This elixir, imbued with a tremendous surge of life energy, is capable of enhancing physical constitution and elevating the life level of both humans and their beasts. He constantly reminded himself to prioritize strength enhancement when devoid of risk. Jiang Ziliu, undistracted, commenced the process of strengthening his prowess. This enhancement with his beasts took nearly 2 days, resulting in significant growth for all, with some even evolving. Jiang Ziliu's status, profession, 9-star black iron level beastmaster, currently self-restrained. Lifespan, 16,300. Life status, self-restrained state. Soul strength, 1138. Life level, bronze level entity. Dark energy level, 695, 999. Personal skills, probability assessment. Innate skill can determine the probability of a specified outcome at any time. Feedback skills, life aura convergence, SSS level. Electromagnetic manipulation, SSS. Flesh and blood transformation, SS. Beasts, 7-star bronze level sky blue rock golem. 6-star bronze level mutated electric snake. 2-star bronze level green-skinned shapeshifter. Beast skills, sky blue rock golem. Life aura convergence, SSS level. Earthly incarnation, S. Earthly escape, B level. Earthly invisibility, B level. Mutated spirituality, B. Earthly piercing strike, C. Swordsmanship proficiency, D. 16 dwarf titan bloodline, D. Earth space escape, unawakened. Mutated electric snake. Electromagnetic manipulation, SSS level. Electric current attack, B level. Electric flash, B level. Mutated spirituality, B level. Green-skin shapeshifter, flesh and blood transformation, SS. Plant incarnation, B. Animal incarnation, B. Super digestion, B. Emerald light, B. Beast levels, sky blue rock golem, 7-star bronze. Mutated electric snake, 6-star bronze. Green-skin shapeshifter, 2-star bronze. Beast status, sky blue rock golem is healthy, with a favorability level of 99 towards the beastmaster. Mutated electric snake is healthy, with a favorability level of 99 towards the beastmaster. Greenskin shapeshifter is healthy, with a favorability level of 90 towards the beastmaster. The elixir of life undoubtedly stands as an S-grade super treasure. It has conferred immense enhancements to Jiang Ziliu in every aspect. Firstly, the dwarf titan bloodline of the sky blue rock golem ascended from D level 12 to D level 18. Despite the differences in attributes, it still contributed to the strengthening of the dwarf titan bloodline. This minor elevation in the bloodline also allowed the S-level earthly incarnation of the Sky Blue Rock Golem to rise to S-level, achieving a small tier increase. The enhancement at the S-level is incomparable to the increase of skills at the S-level lower tiers. The disparity is akin to the difference in speed between traveling between planets and flying within a planet, representing a transformation of an entirely different magnitude. Simultaneously, the elixir of life further elevated the mutated spirituality of both the Sky Blue Rock Golem and the mutated electric snake, both reaching B level. The life level of the Sky Blue Rock Golem progressed from a 2-star bronze to a 7-star bronze, ascending 5 minor tiers. Similarly, the mutated electric snake advanced from a 1-star bronze to a 6-star bronze, also ascending 5 minor tiers. Typically, under normal cultivation, a bronze-level beast requires between 6 months to a year to elevate by 1 minor tier, yet he accomplished this enhancement in just 2 days. This is the extraordinary value of the elixir of life. The most remarkable enhancement was witnessed in the already life attribute Greenskin Shapeshifter, whose skills experienced a significant tier increase, with all skill levels reaching B level. Notably, the core skill of the Greenskin Shapeshifter, Flesh and Blood Transformation, astonishingly advanced from SS level to SS level. The slight elevation of an SS level skill is approximately 10 to 100 times more challenging than that of an S level, requiring an immense amount of resources. However, Jiang Ziliu, having acquired the precious elixir of life, found it even more valuable and effective than those SSS level treasures for life attribute beasts. The elixir of life resonates with it on a deeper level. Having consumed 2 drops of the elixir of life, the Greenskin Shapeshifter experienced a substantial elevation in its life level, directly entering the bronze tier at 2-star bronze. Now all 3 of his beasts have attained the bronze level, with the Greenskin Shapeshifter fulfilling the role of a healer, making the most significant progress, achieving the bronze level. It is now fully capable of undertaking the responsibilities of a healer. Furthermore, their favorability towards him has increased remarkably, with both the Sky Blue Rock Golem and the mutated electric snake reaching 99. The Greenskin Shapeshifter, due to its profound evolution, has seen its favorability soar to an impressive 90. Jiang Ziliu senses that when the favorability of a beast reaches 100, a special transformation will occur, undoubtedly something beneficial. Yet, he remains unaware of the specifics regarding this phenomenon. The collective enhancement of his beasts has also resulted in a formidable life feedback, yet Jiang Ziliu, having reached the Black Iron tier and activated the Gray Rock level Soul Hidden Stars, can partially manipulate the contract markings to suppress his own life feedback. He only dares to push himself to the pinnacle of the 9-star Black Iron level, refraining from hastily leaping into the Bronze tier. Jiang Ziliu has temporarily restrained his breakthrough state. In a moment of oversight, he neglects the fact that a rapid elevation in tier might inadvertently propel him into the Bronze level. It was only when the feedback began to manifest that he realized his oversight. Jiang Ziliu intends to activate the 9 Soul Hidden Stars at the Black Iron level, which necessitates suppressing his breakthrough. While he was unable to do so at the Gray Rock level, he is now capable. The next immediate task at hand is to activate the Soul Hidden Stars. Chapter 53, Reactivating the Soul Hidden Stars. Activating the Soul Hidden Stars at the Black Iron level is currently Jiang Ziliu's most pressing concern. He possesses an abundance of main material, soul crystals. Yet he still needs to procure high-quality supplementary materials. However, he absolutely cannot appear at base number 10 under the guise of Li Tao. Jiang Ziliu reshaped his appearance into that of an elegant young man using flesh and blood transformation. This is his new disguise. Regardless of which guise he adopts, his appearance remains rather ordinary. Consider, if you will, that both an attractive individual and an exceedingly unattractive one can leave a profound impression on others. Such a reality inevitably heightens the risk of exposing oneself to scrutiny. The black market of base No. 10 is nestled within a cavern of a small valley that once belonged to the base itself. He has no intention of procuring materials from base number 10, as his new alias lacks the requisite documentation. The pseudonym Li Tao, under which he operated, will not resurface again. The black market near base No. 10 is substantially larger and more vibrant than that of base number 12. The entire expanse of the black market stretches over 2 kilometers, designated entirely for trade. In contrast, the black market of base number 12 resembles a makeshift slum, prone to relocation at any moment. Conversely, the shops at base No. 10 are fixed establishments formed from the excavation of the cavern, indicating that its occupants harbor no fear of inspections. Nonetheless, all participants don masks and dark robes while engaging in transactions. Trades occur within various caverns, with some small caves available for rent, catering to those adventurers and independent practitioners who find themselves in possession of items difficult to dispose of. Despite the high commission rates for transactions here, the environment is relatively secure. However, Jiang Ziliu has no intentions of dealing with his own possessions in this place. He merely seeks to purchase items. He visited several specialized shops dedicated to potion materials and ultimately acquired the components he desired. Nevertheless, the expenses here are approximately 15 times that of the open markets within the base. The materials he procured include soul-condensing flowers, phantom tears, the gastric fluid of the soul-devouring serpent, and the crystalline eyes of the soul-binding demon. These exceedingly rare and unique materials are crucial for his formulation aimed at unlocking the soul-hidden star. Following a probabilistic assessment, he determined that this combination yields the most suitable ingredients for activating a black iron-grade soul-hidden star. By adhering to this formula, he has elevated the probability of success for his endeavor to an impressive 986. Unlocking a black iron-grade soul-hidden star is significantly more challenging than that of a greystone-grade. Fortunately, he currently possesses ample wealth to support the procurement of higher-grade materials for potion crafting, facilitating the unlocking of the soul-hidden star. After acquiring all the necessary materials, Jiang Ziliu departed from the black market. However, it was not long before he noticed 3 robed Beast Tamers observing him, all of whom were also of black iron grade. Engaging in transactions at the black market undeniably increases the likelihood of being preyed upon. It was evident that these 3 were contemplating the same notion. Yet, just as they trailed Jiang Ziliu without restraint for a short distance, he took decisive action. 3 iron spikes, concealed beneath the ground, suddenly shot forth. Piercing the necks of the 3, they summoned their respective beasts, but these creatures, despite their formidable attack power, were merely of the wind, fire, and water attributes, rendering them incapable of defending against Jiang Ziliu's assault. His strike was both covert and swift, capable of claiming lives in an instant. Onlookers halted, realizing that Jiang Ziliu was not to be trifled with. They noted that he appeared to be a solitary figure, his displayed strength seemingly modest. Yet his execution was anything but lacking, prompting them to consider robbing him. However, they did not anticipate that beneath his exterior of a mere 1-star black iron aura lay the capabilities of a bronze-level powerhouse. Concealing one's true strength is a tactic not uncommon among seasoned practitioners. Most beast tamers in this area are of advanced greystone or black iron levels, while bronze-grade beast tamers are regarded as elites. Faced with Jiang Ziliu, who concealed his capabilities, they naturally felt no confidence and hastily retreated to avoid becoming his next victims. The survival instinct of the black market beast tamers is to prey on the weak. Jiang Ziliu acted decisively, instilling fear in the others. As for his ability to manipulate metal, it is not particularly rare. Many beast tamers possess this skill due to its utility. Thus, Jiang Ziliu harbored no fears about revealing this aspect of his capabilities. After dispatching his adversaries, he resumed his journey, unencumbered by any pursuers. He paused in a secluded corner, ensuring no one was following him before allowing his mutated electric snake to carry him away. Upon returning to his underground safe house, he promptly commenced the potion preparation. The quality and age of advanced potions necessitate careful adjustments in quantities. Jiang Ziliu examined the materials he had acquired and made necessary modifications to the original potion quantities based on the actual circumstances. Subsequently, he assessed the probability of success for the potion aimed at unlocking the soul-hidden star. The result was a remarkable 993. Following the adjustments, the success rate of this potion formula indeed improved. Previously, his soul strength had not increased, but this time, he incorporated elements directly enhancing soul power into the potion. He lacked the luxury of time to concern himself with potential toxicities. The potion previously crafted by the soul-washing mushroom to boost soul strength would now be utilized in conjunction to minimize the side effects of toxicities on enhancing soul power. Over the course of 3 days, he successfully formulated the potion required to initiate the unlocking of the soul-hidden star using a higher-grade soul crystal as the primary ingredient. The potion took on a gel-like consistency, and its application method involved placing it on the center of the forehead for absorption. The state achieved after unlocking the black iron-grade soul-hidden star mirrored that of the black iron-grade, wherein an energy cycle formed between the primary soul star and the hidden soul star. He sequentially unlocked 9 soul-hidden stars, establishing 9 small energy cycles. The power of the soul crystal, combined with the effects of the soul-washing mushroom potion, enabled him to enhance his soul strength without experiencing any discernible adverse effects. Upon unlocking all 9 soul-hidden stars, he reached the true limit of the black iron grade. He could no longer suppress the feedback from his life force, swiftly absorbing the dark energy from the surroundings and converting it into power for his soul constellation. His life level rapidly ascended, ultimately reaching a new pinnacle. Jiang Ziliu, profession, 6-star bronze-grade beast tamer. Lifespan, 16, 319. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 1837, 1000. Life level, bronze grade organism. Dark energy level, 2,363, 6,571. The entire enhancement process consumed nearly 10 days. Jiang Ziliu could no longer contain himself, successfully breaking through to the bronze level, achieving the status of a 6-star bronze organism. The life feedback generated by his 3 beasts, even with a talent-induced limitation of around 40, collectively propelled him to the 6-star bronze level. Consequently, Jiang Ziliu's lifespan has now risen to an impressive 319 years. The actual limit of his soul strength has been elevated to the value of 1,000, a threshold typically reserved for silver-grade powerhouses. However, due to the rapidity of his advancement, his actual soul strength stands at 1837. This figure will naturally ascend until his soul strength reaches the 1,000 threshold. Upon attaining the 6-star bronze level, the limit of his dark energy also reached 6,571, while his actual dark energy remains at 2363. Yet his soul star shall incessantly absorb the dark energies of the cosmos, transmuting them into his own strength, perpetually ascending until it attains its rightful zenith, quantified at the formidable value of 6,571. With the recent awakening of the soul hidden star, the quality of his dark energy has been further enhanced. The 2 awakenings of the soul hidden star in his bronze tier existence, excluding skills, combined with the vitality of his transcended life form, empower him to effortlessly obliterate a concrete edifice with a single strike, showcasing an unprecedented escalation in destructive capability. His physical attributes, including defensive prowess, immunity, and regenerative abilities, have all experienced monumental enhancement. At present, Jiang Ziliu, excluding feedback skills and beast mastery, embodies a diminutive yet formidable superhuman. The complete activation of the 2 soul hidden stars allows him to rival certain mid to high-tier ordinary beasts. In terms of combat strength, he can even match lower-tier silver beasts with subpar foundational bloodlines. It can be asserted that a profound foundation, coupled with 3 feedback skills rated S or higher, endows Jiang Ziliu with the potential typically reserved for prodigious geniuses, along with genuine combat efficacy. In this state, devoid of any golden-tier beast masters, he can roam freely within the vicinity of base 10 and other level 4 bases. However, Jiang Ziliu harbors no aspirations of dominion. His focus remains on nurturing his growth. While the silver tier may appear formidable here, the vast expanse beyond holds countless prodigious beast masters, younger in age yet superior in strength. Jiang Ziliu has not forgotten that he awakened at the tender age of 16. Many affluent prodigies, however, have awakened their contract markings shortly after birth. Their innate talents are no less remarkable, and their growth spans a considerably longer duration. The path ahead for him is still long, and he is merely at its inception. Chapter 54. The Recovery of Parents. After all matters concluded, Jiang Ziliu suddenly realized that yesterday marked his birthday. He had turned a year older. At this moment, he is 17 years old, with a lifespan of 319 years. With the assistance of his fate-determining innate skill and over a decade of knowledge acquisition and preparation, he swiftly ascended to the 6-star bronze level within less than a year after awakening his contract markings. He now stands as an extraordinary life form on the 3rd tier of the extraordinary realm. This astonishing growth rate is solely the fruit of his relentless efforts, a feat of terrifying magnitude. Other prodigious beings may achieve such rapid advancement, but that is typically the result of S-level talent, a plethora of extraordinary resources, rare treasures, and the guidance of formidable mentors. His success is singular. Should the outside world become aware of his growth, he would instantaneously become the focal point of all human beast masters, with countless individuals and factions yearning to uncover the secrets behind his rapid advancement. Choosing to develop discreetly, away from the academic environment, is indeed the wisest choice. Among his peers, those in the elite class who can grow 4 small tiers within a year are considered exceptional geniuses. Even such growth, encompassing 4 small realms, is the culmination of abundant resources, educational advantages, elite training, and B-level talents. Compared to their pace of advancement, Jiang Ziliu is sprinting ahead. Typically, beast masters opt for evolutionary risks only in dire circumstances, preferring to enhance their beasts instead. For them, evolving a beast represents a perilous gamble concerning their future. For Jiang Ziliu, however, beast enhancement is the norm, and evolution is a regular occurrence. Thanks to fate-determining skills, he possesses unwavering confidence in both enhancement and evolution. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ziliu, his ability to activate 9 soul hidden stars in one go is a remarkable feat for an ordinary prodigy. Successfully awakening a single soul hidden star is a significant leap forward. Many lack the assurance to unlock all of their soul hidden stars. The process carries the risk of failure. If one is unprepared, in subpar condition, or experiences wavering resolve, the activation of a soul-hidden star may falter. In severe cases, this could lead to a backlash against the soul's primary star, resulting in grievous soul injuries. The cost of recovering from such injuries surpasses that of activating a soul-hidden star. With the aid of fate-determining skills, he can confidently activate all 9 stars simultaneously, while others must proceed with utmost caution. Indeed, many, having only activated 1 or 2, may feel uncertain and choose to advance to the bronze tier under such conditions. The upper echelons of humanity assess a genius's growth potential based on the number of soul-hidden stars activated and the innate talent itself. However, merely activating 1 soul-hidden star suffices to classify even the least talented as a genius, qualifying them for elite Beast Master universities within top-tier bases. 1 to 3 stars denote a genius, 4 to 6 signify a moderate genius, while 7 to 8 represent a high-tier genius. Those who activate 9 stars are exceedingly rare, marking them as top-tier prodigies. Jiang Ziliu's attention from the unicorn of the Moonlight Elven Princess, Ellen, stems from this unicorn possessing an SSS-level soul detection skill, which identified Jiang Ziliu's exceptional nature. Coupled with the semi-divine artifact, his activation of 9 soul-hidden stars undoubtedly positions him as a premier human genius, a target marked for elimination within that covenant. This information was only revealed to Jiang Ziliu following his interrogation of the elf. He had previously perceived his activation of 9 soul-hidden stars as unremarkable, yet now, he comprehends that achieving such a feat at the Grey Rock level is astoundingly impressive. A considerable challenge for ordinary prodigies. Should the formula for his 9 soul-hidden stars be divulged, it would undoubtedly be sealed by the upper echelons of humanity. Treated as a highly coveted strategic formula, the formula for activating soul-hidden stars, modified through fate-determining skills, is extraordinarily potent. This realization has further solidified Jiang Ziliu's resolve to cultivate cautiously in the future. The ability to switch countless identities while ensuring his true self remains concealed has become his unwavering strategy. He has acquired deeper secrets regarding the soul-hidden stars, albeit too late. The Night King's secret agents of the Elf clan have located the decapitated female elf agent and have listed the alias Li Tao and the Werewolf clan as persons of interest. His first alias, Zhang Feng, is similarly a target of scrutiny by the local elite of the Level 4 base, the Blood-Eye Adventurers, and the Werewolf clan's secret agents. Following the completion of his primary advancement, Jiang Ziliu suddenly contemplated these matters, initiating probability assessments. What is the probability that the Elf clan will successfully locate my second alias? Li Tao? 100. Although Jiang Ziliu harbored suspicions, the 100 indicates that the upper echelon of the Elf clan holds him in high regard, deploying considerable resources. Now, what is the probability that the Werewolf clan, the Blood-Eye Adventurers, and the elite of the Level 4 base will successfully search for my first alias, Zhang Feng? 100. Indeed, at this moment, the 3 factions of humanity, the Werewolf clan, and the Elf clan have all set their sights on him. Jiang Ziliu senses an unsettling shift. He cannot underestimate the investigative capabilities of these formidable racial forces. Even with SSS-level life signatures concealed and SS-level flesh morphing, he feels far from secure. After much contemplation, he resolutely decided to temporarily vacate the vicinity of Base 10, embarking on a new journey elsewhere under an assumed identity. Thus, Jiang Ziliu transformed his appearance and concealed his aura to the level of a 1-star black iron. He chose not to rely on the mutated electric snake for flight in this region, but instead commanded his green-skinned shapeshifter, now a 2-star bronze, to transform into a Windrider Blue Feather Eagle as his steed, leading outsiders to believe that this majestic creature was his primary beast of burden. Before fleeing, Jiang Ziliu made a brief return to Base 10. He did not go directly home. Instead, under the cloak of night, he instructed the green-skinned shapeshifter to adopt a human form and knock on his own door. The shapeshifter bore with it a letter and half a vial of life water. Upon receiving the letter, Jiang Yuan, his father, glanced at the inscription and promptly invited the shapeshifter into their home, closing the door behind them. Having been separated from his son for an extended period with no communication, the sudden arrival of news was both a surprise and a relief. He opened the letter to find greetings from Jiang Ziliu, along with a concise account of his circumstances. Jiang Ziliu had sent back precious treasure to restore their beasts, indicating that he was embarking on a true journey. Jiang Yuan was astounded to learn from the letter that this treasure was none other than the fabled life water, a superlative artifact. He understood that there existed a transaction dungeon involving the elven race at Base 10, implying that Jiang Ziliu must have undertaken considerable peril to acquire such a vial. The letter did not disclose the means by which he obtained it, merely stating that he was now at the bronze level and had refrained from revealing his true identity to ensure their peace of mind. It was also clearly stated that the messenger was his beast, capable of transformation, assuring them of its safety. The parents were filled with joy yet increased concern, prompting them to respond with a letter of their own. In the presence of the green-skinned shapeshifter, they incinerated Jiang Ziliu's letter and summoned their own beasts. Administering the life water to them, Jiang Yuan, being meticulous, stored the excess life water in a lead-lined jade box, opting to hide it in an unfamiliar location rather than at home. This way, if any treasure-seeking beasts were to discover the life water, they would be unable to ascertain its origins. The green-skinned shapeshifter remained in their home for 3 days, witnessing the full restoration of Jiang Ziliu's parents' beasts before departing with the letter to their son. His father was a bronze-level beastmaster, while his mother was a high-tier black iron beastmaster. Once their beasts were entirely restored, they possessed formidable self-defense capabilities. Jiang Ziliu had also informed them of the locations of 2 safe houses in the wild, providing them with a secure retreat should any issues arise at the base. After the human form of the green-skinned shapeshifter departed, it took a circuitous route through a chaotic slum when suddenly, Jiang Ziliu summoned it back from a distance. The stronger the soul of a beastmaster, the farther the distance from which they could recall their beasts. He managed to summon the shapeshifter from a distance of 800 meters. Aware that 4 factions were in pursuit of him, Jiang Ziliu proceeded with utmost caution and vigilance. After observing his parents from afar for 2 days and confirming that they were not under surveillance and were safe, he bid them a tearful farewell, embarking on his journey toward greater adventures. Chapter 55, The Special Function of Lingyan Base. In the vicinity of Base 10, there existed 5 bases that collectively formed a small-scale Tier 4 base cluster. However, strictly speaking, they remained within the human-controlled heartland, a region where the quantity and tier of extraordinary beasts were diminished, making it difficult for powerful beasts to survive for long. These Tier 4 bases were mostly numbered, lacking proper names. They resembled small towns in a conventional society, not truly providing essential manpower and resources for the front line. The truly advanced bases were located near areas where extraordinary beasts were active or powerful, characterized as perilous zones rich in resources. Jiang Ziliu's next target was a confluence of river and lakes situated nearly 600 kilometers from Base 12, home to a large base with a population exceeding 3 million. Yet, this base was merely a Tier 3 base under the jurisdiction of Chang'an Base, and unlike Tier 4 bases, it bore a name, Lingyan Base. Lingyan Base had stood for nearly 6 centuries, established under the guidance of a golden-tier beastmaster named Yu Lingyan. During its establishment, a terrifying beast tide surged forth, threatening the base. But Yu Lingyan valiantly fought against powerful adversarial golden-tier beasts, successfully repelling the attackers and ensuring the foundation of Lingyan Base. This era was marked by an individual's formidable prowess, and to honor Yu Lingyan's achievements, the base was named in her memory. Base 12 was connected to Lingyan Base via a rock-paved highway extending nearly 300 kilometers, with a width of 100 meters, constituting a true superhighway. The colossal stones used for this roadway measured 5 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and 3 meters in thickness. Numerous extraordinary beast masters labored to carve the path and lay the stones, establishing this vital thoroughfare connecting all Tier 4 bases to Lingyan Base. The immense strength and extraordinary skills of beast masters facilitated the swift construction of such roads, rivaling the efficiency of industrial-era endeavors. The construction of such a wide roadway was also aimed at accommodating the transit of giant extraordinary beasts. Unlike the roads of Jiang Ziliu's previous life, which could not accommodate large beasts efficiently, this design allowed for their passage, with each massive stone capable of bearing a weight in the hundreds of tons. Following the great upheaval, rivers and lakes expanded significantly, and humanity leveraged extraordinary powers and skills to erect monumental stone bridges across these transformed super rivers. These bridges, constructed from exceptionally resilient stones exceeding even granite, were built in a straightforward yet robust manner. Despite their simple design, their durability and load-bearing capacity rivaled that of steel and concrete bridges. To construct these eagle bridges, humanity employed a plethora of colossal earth gorilla-type beasts, whose strength ranged from hundreds to thousands of tons, capable of effortlessly manipulating rock to achieve such feats. The entirety of the human heartland's roads was constructed in this manner. The emergence of extraordinary beasts not only failed to diminish human productivity, but, due to the presence of extraordinary powers and skills, significantly expanded humanity's productive capabilities, enabling them to achieve feats beyond the reach of conventional technology. Without delay, Jiang Ziliu guided the Windrider Blue Feather Eagle, transformed by the green-skinned shapeshifter, along this highway toward the Tier 3 Lingyan Base. Along the way, he observed numerous merchant caravans traversing the road. with the majority of transport duties handled by beasts such as the earth bull. Some caravans utilized massive elephants weighing 70 to 80 tons and exceeding 30 meters in height for transport. These colossal beasts could carry loads surpassing 50 tons each. The transportation capacity of extraordinary beasts was not inferior to the truck convoys of his past life. The merchants below, witnessing Jiang Ziliu soaring overhead in another guise, regarded the sight with indifference. Jiang Ziliu rode upon the soaring eagle, observing numerous others similarly mounted on their avian beasts traversing this aerial thoroughfare. Along this grand avenue, military fortifications were established approximately every 30 kilometers, serving as a bastion of road maintenance. Adjacent to these military strongholds, there existed facilities akin to service areas, providing accommodations, sustenance for the beast mounts, potable water, and various other essential services. The verdant skin-changing sprite possessed a B-class skill allowing it to transform into an eagle, enabling Jiang Ziliu to soar through the skies with ease. His journey was remarkably smooth, as human forces diligently eradicated threats along the flanks of the road. In less than 3 days, Jiang Ziliu arrived at the Lingyan base, a location well beyond the reach of the Blood-Eye adventurers, the Elven clan, and the werewolf tribe. He intended to survey the Lingyan base before devising his next course of action. The walls of Lingyan base towered at 200 meters and spanned nearly 500 meters in width, constructed from 10 layers of interlaced stone bricks. The entire fortification stretched 90 kilometers in length and 60 kilometers in width. Initially, it measured a mere 50 meters in width, but through successive reinforcements over the years, it attained its current grandeur. The construction and fortification of Lingyan base's walls consumed nearly half a century. This time, Jiang Ziliu assumed the alias of Zhou Xiaoke. Equipped with a counterfeit identification crafted with exceptional skill by the black market, they could produce seamless documents that could withstand scrutiny, provided one could afford the price. He successfully infiltrated the Lingyan base and witnessed its true condition. Lingyan base was vast, yet only 1/10 of its expanse constituted urban territory, while the remaining 9/10 comprised agricultural zones. The formidable walls, extending nearly 90 miles in length and 60 miles in width, primarily safeguarded the fertile plains within the city. Unlike other bases, Lingyan base focused predominantly on the production of food for humanity. The excrement of high-level exotic beasts, once processed, proved to be superior fertilizer compared to conventional methods from previous worlds. After all, this was an extraordinary realm where many things defied the ordinary. The agricultural lands of Lingyan base not only fulfilled the food requirements of its inhabitants, but also catered to the nutritional needs of over 10 nearby level 4 bases. This high yield was attributed to every individual being contracted with life attribute beast mounts. The life skills of these beasts, combined with quality fertilizer, enabled the entire base to achieve multiple harvests per year, sometimes even 5. As long as the excrement of exotic beasts was abundant, humanity need not worry about food shortages. Lingyan base was strategically situated at the confluence of rivers and lakes, capitalizing on the agricultural potential of the plains. What humanity truly lacked were various advanced resources essential for the growth of beast tamers, such as elemental crystals and soul crystals. Level 3 bases represented the fundamental foundation for humanity, while level 4 bases signified a modest expansion upon that foundation, primarily to accommodate the gradually increasing population and enhance human wartime potential to counter threats from various alien races and beasts. Lingyan base was also a unique fortress, facing its own adversaries. Less than 100 kilometers from Lingyan base lay a colossal forest of rocky formations, home to an S-class exotic beast dungeon. This realm was entirely dominated by exotic beasts, rendering human entry exceedingly difficult. Lingyan base's primary role was to mitigate the number of exotic beasts emerging from within, particularly the high-level ones. However, compared to other level 3 bases, the pressure here was relatively lighter. Its main function remained the provision of sustenance. Upon arriving at Lingyan base, Jiang Ziliu immersed himself in the numerous bookstores and public libraries, relentlessly gathering and perusing literature on beast taming, alongside various other texts he had never encountered before. He resolved to remain here for a month, familiarizing himself with the local and higher-level bases before determining his next steps. Chapter 56, Awakening of Space. Throughout the ensuing month, Jiang Ziliu dedicated his time to reading and acquiring books. The 6-star bronze life tier significantly enhanced his memory and comprehension abilities, while the 2 awakenings of the soul hidden star facilitated a transformation of his soul, propelling his mental acuity and memory capacity to extraordinary heights, far surpassing that of an average individual. He could absorb the content of a page at a glance, retaining it with remarkable clarity. For an ordinary person, 1 month might yield only a modest number of books read, yet Jiang Ziliu accomplished his reading list in a mere 27 days. It is noteworthy that he possessed a special metallic disc embedded with mysterious leaves, further amplifying his intellect and memory capabilities. During this period, he also diligently consumed a potion brewed from soul-washing mushrooms. In less than a month, Jiang Ziliu mastered various fields of knowledge he aimed to acquire, simultaneously gaining detailed insights into the circumstances of the area. Among the wealth of information, he fortuitously discovered details pertaining to spatial powers within an old book purchased at a local stall. By synthesizing this newfound knowledge with what he had learned, Jiang Ziliu felt confident in addressing a forthcoming endeavor, awakening the spatial attributes of the air blue rockman, specifically activating its skill, Earth spatial evasion. The potentially hazardous item he possessed, a space storage headband, would serve as a crucial material for this awakening. Its inherent spatial properties could facilitate the activation of the Earth's spatial evasion skill, while simultaneously eliminating a potential risk of revealing his location, a win-win proposition. Jiang Ziliu ventured into the nearby mountains surrounding Lingyan Base to establish a new temporary safety layer, preparing for this undertaking. However, prior to proceeding, he needed to gather certain essential resources. While most resources were readily obtainable through financial means, the final resource he sought proved to be elusive. This material, known as Hu Tian He Yuan Ni, could neutralize spatial powers, rendering them slower and more stable. Hu Tian He Yuan Ni is classified as an A-level resource, sourced from shattered dungeon spaces. These dungeons are realms opened by beings with potent spatial attributes. Yet, they represent a dimensional phenomenon, subject to a gradual decay process akin to the life cycle of a great tree. The natural deterioration of a dungeon space results from its existence within the interstices of time and space, perpetually besieged by the forces of temporal turbulence, which incessantly exacerbate the fractures within the dungeon. When these fractures widen beyond a certain threshold, it heralds the collapse of the dungeon space. A D-level dungeon typically lasts no more than 100 years, a C-level dungeon no more than 300 years, and a B-level dungeon has a maximum lifespan of 800 years. During their existence, these dungeons interact continuously with temporal turbulence, producing a unique residue of spatial attributes. This residue is none other than Hu Tian He Yuan Ni. It serves as tangible evidence of the dungeon's nullification process. Upon the destruction of a dungeon, a phenomenon of spatial annihilation occurs, leading to the complete obliteration of everything within. Yet, there exists a specific substance that defies this fate, rather than being destroyed. It is expelled, descending into the realm of reality as a black, mud-like material. This viscous substance possesses remarkable spatial inertia. Due to its dark hue, it is colloquially referred to as the black abyss mud of the potentate. This resource is exclusively held within the military institutions of humanity, guardians of the various replica spaces, and responsible for managing incidents pertaining to the destruction of these realms. The black abyss mud serves as a vital material for these military agencies. Given its limited application, it frequently appears as an auction item, showcased at prominent auction houses. To obtain this substance, Jiang Ziliu must devise a plan at the auction. While there are not many wealthy individuals at the level 4 base, the level 3 base boasts a considerable number of affluent patrons, leading to a more complex social dynamic. Thus, only at the level 3 base do significant auctions take place. Jiang Ziliu meticulously familiarized himself with the auction's detailed processes before committing to acquire the coveted black abyss mud. However, he would not attend in person. Rather, he would send the green-skinned shapeshifter, capable of transforming into a human, to participate on his behalf. Through a contractual connection, he could remotely direct its actions. The only hindrance was its inability to speak. Nonetheless, the official auction at Lingyan Base does not permit direct verbal bidding. They have equipped special electronic devices, allowing participants to simply input their bids via a keyboard. Given the cleverness of the green-skinned shapeshifter, it could easily manage this task. While power is scarce at the level 4 base, it is ubiquitous at the level 3 base, where computers and network resources are abundant. The disparity between the two bases is more pronounced than that between a moderately prosperous nation and one that is severely impoverished. The level 3 base is truly recognized as the foundational force of humanity. Today marks the commencement of the second phase of this half-month's auction. Prepared with a plethora of scarce resources urgently sought by beastmasters, everyone is urged not to miss this opportunity. The auction is presided over by a captivatingly alluring and sensuous beauty. Her eloquent speech effortlessly stirs the audience's enthusiasm, compelling them to prepare to lavishly spend. Beneath her elevated platform, there are 2 tiers of auctioneer compartments. The confidentiality measures are exceptional. Each entrant is assigned a private compartment, with the upper tier being more opulent. These compartments are equipped with adjustable heights, and the exit pathways are varied, ensuring the anonymity of the beastmasters. If this aspect were inadequately addressed, Beastmasters would refrain from attending such events unless absolutely necessary. The diversity of the extraordinary world has heightened awareness regarding personal safety. Throughout the auction, no one calls out bids directly. All offers are made via keyboard input, with intervals of 5 minutes between bids. Now, we present our first item. The inaugural lot is a juvenile silver-tier, mutated moonlight fox, perfectly suited for geniuses with A-grade talents. The starting price is 1 million yuan, with increments of no less than 100,000 yuan. Number 333, 1 million yuan. Number 987, 3 million yuan. The auction participants quickly place their bids, yet the sound emanates as a uniform electronic tone from a speaker high above. Moreover, the room numbers are randomized, making it difficult for others to ascertain the location of any given participant. This auction format was pioneered by the first human auction house, which rapidly flourished due to its excellent confidentiality, ultimately becoming the most authoritative and highest transaction auction house among humans. The auction house established at Lingyan Base emulates this process. Without such practices, attendance would dwindle. The juvenile, mutated moonlight fox ultimately sold for 1 million yuan. Subsequently, a series of auction items were presented. Some patrons chose to bid with specific amounts, while others opted to offer certain attribute crystals. However, the auction house's calculation system automatically converts the crystal value into yuan based on market rates. As the auction neared its conclusion, Jiang Ziliu awaited the appearance of the Black Abyss Mud. Lot 37, 300 grams of C-tier Black Abyss Mud. The starting price is 30 million yuan, with increments of no less than 1 million yuan. The atmosphere grew somewhat subdued. Although this material is rare, its demand is limited. Jiang Ziliu placed his bid using crystal currency. Number 352, bidding 30 million yuan. Is there a higher offer? After some hesitation, others began to bid, and the price swiftly rose to 31 million yuan, with continuous increments following. The price escalated to 36 million yuan. Jiang Ziliu, keeping pace, ultimately instructed the green-skinned shapeshifter to place a bold bid. Number 352, 40 million yuan. Following this, despite the auctioneer's fervent promotion, no one dared to outbid Jiang Ziliu. He then directed the shapeshifter to pay through a small payment window, just wide enough for a bowl, while the auction house delivered the desired item through the same discreet opening. This small and low window ensured that neither the auction house nor the bidders could see each other directly. Larger items were delivered through separate, confidential means. The green-skinned shapeshifter concealed within a black cloak then departed. After confirming that no one was tailing it, Jiang Ziliu retrieved the necessary material. With this, all the openly available resources he had previously acquired were fully expended. Once in the safety of a secure house outside the base, Jiang Ziliu commenced his work, preparing a special rock barrel filled with a concocted solution, then encasing the headband-like spatial equipment within the Black Abyss Mud, allowing the shapeshifter to hold it. Subsequently, it was entirely submerged into the solution. This liquid gradually extracts spatial energy from the spatial material, permeating the life form within. The Black Abyss Mud facilitates a slow release of spatial power, stabilizing the internal space to prevent immediate obliteration, allowing it to gradually diminish while releasing spatial energy bit by bit, ultimately dissipating safely. This entire process spanned 3 days, during which the headband-like spatial item transformed into a mere scrap, with its internal space completely vanished. However, the Black Abyss Mud remained intact, and, upon removing the solution's impurities, could be reused. The reusable nature of the Black Abyss Mud accounts for its relatively reasonable pricing, despite its preciousness and the lack of fervent demand. Meanwhile, the metamorphosis of the shapeshifter reached its completion. Its comprehensive spatial attributes successfully awakened. The shapeshifter now possesses the following abilities: Life Breath Convergence, SSS rank; Earthly Incarnation, S; Earthly Evasion, B rank; Earthly Concealment, B rank; Mutated Intelligence, B; Earthly Stealth Strike, C; Mastery of Blades, D; Bloodline of the Dwarven Titan, D; and Earthly Spatial Evasion, A. Notably, the Earthly Spatial Evasion skill is of a rank. Jiang Ziliu felt a tinge of regret, for it was mere moments away from upgrading to S rank. This Earthly Spatial Evasion allows the shapeshifter to directly enter the subspace realm for evasive movement wherever rocks exist. It can be deemed a more advanced skill than Earthly Evasion, merging the powers of Earth and space into a sophisticated technique. At this juncture, the Sky Blue Rock Golem has thoroughly ascended to the status of a dual-element spatial beast. In Chapter 57, On the Journey, following its enhancement, the Earth-space teleportation skill possesses another remarkable advantage. This ability allows the Sky Blue Rock Golem to transport individuals during spatial teleportation, capable of carrying up to 3 bronze-level beings in a single instance. This implies that Jiang Ziliu can now also traverse the Earth space himself. It is akin to an upgraded version of the Earth-based ninjutsu from his previous life. Jiang Ziliu instructed the Sky Blue Rock Golem to take him on a trial teleportation. As the teleportation commenced, he found himself enveloped in a realm of darkness. When the light returned to his eyes, he had already been transported from one mountain peak to another, at least 3 kilometers away. Subsequently, Jiang Ziliu utilized the bond with the Sky Blue Rock Golem to assess its condition, discovering that its dark energy had been depleted by nearly half. Based on the actual distance, the Sky Blue Rock Golem, with its current dark energy reserves, could transport him to a maximum range of 10 kilometers. With this newfound capability, Jiang Ziliu has added another card to his life-preserving arsenal. Having completed the spatial attribute awakening of the Sky Blue Rock Golem, and after careful deliberation following the accumulation of information, Jiang Ziliu resolved to continue his journey to other destinations. The Lingyan base is relatively close to bases 10 and 12, and after gathering some intelligence, he learned that traces of the Blood Eye Adventurers Guild were present in the vicinity. A distance of 600 kilometers is not far for a beastmaster with flying-type beasts, and the information-gathering prowess of the Blood Eye Adventurers Guild extends to this area. Thus, it is not an optimal locale for safe development. He decided to make preparations before proceeding further. The Lingyan base boasts 3 major thoroughfares, one leading to a more advanced secondary base, where diamond-level beastmasters are stationed. However, that base is also a frontline confronting alien forces. The dungeon space of that base is subject to incursions from alien entities, while human forces also invade the alien realms through human-created dungeon spaces. The situation in that area is one of intricate entanglement, with numerous factions involved and many powerful individuals present. After much contemplation, Jiang Ziliu concluded that the presence of such diamond-level strongholds, along with a significant number of gold and silver-level beings, rendered it unsuitable for his bronze-level self to develop. Although he possesses the probability judgment skill, which could yield abundant growth resources near this secondary base, the risks involved are considerable. The baseline soul strength of silver-level beings is 1,000, while that of gold-level beings starts at a staggering 10,000. Such elevated soul strengths lead to increasingly formidable soul powers, enabling them to detect many anomalies and produce extraordinary effects on a soul level. Jiang Ziliu's life essence concealment skill is rated at SSS level, yet its efficacy in concealing soul power is not as formidable. The elven race can see through it, and human powerhouses certainly possess similar means. As a mere bronze-level individual, the disparity between him and gold-level beings remains vast, posing significant risks of exposure. Considering these factors, Jiang Ziliu decided to minimize his appearances in front of strong individuals, lest his true nature be discerned. The other 2 paths lead to another tertiary base. The final thoroughfare directly connects to the main base of all branch bases, which is at the super base level, known as the Chang'an base. Subordinate to the Chang'an base are bases of levels 1, 2, 3, and 4. The Chang'an base stands as the apex of all bases in this area, collectively referred to as the Chang'an base group. This thoroughfare extends a length of 500 kilometers, passing numerous tertiary and quaternary bases, as well as a few secondary bases. Jiang Ziliu resolved to traverse this route, treating it as both a journey and an opportunity to gather resources and accumulate wealth for his next phase of growth, all while broadening his horizons. On this occasion, Jiang Ziliu prepared ample provisions, including food and water, opting for a walking approach. He felt no urgency, as his soul power and dark energy were gradually and naturally increasing. With some time remaining before he could advance to the next level, he would only proceed to grow further once his dark energy reached the limit of 6,571 and his soul strength elevated to 1,000. Thus, his primary focus during the journey would be on expanding his knowledge, accommodating a slower pace that included walking. The roads constructed by humanity between the large bases are exceedingly wide, yet they are often devoid of travelers. Most who traverse these paths are large merchant caravans or small groups of traders banding together for safety. After all, alien creatures, wild beasts, and rogue beast masters frequently launch attacks along these routes. At this moment, Jiang Ziliu leisurely rode a 6-star gray rock-level Qingsong horse along the road. This horse is a unique type of pseudo-beast. Humanity has long pursued the mysteries of the contract patterns of beast masters, but whether any tangible results have been achieved remains unknown. However, they have devised a special beast master token adorned with symbols. The capabilities of this token are not particularly strong, yet it allows for the control of gentle, bronze-level creatures through the symbols inscribed upon it. In reality, its practical applications are limited, as wild beasts can resist commands from the beast master token during moments of emotional upheaval. It lacks the reliability of a true bond. Nevertheless, Some have discovered its utility in contracting controllable low-level mounts for sale, thus gradually giving it a place in the market. However, since most beast masters can utilize their own beasts as mounts, its market presence is limited. Jiang Ziliu acquired this horse, along with an accompanying saddle, Beast Master token, and even a month's worth of feed, for less than 190,000 yuan. The Qingsong horse he now rides is a sea-level wind attribute beast, capable of rapid acceleration and suitable for carrying passengers and cargo over long distances. It bears a striking resemblance to ancient horses, though its escape capabilities are notably superior. As he rides, the mutated electric snake and the sky blue rock golem alternate emerging from the beast's space to keep watch over the surrounding hills and grasslands. This arrangement allows Jiang Ziliu to leisurely appreciate the majestic mountain streams and the beauty of nature around him. Since awakening the contract patterns, he has yet to take a moment to truly enjoy the scenery of this world, never having felt so relaxed. This journey has spanned 4 days, and while he has begun to tire of the mountainous landscapes, the grandeur of nature continues to offer new vistas to behold. Along the route, there have been instances of wild beasts attempting to launch assaults, but they were swiftly dealt with by the vigilant sky blue rock golem or the electric snake, who favored remaining outside to protect Jiang Ziliu. Although the beast's space is advantageous, it resembles a small dark room, which the beasts find somewhat displeasing. While Jiang Ziliu progresses slowly, various small to medium-sized merchant caravans swiftly pass by him, minimizing their time on the road and thus their associated risks. Most of them are cargo transport teams primarily composed of earth bison. A small portion utilizes earth mammoths for transportation, with a single earth mammoth capable of carrying a substantial amount of goods at once. These earth mammoths appear immensely colossal, resembling moving hills, exuding an air of formidable presence. Their life levels range from high-tier bronze to silver. In terms of sheer strength and size, they are inherently powerful combatants. Father, that kid is merely a 1-star black iron. So brazenly wandering down this path, does he not fear being turned into a snack by the exotic beasts? Grumbled the young son of the team leader after swiftly passing by the leisurely and slow Jiang Ziliu. In their eyes, the newly adorned Jiang Ziliu, who seemed to be merely 22 or 23 years old, his carefree demeanor, having braved the elements, irked him slightly. However, he did not anticipate that his father, a 4-star bronze powerhouse, would swiftly cover his mouth, cautiously glance behind, and sternly admonish him. Did you not promise me to observe more and speak less? Strive to avoid offending others with your words. Have you forgotten so quickly? Upon hearing his father's reprimand, the young man, around 20 years old, held his tongue but felt discontent in his heart. The merchant leader discerned his son's thoughts and inquired, "How far are we from the Lingyan base behind us?" His son calculated, 180 kilometers. They've traveled so slowly, yet after nearly 180 kilometers, they have encountered no incidents. Meanwhile, we have faced a bronze-level beast attack once, and over 6 encounters with black iron-level beast swarms. Think about it carefully. Why are they unharmed, their clothes pristine, and so relaxed? His father reminded him. At this moment, the young man began to comprehend in shock. That fellow must be concealing his power. He is at least a bronze-level beast master, or perhaps possesses formidable beast combat capabilities. His father chuckled. Exactly. Did you notice? Did old Ma and the others mention anything? They have all perceived it. When venturing outside, one must exercise restraint in speech, for you can never anticipate whether the seemingly weak black iron or greystone-level beast master before you might be masquerading as a bronze, silver, or even gold-level beast master. The young man, somewhat enlightened, simultaneously harbored disdain for Jiang Ziliu's timidity and cunning. Yet he understood that such a young bronze-level individual is indeed a genuine prodigy. Alternatively, he could simply be affluent, but such individuals are not to be trifled with. With his father's unwavering support from years of trade, he had only recently achieved black iron status, whereas Jiang Ziliu's rate of growth far surpassed his own. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ziliu, he had quietly become a target for others to educate their children. Chapter 58. A journey in search of treasure. After advancing nearly 300 kilometers, Jiang Ziliu arrived at the level 4 base, numbered 23. This base is situated beside a large lake and primarily focuses on the fishing industry, providing various resources from aquatic exotic beasts. Additionally, nearly every beast master in this region possesses a beast capable of entering the water. Upon arriving here, Jiang Ziliu diligently gathered information regarding aquatic exotic beasts and ultimately decided that, if conditions permitted, he would awaken the ability of the mutated electric snake to thrive in aquatic environments and engage in water combat. Currently, the mutated electric snake had some capacity for survival in water, but it was not particularly formidable. If it could awaken specialized skills adapted to lakes, rivers, and seas, The mutated electric snake would become a comprehensive beast capable of operating in land, sea, and air. During his stay at this base number 23, Jiang Ziliu also processed a batch of materials obtained from various black iron and even bronze-level exotic beasts that had attacked him. They had unwittingly contributed to his spoils. These resources yielded him nearly 3 million yuan in income. After spending less than 10 days here, Jiang Ziliu set forth once again. He continued his journey towards the Chang'an base, which was his intended direction but not his ultimate goal. At present, his soul strength had risen to the threshold of 400 points after consuming the soul-washing mushroom potion. His dark energy level had also been elevated to a value of 356. Soon, he would attain a fully enhanced state. What is the probability of safely obtaining soul crystals within a 30-kilometer radius on either side of the 100-kilometer road ahead? After setting off, Jiang Ziliu refrained from indulging in sightseeing and began using probability assessments to search for precious treasures and resources ahead. The answer was 0, clearly. Soul crystals are not easily acquired. What is the probability of safely obtaining B-grade or higher origin crystals within a 30-kilometer radius on either side of the 100-kilometer road ahead? This time, the probability assessment brought him great delight. 850. Origin crystals are solidified forms of specialized attribute dark energy, a result of the natural evolution of heaven and earth. The higher the energy environment, the greater the likelihood of high-energy origin crystals being birthed. An 850 indicates that there indeed exists the potential for safely acquiring origin crystals ahead. With this revelation, Jiang Ziliu promptly conducted new probability assessments to meticulously determine the precise locations and other information regarding them. What is the probability of an origin crystal mine being present here? When Jiang Ziliu posed this question, he felt somewhat anxious. As he had only encountered a solitary origin crystal in his past, the answer did not disappoint him. 100. This signifies that there is not only an origin crystal ahead, but also a potentially undiscovered origin crystal mine. However, Jiang Ziliu understood that the likelihood of an origin crystal mine being located within 10 meters beneath the surface is exceedingly low. Origin crystals are among the most coveted treasures by exotic beasts. Wherever there exists a surface origin crystal mine, there will undoubtedly be numerous exotic beasts of the same attribute, often powerful ones. Below 10 meters, origin crystals are difficult for surface exotic beasts to detect. Only certain specialized beasts capable of traversing underground can uncover their existence. However, such exotic beasts are mostly of the earth attribute, rendering origin crystals of other attributes useless to them. This provides an opportunity for humans to discover and exploit the origin crystal mines on this planet. What is the probability of an origin crystal mine being located within 30 kilometers of my path ahead? The answer is 0. What is the probability of an origin crystal mine existing between 30 to 70 kilometers along my path, within a 30-kilometer radius on either side? 100. Through repeated probability assessments, Jiang Ziliu pinpointed the exact location of this origin crystal mine. 51 kilometers ahead on this main road, 40 meters deep underground, 13 kilometers to the right. Having identified the location of an origin crystal mine, Jiang Ziliu did not pause. Instead, he employed probability assessments to check for the presence of other treasures. Ultimately, he confirmed that 36 kilometers ahead, 6 meters underground to the left at 21 kilometers, lay an SS-grade fragment of a metal weapon, which, if obtained, could be reforged into a superior weapon for himself. Furthermore, 21 kilometers ahead, 13 meters underground to the right at 300 meters, there exists an A-grade Thunderlight Sapphire. This Thunderlight Sapphire contains immense electrical power and serves as a foundational material for forging powerful lightning attribute weapons. Lastly, 84 kilometers ahead, 15 meters underground to the left at 23 kilometers, is a remnant of an S-grade golden attribute exotic beast's core. With a single breath, he discerned the locations of 4 treasures. Fortunately, his current level of dark energy was exceedingly high, rendering him unafraid of the considerable consumption of dark energy that multiple probability assessments entailed. Jiang Ziliu promptly advanced, first securing the lightning blue gemstone into his spatial orb. He then set his sights on the location of the SS-grade metallic weapon fragment. This time, however, he encountered obstacles along the way. A pack of whip-tailed armored wolves surrounded him, yet this time, Jiang Ziliu refrained from unleashing his beasts. Armed with a dagger in one hand and a displacement technique in the other, he charged forward. With the formidable strength afforded by his current bronze-level life tier, he was more than a match for the whip-tailed armored wolves. He aimed to hone his combat skills and crisis response in this precarious situation. The path of survival does not equate to becoming a coward devoid of practical abilities and weak will. On the contrary, a practitioner of survival must possess exceptional combat skills, unwavering willpower, and the ability to withstand pain and danger. Absolute power is commendable, Yet one must also possess the capability to translate that power into combat prowess. Jiang Ziliu's third beast, the green-skinned shapeshifter, was guarded by the air blue stone golem and the mutated electric snake, capable of providing direct healing through its skill, emerald light. Whenever needed, the whip-tailed armored wolves, his old adversaries, wielded long tail blades, their attacks aimed at a single, devastating strike. They encircled Jiang Ziliu, initiating a kite-style encirclement attack, to which he responded with utmost caution, refusing to relax even as wounds bled profusely. This life-or-death struggle rapidly enhanced his practical combat abilities and his capacity to respond in battle. Although he sustained a grievous injury from a bone blade, he seized opportunities to deliver fatal strikes, dispatching a whip-tailed armored wolf with each opportunity or severing their tails. After half an hour of combat, he had eliminated 14 of the nearly 40 whip-tailed armored wolves. This significant loss instilled fear in the pack, prompting a swift retreat at their leader's command. Jiang Ziliu personally experienced the pain of battle and the effects of the wolf's wounds, which continued to bleed uncontrollably. His skin's resilience had yet to reach the point where he could withstand the wolves' attacks without faltering. This fierce exchange yielded substantial intangible gains, far more precious than acquiring a mere treasure. Following this, the green-skinned shapeshifter utilized emerald light to heal him, successfully restoring his vitality. The whip-tailed armored wolf's bleeding capability was suppressed under the B-grade emerald light. Once his injuries improved, Jiang Ziliu pressed onward. Soon, he encountered a solitary earth barbarian bull, a creature known for its heightened aggression when alone. This time, Jiang Ziliu approached directly, engaging it in hand-to-hand combat. The earth barbarian bull possessed immense strength. Yet after attaining bronze level, Jiang Ziliu's power was no less formidable than that of the black iron-grade earth barbarian bull, renowned for its might. The contest of strength, a clash of fists and kicks against raw power, persisted for nearly half an hour. Ultimately, the earth barbarian bull unleashed another skill. But Jiang Ziliu countered with an electromagnetic barrier derived from electromagnetic manipulation, nullifying the bull's attack. In the end, Jiang Ziliu landed a decisive blow, shattering the bull's skull and causing it to collapse. Its flesh became a valuable source of sustenance for Jiang Ziliu on his journey. Subsequently, he engaged in continuous battles with black iron-grade wild boars, serpentine beasts, and feline creatures, continually refining his combat skills. However, he refrained from challenging bronze-grade beasts, aware of the potential risks involved. The bronze-grade beasts were dealt with through the combined efforts of the mutated electric snake and the air blue stone golem, while the green-skinned shapeshifter provided healing support. Upon reaching his destination, Jiang Ziliu directed the air blue stone golem to retrieve the SS-grade metallic weapon fragment. After a meticulous examination, he identified it as a natural alloy known as serpent-patterned alloy, a precious SS-grade metal. With this treasure in hand, Jiang Ziliu returned to the main road. He then proceeded towards the Yuan crystal mine, opting to traverse the path by battling through, personally confronting bronze-grade beasts to further hone his combat abilities. For the bronze-grade creatures, he allowed his beasts to engage in coordinated combat training. Upon encountering 2 silver-grade beasts, he wisely chose to circumvent them. Although Jiang Ziliu possessed silver-grade combat strength, he was unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation with silver-grade beasts. Upon reaching the location, he instructed the air blue stone golem to investigate the Yuan crystal mine below. This was a micro-sized Yuan crystal mine, and after obtaining a sample, he realized it contained A-grade fire attribute Yuan crystals. Upon carefully observing the terrain, Jiang Ziliu deduced that this was originally a dormant volcano. The presence of the volcano, combined with dark energy, had given rise to this fire attribute Yuan crystal mine. However, geological changes had led to the gradual dormancy of the volcano. After establishing a small safe house beneath, he set the air blue stone golem to work mining. 3 days later, Jiang Ziliu had completely exhausted the Yuan crystal mine, acquiring a total of 326 A-grade fire attribute Yuan crystals. This represented an astonishing fortune, one that would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of silver-grade and even gold-grade powerhouses if discovered. Jiang Ziliu carefully stored them within his spatial orb, meticulously erasing all traces of his presence before embarking once more on his journey of combat and treasure hunting. Shortly thereafter, he also located the last S-grade light attribute Beast Core, adding it to his collection. After resting for a day at a hotel by the roadside, Jiang Ziliu resumed his journey, continuing to explore and hunt for treasures. Chapter 59, Encountering a Genius. In the ensuing days, Jiang Ziliu traveled less than 300 kilometers, accumulating nearly 30 B-grade treasures, 10 A-grade treasures, and 6 SS-grade treasures. It could be said that anyone who successfully robbed Jiang Ziliu of his spatial orb would instantly acquire wealth comparable to that of a top-tier gold-grade powerhouse. Jiang Ziliu remained cautious, successfully securing 2 fallen Beastmaster storage orbs, each containing less than 3 cubic meters of space. After amassing such an abundance of treasures, he carried only those that would be useful for his future evolution, retaining a mere tenth of the incompatible attributes for exchange purposes. The remainder was concealed within 2 conspicuous mountains located outside the eastern gate of a level 4 base, buried at a depth of 100 meters. He would never carry all his wealth with him. Maintaining a reserve for safety was a principle he steadfastly adhered to. Throughout his journey, Jiang Ziliu prepared 125 potential safe houses. These numerous underground sanctuaries were stocked with provisions capable of lasting 30 years without spoilage, along with non-perishable beverages and essential medicines. Before departing from home, he imparted a code for resource creation to his father. He then returned the locations of 25 relatively peaceful safe houses, evenly distributed, in the form of a coded message. These could serve as survival outposts for his parents in case of emergencies. Jiang Ziliu's philosophy of strategic preparedness, always ready for the unexpected, reached its zenith. The strategic reserves of resources and safe houses, along with the cards he held for survival and escape, became the core components of his arduous journey through life. However, the most crucial aspect remained the concealment of his existence on the informational plane. If he could remain undetected, he would not attract danger and could continue to develop in safety. Although his original identity, Jiang Ziliu, may have been exposed to some discerning individuals since leaving Base 12, he had never once assumed the visage of Jiang Ziliu. On his subsequent journey, he consistently operated under various aliases. This had even led to him somewhat forgetting his original appearance. The notion of 1,000 faces became his everlasting facade, and it was also the most critical factor on his current path of growth. He had established all the necessary foundations for stable development. Resources were abundant. Knowledge could be accumulated steadily. Strength could be augmented rapidly. Given these conditions, why should he reveal himself? Would it not be better to emerge only when invincible? Jiang Ziliu continued on his journey, intending to pause for a time at level 82 base, a small-scale transit trade hub bustling with personnel, where his presence would not seem overly conspicuous. In contrast, a place with fewer visitors would render any outsider quite noticeable. Yet, as Jiang Ziliu approached the level 82 base, less than 50 kilometers away on the highway, trouble found him. His leisurely demeanor atop a steed of azure mane inevitably piqued curiosity. Although solitary travelers were not uncommon on this road, Jiang Ziliu's new guise appeared relatively youthful, resembling a young man of around 24. Indeed, after handling numerous treasures, he had adopted yet another alias. The reason for not assuming an older appearance was that his youthful aura was difficult to conceal. Adopting an older guise would have appeared exceedingly discordant. He sought to avoid trouble, yet sometimes it arrived unexpectedly. While resting on a large rock by the roadside, grilling meat over a fire, he encountered a pair of children, approximately 12 or 13 years of age, one male and one female, riding 2 azure-maned horses in the opposite direction. They were quite young, yet their armor was crafted from the hides of at least A-grade exotic beasts, providing high defensive capabilities. Furthermore, the vitality radiating from them was unmistakably at the 1-star bronze level. The 2 bore striking resemblances, suggesting they were siblings, possibly even a pair of fraternal twins. A discerning eye would recognize their garb and aura, immediately discerning them as scions of noble families, having awakened their contract patterns early and begun cultivating their beasts. A 12 or 13-year-old at the bronze level. What else could they be but prodigies? Yet, the 2 children were brimming with curiosity about their surroundings. And with no formidable life forces present, they were evidently a pair of runaway kids. Upon noticing them, Jiang Ziliu sensed their presence and realized that some of his previous analyses and speculations were indeed accurate. The heights of growth attained by these privileged children were beyond the comprehension of ordinary beast tamers. To reach the bronze level by the age of 12 or 13, some adults toil a lifetime merely to ascend to this 3rd tier in the path of beast taming. Indeed, the chasm between individuals is far greater than that between humans and animals. He observed the 2 little ones, who in turn noticed Jiang Ziliu. Upon seeing his grilled meat, they instinctively approached and settled across the fire from him. "Big brother, your grilled meat smells wonderful. Could you sell some to me and my brother? We'll pay," exclaimed the little girl among the siblings. She was chubby and had large, charming eyes, yet they held a glimmer of mischievous cunning. "Nonsense, I'm the elder brother. You're the younger sister," retorted the somewhat sullen boy. "Humph, even if I was born a little later, I weighed more at birth. Therefore, I'm the sister. And you're the younger brother. I'm the boss," the girl threatened, raising her tiny fist in a show of defiance. "Mom said the elder brother should give way to the younger sister, so I want to argue with you. But we must return after one more day of wandering. You can't be so mischievous anymore." The boy casually revealed their situation, showing no fear of Jiang Ziliu, seated across the fire, being a villain. Clearly, they were indeed a pair of fraternal twins, and they were unabashedly runaway children, with the mischievous girl leading the adventure. I have no issue sharing my grilled meat with you, no payment required. But aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? Jiang Ziliu inquired with curiosity. He had initially wished to avoid contact with the children of these affluent families, yet now that they approached him, to deliberately evade them would only raise suspicions about his character. Sometimes, a natural performance serves as the best disguise. My sister possesses the ability to sense good and evil. Her willingness to engage with you indicates you are not a bad person. The boy blurted out, showing no concern. Humph, big brother doesn't harbor any malice. He is just a bit reluctant to interact with us. Fearing we might cause him trouble, the girl chimed in, leaving Jiang Ziliu taken aback. Good heavens, was this akin to a mind-reading ability? You need not worry, I do not possess such powers. I can only sense the goodwill or malice of certain individuals. You think I find you bothersome? The girl, quite astute, expressed her discontent yet did not dwell on it, understanding that this ability often instilled fear in many. Even if you harbor ill intentions, we are not afraid. Brother, show this big brother a trick. The girl, seemingly possessing the potential of a chatterbox and troublemaker, dared to say anything. Yet, the little boy was generous and did not mind Jiang Ziliu's inner feelings of disdain. The boy shot an annoyed glance at his sister and pointed at a boulder weighing at least 2 tons. The stone then levitated into the air. With a flourish of his hand, it soared through the sky like a shooting star, gliding far into the horizon, disappearing from sight. Good heavens! This was a skill of rock manipulation. Jiang Ziliu instantly recognized the nature of this display, but as a 1-star black iron level individual, he widened his mouth in incredulity. The boy, seemingly reveling in the attention, could not hide his delight at Jiang Ziliu's astonishment. At home, his parents strictly forbade him from using such abilities casually. In the base, if stones began to fly around, chaos would ensue. Outside, he could unleash his prowess freely. Indeed, a prodigy. I've been confined to a narrow view. I had no idea that even at such a tender age, one could be so formidable, Jiang Ziliu praised, though internally, he was genuinely astonished. The apex talents of humanity were indeed remarkable. If 12 or 13-year-olds possessed such prowess, what level of strength would the prodigious figures from those noble families have attained by the age of 16 or 17? Silver level? Perhaps even gold level? Amidst the vast influx of resources and the meticulous guidance of knowledgeable mentors and parents, it may indeed be possible to achieve greatness. In this moment, Jiang Ziliu, previously overwhelmed by an unbridled surge of pride, found it abruptly quelled. The emergence of such pride is an intrinsic aspect of human nature, constrained by the limitations of one's experiences and knowledge, and cannot be entirely suppressed. Yet, reality imparted a lesson to him, revealing the formidable capabilities that others might possess at the tender age of 16 or 17. Jiang Ziliu feigned the demeanor of a compliant young prodigy, distributing the roasted delicacies among them and engaging in minimal conversation. The primary discourse emanated from a loquacious little girl, while a showy young boy incessantly boasted of his own feats. Jiang Ziliu spoke sparingly, preferring to listen intently, gleaning from their words insights he had previously been unaware of. Notably, despite their tender ages of merely 12 or 13, these 2 youngsters displayed remarkable intelligence. They refrained from divulging anything they deemed inappropriate, and even after hours of conversation, they never revealed their surnames.